Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 120 to Chapter 178. Laura looked at the white radish, and her eyes couldn't help but shrink. Laura didn't know how many white radishes she had seen, but this was the first time she had seen such a high-quality one. Quinn John also stared at the white radish, but he was more concerned about Zhao Hai. Just now, Zhao Hai had moved his hand, and a white radish had appeared in his hand. What did this mean? It meant that Zhao Hai had a spatial equipment in his hand. Spatial equipment, that wasn't something an average person could have. In the continent, only a few great powers had spatial equipment. The entire Marquis del clan only had one spatial equipment, a spatial bag. This spatial bag had always been carried by the patriarch of the Marquis del clan. It was said that it had an area of 100 cubic meters, which was considered a very large spatial equipment on the continent. Spatial equipment wasn't as simple as a piece of equipment. It was a symbol of status and strength. Without a superior status, you wouldn't be able to obtain a spatial equipment. Without formidable strength, even if you obtained a spatial equipment, you wouldn't be able to use it. So when Quinn John saw Zhao Hai take out the radish, his heart couldn't help but be startled. Discovering that Zhao Hai might have a spatial equipment, Quinn John was more certain of Zhao Hai's identity. He believed that Zhao Hai must be the representative of a great underground force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a spatial equipment, and it would be impossible to get so many fire fishes in such a short time. At the same time, Quinn John was more certain of his idea of cooperating with Zhao Hai. Quinn John was very clear about their current situation. Although they were members of the Marquis del clan, and Karen was the second successor of the Marquis del clan, their current situation wasn't very good. The Marquis del clan was too big, and Karen hadn't managed his own power before. Therefore, he was the weakest in the Marquis del clan. They now needed a strong ally. Laura picked up the radish on the table and carefully looked at it. She put it down and looked up at Zhao Hai. "Mister's magic radishes are all of this quality?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's the same, even the size is the same. Miss Laura can rest assured, I want to cooperate with you for a long time, it's not a one-time deal." Laura suddenly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Laura thanks Mister for your trust. Laura has a proposal to ask Mister to become an official ally of our Marquis del clan. What do you think?" Zhao Hai quickly stood up and helped Laura up. "Miss Laura, you don't have to be like this. It's impossible to form an alliance with the Marquis del clan. However, I'm interested in forming an alliance with Miss Laura. What do you think?" When Laura and Quinn John heard Zhao Hai's words, they were surprised. Laura had said that she wanted Zhao Hai to form an alliance with the Marquis del clan, but not with herself. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would think that her business was too small. She didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually take the initiative to propose an alliance instead of an alliance with the Marquis del clan. This made Laura and Quinn John happy, but at the same time, doubt arose in their hearts. They looked at the radishes on the table, and the quality could be said to be the highest. No matter who he cooperated with, the other party would give him the best conditions. So why did Zhao Hai choose them? Laura looked at Zhao Hai and calmly said, "Why does Mister want to form an alliance with me? You know, if Mister were to form an alliance with the Marquis del clan, then Mister would obtain even greater benefits." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Miss Laura, this is also a business, and business is done with familiarity. I know Miss Laura, but I don't know the people of the Marquis del clan. Moreover, I have heard of a saying that a big shop bullies its customers. Although I don't have many good things on me, I still have a lot of them. If I were to cooperate with the Marquis del clan, I wouldn't feel at ease." When they heard Zhao Hai's words and thought of the numerous fire fishes outside, Laura and Quinn John felt relieved. Although those fire fishes represented a lot of gold coins, they were also a source of trouble. If Zhao Hai were to cooperate with a big clan, then it was very likely that he would be swallowed whole. Thinking of this point, Laura couldn't help but say, "Very well, then I won't be polite. From today onwards, I, Laura, will be Mr. Zhao Hai's staunchest ally. I ask Mister to believe in Laura." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "If I didn't believe Miss Laura, then I wouldn't have talked about cooperation with Miss Laura today. Now, I ask Miss Laura to give me an accurate number. How many magic radishes can you eat in a month?" Laura sat there and calculated. With a sinking voice, she said, right now, I don't need much. Our store has a supplier who has cooperated with us for a long time. Even if we want to purchase from Mr., we still need to prepare in advance. If Mr. agrees, then I will send someone to collect 10,000 jin in 3 days. How about it? 10,000 jin. Zhao Hai frowned. This number was really too little. It was far from his original plan. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's frown and thought that Zhao Hai didn't have that many radishes. She quickly said, what's wrong? Does Mr. have a problem? If the quantity is too large, then take as much as you have first. Zhao Hai forced a smile and waved his hand. Miss Laura is overthinking. It's not that the quantity is too large, but rather that the quantity is too small. I want to know how many magic radishes Miss Laura can buy in a month in all your stores. Laura froze for a moment. Her eyes unconsciously flashed with a trace of light. She quickly said, in all my stores in the Purcell Duchy, I can buy about 400,000 jin of magic radishes a month. If Mr.'s magic radishes are of this quality, then I can purchase them at the price of 60 copper coins per jin. I don't know if Mr. is satisfied with this price? Zhao Hai nodded. I'm very satisfied. Then it's settled. I can tell Miss Laura that if Miss Laura only needs 400,000 jin of magic radishes a month, then I can completely supply you. Moreover, the quality is the same as the sample. No matter when Miss Laura comes to pick it up, I will have it in stock. When Laura and Qin John heard Zhao Hai's words, they were pleasantly surprised. Laura quickly said, Mr. isn't joking, right? 400,000 jin a month isn't a small amount. Can Mr. provide it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Miss Laura, rest assured. I said that we would be cooperating for a long time. Naturally, I wouldn't deceive you. 400,000 jin a month, as long as you have it. The price will be according to Miss Laura's words. Laura's face was full of excitement. Good. Then it's settled. 3 days later, my Mr. will come to pick up 10,000 jin. At the same time, I will send the payment to Mr. Zhao Hai smiled. This isn't urgent. In fact, I still have a business that I want to do with Miss Laura. Does Miss Laura also sell fruit oil? Laura stared blankly for a moment, then nodded. Naturally. Fruit oil is the continent's most common commodity. The demand for it is huge. Although the profit per jin isn't much, the profit isn't small. Does Mr. still have fruit oil on hand? Zhao Hai shook his head. For the time being, I don't have any. This time, I just wanted to ask Miss Laura for a favor. I don't know if Miss Laura would be able to change the payment to an oil press when you come to pick up the magic radishes. I have a lot of oil fruits in my hands, but these oil fruits haven't yet been pressed for oil. Laura and Kuan looked at each other and saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. One must know that there were very few people in the continent who would specialize in planting oil fruit trees or rice bamboo. Even the main production areas of oil fruit trees were mostly wild ones, or some oil fruit trees that weren't in good condition. These places were generally controlled by small nobles, because the large nobles wouldn't do this kind of business. Their profits were too little. Kuan looked at Laura and Kuan. Laura and Kuan looked at each other and saw that Laura and Kuan were puzzled. Now, Zhao Hai said that he had a lot of oil fruits in his hands. Was he a small aristocrat? That wasn't right. If he was a small aristocrat, it would be impossible for him to have things like spatial equipment. In the end, what was going on? Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, What's wrong? Miss Laura, do you have any difficulties? Laura was startled and recovered. She quickly said, There's no difficulty. I just don't know what kind of oil press Mr. needs. Is it wind-powered, water-powered, or animal-powered? Zhao Hai was surprised. He really didn't think that there would be so many kinds of oil presses. He quickly asked, What's the difference? Laura smiled faintly and said, There's a big difference. If Mr. wants a spacious place to extract oil, then it would be best to use wind-powered ones. If it's a moat, then it would be best to use water-powered ones. If you don't have either, then you can only use animal-powered ones. Zhao Hai nodded. He thought about Fort Iron Mountain. There was no doubt that both wind and water-powered ones could be used. The black waste was very spacious, and the wind wasn't small. A wind-powered oil press was very suitable. The moat's water was flowing, so using water-powered ones and animal-powered ones wasn't a problem. Now that he had a lot of undead, he could use these guys who didn't know how to get tired to push the machines. It seemed that these three were good choices. But after thinking about it, Xianxia rejected the wind and water-powered oil presses. Right now, Fort Iron Mountain wasn't safe. Who knows when a beast tide would break out? Although Drunk and the others went to the swamp to catch undead and magic beasts, they hadn't made any progress. If a beast tide broke out, then Fort Iron Mountain still wouldn't have any defensive capabilities. When that time comes, even if they built a wind-powered or water-powered oil press, it would still be destroyed. Thinking about this, Xianxia turned to Laura and said, "Miss Laura, how much do you know about these 3 oil presses? Do you know the quality of the animal-powered oil press? Is it easy to transport?" Laura didn't open her mouth this time. Instead, she turned to look at Quinn John. Obviously, Quinn John had more right to speak about these things than she did. Quinn John didn't hold back and said, "Of these 3 oil presses, the water-powered one is actually the best. It can extract the most oil every day. The wind-powered one is a bit worse, and the animal-powered one is the worst. However, the water-powered and wind-powered ones are very large and not suitable for transport. On the other hand, the animal-powered one is small. As long as there is a house, it can extract oil, which is also very suitable for transport." Today's guaranteed 2 chapters, striving for 3. Obviously, he was going all out. Xianxia nodded and said, "Mr. Quinn John, do you know how much oil this animal-powered oil press can produce in a day?" Quinn John said, "Generally, a single machine can produce about 1,000 gene of oil a day. Of course, this output can only be achieved if it is produced day and night." Xianxia nodded and said, "The oil output isn't low. What is the price of this oil press?" Quinn John said, "The price isn't expensive. 100 gold coins for one. The main function of this oil press is to extract fruit oil, and fruit oil is very cheap. If it were too expensive, no one would buy it." Xianxia nodded and turned to Laura. "Miss Laura, the next time you come to pick up the magic radishes, please bring me 5 animal-powered oil presses. I don't know if that would be convenient?" Laura quickly nodded and said, "It's convenient. There's no trouble. Mr. can rest assured that I will certainly prepare them for you. These 5 machines can be considered as my gift to Mr." Zhao smiled faintly. Miss Laura is too polite. Now that we are allies and have a cooperative relationship, the accounts naturally need to be calculated clearly. The cost of the 5 oil presses will be deducted from the magic radishes. If I really need Miss Laura's help in the future, I will certainly not be polite. Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Miss Laura is too polite." When Laura heard Xianxia say this, she didn't know what to say. She just nodded and said, "That's good. Mr. can rest assured that in 3 days, the goods will be delivered on time." Xianxia smiled faintly and turned to Green. "Go and have them prepare a few fire fishes for Miss Laura. Consider it my gift to Miss Laura." Then he turned to Laura and said, "I see that Miss Laura seems to like fire fishes very much. There aren't many of these fishes that have grown up, so I'll give Miss Laura a few. I hope Miss Laura won't dislike them." Laura didn't decline. A few fire fishes weren't worth much money, so if she was too polite, it would seem too hypocritical. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. To be honest, I really like to eat fire fishes. This time, I'm really lucky to be able to eat them." Xianxia smiled and said, "Right, Miss Laura, I also want to ask you something. I don't know if you have a market for blue-eyed rabbits?" Laura was surprised, but she immediately remembered that Xianxia had bought 300 blue-eyed rabbits some time ago. Now that he asked this question, it was obvious that he wanted to raise rabbits. However, Laura didn't have much contact with blue-eyed rabbits. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but frown. "We really haven't done business with blue-eyed rabbits, but we do have some business dealings with meat processing factories. I can help Mr. ask." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Laura. I'm going to open a breeding factory to raise animals that ordinary people can afford to eat, such as blue-eyed rabbits, long-haired pigs, scaleless fish, and so on. Currently, I already have breeding rabbits for blue-eyed rabbits, but I still don't have seedlings for long-haired pigs and scaleless fish. I'll have to ask Miss Laura to help me pay attention to this. Laura nodded. That won't be a problem. I'll immediately inform Mr. Since Mr. wants to manage such a variety of things, it seems that our marquee company will also need to add some projects. In the Ark continent, there were a lot of meat processing factories. These factories would make things like fire feet or canned food. The price of fire feet wasn't very expensive. Of course, if it was a special fire foot, only aristocrats could afford it. Canned food was generally eaten by commoners or directly supplied to the army, so there were a lot of them. Although Laura didn't help with the meat processing business, her store had a lot of canned food and fire feet for sale. Naturally, she knew some people who worked in meat processing factories. These meat processing factories naturally needed to collect some magic beasts that could be used for meat. It wasn't enough to just collect them from commoners' homes, so they had to rely on pastures to supply them. Ranching had always been a very profitable business. Laura had always wanted to open a ranch, but unfortunately, in the Purcell Duchy, the land that could be used to open a ranch had already been occupied by the Purcell clan, so she hadn't been able to do it. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he smiled and said, "That would be the best. In the future, there will be more and more products, so there will be more opportunities for us to cooperate." Laura smiled and said, "That's for sure. Mister, I still have a question to ask. What kind of dishes did Mister invite us to eat today? Why haven't I seen them before?" Zhao Hai knew that Laura would ask this question, so he smiled and said, "Those are some new varieties of magic vegetables that are unique to us. In other parts of the continent, you will never see them." To tell Miss Laura the truth, in addition to being a magician, I also have a strong interest in the study of various plants. Those vegetables are a combination of wild plants and vegetables that I have researched. However, the current production is still too low, so there is no way for me to cooperate with Miss Laura. Zhao Hai was currently making money. Those vegetables from Earth were things that had never been seen before in the continent. If he were to suddenly take them out, it would be very difficult to sell them. Therefore, Zhao Hai intended to wait until his income stabilized before slowly trying to grow those vegetables. Laura nodded, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can you give me some of those vegetables? I want to go back and try them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That won't be a problem." 3 days later, when Miss Laura sends someone to pick up the magic radishes, I will prepare those vegetables for Miss Laura. Laura nodded. At this time, Green also came in from the door. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the fire fishes have been prepared. A total of 20 of them have been frozen to keep them fresh." Zhao Hai just nodded gently, then turned to Laura and said, "It's already late, so I won't keep Miss Laura. 3 days later, if Miss Laura has something to do, you don't have to come personally." Laura and Quinn John stood up. Laura smiled and said, "Then it's settled. Please rest assured, Mister. If Mister asks of me, Laura will definitely do it well." After she finished speaking, she bowed to Zhao Hai and walked out the door. Zhao Hai sent Laura and the others out of Bluestone Villa's gate. Only then did he let Green and Alien take Laura and the others down the mountain. Zhao Hai then returned to the living room. Not long after Zhao Hai entered the living room, Green came back. As soon as he entered the room, Green took off his helmet and threw it to the side. He said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, this time Laura only asked for a few radishes. Our funds are still lacking." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, but we can't be anxious right now. The quality of our radishes is there. Later on, Laura will certainly want a lot of our radishes. I'm not that anxious. Right now, we still have more than 1,000 gold coins. Grandpa Green will be going to Casa City in the near future to buy some books about the continent's flora and fauna. Secondly, he will need to issue some missions to buy exotic flowers and herbs. Thirdly, he will need to pay attention to the situation of the slave trade. In the future, if we want to develop, we will need a lot of slaves." Green nodded, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the mine in Iron Mountain has been cleaned up. Do you think it's time to release the blue-eyed rabbits from the space?" Zhao nodded. "Yes, but I want to wait until the oil presses arrive before we start raising them. That way, the blue-eyed rabbits won't have anything to eat. In the next few days, I want Grandma Merlin to go to the lake and see if there are any other spirit beasts there. If there aren't any, then we can buy some scaleless fish seedlings and throw them in. Green nodded and said, then we'll wait until Laura delivers the oil presses. After we install the oil presses, I'll go to Casa City. Xiaohai nodded and said, alright, we can wait a few more days. As long as we cooperate with Laura, we will have a steady stream of income. Although our current income isn't high, it's enough for us to use. We still don't want to be too flamboyant. Green nodded, his eyes sparkling as he said, as long as the fruit oil is produced and the ranch can produce, our income will certainly increase. At that time, we can buy more slaves and slowly develop. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, yes, we can't be too anxious right now. If we are too anxious, it'll be easy to reveal flaws. When the time comes, the trouble will be even bigger. In fact, our biggest problem right now isn't how to develop, but the carrion swamp. The magic beasts there have always been a sore point for me. If we don't solve the problem there, then our development won't be good. Now, I only hope that drunk can make progress. After listening to Xiaohai, Green didn't speak. He also knew that what Xiaohai said was right. If the problem in the carrion swamp wasn't solved, then their ranch and farm would just be empty words. Otherwise, once the magic beasts in the carrion swamp rioted, everything would be destroyed. Although Xiaohai could take those things into the space, it wasn't a long-term solution. In the future, if their creatures were to grow, then relying on the space alone wouldn't be enough. The space ranch could only raise 1,000 animals at a time. However, if they raised a lot of animals, then it might not be enough. The same was true for the farm. The farm only had 10 acres of land. If it was only radishes, then it would be very easy to supply. The oil fruits wouldn't be a problem, but if other crops were added, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, in the future, their development focus would still be on the outside. This way, the problem of the carrion swamp would have to be solved. With such a threat, it would be very difficult for Xiaohai to develop. Laura and the others sat in the carriage while Searle and the others followed. Now that they were out of Stony Mountain, Laura and the others didn't speak. After a while, Laura opened the windows on both sides of the carriage and said to Searle, Searle, have you eaten? Searle stared blankly. He didn't know what Laura meant. Although he was Laura's chief bodyguard, Laura had never cared about whether he had eaten or not. But since Laura asked, he couldn't not answer. He immediately nodded and said, replying to the young lady, we have eaten. Laura quickly asked, what did you eat? Searle couldn't help but feel strange, but he still said, the food was delivered by Mr. Xiaohai's undead. There were flatbread, rabbit meat, and several vegetables, but I haven't seen them before. Laura asked, how was the taste? Searle nodded and said, it's very delicious. Moreover, all the vegetables and meat that they brought seemed to be magic vegetables. Their magic power is very strong, much stronger than ordinary vegetables. One of the dishes seems to be a magic radish dish, which is several times better than the magic radish in our store. Laura nodded and closed the window. She turned to Quinjon and said, Grandpa Quinjon, what do you think? Quinjon looked at Laura and said, unfathomable. Xiaohai must have a big influence behind him. He should be a spokesperson for this big influence. But what makes me feel strange is, which big influence on the continent would use this kind of method to make money? Those big influences have their own distribution network, so it shouldn't be our turn. Could it be that they are specifically targeting us? Then Quinjon immediately shook his head, denying his own guess. Impossible. Right now, our enemies are at most the heirs of the Marquis del clan, but we can't be regarded as their real enemy. After all, our current scene is too small compared to the other members of the Marquis del clan. We can't be regarded as a threat to them, and they wouldn't send people to scheme against us. Moreover, the Marquis del clan hasn't gotten any fire fishes, while Zhao has a lot of fire fishes in his hands. Obviously, it's impossible for our enemies to specially deal with us. We aren't worth the enemy's effort. Quinjon nodded. He didn't know what to say, but he didn't know what to say. Laura nodded and said, yes, from Mr. Xiaohai's words, we can hear that he seems to have a large territory. This territory can produce a lot of oil fruits, raise fish, run ranches, and even produce fire fishes. I really can't think of anyone else on the continent who has such a territory. Even if there was such a territory, it should have been occupied long ago. Why would Zhao Hai want to cooperate with us? Quinjon frowned and said, this is really hard to say. He said that he has done a lot of research on plants, and it doesn't seem like he was lying. If he didn't do research on plants, it would be impossible for him to make magic radishes of that quality, and it would be even more impossible for him to make vegetables that we haven't seen before. Did you notice when we were eating today? They didn't eat much of the fire fishes, and even the servants were the same. Obviously, in their eyes, fire fishes aren't something rare. Moreover, the blue-eyed rabbits they ate contained magic power that was more than 10 times that of ordinary blue-eyed rabbits. As far as I know, there is only one way to raise such blue-eyed rabbits, and that is to feed them with magic vegetables. This shows that he must have an accidental territory, and his territory also produces magic vegetables. It's very likely that he bought blue-eyed rabbits from Casa City in order to make them into breeding rabbits. Laura nodded and said, I told him to form an alliance with the Marquis del clan, but he didn't want to. He only wanted to form an alliance with us. It doesn't seem like he wants to go against the Marquis del clan, but it also doesn't seem like he wants to go against us. Moreover, his origin is so mysterious. It's really strange. In the continent, a powerful black magician like him should be a famous figure, but I've never heard of him. The strangest thing is that the level of the warrior at his side isn't low, and the level of the maid magician isn't low either. He can even turn a light magician into a high-level creature. This person's body has too many secrets, right? Kuan nodded. Indeed, Zhao's body has a lot of secrets. The warrior beside him is around 8th level. Even if I were to fight him one-on-one, I'm afraid I would lose. His maid is at least a 6th level mage. Considering her age, she is definitely a magic talent. And his cook is also a mage, and her level is higher than the girl's. If he really has more than 1,000 undead summoned beasts, then Zhao's power is not small. In the Purcell Duchy, he can almost do whatever he wants. Kuan nodded. That's right, Zhao has a lot of secrets. Even if I were to fight him one-on-one, I'm afraid I would still lose. His maid is at least a 6th level mage. Laura frowned and said, in any case, it seems that this Zhao Hai doesn't have any malicious intentions towards us. We can do business with him. If he can really provide us with good quality magic radishes, then it would be very good for us. As long as we are careful when doing business with him, then it's fine. After all, having such an ally is much better than having such an enemy. We also need such an ally. Quinjon nodded and said, moreover, I suspect that Zhao Hai's identity isn't as simple as being a black magician. There are many black magicians on the continent, but there aren't many who don't lift their veils when eating. Zhao Hai did this, so it's impossible for him to do this because he's ugly. It must be because he's afraid of others seeing his face. Laura smiled faintly and said, no matter what his identity is, it has nothing to do with us. As long as we know that he doesn't have any hostility towards us, then it's fine. Kuan let out a long sigh, then he nodded and said, the young lady is right, no matter who he is, as long as he isn't hostile to us, then he can cooperate with us. However, we still need to pay attention to this person. He hasn't been in Stony Mountain for a long time, but he was able to get so many fire fishes. This in itself isn't an easy thing to do, not to mention that he was able to transport the fire fishes under the watchful eyes of so many people. This in itself shows his strength. He also has a spatial equipment in his hand, and he also knows our whereabouts. It seems like he has also arranged people in Casa City. This person's work is watertight, we must be careful. He must be very careful. Laura nodded and said, Grandpa Quinjon, don't worry. I know what to do, but I don't think he will do anything to us. As long as we don't deal with him and maintain a cooperative relationship with him, then there won't be any problems. Grandpa Quinjon, you can see that Mr. Zhao Hai has a good impression of us. Quinjon smiled and said, this is true. Hee, I think he has taken a fancy to you, young lady. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to cooperate with us. When Laura heard what Quinjon said, she couldn't help but coquettishly say, Grandpa Quinjon, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Mr. Zhao Hai take a fancy to me? Even if he did, I might not necessarily take a fancy to him. He makes himself so mysterious that he doesn't even dare to show his face. Quinn John couldn't help but laugh, making Laura's face redden even more. Laura's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. After all, Zhao Hai had saved her life, and he was also very mysterious. This made Laura feel grateful to Zhao Hai, but she also felt a trace of curiosity. When a woman was curious about a man, she was afraid that her heart wouldn't be far from falling. Laura and the others had now made up their minds to cooperate with Zhao Hai. In fact, if it was the Marquis del clan's patriarch, they would never cooperate with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had too many secrets, and secrets meant trouble. Moreover, the strength that Zhao Hai had shown wasn't weak. Generally, large clans wouldn't cooperate with people like him who hid their heads and showed their tails, for fear of being schemed against. However, Laura wasn't afraid. This was because she didn't have anything worthy of being schemed against by people like Zhao Hai. Although the things that Zhao Hai had shown were from the space, Laura didn't know about the existence of the space. In their view, what Zhao Hai had shown was strength, a strength that almost didn't lose out to the Marquis del clan. People with such strength wouldn't need to scheme against a small person like her. This was why she dared to cooperate with Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was also preparing to cooperate with Laura. He had to prepare several large empty rooms in the castle for the oil press. He also had to tidy up the mine to raise the blue-eyed rabbits. He also had to check the lake in the mountains with Marine and see if there were any water-type magic beasts. In the past, the reason why Zhao Hai hadn't made any moves was because he didn't have the funds. Although he had obtained more than 1,000 gold coins from Garan and the others, if he didn't have a stable source of income, then these gold coins would be spent sooner or later. Therefore, before Zhao Hai had a deal with Laura, he didn't dare to move these gold coins. Now that he had formed an alliance with Laura, and 3 days later, he would receive the first funds. Although it was small, it was still a stable source of income. He believed that in the future, their income would only increase. Therefore, it was time to prepare for the things that he hadn't prepared before. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to Fort Iron Mountain, it was already afternoon. The slaves weren't idle at this time. A large number of slaves were still repairing the castle. The female slaves were still planting oil trees and alfalfa on the mountain. Iron Mountain was very big, so it was impossible for them to plant everything in a short time. Even if they had finished planting, they couldn't just leave them alone. Now was the time when weeds were overgrown, so they had to watch and weed them. After Zhao Hai returned, he immediately arranged for people to clean up the rooms. There were still many large rooms in the outer castle. These rooms were originally the castle's warehouses, but since no one lived in them for a long time, they were abandoned. Now, they could be used as the oil press. If he didn't prepare, he wouldn't have known. Now that he was preparing, Zhao Hai discovered that he had thought of things too simply. He thought that as long as he prepared the oil press, he would be able to produce fruit oil. But when it came time to prepare, he discovered that he still lacked a lot of things. First of all, they needed a place to clean the oil fruits. After the oil fruits were taken out, they needed to be washed before the oil could be extracted. Otherwise, the oil would have some hairs on the skin, which would affect the quality of the oil. Secondly, they needed to constantly put oil nuts into the oil press. This required manpower, as well as tools. Although Zhao had a lot of living materials, he didn't have the tools to extract oil. But he didn't have the tools to do so. Although he had a lot of living materials, he didn't have the tools to extract oil. Third, they also needed to prepare tools. They could use wooden barrels or iron boxes. They couldn't just let the oil drip onto the ground. Moreover, 1,000 jin of oil a day wasn't a small amount, so they needed to prepare a lot of barrels. Right now, Zhao Hai didn't have any carpenters in his hands. There was no one who could make wooden barrels, and the cost of making iron barrels was too high. Zhao Hai didn't have enough money to buy iron barrels, so he could only buy some for now. As a result, Zhao Hai found that the money he had wasn't enough to do anything. Even if he wanted to develop faster, it would be impossible. Zhao Hai didn't have any other way. He could only wait until the oil press arrived, then he would go to Kasa City to see how much the barrels cost. Then he would prepare to buy some barrels. Zhao Hai now had some regrets. He shouldn't have bought the oil press first. It would have been better if he had kept the money to buy other things. What he should do now was to save up some blue-eyed rabbits and have Laura find a buyer for him. After all, for Xianxia, this was equivalent to a business without any capital. Due to the lack of funds, the oil extraction factory might not be able to take shape for a while. However, the rooms still needed to be tidied up. When the oil extractors arrived, they needed a place to install them. After letting the slaves clean up the rooms, Xianxia and Merlin left the castle and went straight to the mountain lake. There were no fish in the mountain lake, probably due to the effects of the poison during the beast tide. However, they could not rule out the possibility that there might be powerful water-type magical beasts in the lake. If there really were water-type magical beasts, then the fish they threw in would be equivalent to feeding the magical beasts. To be safe, Xianxia decided to let Merlin investigate the mountain lake carefully to determine if there were any magical beasts here. Green, Meg, and the others also followed. If they really found a powerful water magic beast in the lake and the mountain, they could also help to deal with it. Although they had checked before, Merlin was more careful this time. At the same time, she was also checking the direction of the water flow. After all, if they didn't check the direction of the water flow in the lake, no matter how many fish they threw in, they would run away. Fortunately, there really weren't any water-type magical beasts in the lake. Moreover, the water flow didn't seem to be very fast. There were also no creatures in the water. It seems like the undead and magic beasts in the swamp were too poisonous, so there weren't any life forms in the mountain lake. Xianxia was still somewhat worried, so he sent an undead into the lake to find the source of the water. Unfortunately, there was no way to find the source of the water. This lake was also strange. On the right side of Xianxia, there was an inlet, while on the left side of Xianxia, there was an outlet. The inlet and outlet were dug out by the dwarves, but there was something wrong with these two openings. The news from the undead was that the inlet and outlet were blocked by something, so they couldn't pass through. This made Xianxia surprised. He quickly entered the space and opened the screen, wanting to see what was under the water. The situation at the bottom surprised Xianxia. Although there weren't any big fish or magic beasts in the lake, it didn't look empty at all. There were a lot of aquatic plants growing in the water, and most importantly, Xianxia actually saw some coral-like things in the water. This was what made Xianxia surprised. He didn't understand why there were coral-like things at the bottom of the lake. He remembered that corals generally lived in the sea, so how could there be corals at the bottom of the lake? However, it was a pity that he was too far away from the water outlet and the water inlet. He couldn't see what was blocking the water outlet and the water inlet. Zhao had to call back the undead that had been sent into the water. Then he gave him the ghost cane and had him take the ghost cane to the entrance and exit of the water. In fact, Xianxia already had an answer in his heart. The inlet and outlet were most likely blocked by corals. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. He could just raise fish in the lake. Marine also followed Xianxia and looked at the screen. Soon, the undead reached the inlet of the lake. The inlet of the lake was very large, more than 10 meters high and 20 meters wide. But now, the inlet was completely blocked by a kind of coral-like thing. This thing was blue, and it looked like a blue crystal in the water. It was very beautiful. When Marine saw this thing, she nodded and said, "So it's a crystal hornworm." "Right, only this kind of thing can hide from my detection. It's possible to survive in this place." Xianxia looked at Marine with a puzzled expression. "Grandma Marine, what is a crystal hornworm?" Marine smiled and said, "This crystal hornworm is a very special water-type creature. Its body is very small, and ordinary detection magic can't find it. This kind of worm doesn't have any attack power, and nobody knows how they survive in the water. They only know that they can secrete a kind of crystal that looks like a magic crystal. This kind of crystal is very hard, and it's very difficult for a 5th-level warrior to hurt them with a sword. Most importantly, this kind of worm can adapt to any kind of environment. As long as the water reaches a certain depth, they can survive and slowly form this kind of blue crystal that looks like a deer's antler. Moreover, this kind of worm isn't afraid of poison. There are some alchemists who collect this kind of worm to make antidotes." When Xianxia heard what she said, he understood that this crystal hornworm was a little like the evolved coral polyps. It could survive in any kind of water environment, and it wasn't afraid of poison. It was no wonder that there weren't any water-type magic beasts in this mountain lake, but there were so many coral-like things. Zhao Hai looked at the coral-like things made by the crystal hornworm and couldn't help but nod. This is very good. It saves us a lot of trouble and we can raise fish in the lake. Merlin smiled and said, not only that. In fact, although the crystals formed by the crystal hornworms don't have much use, they are very beautiful. Most aristocrats like these things very much and like to put them in their homes. As long as these crystals are placed in the room, they can prevent the attack of some poison-type magic. Even if someone wants to poison you, you will discover that these crystals have a special characteristic. When they are placed in the house, if poison enters within 5 meters of them, they will emit a faint fragrance. Therefore, many aristocrats have many of these things in their homes. The price of these things is also very expensive. There are many of these blue crystals in this lake. If young master dug them out, you can sell them for a lot of money. Zhao Hai smiled and said, forget it. Let them stay in the lake. This way, the lake will look more beautiful. There's no need to rush to dig it out. In any case, this thing can't run away. Marine didn't have any opinion. In fact, she knew that the crystal hornworm had another advantage. If this kind of crystal hornworm was used to raise fish, then the fish would rarely get sick and the survival rate would be very high. However, she didn't need to tell Zhao Hai about this. Zhao Hai's space could be used to raise fish, and the survival rate was 100%. It was much better than the crystal hornworm. However, Zhao Hai decided not to dig up these blue crystals. There were also benefits. After all, in the future, they would need to raise them on a large scale. Zhao Hai's space couldn't do it, so they could only put them in the lake. These things were very beneficial to the fish. After looking around, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Now, as long as they could get some scaleless fish seedlings, then their fish farm would be set up. When they returned to the castle, the several large warehouses were already prepared. Zhao Hai and Green looked at them and felt that they were good. Then they returned to the space. For the next 3 days, Zhao Hai stayed in Bluestone Villa, waiting for Laura to send someone to pick up the radishes. In the past few days, he had planted more radishes in the space. In the past 3 days, he had also harvested 9 seasons of radishes. Now, even if Laura wanted a few 100,000 gene of radishes, he wouldn't be afraid that he wouldn't be able to get them. In these 3 days, he had also harvested 2 harvests of oil fruits. Now, he had a lot of oil fruits in his hands. He had almost 10 million caddies of them. This was the 3rd batch of oil fruits he had planted. This time, he had harvested the first batch of oil fruits from the 3rd batch. In addition to the oil fruits, in the past 3 days, Zhao Hai had also harvested 1,000 mature big rabbits and 70,000 small rabbits. However, he didn't harvest the scaled wildebeests. Instead, he raised rabbits in the ranch. In Zhao Hai's view, the scaled wildebeests were a bit of a chicken rib. Even if it was a meat processing plant, they wouldn't be able to harvest them. This was because the meat was very thick and wasn't delicious. The army also didn't need them because they could only be used to carry things. They weren't used as mounts for cavalry. If they were used for farming, then they would be very good. However, right now, Zhao Hai didn't have much land to farm, so these horses wouldn't be used for the time being. In the past 3 days, Zhao Hai had almost finished transforming the land in Iron Mountain Canyon. As long as the land was transformed, Zhao Hai was ready to send some slaves to build a small village there. He would let the slaves live there and make it a relatively independent existence. Zhao Hai had always attached great importance to the canyon. Aside from the space, Zhao Hai had determined that it would be the most stable rear base. The terrain of the canyon was very hidden, and the mountains on all sides blocked the cold wind. The water source wasn't difficult, and there were 2 ways to communicate with the outside world. It could be said that it was very convenient and suitable for people to live there. Zhao Hai believed that in the future, he would have more and more people under his command. With the size of the Black Waste, as long as he had the strength, he could establish a small principality here. With more people, it was naturally impossible for all of them to live in Iron Mountain Castle. Those people would still have to go out and establish villages. However, before he had enough strength to establish a country, Zhao Hai could only build a small village in the canyon as a pilot. He wanted to see if there were any problems that needed to be improved, so that he could build a bigger village in the future. However, the land in the canyon hadn't really been improved yet, so it wasn't time to build a village. Zhao Hai only had such an idea right now. 3 days passed quickly, and Zhao Hai was almost ready. Now they were waiting for Laura to deliver the oil press, so that Green could go to Casa City. At noon on the 3rd day, the Marquis del Clan's convoy arrived at the foot of Stony Mountain. This time, Laura didn't appear, but Green did. They didn't let the Marquis del Clan's people go up Stony Mountain. Instead, they used the 5 carriages that Green had bought to send the radishes to the foot of the mountain. Then they pulled the oil press that Laura had bought to the carriages. In addition to the 5 oil presses, the Marquis del Clan also gave Green 200 gold coins, as well as a set of books. This set of books was an encyclopedia of the continent's flora and fauna, written by a continent's alchemist. This set of books was a gift from Laura to Zhao Hai. Last time, Zhao Hai had told Laura that he had done some research on plants and was preparing to open a ranch. Laura wanted to form an alliance with Zhao Hai, so of course she wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. So she bought this set of books and gave it to Zhao Hai. This set of books wasn't commonly seen on the continent. In order to write this book, the alchemist had spent no less than 20 months collecting information on the continent's flora and fauna. He had also visited many alchemists before finally going to many places to study those flora and fauna. Finally, he had written this set of books. Because this set of books wasn't a magic book, there weren't many of them printed. Generally, only alchemists would have a set. In addition to the 10,000 gene of radishes that Zhao Hai gave to the Marquis del Clan, he also gave them 110 fire fishes. These were all promised to Laura by Zhao Hai. The extra 10 fire fishes were a gift from Zhao Hai to Laura. The oil presses that Laura gave to Zhao Hai weren't very big. The 5 strong oil presses only needed 5 carriages to carry them. When they went back, they would be able to carry the radishes. Green didn't have to do much to bring the 5 oil presses up to the mountain. When they reached the mountain, he didn't unload the carriages. Instead, he had Zhao Hai put the carriages into the space. The oil presses were beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. There was a manual that guided you on how to arrange the oil presses. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He really didn't understand what was going on in the Ark continent. It was said that there was no science here. Their alchemy and alchemy were somewhat related to science. There was also no machine civilization here. The oil presses were very well designed. It couldn't be said that there was no science here. Moreover, there were magic and battle chi that didn't exist on Earth. This made Zhao Hai really speechless. After receiving the oil presses and 200 gold coins, Zhao Hai went directly to Iron Mountain Fort and put the oil presses in the warehouse. It must be said that the design of the oil presses was very good. It was 3 meters high and at the top was a large barrel. At the bottom was something like a millstone with a long rod that could be pulled by a magic beast. At the bottom was an oil outlet that could be pulled by a pipe. From here, the oil could be directly poured out. There was also an oil residue outlet. It looked very simple, but the entire machine's battlefield area was more than 20 square meters. Its volume wasn't small. However, the oil presses could be dismantled into several parts. Otherwise, a carriage wouldn't be able to pull it. Zhao Hai looked at it. The inlet was too high from the ground. If one wanted to add materials, there were only 2 ways. One was to put some boards next to the inlet to form a slope. People could directly push carts to the inlet to add materials. The other way was to use a conveyor belt. Using a conveyor belt was a relatively easy method. They could directly load the oil nuts from below onto the conveyor belt, and then send them through the conveyor belt to the filling port. This oil presses didn't have a conveyor belt. It was likely that no one in the continent would use it. This conveyor belt was something that Zhao Hai saw in some grain depots on Earth. The method of putting up boards was commonly used in the continent. Some people would directly dig a big hole in the ground and then put the oil presses in the hole. This way, they could add materials on the ground. However, after the materials were taken out, people would have to carry the oil barrels out of the hole. Zhao Hai didn't want to use this method. If he did, he would have to dig a hole in the castle. This wasn't an easy thing to do. The castle's ground was made of stone. If he wanted to dig a hole, he would have to lift the stones out. Otherwise, he would have to demolish the house. Zhao Hai still wanted to make a conveyor belt. It must be said that a conveyor belt wasn't very difficult to make. The required power could be directly obtained from the oil presses. However, some modifications were needed. Fortunately, the oil presses were made of metal. If he wanted to modify it, he only needed to add some metal parts. However, there was a problem. In Zhao Hai's group, there wasn't a blacksmith. If he really wanted to make a conveyor belt, he would have to find a blacksmith. Moreover, this blacksmith's ability couldn't be too weak. Zhao Hai asked Green and the others. Although there were a lot of machines in the continent that could use magic stones as power, such a simple machine that could only extract oil wasn't worthy of using magic stones as power. He was afraid that the money he made from extracting oil wouldn't be enough to buy magic stones. Therefore, this kind of machine was generally designed to be powered by water, wind, or animal. Since there was no way to make a conveyor belt, they could only build boards. Fortunately, they didn't lack boards. However, they didn't have a caravan for transporting oil fruits. They also didn't have barrels. Green had to go to Casa City to buy some. Green was also aware of this situation, so he immediately left for Casa City. Zhao Hai began to build boards for the oil presses in Iron Mountain Fort. At the same time, he also needed to prepare a place to wash the oil fruits. Fortunately, the city's water source was very convenient. Zhao Hai directly made and the others built a huge stone pond outside of the oil presses to wash the oil fruits. Then the oil fruits would be transported to the houses and sent to the oil presses through the boards. The water in the pond was always flowing, so there was no need to change the water. If the small hairs on the oil fruits were to flow into the moat, they would become fish food. However, Zhao Hai also calculated that one oil press would need at least one person to add the ingredients and one person to watch the oil and oil residue. If the people cleaning the oil fruits were included, then it would need at least 4 people. 5 oil presses would need at least 20 people to complete. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the manpower. He didn't want to use slaves to work in this oil press. This was because the oil press needed to work 24 hours a day. If they were to use slaves, then they would need at least 3 shifts. In other words, if they were to use slaves, then they would need at least 60 people in order to ensure the normal operation of the oil press. Zhao Hai currently had more than 100 people in his hands. It was impossible for him to assign 60 people to this oil press. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use the undead for this oil press. 20 humanoid undead would be responsible for adding the ingredients and producing the oil. However, Zhao Hai wanted to use the scaled wildebeests to pull the oil. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to use other undead to replace the scaled wildebeests. It was just that he didn't have any suitable undead. The undead that he collected last time were all from the Carrion Swamp. Not only were their bodies huge, but they weren't suitable for pulling things. The strength needed to move the oil press wasn't too big, but it must be stable. For example, Alien's body was huge, so it was naturally impossible for them to pull the oil press. Like the big rats, their speed wasn't stable. Therefore, in the end, Zhao Hai wanted to use the scaled wildebeests to pull the oil press. Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of scaled wildebeests in his hands, but it was enough. Zhao Hai had already planned to kill a few scaled wildebeests and turn them into undead. This way, the problem would be solved. Zhao Hai was now ready. He just needed to wait for Green to buy the things that they needed. Then he could officially start work. The opening of the oil processing plant wasn't a trivial matter. As long as the oil processing plant was opened, they would be able to obtain another stable source of income. At the same time, they would be able to obtain high-quality fodder like oil residues. Their rabbit farm would also be able to open up. With this, they would have another stable source of income. For the Buddha clan, this was very important. Laura was somewhat worried as she stood in front of Casa City's most famous Higanbana daily necessities store. This store was Laura's largest and most famous store. It was the Marquis del clan's main store in the Purcell Duchy, and Laura usually oversaw the store. Today, the reason Laura was waiting in the store was because she was waiting for the convoy to come back from Stony Mountain. This time, the amount of magic radishes they'd purchased wasn't a lot, only £10,000. But Laura still attached great importance to this purchase. In addition to the fact that this was the first time she'd cooperated with Zhao Hai, there was another important reason: the quality of the radishes Zhao Hai had brought out. Laura specialized in daily necessities. Although radishes could only be regarded as a low-end consumer product, if the quality of the radishes was good, it would still have a great impact on her business. It was like two grocery stores were buying radishes. The radishes in one store were big and good, and the price was not expensive. Although the other store also had radishes, it was not as good as the first store, but the price was the same. Therefore, everyone would go to the first store to buy radishes. Of course, you couldn't just buy radishes in the grocery store. After buying radishes, you would also buy some other products. In this way, the business in the grocery store would naturally be better than the other stores. This was the real use of the radishes. Although Zhao Hai had assured Laura that all the radishes he produced were of the same quality, Laura still didn't believe him. When doing business, one always had to maintain this mentality. Laura had been deceived several times before she understood this truth. Qin Zhan was also in the store. If it were any other time, Laura and Qin Zhan wouldn't care about such a small cooperation of £10,000. But this time was different. This cooperation was related to the rise and fall of Laura's business. At this time, from a distance, a small convoy came over. From afar, one could see the magic lily flag on the convoy, letting everyone know that this convoy belonged to the Marquis del clan. When Laura saw that the convoy had returned, she immediately went to the backyard. She was very clear that the return of the convoy meant that the goods had arrived. The goods wouldn't be placed directly in the front yard, but rather in the backyard's warehouse. Afterwards, it would be placed in the front shop. Qin Zhan also followed behind Laura. They really wanted to know if the magic radishes that Zhao Hai had sent were as good as the ones they saw in Stony Mountain. The motorcade quickly entered the courtyard behind the store. The courtyard was very large and had many rooms. There was also a part of the courtyard that had been isolated to raise horses and carriages. The rest of the courtyard was mostly used for warehouses, offices, and living quarters. Although no one dared to touch the Marquis del family's things in Casa City, the livestock here still needed someone to take care of them at night. Therefore, there were still people in the backyard of the shop at night. The person leading the team was Xiaoen. Now that Xiaoen had been promoted, he was no longer the chief porter. He was now the captain of the team responsible for trading with Zhao Hai. During the 3 days that Laura returned from Zhao Hai's place, she didn't only help Zhao Hai purchase the 5 oil presses. Those things didn't cost her anything. In Casa City, there were many places to buy them. During these 3 days, Laura's main task was to clean up her store. This cleaning didn't mean cleaning up her own store, but cleaning up the people in the store who weren't her. This time, when she was attacked in the middle of her trip to Montenegro Fortress, some people from the Marquis del clan were also involved. When she was attacked, a large number of people had been placed in her store, wanting to make Laura a mere figurehead. However, Laura wasn't so easy to provoke. This time, when she came back, she wasn't ready to act so quickly. Instead, she was ready to have a good fight with those guys. However, after meeting Zhao Hai and forming an alliance with him, Laura didn't have the heart to fight with those people. If Zhao Hai found out that her store was unstable, it might affect Zhao Hai's determination to cooperate with her. Therefore, when Laura came back, she used the 3 days to clean up the people who were arranged by the Marquis del clan. Instead, she put some of her own confidants in important positions. Xiaoen had always been loyal to Laura, and he was also someone who had contact with Zhao Hai. Therefore, this time, Laura promoted him to the position of captain of the team. Although the captain of the team and the leader of the porter team were both captains, and relatively speaking, the captain of the team had to work harder. Almost all year round, he had to run around to pick up and deliver goods. However, the captain of the team was treated much better than the leader of the porter team. Xiaoen knew that Laura attached great importance to the cooperation with Zhao Hai, but he didn't expect it to be to this degree. Laura and Qin Zhan were actually waiting for them in the courtyard. Xiaoen immediately walked in front of Laura and saluted her. "Greetings, young lady." "Greetings, steward." Laura gently nodded, then quickly walked to the front of the carriage. The carriage itself had a wooden trunk. The trunk was very high, more than a meter tall, and could hold a lot of things. The top of the trunk was covered with coarse cloth, and the outside of the coarse cloth was covered with thin ropes. Seeing Laura's movements, Xiaowen immediately walked to the front of the carriage. He untied the rope and lifted the coarse cloth, allowing Laura to look inside the carriage. The inside of the carriage was covered with a layer of weeds. On top of the weeds, there were tender white radishes. These radishes were carefully arranged in rows, and they didn't appear to be messy at all. Laura reached out and took out a white radish. This white radish was no different from the one she saw in Bluestone Villa. Although the texture of the radish might be a little different, the size was almost the same. It also didn't have a bug's eye, and its skin was smooth and tender. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality product. Laura put down the radish and picked up another one. The result was the same. She weighed the radish with her hand, and the weight of the two radishes was almost the same. Laura turned to Xiaowen and said, "Have you seen all the magic radishes? Are they all of the same quality?" Xiaowen quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I've seen all the magic radishes. They are all of the same quality, and the weight is almost the same. This is the best magic radishes this subordinate has seen in so many years." Laura turned her head and glanced at Quinjon. Both of them had shocked expressions on their faces. One must know that magic radishes weren't a precious commodity. Because of this, the quality requirements for magic radishes weren't particularly strict. In some of the main magic radishes production areas, they would collect the magic radishes in the fields and directly sell them to dealers like Laura. They wouldn't deliberately pick out the bad magic radishes. This resulted in the magic radishes being sold in different sizes and shapes. Some of the particularly bad ones would be sold at a low price. Many commoners with good incomes would also buy some magic radishes that didn't look too good to eat. The quality of the magic radishes Zhao Hai gave them was actually quite good. There was only one explanation for this. Zhao Hai had previously picked out the bad ones. Why would he do this? Doing so would cause him to lose a lot of magic radishes. Moreover, their magic radishes weren't any more expensive than the ones sold by others. Could it be that their magic radishes grew to be of such quality? This was impossible. Even if it was someone who studied plants, it was impossible to guarantee that the things they grew would all grow like this. Laura was right. The things that Zhao Hai grew were all like this. One must know that the things in the space were all digitized. Digitized things were almost all carved out of the same mold. How could it be like ordinary soil that had all kinds of things? Laura put the radish back into the cart and turned to Xiaowen. Immediately put these magic radishes into the warehouse. Tomorrow, put them on the shelves and sell them separately from the other magic radishes. Let's see how it sells. Xiaowen complied and immediately directed people to unload the cart. Meanwhile, Laura and Quinjon returned to Laura's office in the backyard. As soon as they entered the office, Laura immediately asked Quinjon, "Grandpa Quinjon, what do you think?" After Quinjon sat down, he smiled faintly. "It seems that Zhao Hai is very sincere in cooperating with us. Moreover, he must have a piece of very good quality land behind him. The area of this land isn't small, so it can produce such high-quality magic radishes." Laura frowned. But even if his land is good, it's impossible for every magic radish to be of such good quality. If he picked out the bad ones in advance, wouldn't the loss be too big? Kuan smiled faintly and said, "This is the reason why I said that he was sincere in cooperating with us. It seems like he wants to create a brand effect. He picked out the bad magic radishes and gave us the good ones. Naturally, we'll put these good magic radishes together and sell them. Slowly, people will only recognize his magic radishes. Hee, this is the way of doing business." When Laura heard what Quinjon said, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then her eyes lit up. "So we can cooperate with him for a long time? If he can provide us with large quantities of magic radishes of this quality, then our shop will become famous on the continent." Quinjon smiled faintly. "That's right. For us, this is definitely an opportunity. If Zhao Hai can really provide us with large quantities of magic radishes, I think it won't be long before the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market will be ours." Laura stood up excitedly. Although their business in the Purcell Duchy was very good, There were several other major trading companies on the continent. They also had their own family branches in the Purcell Duchy. The competition between them was still very fierce. Although Laura's ability to do business wasn't weak, she couldn't get any help from the Marquis del clan. Therefore, at most, she could only fight with the other major trading companies to a standstill. It was impossible to truly suppress them. But now there was an opportunity in front of Laura. As long as she grasped this opportunity, the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market would be monopolized by her. The shops of the other clans would be stably pressed under her. Julie was just a commoner in Casa City. She was born a commoner. When she was young, her family was very poor and she didn't go to school. Later on, she married a carpenter and her life slowly got better. Although her husband wasn't educated, he was a good carpenter and had a small reputation in Casa City. Now that she had 2 children at home, her life was still very good. From time to time, Julie would also buy some magic vegetables to improve her family's life. Julie's home wasn't far from the Magic Lily Daily Necessities store. She usually went there to buy things. The Magic Lily Daily Necessities store had a good reputation and the prices weren't high. Therefore, Julie usually went there to buy things. Today, Julie went to the Magic Lily Daily Necessities store again. Because her husband made a business deal today and earned 5 gold coins, Julie prepared to go to the Magic Lily Daily Necessities store to buy some magic radishes to eat. There was another reason why Julie bought magic radishes. Their 2 children were now attending a magic academy in Casa City's eastern district. Moreover, their results were very good. According to the school's teachers, if students often eat magic vegetables, they would be more likely to become magicians. This was very good for their children's development. Which parent didn't want their children to have a promising future? Therefore, Julie and her husband were also frugal with their food. They strived to let their children eat magic vegetables once a week. For ordinary commoners, this was already a very good standard. Upon entering the Magic Lily Japanese Daily Necessities store, Julie was surprised. This was because she saw a pile of magic radishes in the vegetable section. She certainly knew about magic radishes and often ate them. This was the only magic vegetable they could afford to eat. The reason why Julie was surprised was that the magic radishes she had seen before were different from the magic radishes she had seen before. The magic radishes she had seen before were long, short, and all kinds of strange shapes. However, these magic radishes were completely different. Each and every one of them was white and fat, round and straight. At first glance, people couldn't help but want to take a bite. Julie immediately walked over and a waiter immediately came over. He smiled at Julie and said, "Hello, this is our store's new magic radish. The quality is very high. There's only one of its kind in the continent." Julie was a bit reluctant to spend the money when she saw the huge magic crate. She wanted to buy a smaller one, but each of the magic crates seemed to weigh at least 2 to 3 pounds, which was 2 to 3 silver coins. To be honest, she was reluctant to spend the money. However, after hearing the waiter's words, Julie felt a little embarrassed. She picked up a magic radish and said, "Then I'll have one to try." The waiter immediately smiled and weighed it for her. It was a little more than 3 caddies. The waiter counted it as 3 caddies. Julie paid and took the magic suit home. During lunch, Julie used a small half of the magic radish to make soup. Her husband had been working very hard during this period of time. Her eldest son was 12 years old today. It was the time for him to officially start learning magic. If he could meditate early and feel magic power, then his future achievements would be greater. It was precisely because of this that Julie and her husband insisted on giving their child at least one meal of magic vegetables every week. The lunch was very simple. Flatbread and magic radish soup. This was already a very good life. One must know that there were many commoners in Casa City who could only eat 2 meals a day. Moreover, the staple food was generally bamboo rice. When Julie's husband Raul saw the magic radish soup on the table, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He looked at Julie and said, "Why did you make magic radish soup today?" "Leave it for Lori." Julie smiled and said, "Today I went to the flower shop and bought a big magic radish. It's enough to eat a few meals. They said that this was the best magic radish on the continent, so I bought it to try." Haven't you been very tired recently? You need to make up for it. Raul didn't say anything and just sat down. He picked up a flatbread and ate it. Julie's eldest son Laurie and youngest son Ross also sat down and took a sip of the soup. After taking a sip of the soup, Laurie stared blankly. He turned to Julie and said, "Mom, the soup you made today is very delicious." Ross also nodded. Julie smiled as she looked at her two sons. Her heart was full of sweetness. At this time, Raul also took a sip of the soup. After drinking the soup, he stared blankly. He turned to look at Julie and said, "Today's soup is very good." Julie stared blankly for a moment, then she also took a sip of the soup. Good, it was indeed much fresher than the soup she had every day. Moreover, after drinking the soup, she felt that her body was slightly warm. Her sore arms didn't feel that sore anymore. Julie was very puzzled, she didn't know what was going on. The meal was quickly finished. After eating, Julie cleaned up the table while Laurie went to his room to meditate. Laurie was very sensible. He knew that his parents didn't have it easy. Therefore, he wanted to learn how to meditate as soon as possible and become a mage. This way, his parents would be able to live a better life. Today, as soon as he started to meditate, Laurie felt something different. He discovered that he could feel some energy moving around him. Soon, he felt that he had entered a wonderful world. There were a lot of colorful lights moving around him. When he tried to feel these lights, he didn't expect that some of the red lights would rush into his body. Laurie woke up with a start. Although he wasn't very old, he had studied magic theory in school for several years. Recently, he was also learning how to meditate. This situation was what his mentor had told him, a sign of successful meditation. Laurie immediately jumped up in excitement and ran out of the room. As he ran, he shouted, "Mom, I can meditate, I can meditate." This alarmed Raul and Julie. The two ran out of the room and looked at Laurie with surprise. Julie said, "Son, what did you say? You can really meditate?" Laurie excitedly nodded and said, "Yes, I can really meditate. I just felt the magic elements, just like the mentor said." Julie and Raul were excited, but the two also felt strange. They didn't understand why Laurie could suddenly meditate. It must be known that Laurie had only been meditating for 10 days. Laurie's mentor had told Julie that Laurie was a very talented child, but because he hadn't eaten many magic vegetables since he was a child, it would be very fast for him to be able to feel magic elements within a month after he started meditating. Unless he ate food that contained a lot of magic elements, it would be impossible for him to feel magic elements in advance and learn how to meditate. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Because of this, Julie and Raul felt strange. Suddenly, Julie thought of the magic radish she had bought. When she thought of this, Julie immediately ran to the kitchen and cut a piece of magic radish. She ran out and handed the magic radish to Laurie and said, "Come, son, eat this piece of magic radish and see how it feels." Raul looked at Julie's actions and understood what she meant. He also looked at Laurie without moving. Although Laurie didn't understand Julie's meaning, he still obediently ate the magic radish. After eating the magic radish, Laurie felt his body heat up, but his mind was unprecedentedly clear. He immediately ran back to his room and sat down cross-legged. Julie and Raul also followed them to Laurie's room. Looking at Laurie, Laurie quickly entered a meditative state. Moreover, this time, he felt that the speed of the magic elements was much faster than the first time, and it was much more clear. After a while, Laurie stopped meditating and told Julie and Raul about this situation. The two looked at each other and almost ran out of the room at the same time. They went straight to the Magic Lily store. Similar situations occurred in many places in Casa City. Some of them were small nobles, while others were commoners. Their children had good magical talent, but because they weren't like the nobles who ate magic vegetables from childhood, they felt the magic elements later than the children of the nobles. Jiao Hai's radishes were full of magic elements. They were several times more than ordinary radishes, or even more than 10 times more. It was like a drug that stimulated the children who originally had good magical talent, making them feel the magic elements at a much faster speed. In the eyes of those who didn't understand magic, the radishes had become a panacea. Therefore, they immediately ran to the Magic Lily store to buy the magical radishes. As a result, of the 10,000 pounds of radishes that Laura bought from Xiaohai, they only sold 2,000 pounds in the morning. After lunch, they were all sold out. Even the other radishes in the store were sold out. When the people in the store told Laura about this situation, she was surprised. One must know that these 10,000 pounds of radishes were just a trial sale. There were only a few stores in Casa City that sold the radishes. According to her estimation, these radishes would take at least 3 to 5 days to sell out. She didn't expect that they would be sold out in less than a day. Even the other radishes were selling like hotcakes. Laura quickly asked what was going on. When she learned that there were many children in Casa City who were able to successfully meditate after eating radishes, Laura felt as if her head had exploded. Laura was too clear about what this meant. She naturally didn't believe that the radishes were so magical, but she knew that Xiaohai's radishes were full of magic elements. They were much stronger than ordinary radishes. It wasn't possible that all of those children were able to meditate after eating radishes, but the radishes certainly played a certain role. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many children who learned to meditate after eating radishes. Regardless of whether this matter was true or not, as long as this news spread, the reputation of the Magic Lily store would rise. In the future, people would come to the store to buy things out of curiosity. However, Laura didn't think that this was a good thing. All of this was because of Xiaohai's radishes. Now that Xiaohai's radishes had been sold out, if people heard the news and came to buy radishes, only to find that the radishes weren't as magical as before, then not only would it not be a good thing for Magic Lily shop, it might even become a bad thing. Laura immediately ordered that when the shop salesman bought radishes, they had to specifically inform the customers that they didn't have the special radishes and that they had to wait for a new supply. After giving the order, Laura immediately found Qin John in her study and told him about this matter. After listening, Qin John turned to Laura and said, "Young lady, I think we should immediately go to Mr. Xiaohai's place and see how many of these magic radishes Mr. Xiaohai can provide us every month. If he can provide a large amount, then we can immediately expand the scale of our cooperation. What do you think?" Laura nodded and said, "That's good. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Stony Mountain and see Mr. Xiaohai. I really didn't think that magic radishes would have this kind of effect." "Grandpa Qin John, what do you think is going on? Why are there so many children who eat magic radishes and can suddenly feel the magic elements and meditate?" Qin John looked at Laura and smiled bitterly. "My little Laura, do you think that everyone can be like you, eating magic vegetables from childhood? Even now, besides when you're testing dishes, do you still eat magic radishes? Those commoners only eat a few meals of magic vegetables all year round. Their children may be very talented in magic, but because they don't eat magic vegetables, their perception of magic isn't that sensitive. Therefore, learning magic and battle chi is much slower than the children of noble families. Mr. Zhao's magic radishes, on the other hand, are filled with magic elements. For us, who often eat magic vegetables, the feeling isn't that strong. But for those who don't eat magic vegetables, the feeling is very strong. It's like a person who doesn't take medicine, but if he eats a little medicine, he will feel that it's very effective. But for those who don't eat magic vegetables, the feeling will be very strong. It's like a person who doesn't take medicine, but if he eats a little medicine, then he will feel that it's very effective." Laura nodded. It was indeed so. When she ate the magic radishes from Xiaohai, she didn't feel anything. She only felt that the magic radishes were very delicious. Although she felt that the magic radishes from Xiaohai's magic radishes were stronger than ordinary magic radishes, she didn't think much of it. This was because compared to some high-level magic vegetables, the magic elements in the magic radishes really weren't much. However, she forgot that in this world, there were people like her who grew up eating magic vegetables. After all, there were only a few commoners who didn't eat magic vegetables in their lifetime. Qin John looked at Laura's appearance and said, "We need to reach an agreement with Mr. Xiaohai as soon as possible. There's also one more thing, and that is Mr. Xiaohai's future development potential." This made Laura somewhat confused. She looked at Qin John and asked, "Grandpa Qin John, what do you mean by this?" Qin John looked at Laura and couldn't help but sigh. Laura was still too young. Although she was very smart, she still didn't think far enough. He had to explain, although I've only been in contact with Zhao Hai once, I've seen some things. Behind Zhao Hai, there must be a developing territory. This territory soil is very fertile, and it can grow very good quality magic vegetables. Zhao Hai may have offended someone, so he can't let us see his appearance. He also didn't dare to look for big businesses to cooperate with, so he came to us. Because he knows us, and you owe him a favor, compared to other businesses, we are more trustworthy. When Laura heard what Qin Zhan said, she couldn't help but nod. Yes, I also think so. If Zhao Hai hadn't offended someone, with the things in his hands, he wouldn't have needed to cooperate with us. Qin Zhan nodded. Zhao Hai can be said to be a very smart person. He knew that he had just cooperated with us, so he had to ensure the quality of the goods and make a name for himself. Therefore, he gave us the best quality magic radishes. But little Laura, you have to pay attention. If he gave us the best quality magic radishes, then where did the bad quality go? If he didn't cooperate with others, then he wouldn't be able to sell those vegetables. He could only eat them himself. When Laura heard what Qin Zhan said, she seemed to understand, but she still didn't move. Qin Zhan looked at Laura and smiled. If he gave those magic vegetables to his subordinates to eat, then their bodies must be much stronger than ordinary people. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, you can see that he didn't have many subordinates. If he left behind enough magic radishes, then his subordinates would be able to eat magic vegetables for every meal. Think about it, in the continent, which private army can eat magic vegetables for every meal? None. Even for those great nobles, only the most elite of their private army can eat magic vegetables for every meal. If Zhao Hai's soldiers really had such treatment, then what would his future be like? The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Although Qin Zhan's analysis wasn't very accurate, and it was impossible for him to know about the existence of the space, his analysis was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted to do in the future. Zhao Hai wanted to let all his subordinates eat the vegetables and meat produced by the space to strengthen their physique. Qin Zhan also fancied Zhao Hai for this point. Laura's eyes shined as she looked at Qin Zhan. Grandpa Qin Zhan means that Mr. Zhao Hai will become more and more powerful in the future? If that's really the case, then it would be really good for us. Qin Zhan smiled. We are merchants, and merchants aren't nobles. We don't want to proclaim ourselves as kings, but this doesn't prevent merchants from investing in nobles. When we find a noble worthy of our investment, we will invest in him. When he becomes prosperous, we will also become prosperous. This is the highest realm of merchants. Laura nodded. Grandpa Qin Zhan thinks that Mr. Zhao Hai is a person worth investing in? Then should we give Mr. Zhao Hai a bit more preferential treatment? Or give him more financial support? Kuan shook his head. Don't do that. Although I've only met Mr. Zhao once, I found that he has a very strong self-esteem. That is to say, his heart is very proud. He won't accept this kind of charity. If we do that, it will only make him dislike us. What we need to do now is to cooperate with him like a normal collaborator. This is the biggest help we can give him. But if he asks us to help him, we must do it beautifully. For example, the meat processing factory, I think we should put it on the agenda. Laura nodded. Tomorrow, we will go to Stony Mountain and ask Mr. Zhao Hai about his blue-eyed rabbit output. Then we will get in touch with the meat processing factory. Qin Zhan nodded. That is the right thing to do. We should first understand Mr. Zhao Hai's blue-eyed rabbit output. Then we will get in touch with the processing factory. This will also be good for Mr. Zhao Hai. Laura nodded. She turned to look at the sky outside the window and muttered, I hope this is an opportunity. Although I don't care about the Marquis del clan's position, I hope that in the future I won't become a gift and be packed away by those fellows in the clan. Laura had her reasons for saying this. She was already 18 years old this year, and her branch of the Marquis del clan had always been in a weak position. All the great clans on the continent had a method to consolidate their power. It had been used for thousands of years, and it was still being used. It seemed that it would continue to be used, and that was marriage. This was a trick that had been used too many times, but some great clans still used it. Although in the face of benefits, marriage was equivalent to shit, you had to recognize that when two clans cooperated, the marriage between them could really play the role of a mediator, making the relationship between the two more harmonious. Laura was a member of the Marquis del clan. Although her talent in business was very high, her branch of the Marquis del clan was too weak. Now that Laura was 18 years old, she believed that it wouldn't be long before the Marquis del clan would use her for marriage. This was something that Laura hated the most. Laura also understood that if she didn't want to be used as a bargaining chip in her family's marriage, then there was only one way, and that was to make herself stronger so that the people in her family wouldn't dare to send her to a marriage alliance. Only then would she be able to control her own life. Quinn John understood Laura's thoughts. Laura had long wanted to do business, but there was no way. She had no way to get help from the Marquis del clan. There were no good suppliers, no good partners, no strong allies, and no external factors that could make people strong. Even if Laura was smart, it was impossible to make her own power grow. The appearance of Zhao Hai was an opportunity for Laura to become strong. As long as they seized this opportunity, it would be difficult for the Marquis del clan to control them in the future. Although Laura's father, Karen, didn't care much, he loved Laura very much. Until Laura was 18 years old, she wasn't considered as a potential marriage partner. It was all because of Karen. Karen didn't care about what the other people in the family said. He always thought that Laura's happiness should be decided by Laura herself. In Karen's view, he came to a small place like the Purcell Duchy, and the clan didn't give them any help. Naturally, he didn't have the power to decide Laura's fate. But this wasn't enough. They needed strength, formidable strength. Otherwise, sooner or later, the clan would make a move on Laura. In the eyes of the patriarchs of the great clans, personal happiness was nothing compared to the benefits of the clan. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. On the second day of the convoy sent by Laura, Green had already rushed to Casa City with 1,000 gold coins. What was different from the past was that this time Green didn't go sneakily. Instead, he rode a scaled wildebeest and swaggered from the main road to Casa City. Therefore, the people who stared at Stony Mountain were stunned. On the continent, there were a lot of people who rode horses, but those people would at least ride second-level magic beasts, such as flame horses, wind horses, and so on. Very few people would ride scaled wildebeests. Scaled wildebeests were indeed the most commonly used livestock on the continent, but this commonly used livestock referred to the commoners. The average aristocrat wouldn't use scaled wildebeests because they were too slow. However, there were a lot of armies that used scaled wildebeests because they were very convenient to take care of. Although they couldn't be used for war, they were the best for transporting provisions. When necessary, scaled wildebeests could also be used as food. This meat was very cheap on the continent. Even if they were killed and eaten, they wouldn't feel any heartache. Although the meat wasn't very delicious, for soldiers, as long as they could eat their fill, they wouldn't care too much. However, for a magician to ride a scaled wildebeest, it was really unexpected. One must know that even if a magician was in dire straits, he would still pay attention to his status, especially for a senior magician like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He let Green ride a scaled wildebeest to Casa City for a reason. These scaled wildebeests had been improved by the space. They were faster, and their explosive power and endurance had also been strengthened. Now, they could become good warhorses. This time, Zhao Hai let Green ride a scaled wildebeest to Casa City. It was also for publicity. Yes, Zhao Hai's purpose was publicity. He wanted to open a ranch, and scaled wildebeests were a good choice. The price was not expensive, and because of this, the demand for scaled wildebeests in the continent was huge. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about buyers. However, scaled wildebeests were also good and bad. If he just relied on retail, then it certainly wouldn't be enough. A ranch could only make money with large orders. Who would need a large number of scaled wildebeests? One was a merchant, and the other was an army. To transport goods, the merchants needed a large number of scaled wildebeests. To transport rations, the army also needed a large number of scaled wildebeests. The scaled wildebeest that had been improved by the space would certainly be stronger than the ordinary scaled wildebeest. Zhao Hai wanted the people of Casa City to see this, and he also wanted Laura to see this. Zhao Hai was currently in a cooperative relationship with Laura. To be honest, Laura was the only person he could cooperate with. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the Marquis del clan was very influential in the continent. If he really wanted to start a ranch business, he would need Laura's help. Business connections were very important, and Zhao Hai didn't have any right now. The Buddha clan was now the public enemy of the entire Oxu Empire. If they dared to reveal their identity, then they would certainly die an ugly death. Although his current identity as a black magician could save him a lot of trouble, at the same time, it would also make people not dare to approach him. No merchant would like to cooperate with a black magician, who was known as a strange black magician. It was because of this reason that Zhao Hai could only rely on Laura. He had to let Laura see that his goods were the best. Even if it was the most common scaled wildebeest, it would still be better than others. From Stony Mountain to Casa City, it would take about 2 days. This was a relatively normal speed. Green was now riding a scaled wildebeest. Even if it was at a normal speed, it would take him at least 2 days to reach Casa City. The caravan that Laura had sent to pull the magic radish had left a day earlier than Green, which meant that they would arrive at Casa City a day earlier than Green. This was also calculated by Zhao Hai. When Green arrived at Casa City, he would be able to see how the radishes were selling. Nothing happened along the way. Green safely arrived at Casa City. Some time ago, they had cleaned up Garan, which was very effective. Now, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke Zhao Hai. Obviously, Zhao Hai's battle prowess had made those who had ideas about Zhao Hai re-evaluate his strength. Green had just arrived at Casa City's gate when he suddenly stopped. This was because Laura's carriage was coming towards him. This made Green surprised, but he still went forward to greet them. Seeing Searle next to the carriage, he sat on his horse and slightly bowed. "Hello, I am Mr. Zhao Hai's follower. I have come to say hello to Miss Laura." Searle also saw Green, but the armor on Green's body was too tight. This time, he was also riding a scaled wildebeest. He looked like a noble warrior, so Searle didn't dare to recognize him. Now that he heard Green, Searle immediately greeted him. "Hello, please allow me to report to the young lady." Then he turned and knocked on the window. "Young lady, Mr. Zhao Hai's follower is in front of you. He has come to say hello to you." When Laura heard Searle, she was surprised. She opened the window and saw that it was Green. She immediately opened the door and walked out. She greeted Green and said, "How did Mr. come to Casa City? What's the matter?" Green returned the greeting and said, "Mr. is preparing to open a refinery, but he doesn't have any barrels to hold the oil. He also lacks some tools needed for the refinery. Therefore, he specifically asked me to buy them and also to see the sales of magic radishes." Laura smiled faintly. It turned out to be such a trivial matter. "Mr. doesn't need to waste time. I will arrange for someone to do it. Now, I am going to Bluestone Villa to see Mr. Zhao Hai. It would be better if Mr. came with me." Green was surprised for a moment. He didn't know why Laura suddenly wanted to see Zhao Hai, but he didn't ask. His current status was only one of Zhao Hai's followers. If he asked too much, he would lose his position. But this time, Green had come to Casa City for these matters. Now that he heard Laura, he didn't object. He just nodded and said, "Okay, but Miss Laura, I'm afraid that my horse won't be able to keep up with your horse." Laura looked at the scaled wildebeest that Green was riding. Her eyes flashed and she smiled. "That's not a problem. Searle, immediately send Mr.'s horse back to the store and prepare a windchaser horse for Mr." Green wasn't polite. He thanked Laura and jumped down from his scaled wildebeest. Searle pulled the scaled wildebeest and ran away. After a while, he pulled a windchaser horse and ran back, handing it over to Green. Green didn't say anything and directly jumped on the horse. Laura turned to Searle and said, "Let's go." She then got into the car and the motorcade went straight to Stony Mountain. Yes, this time, Laura brought along a motorcade. It wasn't just her car. Because Laura wanted to increase her cooperation with Zhao Hai, and because she wanted to bring back Radish, Laura brought along a motorcade. In order to bring Radish back to Casa City as soon as possible, Laura didn't use a scaled wildebeest to pull the cart. Instead, she used a level 2 magic beast called the many-legged worm. This many-legged worm was a magic beast that looked like an enlarged version of a centipede. This magic beast was an earth-based magic beast. It had great strength, strong defense, and fast speed. However, this magic beast was different from ordinary horse-type magic beasts. This magic beast ate wood. Although this magic beast looked very ferocious, it didn't have any aggressive nature and was very docile. It was also commonly used as a magic beast for pulling carts by some large firms on the continent. However, only a few large firms could afford to use it. This magic beast's appetite was very large. Just preparing the wood would cost a lot of money. Fortunately, this magic beast wasn't picky about its food. As long as it was wood, it would be fine. Of course, the fresher the wood, the better. This kind of magic beast was generally not used by firms. Only when goods needed to be urgently transported would these many-legged worms be used. This time, Laura used them. Laura couldn't not use them. In less than a day, the radish she pulled back from Xiaohai was sold out. Today, from time to time, people would come to ask about the radish. Even some small aristocrats would send people to inquire about the magic radish. In this case, Laura certainly hoped to transport the radish back to the shelves as soon as possible. The scaled wildebeest's speed was too slow. A round trip would take about 4 days. Laura couldn't wait that long, so she prepared 10 carriages pulled by the many-legged worms and went straight to Stony Mountain. The Snowflake Divine Chariot and the Windchaser Chariot were very fast. Ordinary magic beasts couldn't keep up, but the many-legged worms were a magic beast that could. Therefore, Laura used them to pull the goods. However, the many-legged worms also had a problem. Their ability to carry heavy loads wasn't very strong. The 10 carriages could only pull 10,000 pounds of radish at most. It was impossible for them to be like the scaled wildebeest, which could pull at least 2,000 pounds. Therefore, Laura arranged a larger group of 20 scaled wildebeest carriages behind the many-legged worms. 20 scaled wildebeest carriages could pull 40,000 pounds of radish. It seemed that this time, Laura was really prepared to do a big job. Laura believed that Zhao Hai would certainly be able to take out so many radish. This was because Zhao Hai had told her that she would have magic radish whenever she wanted. Green was very happy. He also saw the many-legged worms behind Laura's carriage. When he saw them, he understood why Laura wanted to see Zhao Hai. This meant that they would have more gold coins. Green was also happy about the Windchaser horse that he was riding. This Windchaser horse was a level 2 magic beast. The price of one wasn't low. Since Laura had given him one, it was obviously impossible to take it back. As long as she didn't take it back, Zhao Hai's spatial ranch would be able to use this horse to breed more horses. This made Green very happy. Green also discovered that the animals in Zhao Hai's spatial ranch weren't counted according to their gender. Regardless of whether they were male or female, if they were brought into the spatial ranch, they would be able to breed. This sounded ridiculous, but Zhao Hai's spatial ranch could do this. Therefore, Green believed that with this Windchaser horse, they would soon be able to breed a large number of them. Green hadn't come into contact with computer games, so he didn't know about the word data. Zhao Hai's space was born out of the game, and it was a freak. Aside from strengthening the game's functions, it also retained some of the game's characteristics. For example, the things that Zhao Hai planted and raised could all be digitized. This was one of the space's characteristics. Digitized things were inflexible, and for a simple game like the farm game, its design wasn't very rigorous. In the farm game, the animals almost didn't have a common denominator. Even if there were, they were special animals, and whether they were male or female, they would produce some strange things. The space also retained this ability. As long as the animals in the space's ranch didn't have a common denominator, but as long as Zhao Hai took these animals out of the space, they would immediately have a common denominator. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered another characteristic of the space. For example, if an animal was male outside, it could also give birth to cubs in the space. But when the cubs were taken out of the space, they would still be male, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be female. It can be said that the reproduction of animals in the space ranch wasn't done through mating like the animals outside. Instead, it was done through cloning. Of course, the space ranch had simplified the cloning process. As long as the animals were brought to the breeding pen, they could immediately clone a fixed number of cubs. Of course, these things were only Zhao Hai's conjectures. Green and the others didn't know what cloning was. They hadn't even heard of it, so it was impossible for them to understand it. When Green went to Casa City, it took him 2 days, but when he came back, it only took him half a day. Green couldn't help but sigh. This was the gap between them. Even if the scaled wildebeest was improved, it still couldn't compare to the chasing horse and the snowflake divine colt. As soon as Green and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain, the black fog gave way to a passage. An undead creature stood at the passage and gestured to Green. Green nodded, then led Laura and the others up the mountain. Even the carriages that followed Laura also went up the mountain. This time, although Laura brought a small group of people, there weren't many of them. Aside from the driver, there was no one else. Laura knew that when it came to Xiao Hai, bringing so many people was useless. Xiao Hai didn't have anything else, but he had a lot of undead that could help them load. Laura's carriage stopped as soon as it entered the courtyard. Zhao, Meg, and Meg greeted Laura in the courtyard. When Laura saw Zhao come out to greet her, she immediately got out of the carriage and bowed to Zhao. Laura doesn't dare to trouble Mr. Mr. is too polite. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Miss Laura is now my patron, so I wouldn't dare neglect you. Haha, please come in. Then he led Laura to the living room in the backyard and sat down. Today, Quinn John didn't come with Laura. Laura only brought Near. As usual, Near stood behind Laura like Laura's shadow. After Meg brought Near to the table, Zhao Hai asked Laura, Miss Laura, did you come today for the magic radishes? Laura smiled. Mr. guessed correctly. Laura came today for the magic radishes. It seems that Mr. already guessed that I would come? Zhao Hai smiled. I guessed it. I am very confident in my magic radishes, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It seems that my magic radishes are very popular. Laura didn't hide anything. She told Zhao Hai about the situation in Casa City. After Zhao Hai heard it, he was very surprised. He turned to Laura and said, magic radishes have this kind of use? I really didn't think of it. Could it be that Miss Laura specially arranged it? In his previous life, Zhao Hai had been bombarded with all kinds of advertisements. He really doubted the authenticity of what Laura said. Laura was surprised by Zhao Hai's words. Although the Arc Continent's commerce was very developed, arranging for people to help make fake advertisements had never happened before. Laura didn't even think about it. When she heard Zhao Hai, Laura quickly shook her head and sternly said, why would Mr. think so? If our marquee company did this, wouldn't it be smashing our own brand? Zhao Hai quickly said, Miss Laura, don't be angry. I just feel that this matter is too inconceivable. Why would such a situation occur? I admit that the quality of my magic radishes is very high, but it's not that outrageous, right? My magic radishes are like divine medicines. This isn't a good thing for you. Laura nodded, then told Zhao about Quinn John's guess. I also know that this is not necessarily a good thing, but the quality of the magic radishes you produce is really good. I have already ordered the magic radishes produced here to be sold separately from ordinary magic radishes, so I believe that there won't be too big of a problem. Zhao nodded, then said, but I have already ordered the magic radishes produced here to be sold separately from the ordinary ones. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, his eyes lit up. He immediately thought of something. It was a trademark, a brand awareness. Laura did this intentionally to establish his radishes as a brand. This was definitely a good thing for him. Zhao Hai gently patted his forehead. He turned to Laura and said, thank you, Miss Laura. Later on, my magic radishes will be called radishes. When Miss Laura buys my magic radishes, you can say that they are radishes. What do you think? Laura was surprised, but she immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. She couldn't help but secretly praise Zhao Hai. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would think of this point so quickly. By changing the name of the magic radishes, his magic radishes would be completely different from those produced in other places. Although he didn't give his magic radishes a resounding trademark, this name change was another form of trademark that would be remembered by everyone. Laura couldn't help but smile at Zhao Hai. Mr. is really amazing. If Mr. went into business, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have any food to eat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Miss Laura is too polite. I don't have that kind of skill. Let's get down to business. Miss Laura came this time because you want to bring back some radishes, right? How many radishes does Miss Laura want? When Laura heard Xiao Hai directly call her magic radishes, she felt a bit awkward. But she still immediately said, then I won't be polite with Mr. It's like this. I'm going to ask for 200,000 gene of radishes from Mr. every month. I don't know if Mr. has enough to use? Xiao Hai smiled faintly. Miss Laura, please rest assured that the stock is absolutely enough. Even if Miss Laura wants 400,000 gene of radishes a month, it would still be enough. I'll say the same thing. Whenever you want, I can guarantee the quality. All of the radishes will be fresh. When Laura heard Xiao Hai say this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, she couldn't help but begin to evaluate Xiao Hai's strength. One must know that vegetables were seasonal, especially low-level magic vegetables like magic radishes. Generally, the main production area of magic vegetables would use the worst soil to grow them. Because of this, magic radishes were even more seasonal. When summer came, people would rarely see magic radishes in grocery stores. It was because she was very clear about this that Laura re-evaluated Xiao Hai's strength. She really didn't understand how he could grow these radishes. But she was still worried that Xiao Hai wouldn't have any way to supply radishes during summer. So she immediately said, I don't know if Mr.'s radishes can be supplied for several months in a year. Will there be a normal supply during summer? Xiao Hai understood Laura's meaning. Although he used to be an otaku, he was still very clear about seasonal vegetables like radishes. However, the space didn't have a seasonal problem. When he heard Laura's question, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. Miss Laura, rest assured. I can guarantee a year-round supply, even in summer. Moreover, I can guarantee the quality. There won't be any problems with the radishes. When Laura heard Xiao Hai say this, she felt relieved. She ran a grocery store, so she was very clear that radishes were very easy to store. If you did it well, the radishes could even be stored for several months. In the continent, many merchants would store radishes during the peak season and wait until summer to buy them. Moreover, the price would be more expensive. However, although the radishes wouldn't rot, there would be problems with the heart. The outer skin of the radish would be fine, but the heart would lose its moisture and become as unpalatable as cotton flowers. It was for this reason that Laura never stored radishes, nor did she sell them during summer. She was afraid that she would ruin her own reputation. At the same time, she was also afraid that Xiao Hai would use the stored radishes to deal with her. If that happened, her loss would be huge. However, looking at Xiao Hai's confident appearance, it didn't seem like he wanted to use the stored radishes to deal with her. Could it be that Xiao Hai had a suitable environment for growing radishes? Although radishes were a low-level magic vegetable, there were also requirements for the growing environment. The reason why radishes weren't produced in the continent during summer, besides the price of radishes, was that the summer environment wasn't suitable for growing radishes. It was too hot, and the rain was too frequent. If Xiao Hai has a suitable place to grow radishes during summer, then perhaps we can speculate where Xiao Hai's territory is. Laura couldn't help but secretly think. Xiao Hai certainly didn't know what Laura was thinking. He was currently very happy. A monthly supply of 200,000 gene of radishes, even if one gene was calculated at 50 copper cities, would be almost 10,000 gold coins a month. This was definitely not a small amount, and was more than enough for him to use. If he added the production of the oil fruit trees, then he could get at least 10,000 gold coins a month. This was more than the monthly tax of a small duchy. Laura believed that Xiao Hai wouldn't lie to her. So she didn't ask about the radishes. Instead, she changed the topic and said, how many blue-eyed rabbits can Mr. provide a month? When I go back, I can help Mr. contact buyers. This was good news, especially for Xiao Hai. He had such a large territory to develop, so money wasn't enough for him. Now that someone had come to give him money, of course he was happy. But Zhao also calculated that his spatial ranch could now raise 1,000 blue-eyed rabbits at a time. And from the time he started raising them, until the rabbits were officially mature and ready to be harvested, it would take about 3 days. In other words, he could harvest about 10 times a month. In other words, he could produce about 10,000 blue-eyed rabbits a month. 10,000 a month wasn't a lot. If he wanted to raise blue-eyed rabbits in the mine, he could wait until they matured and sell more. Xianxia had already thought about it. If he only relied on the blue-eyed rabbits produced by the space ranch, it wouldn't be enough. The space ranch was best used as a breeding base. The real ranch still needed to be outside. However, the mature blue-eyed rabbits in the space ranch could also be bought. He turned to Laura and said, "Now that my farm has just started, I can only produce about 8,000 blue-eyed rabbits a month." Xianxia didn't say 10,000. He was very clear that if he wanted to start a ranch, it would be best to put in some mature blue-eyed rabbits at the very beginning, along with some young rabbits. This way, the survival rate of the young rabbits would be higher. Laura froze for a moment. Producing 8,000 blue-eyed rabbits a month wasn't a very high amount, especially for a ranch. Compared to other large ranches, Xianxia's monthly output was only a fraction. But one must know that Xianxia's ranch had just started, and the quality of the blue-eyed rabbits here was really good. Ordinary blue-eyed rabbits had the magic elements of level 3 or higher magic beasts. This was really amazing. Laura nodded and said, "Mister, please rest assured that I will contact a buyer for you. I don't know if Mister has any special requests?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Don't say, I do have a request. I can sell the blue-eyed rabbits, but I want to take back the rabbit skins. It would take at least 2 months. 16,000 rabbit skins, and they also need to be processed so that they can be made into leather clothing. I don't know if Miss Laura can help." Laura frowned. The meat processing plants in the Ark continent generally collected live magic beasts, then killed them and skinned them. After that, the skins were sold to the leather processing plants. Of course, the skins of blue-eyed rabbits were also very cheap. If Xianxia wanted to take back the rabbit skins, then the meat processing plants would lose a part of their income. As a result, very few meat processing plants would buy Xianxia's blue-eyed rabbits. Xianxia also saw Laura's expression, so he quickly said, "Of course, I won't let them do this for free. I can provide 8,000 blue-eyed rabbits a month. You can tell the meat processing plants that for these 8,000 blue-eyed rabbits, I will only take 5,000. The remaining 3,000 will be the money for the rabbit skins. Then you can send the rabbit skins to the leather processing plants. Of the 8,000 rabbit skins, I will only take 5,000, and the remaining 3,000 will be their processing fee. What do you think?" Laura frowned and said, "Mister, if that's the case, then there's no problem. But you will suffer a loss." Xianxia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I only need 15,000 blue-eyed rabbit skins for 3 months. After 3 months, the transaction will be done according to the normal standards. I really have a use for these 15,000 rabbit skins." Laura nodded and said, "Very well, then it's settled. I will talk to those people and try to get as many rabbit skins as possible for Mister. When will Mister be able to produce the blue-eyed rabbits?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Right now, but it depends on how the meat processing plants collect the blue-eyed rabbits. If they collect 8,000 at once, then they will have to wait a month. If they want to collect them in batches, then they will be able to collect 3,000 blue-eyed rabbits in 10 days. I guarantee that they will be able to supply 8,000 a month." When Laura heard Xianxia, her expression couldn't help but change. "It seems that the scale of Mister's ranch is expanding? That's good. I will go back and talk to them. As long as there is news, I will immediately inform Mister." Xianxia smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Laura." "Right, Miss Laura, this time when you go back, bring back a few fire fishes. Although I can't produce a large amount of fire fishes, I can still give you a small amount." Laura smiled and said, "Thank you, Mister. I won't be polite." The last time she brought back the fire fishes, she didn't buy them. Instead, she gave them away as gifts. It must be said that fire fishes weren't particularly expensive in the continent, but because of the small production, many people couldn't buy them even if they had the money. Therefore, although Laura didn't have much money, it was still a matter of face. Xianxia smiled and said, "Miss Laura is too polite. Things produced by my own family aren't worth much. Compared to Miss Laura's help to us, these things really aren't worth much. But right now, I only have these things, so I can only express my sincerity." Laura smiled faintly and didn't speak about this issue. Instead, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I heard that your oil refinery is about to start?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, but I didn't think about it before. I didn't prepare a barrel or some tools to hold the oil." "Hee hee, I've made Miss Laura laugh at me." Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, Mister doesn't need to be too polite. 2 days later, one of my teams will come to Mister's place to pick up radishes. When the time comes, we will deliver the things that Mister needs." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When my oil refinery starts, I'll need Miss Laura's help in extracting the oil. How about this, Miss Laura doesn't need to send caravans to my place to transport things. I also have a few scaled wildebeests here, I'll send them to Miss Laura when the time comes." Zhao Hai smiled. Laura smiled and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Mister." "Right, does Mister also produce other magic vegetables? If you do, then I'd be very willing to sell them to Mister." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I don't want to grow other magic vegetables. Miss Laura, you should know that the seeds of ordinary vegetables are very easy to buy on the continent. However, the seeds of magic vegetables are generally controlled by the big clans. I really don't have any magic vegetable seeds, so even if I wanted to grow them, I wouldn't be able to." Zhao Hai later learned that the vegetable seeds that Green had bought from Casa City were only a small part of magic vegetables. They weren't pure magic vegetables, but they were inferior magic vegetables that were a level lower than magic radishes. These inferior magic vegetables were between magic vegetables and ordinary vegetables. These crops contained magic elements, but the magic elements were very small, only 1/10 of the magic radishes on the continent. Therefore, they couldn't be evaluated as magic vegetables. However, they were still better than ordinary vegetables, so they were called inferior magic vegetables. The last time Green had bought vegetable seeds from Casa City, most of them were ordinary vegetables. The remaining ones were called magic vegetables, and most of them were inferior magic vegetables. Green hadn't planted any crops before, so he was cheated and bought as real magic vegetable seeds. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't know about these things. However, the last time Laura had sent him the encyclopedia of the continent's flora and fauna, Zhao Hai had a better understanding of the continent's magic vegetables, as well as some of the higher-level magic plants. It was precisely because of this understanding of magic vegetables that Zhao Hai felt a trace of impatience. Most of the land on the continent wasn't suitable for growing magic vegetables. Only some particularly good land could, and without exception, these lands were controlled by the aristocrats. Ordinary civilians simply couldn't have such land. The planting of magic vegetables was also very particular. Even if magic vegetable seeds were planted in ordinary land, it would be impossible for them to germinate. Ordinary civilians also couldn't get their hands on magic vegetable seeds. The aristocrats had cut off the planting of magic vegetables. Even the seeds of magic vegetables weren't allowed to be spread. If someone was found to be reselling magic vegetable seeds, the aristocrats would punish them. When Laura heard what Zhao Hai said, she understood what Zhao Hai meant. She was a native of the Ark continent, and had been managing her family's business since she was a child. Compared to Zhao Hai, Laura was much better. Naturally, she was very clear about the aristocrats, so she didn't feel surprised. She just smiled and said, "Mister should have said it earlier. What's so difficult about it? As long as Mister can grow magic vegetables, the matter of the seeds can be handled by me." Zhao Hai froze for a moment, then he immediately thought of Laura's identity. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Miss Laura. Right, this time, after Miss Laura returns, please help me issue a mercenary mission. This mission is very simple. I want to purchase some magic plant seeds. No matter what kind of magic plant it is, as long as it's a magic plant, it's fine. Of course, the higher the grade of the seed, the more valuable it is. Miss Laura can help me set the price, and after I purchase it, you can deduct it from the payment. What do you think?" Laura froze for a moment. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of Zhao Hai's mission. On the contrary, there were a lot of people on the continent who issued such missions, but those people weren't dark mages. Most of them were alchemists or alchemists. Whether it was alchemists or alchemists, they generally had their own botanical gardens. These plants could be used for alchemy or alchemy, but for ordinary mages, these things weren't very useful. Laura couldn't understand. Zhao Hai was obviously a dark mage, so why would he want to look for these things? Could it be that he also knew alchemy or alchemy? Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. What does Mr. want with those magic plants? If Mr. needs a small amount, then there's no need to issue a task. I'll find it for Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. No need, Miss Laura. I need a large amount, the more the better. Of course, this refers to a large variety, not a large quantity. What I want is a variety, not just the seeds of the magic plants. If some magic plants can be grown from their branches or roots, then I can bring them back. I just want to build a magic botanical garden for myself. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile. Alright, I'll go back and issue a task for Mr. I'll go back and discuss the price with someone who understands. Mr. can rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. Zhao Hai smiled. I believe in Miss Laura. This matter is very important to me, so I'll leave it to Miss Laura. Laura smiled faintly. Mr. is too polite. This is a small matter, so I ask Mr. not to treat me as an outsider. Zhao Hai smiled. In the future, there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate. My ranch has just opened, and right now I only have blue-eyed rabbits. In the future, I also want to have scaled wildebeests, and perhaps some more special, or even high-level magic beasts. I really hope that Miss Laura can open a meat processing factory, ha ha ha. Laura smiled. I really do have such plans, but a meat processing factory isn't that easy to open. We don't have any experience, so we haven't intervened in this area of business. Zhao Hai smiled. Miss Laura, have you ever thought that your current business is a hotel business, while the rest are shops? This business is too simple. You should develop into a physical business, such as producing your own goods. I'm not boasting, but if you want to open a meat processing factory, then the magic beasts provided by my ranch will certainly be of the highest quality. You've also eaten my blue-eyed rabbits, right? If you want to open a meat processing business, I can sell all of my blue-eyed rabbits to you. I believe that with your sales network and the quality of the magic beasts in my ranch, you'll certainly be able to make a name for yourself. Laura's heart moved. What Zhao Hai said was very possible. She had eaten his blue-eyed rabbits before, and they were really good. Not only did they taste good, but the magic elements in them were also more than ordinary blue-eyed rabbits. If they could be mass-produced, then it would be possible to make a name for herself. Zhao looked at Laura and couldn't help but smile. This time, I let Brother Ringer ride the scaled wildebeest to Casa City, not only to do things, but also to let Miss Laura see my scaled wildebeest. This beast has been carefully raised by me, and it's much better than the average scaled wildebeest. Miss Laura can go back and see the scaled wildebeest and then decide. Laura smiled faintly. I believe in Mr. Zhao Hai. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao Hai. After I return, I will discuss it with my family. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Laura and said, last time, Miss Laura was attacked. I'm afraid it wasn't a simple matter, right? Please rest assured, Miss Laura. We are now allies. If there is anything you need, you can come to me. If I can help, I will certainly help. Laura froze for a moment, then she was moved. She wanted to help Zhao Hai because Zhao Hai had saved her, and also because she wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's strength. Now, Zhao Hai clearly told her that if there was any trouble, she could come to him. For Laura, this was really important. Laura knew that the strong people of the continent attached great importance to their promises. As long as they said it, they would generally do it. Moreover, after contacting Zhao Hai several times, Laura discovered that Zhao Hai was a smart person. He was also a good person. Although he was a black magician, he was really a good person. People like him would generally honor their words. Laura solemnly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Thank you, Mr. With Mr.'s words, Laura can rest assured. Later on, Mr. doesn't need to be polite with me. This is Laura's request. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and helped Laura up. Of course, I won't be polite with Miss Laura. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Miss Laura to do so many things for me. Miss Laura, please rest assured that if you encounter any trouble in the future, I can solve it for you. If I can't solve it, I will do my best to help. Even if you are chased by a rank 9 expert, as long as you escape to Stony Mountain, I can guarantee your safety. Laura was surprised. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually speak such arrogant words. One must know that a rank 9 expert was a formidable existence. They were experts that only existed in legends on the continent. The people of the continent were more accustomed to calling them quasi-deities. This meant that they were only a little bit worse than gods. In the face of such an expert, Zhao Hai actually dared to say that he could guarantee her safety. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance and knew what she was thinking. He dared to say that he could guarantee Laura's safety because of the existence of the space. Even if a rank 9 expert came, as long as he hid inside the space, the rank 9 expert wouldn't be able to do anything. Zhao looked at Laura and smiled faintly. I can only guarantee your safety, but I can't help you too much. A rank 9 expert isn't something I can deal with. To tell you the truth, I have an indefinite teleportation scroll that has been passed down since ancient times. If you come, I can use the scroll to take you away, but I don't know where to teleport you to. Laura nodded her head and said, but I don't know. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura felt relieved. The Ark continent had a lot of legends about ancient mages. According to the legends, the mages of that time were incomparably powerful. Rank 9 experts were everywhere at that time. The true experts of that time could topple mountains and overturn seas. They were incomparably powerful. That time was also known as the Age of Gods. There were still a lot of legends about the ancient era. There were even some great clans that kept the magic tools that were passed down from the ancient era. Even if these magic tools were broken, they were still much more powerful than ordinary magic tools. Among them, the indefinite teleportation scroll was one of these legendary items. Teleportation scrolls did exist on the continent. More than 100 years ago, there was a thief who found a teleportation scroll in the tomb of an ancient magician. The teleportation scroll he obtained was also an indefinite teleportation scroll. At first, no one knew what the indefinite teleportation scroll was. Later on, the thief was being chased and had nowhere to run. So he tore the indefinite teleportation scroll. He didn't expect that he would suddenly disappear and reappear in a forest 1,000 kilometers away. This allowed him to escape with his life, and people also knew the use of the indefinite teleportation scroll. Later on, there was a rumor that the person who chased the thief was actually a great noble of the continent. This great noble had an indefinite teleportation scroll in his hands. So he recognized it and wanted to snatch the indefinite teleportation scroll. He didn't expect that the thief would be forced to use the indefinite teleportation scroll. It was also because of this incident that people on the continent came to know that the great nobles of the continent actually had indefinite teleportation scrolls. Since then, a lot of mercenaries and adventurers would go to places with ancient legends in order to find indefinite teleportation scrolls. Now that Laura heard that Zhao Hai had an indefinite teleportation scroll in his hands, she wasn't curious anymore. However, she was even more curious about Zhao Hai's identity. One must know that there weren't many indefinite teleportation scrolls or indefinite teleportation scrolls. Even some great nobles would treat these things as family heirlooms. How could Zhao Hai have one in his hands? In the end, what was his identity? Zhao Hai had also read about the indefinite teleportation scroll in a book. Today, he used it. He didn't expect that Laura would immediately feel relieved. This made Zhao Hai feel funny. It seems that no matter where, ancient legends seem to be very useful. Laura let out a sigh of relief and said, well, if I really encounter such trouble, I will certainly come to Mr. I hope that Mr. won't feel distressed about the indefinite teleportation scroll. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't say that my indefinite teleportation scroll was free. If you really force me to use the indefinite teleportation scroll, then Miss Laura would have to pay a huge price. When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Things like indefinite teleportation scrolls were simply priceless treasures. Zhao Hai was obviously joking with her. Zhao looked at the sky, then turned to Laura and said, Miss Laura, lunch is ready. After you eat, you can go back. It's not that I don't want to keep you here, but I have too many secrets. There are some that you don't know, I'm sorry. Laura nodded. Laura didn't care, she just faintly smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Everyone has their own secrets. Right, is there any fire fish for lunch today? That's one of my favorite dishes. Xiaohai smiled and said, rest assured, today's indefinite teleportation scroll uses a special method. I can guarantee that Miss Laura hasn't eaten it before. Please. Laura wasn't polite, she stood up and followed Xiaohai to the restaurant. The two of them went to the dining hall and sat down. Merlin immediately brought out the dishes. The meal was very simple. Perfectly baked bread was placed in a small basket made of wood in the middle of the table. Everyone had a plate in front of them with roasted rabbit meat and some vegetables. In the middle of the table, there was also a plate of fire fish. This plate of fire fish was different from the fish in the continent. Last time, Xiaohai had steamed the fish, but today, it was braised. No one had ever eaten fish like this on the continent. After Miran sat down, Xiaohai turned to Laura and smiled. This is a special method of making fire fish. Aside from here, you can't eat it anywhere else. Miss Laura, please try it. Laura curiously looked at the plate of fire fish. Finally, she picked up a fork and put a piece of fish into her mouth. Fire fish had a special characteristic. In addition to the main bone, there were no other small bones. The meat was also very tender and delicious. So when Laura ate it with a fork, she wasn't afraid of being pricked by the bones. Just as Laura put the fish into her mouth, she felt a very special flavor. She had never tasted this flavor before. She felt that her entire mouth was filled with this flavor. Moreover, this flavor was quickly spreading. Delicious, an unprecedented delicacy. Laura was a person who loved to eat. It can be said that she had eaten all of the famous delicacies in the continent. However, she had never eaten anything like Xiaohai's food. Laura felt that every time she went to Xiaohai's place, she would always be pleasantly surprised. Xiaohai looked at Laura's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Chinese delicacies weren't something that ordinary people could resist. Although the Ark continent's seasoning wasn't as good as Earth's, there were still some substitutes. The braised fish tasted very good. After some time, Laura put down her fork and turned to Xiaohai and said, I asked Mr. to pass down the recipe for this dish to me. This is the most delicious dish I've ever tasted. Xiaohai smiled and said, it's just a small matter. When you leave, I'll prepare it for you. I'll also bring some of our specialty vegetables so that you can taste them. Laura smiled and said, then I won't be polite with Mr. Although Mr.'s dishes are good, there isn't any good wine. The next time I come, I'll bring some good wine for Mr. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, all right, but I still hope that Miss Laura can give me some winemaking methods. It would be best if it's a secret recipe. The more the better. Laura stared, then she turned to Xiaohai and said, Mister, do you still want to open a winery? This seems to be more difficult. Xiaohai smiled and said, I only have one idea. My territory has mountains, and I can only grow some oil fruit trees. It's a pity. I want to see if I can grow some fruit trees that can make wine. This way, the income would be much better than the oil fruit trees. Laura knit her brows and said, Mister, I'm afraid that's not possible. You should know that the land suitable for oil fruit trees isn't very good. Such a land wouldn't be able to grow good fruit trees. Xiaohai smiled and said, I'm just giving it a try. In any case, it's something that I grew myself. My main business doesn't depend on those fruit trees. If it succeeds, I'll be happy. If it doesn't, I won't lose much. Laura nodded and said, all right, that won't be a problem. I can also give Mr. some brewing tools. As long as Mr. is willing, you can brew whenever you want. Xiaohai smiled and said, that's great. When Miss Laura comes later, you might be able to drink our own wine. Come, Miss Laura, don't be polite. Laura was very happy to eat this meal. Not only because of the delicious food, but also because her cooperation with Xiaohai had deepened. Similarly, her relationship with Xiaohai had become more intimate. After eating lunch, Laura left. Naturally, Xiaohai had already prepared the radishes for her while they were eating. The gifts were also prepared. After the meal, Laura was sent off. After sending off Laura, Xiaohai and the others returned to the living room. Green looked at Xiaohai and said, young master, should we start raising the blue-eyed rabbits in the mine? In any case, in 2 days, Miss Laura will bring the tools and barrels for oil extraction. Then we can officially start extracting oil. When the time comes, we'll have the oil residue. For the next 2 days, feeding radish leaves shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right now, we have a lot of rabbits in our hands. Letting them out and feeding them radish leaves should be enough. Tomorrow, we'll have and use the mill and roller to process the corn. Rice bran can also become good fodder. Green nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. Young master, you told Miss Laura to come to Stony Mountain if a rank 9 expert wants to deal with her. Do you want her to enter the space? Do you really think she can do it? Zhao Hai understood what Green meant. The space was their most important secret. It was also their biggest reliance. If outsiders knew about the space, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai smiled and said to Green, do you think Laura will encounter a rank 9 expert? Even if those rank 9 experts were idle, they wouldn't deal with Laura. Laura doesn't have that much value. Green agreed with Zhao Hai's statement, but he still frowned and said, there isn't one now, but I'm afraid there will be in the future. Laura and young master's cooperation will certainly make a lot of money. When the time comes, maybe a rank 9 expert will come to deal with her. Zhao Hai smiled and said, when that time comes, I'm afraid Laura can be trusted. Don't worry, Grandpa Green, there won't be any problems. Green nodded and then asked Zhao Hai, young master, why do you need so many rabbit skins? What's the use of them? Zhao Hai smiled and said, these rabbit skins are actually for the future. In the stony wasteland, the temperature won't be that high. What will the slaves do in the winter? Even if the doors and windows are closed, they still can't go out, right? When they go out, won't they still freeze? I want so many rabbit skins for them to use during the winter. When Green heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but pat his head and said, I really forgot about this matter. Yes, it should be prepared. This way, people won't get frostbitten. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. At this time, his expression suddenly changed. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, immediately call Grandma Merlin and Meg. There's an accident at Fort Iron Mountain. When Green heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed and he immediately went out to call for them. At this time, Laura was thinking about Zhao Hai. She was now even more curious about Zhao Hai. She really couldn't figure out what identity Zhao Hai had. To say that Zhao Hai was a great aristocrat was a bit different. He didn't have as many rules as the great aristocrats. He also didn't have the means to get the seeds of the great aristocrats' magic vegetables. If he wasn't a great aristocrat, then why did he have an ancient transmission scroll in his hand? This was really puzzling. The most important thing was that Zhao Hai seemed to be short on money. Although Zhao Hai said that he wanted Green to ride the scaled wildebeest to Kasa City, it was undeniable that besides the scaled wildebeest and some undead, Zhao Hai didn't have any other magic beasts to ride. Moreover, the things that Zhao Hai produced were all low-end products from the continent. His daily life was very simple. So far, he only had a few servants. All of this showed that Zhao Hai's economic strength wasn't good. But in some aspects, he was very generous. Not to mention, the magic vegetables that Zhao Hai gave her were worth a lot of money. Although this money was just a small amount in Laura's eyes, she also knew that in the eyes of ordinary people, this money was a lot. It can be said that in Laura's eyes, Zhao Hai was a combination of contradictions. Whether it was his identity or his style of doing things, they were all contradictory. This made Laura more and more curious about Zhao Hai. However, Laura made up her mind that she must cooperate with Zhao Hai. It wasn't for benefits, nor was it for Zhao Hai's strength, but for Zhao Hai's kindness. Laura could see that Zhao Hai was in need of money, but he would rather make money by himself than take advantage of her. Laura respected such a person. In addition, Zhao Hai had shown her kindness, so she was willing to cooperate with him. Nir sat beside Laura. Looking at Laura's appearance, she couldn't help but snicker. Young lady, are you thinking about Mr. Zhao Hai? Grandpa Kuan Xingxing couldn't have been right, could he? Did you really fall in love with Mr. Zhao Hai? Laura stared blankly for a moment, then she stared at Nir and said, silly girl, don't talk nonsense. I haven't even seen Mr. Zhao's face yet. I only admire Mr. Zhao. Looking at Mr. Zhao's appearance, I can see that he has a newly established territory and is in need of money. If it were an ordinary person, in this case, they wouldn't choose to cooperate with us. After all, he saved our lives, so he could get more from us. But Mr. Zhao didn't. Not only did he not take advantage of us, but all of our cooperation is a win-win situation. I really admire Mr. Zhao for this. Mir looked at Laura, puzzled. Young lady, why do you say that? Didn't Mr. Zhao accept the magic robe and magic staff you gave him? Laura stared at Mir and said, little girl, what do you know? The reason why Mr. accepted those things was to make us feel that we don't owe him any favors. This way, he would be willing to cooperate with us. Otherwise, do you really think that Mr. would accept those two things? Not to mention, Mr. Zhao's iron book of sealing magic was not cheaper than those two things. When Mir heard what Laura said, she looked puzzled. So it was like this. I was wondering why Mr. Zhao accepted the magic robe and magic staff so quickly. Laura looked at Mir's appearance and smiled faintly. Silly girl, now you know that Mr. Zhao is absolutely a gentleman. Although he doesn't have the overbearing arrogance of those children of large clans, he has a lofty and unyielding character. It's amazing. Little stars appeared in Mir's eyes as she muttered, it's amazing. I didn't realize that Mr. Zhao turned out to be such a person. Mr. Zhao is really amazing. Laura looked at Mir's appearance and couldn't help but smile. The reason Laura liked Mir so much was because of Mir's purity. She didn't have a trace of distracting thoughts. It was as if all the filth in the world was blocked by Mir. She was like a clear lake, allowing you to see the bottom with a single glance. Laura gently touched Mir's head, but her eyes were looking in the direction of Stony Mountain. She didn't know when, but the figure covered by the black magic robe had left a mark in her heart. Green didn't ask Zhao Hai what happened at Fort Iron Mountain. As soon as he heard Zhao Hai say that something happened, he immediately ran out and called Meg and Marine, who were in the kitchen, to the living room. When they arrived at the living room, Zhao Hai immediately took them to the space. Then they flew to Fort Iron Mountain. When the four appeared in the living room, Green immediately ran to the courtyard. But when he arrived at the courtyard, he was surprised. This was because Fort Iron Mountain seemed to be very peaceful. Nothing happened. The slaves were still working in the courtyard, there was no abnormality. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of the house. Green looked at Zhao Hai and asked, young master, what's going on? Zhao Hai calmly replied, it's my fault that I didn't make it clear. The fort wasn't attacked, but the undead discovered that someone had sneaked into the Black Waste. Moreover, their target was Fort Iron Mountain. When they heard Zhao Hai, Green and the others' faces changed. They were very clear about what Zhao Hai meant. This meant that someone was watching them. And this person was most likely sent by the great nobles. Green's face sank, where is he? We absolutely can't let him go. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Zhao Hai nodded, a total of 5 people came. 4 of them were killed by the undead. The last one is trapped. Grandpa Green, go and bring him back. Green complied, then he turned around and went out of the city. When he turned around, his figure couldn't be seen. Marine looked at Green's back, her eyes flashed with a cold light, they forced us here, yet they still don't want to let us go. In the end, what do they want? Zhao Hai coldly replied, they want us dead. Only when we're dead will they feel relieved. At this time, Green came back with a person in his hand. This person's strength wasn't very high, only about 6th rank. However, he was a 6th rank assassin. If it wasn't for the undead, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Green threw the person on the ground. The person's face turned black. He was already dead, poisoned to death. Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, young master, when this person saw me, he bit the poison in his mouth and killed himself. Zhao Hai nodded with an ugly expression. He coldly snorted and said, he thought that he would be fine if he died. Humph. After saying that, the ghost magic staff in his hand moved, and a ball of black gas enveloped the corpse. High-grade black magic, spirit trapping spell. The so-called spirit trap spell was actually a spell to create advanced undead creatures. The reason why it was called spirit trap spell was because advanced undead creatures could retain memories of their previous life. Therefore, people always believed that it was because this spell trapped a person's soul in a skeleton, allowing the skeleton to remember things from its previous life. The ordinary undead creation technique was called the bone forging technique. This name sounded very righteous, just like the name of battle chi. However, its true meaning was to use human flesh to forge human bones to create undead. The undead created in this way would be ordinary low-level undead. After the soul trap turned the assassin into an undead, the assassin immediately stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai, Master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What's your name? Whose subordinate are you originally?" The assassin immediately replied, "Master, this little one's name is Mo Xing. I belong to the Purcell clan's assassin squad. This little one is the captain of the 5th squad." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How many squads do you have altogether? How many people does each squad have?" Mo Xing immediately replied, "We have a total of 10 squads, and each squad has 50 people. But last time, when we attacked Stony Mountain, we lost 2 squads. Now, we only have 8 squads left. This time, we have a total of 5 people, and I'm the leader. The other 4 are already dead." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What's your purpose?" "We received an order to see the situation in the Black Wasteland. If Master didn't die, then we will immediately return to report." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand, sending Mo Xing back to the space. Then he turned around and walked towards the castle's living room. At this time, Blockhead and Rockhead came back from outside. Seeing Green's heavy expression, they didn't dare to act recklessly and carefully followed Green into the living room. After sitting down in the living room, Green said with a gloomy face, "I didn't think that the Purcell clan's strength would be so strong. They have so many assassins, and this definitely isn't the Purcell clan's trump card. They must have other forces." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Fortunately, this time it was only the Purcell clan that came, and not some other people. The Purcell clan has ruled the north for so many years, so it's not strange for them to have such strength. But now that they have started to pay attention to us, this isn't a good thing." Marine calmly said, "I heard that the Purcell clan has 2 rank 9 experts. Moreover, for so many years, they have built up the entire Purcell duchy like an iron bucket. Even if the old king wanted to intervene, it would be impossible. The reason why our clan has an engagement with the Purcell clan is mainly because of the old king's intention. He wants our clan to help him attack the Purcell clan's inner circle, and then slowly disintegrate the Purcell clan." Zhao Hai froze for a moment. He really didn't know about this matter. He didn't think that there were so many hidden things behind the engagement, but at the same time, he felt puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at Marine and Green, puzzled. He said, "Grandma Marine, Grandpa Green, according to what you said, our clan and the old king's relationship should be very close. Moreover, we are an important chess piece for the royal family to deal with the old aristocrats. So why did we stand on the wrong side and end up being sent here?" Green's and Merlin's faces turned even uglier. Green said in a low voice, "If it's just a matter of standing on the wrong side, of course, it's impossible for us to be sent here. But behind this matter, there are many secrets. It can be said that the reason the current king was able to ascend the throne is inseparable from those great aristocrats. It's very likely that the death of the old king is inseparable from those great aristocrats. The old king was bent on dealing with these great aristocrats, and they also knew this, so they killed the old king first. Our family has always been used by the old king to deal with those great aristocrats. Those great aristocrats certainly won't let us go, so in the end, we were sent here." Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. It seems that the strength of the great aristocrats really exceeded his imagination. It was already very good that they were able to keep their lives. Marine continued, "This time, the people sent by the Purcell clan all died here. I think that they will send more people here. Letting them watch us like this isn't a good thing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Now that the Purcell clan is paying attention to us, it might be because of the engagement. At the same time, they also want to know if we survived the last beast tide. If we break off the engagement with them, I think that the Purcell clan won't watch us like this. It would be best if we can find something for them to do, so that they won't have time to care about us." When Green heard Zhao Hai, he also nodded and said, "Breaking off the engagement is also good. The Purcell clan isn't a good thing. That old thing Evan is a good friend of the master. As a result, when our clan met with an accident, they immediately hit us while we were down. I heard that Ryan isn't a good person either. His reputation in the Purcell Duchy isn't very good. Zhao Hai patted his head and said, "What kind of thing should we find for the Purcell clan? This trouble won't be small. Moreover, it can't be man-made. Otherwise, they might suspect us. What should we do?" The other people in the room were also thinking. One must know that creating trouble for the Purcell clan wasn't easy. Making them think that it was man-made was even more difficult. Blockhead turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, can we let those undead go to the Purcell Duchy and cause some destruction? In any case, the Purcell clan knows that the undead are active in the Black Waste." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Green shook his head and said, "We can't do that. If we break off the engagement, it means that we survived the last beast tide. This in itself will attract the attention of the Purcell clan. If we let those undead go to the Purcell Duchy to cause trouble, then they will suspect us even more. Young master's identity might be exposed. We absolutely can't do that." Blockhead didn't say anything. Blockhead didn't make a sound. Green and the others frowned as they pondered. Meg thought for a while but couldn't come up with a good idea. She couldn't help but impatiently say, "If we want to cause trouble for the Purcell clan, then we can only use natural disasters. The Purcell Duchy's weather has been smooth for many years, and there haven't been any major disasters. Even small disasters are rare. We don't have any means to create natural disasters." Hearing Meg say this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, if there is an insect plague and the grain of the Purcell Duchy's main grain production area is eaten, then wouldn't they have the mood to care about us?" Green was surprised for a moment. He nodded and said, "Yes, the Purcell Duchy's main grain production area is the Ica Plains. The land there is very fertile and is known as the Purcell Duchy's granary. The grain produced there is enough for everyone in the Purcell Duchy to eat for a year. It is a good place that everyone envies. The Purcell clan also attaches great importance to it. It is impossible for an insect plague to occur there." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "It is impossible for a natural insect plague to occur. Then we will create an insect plague. Without food, I want to see if they still have the mood to care about us." Green and the others were puzzled as they looked at the excited face of Zhao Hai. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. They only knew about some of the normal abilities of the space, but they didn't know about the several big tricks of the space, such as the release of insects, weeds, and mosquitoes. Zhao Hai had almost forgotten about these abilities, because he didn't want to use them at all. When these functions were designed in the game, Zhao Hai rarely used them, he just thought of them as fun. Since arriving at the Ark continent, Zhao Hai had wholeheartedly thought about developing his own territory. He didn't have the mood to release insects, so he didn't pay attention to these functions. Just now, Meg had said that if he wanted to cause trouble for the Purcell clan, it would have to be a natural disaster. This made Zhao Hai think of the function of releasing insects in the space. For a country's agricultural production, insect plagues could be regarded as a natural disaster. Moreover, it was a very powerful natural disaster. The most famous one was the locusts. People generally described it as locusts passing through the border. A place was completely destroyed, which showed how terrible this insect plagues were. The insects released by Zhao Hai weren't locusts, but the big meatworms in the game. These insects were very serious when it came to crops that hadn't yet grown up. Zhao Hai wanted to release these insects and let them destroy the crops in the Ica Plains. As long as the crops there were destroyed, the Purcell clan wouldn't have nothing to do. Moreover, they used the method of releasing insects. It looked like a plague of insects. No one would think that this was actually caused by humans. Zhao Hai looked at Green and the others. He knew that they didn't understand what he meant. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, you have a certain understanding of the space, but you still don't know that the space has several functions. I thought that these functions were useless, so I didn't tell you. Hee, now it seems that these functions are really useful." Green looked at Zhao Hai puzzledly and said, "What functions?" "Young master, does it have anything to do with the insect plague you mentioned?" "There are a total of 3 functions that we can use right now. One is the pest release function, the second is the weed release function, and the third is the mosquito release function. The pest release function is very simple, it just releases pests into the crop field. These pests are very destructive to the crops. The weed release function is similar, it just releases weeds into the field. These weeds will compete with the crops for nutrients, reducing the yield of the crops. The mosquito release function is not yet used, but this function is to release a large number of mosquitoes. Zhao smiled faintly and said, yes, it's very important. There are 3 functions that we can use right now. There were mosquitoes in the Ark continent, and they were really annoying. They were everywhere, and their name was the same as on Earth. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said that they were mosquitoes, Green and the others understood what they were. As soon as Green and the others heard Zhao Hai, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their eyes lit up. Green said, young master, is what you said true? You mean, the space can release insects to eat up the crops? Zhao Hai nodded and smiled, yes, it can. And unlike the land improvement, where there are some restrictions every day, there are no restrictions on the release of insects. As soon as Green heard Zhao Hai, he happily stood up and said, good, very good, as long as we have this ability, we can immediately start. Right, young master, we should go back to Stony Mountain and then go to the Ika Plains. After we release the insects, we'll go to the Purcell clan to break off the engagement. Zhao Hai nodded, we don't need to worry about this matter. The Black Wasteland isn't close to Montenegro Fortress. These people have just entered the Black Wasteland, so even if they heard the news, it would still take some time for them to return. We still have enough time. Green also calmed down at this time, nodded and said, yes, we still have enough time. From the Black Waste to Montenegro, it will take some time. From Kasa City to Ika Plain, it won't take that long. But after we return to Stony Mountain, we still have to arrange things there. I think this time we shouldn't send too many people will be troublesome. What do you think, young master? Zhao Hai nodded and said, this time, we can't send too many people. I think only the 2 of us should go. Let Zhao Jia and the others be on standby in the space. So even if something happens, we can deal with it. Green nodded. Most of their forces had been taken by Drunk to the Carrion Swamp. The remaining forces were left behind to guard the Black Waste and the Stony Mountain. They couldn't be rashly mobilized. Therefore, they could only rely on Gary and the others to follow his orders. Marine didn't oppose. In any case, Zhao Hai had the space, so they weren't afraid of an accident. If something happened, as long as he hid in the space, he could return to Stony Mountain or Fort Iron Mountain. Although the space had 3 fixed transmission points, and Zhao Hai only used 2, he still had 3 transmission points. 2 were fixed, and 1 was not fixed. Wherever Zhao Hai went, that would be the transmission point. But now, Stony Mountain really couldn't be left alone. Not only did they have to cooperate with Laura, but there might also be other troubles, so there must be someone to guard there. After discussing the details of the operation, Zhao Hai returned to Stony Mountain. They were ready to wait for the second convoy sent by Laura to arrive, and then they would go to the Ika Plains. Anyway, they had enough time. 2 days later, the second convoy arranged by Laura arrived. Their vehicles were loaded with a lot of wooden barrels and some tools for oil extraction. They were very well prepared. However, there were fewer barrels. Each barrel could only hold 200 gin of oil. This time, Laura gave them 200 barrels. In other words, they could hold 20,000 gin of oil, which Zhao Hai and the others could squeeze out in 5 days. Zhao also told the people in his team to pass on a message to Laura. First, he wanted her to help him collect more barrels. Second, he wanted her to go out for a while, and it might be a while before he comes back. But if there is anything, she can still come to Stony Mountain to find him. The captain of the convoy was still Sean. Now that Sean had a lot of power, he was very polite to Zhao Hai. He was very careful and didn't dare to neglect. Sean was very clear about Zhao Hai's position in Laura's heart. He had always been Laura's confidant, so he naturally understood what Laura was thinking. Zhao Hai could be said to be a powerful backer of Laura, so Sean didn't dare to be disrespectful. After sending Sean away, Zhao Hai and Green set off. Like before, Green took the ghost cane and sneaked out of Stony Mountain. Then the 2 of them went straight to the Ika Plains. This time, they went at night and went to the space to rest during the day. The area of the Ark continent was too big. Although there were a lot of people, there was very little damage done to nature. Moreover, it wasn't as developed as Earth. At night, people would go to sleep, so they wouldn't be able to find out that there were people out and about. Because of this, Zhao and the others wouldn't be discovered. From Kasa City to the Ika Plains, it didn't take a long time. After all, the Ika Plains was the main source of food for the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan attached great importance to it, so it was impossible to go too far. If something happened in the Ika Plains, they wouldn't have time to rescue. In the Purcell Duchy, the Purcell clan was the first to establish the Purcell clan, and then Kasa City. Kasa City was built by the Purcell clan because it was convenient for transportation. Not only were the roads accessible in all directions, but the most important thing was that the city was not far from the Aksu Empire's largest river, the Jade Belt River, so water transportation was very convenient. When Kasa City was first chosen, it wasn't far from the Ika Plains. The Ika Plains was the place where the Purcell clan started, and there was also the Purcell clan's old castle. The reason why the Purcell clan gave up the Ika Plains and decided to build a city in the current location of Kasa City was because Kasa City was very convenient. The second reason was because the Ika Plains didn't have any danger to defend. The Ika Plains was just like its name, a plain area. At a glance, one could see things dozens of miles away. The terrain was completely flat, so even if a city was built, its defensive capabilities would be very limited. Although the core of the Purcell clan had been placed in Kasa City, they still attached great importance to the Ika Plains. The Purcell clan was very clear about the importance of the Ika Plains to their clan. The food produced here was their foundation. Once a clan truly established a duchy, they would immediately understand the importance of food for a clan and a country. If your economy was developing well, without enough food, you would always have to rely on others. Food was the most important thing for the people. Although there was no such thing in the Ark continent, those in the upper echelons knew that food was the foundation. Once the foundation was lost, the country would be in chaos. It was precisely because of this reason that the Purcell clan had used countless means over the years. From the hands of the small nobles and commoners, the Ika Plains didn't belong to their clan. In the end, the entire Ika Plains belonged to the Purcell clan. With Ika as their grain-producing land, the Purcell clan became more confident. Now that the Purcell clan was among the old clans, they could be considered as having strength. They had grain, so they could raise more soldiers. With soldiers, they would be able to speak more confidently. Knowing that this place was very important to the Purcell clan had 5,000 elite soldiers stationed in the Ika Plains all year round. These 5,000 elite soldiers were the most elite of the Purcell clan, the Benio Guards. Even if they were placed in the entire Akleo Empire, they would still be considered as elite soldiers. Just raising these soldiers required an astronomical amount of money every day. Outside the entire Ika Plain, there was a windbreak forest belt. This windbreak could also act as a guardrail. Most of the trees in this windbreak were like birch trees, tall and straight. Between the big trees, there were also thorny vines and thorny grass. Thorny vines and thorny grasses were very common on the continent. Many villages were afraid of being attacked by magic beasts, so they would plant thorny vines and thorny grasses outside of the village. These things weren't very useful against high-level magic beasts, but for some low-level magic beasts, they were still very good protection. The entire Ika Plains was said to have millions of acres of land. Such a large piece of land, if one wanted to encircle it, one would need a lot of trees. This showed how big the Purcell clan was. The Ika Plains also had a special feature. This feature could not be found in other places, only in the Ika Plains. There were no civilians, no small nobles. In addition to the Purcell clan's army, there was only one kind of people living in the Ika Plains, slaves. Yes, in the Ika Plains, there were no civilians, all of them were slaves. All of them were slaves of the Purcell clan. The Ika Plains were so big that it would take at least hundreds of thousands of people to cultivate all the land here. Some of these hundreds of thousands of slaves had already settled down here. Now, in the entire Ika Plains, there were already millions of people living here, millions of slaves. What kind of concept was this? In the Ark continent, a medium-sized city had a permanent resident population of only a few million. A small city had a permanent resident population of only a few 100,000 people. In other words, the Purcell clan had a medium-sized city with a permanent resident population of only a few 100,000 people. Big move, absolutely big move. With this move, the Purcell clan could be regarded as one of the big clans in the Oxu Empire. It was no wonder that they would hit them when they were down. The old king of the Oxu Empire wanted to deal with the big clans, and the Purcell clan was one of them. The Buddha clan was a knife in the hands of the old king of the Oxu Empire. It could be said that the engagement between the Buddha clan and the Purcell clan would be impossible without the pressure of the old king of the Oxu Empire. Although Evan Purcell had some friendship with Yaguang's father and could be considered as a good friend, but as the patriarch of a large clan, he couldn't make too many decisions. Even if he was the patriarch, there were many things that he couldn't control. To be honest, Evan was a pretty good person. When he was young, he went out to train and coincidentally met Adam's father. The two of them chatted happily and became good friends in the end. Later, when Evan became the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy, he wanted to help the Buddha clan. But when he became the Grand Duke, he discovered that there were a lot of things that he couldn't do. Sitting in that position, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the entire Purcell Duchy and protect the interests of the old nobles. Therefore, when he became the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy, he was already on the opposite side of the Buddha clan. Moreover, in the Purcell clan, in addition to the patriarch, there was also an elders' council. This elders' council was composed of some of the Purcell clan's direct descendants or collateral descendants of the clan. These elders used all kinds of interests to weave a big net, firmly trapping the patriarch in it, making him unable to move. Later, when the old king suddenly passed away, the new king's bloody ascension, and the Buddha clan's calamity, Evan wanted to help, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only use his own strength to save Adam's life. It could be said that if Evan didn't secretly help, Green and Marine wouldn't have been able to save Adam. But the matter of him secretly helping the Buddha clan was known by the Elders' Council. Those elders united to put pressure on him, greatly weakening the patriarch's authority. Evan also felt that he was now a puppet, but what could he do? In the end, he was still a member of the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan's blood flowed in his body, and his bones were branded with the Purcell clan's imprint. It was impossible for him to break away from the Purcell clan. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he was the Grand Duke of the Purcell clan. But Evan understood that he was just a decoration placed there to look good, a decoration for the elders to use. As for Ryan Purcell, although she was Evan's daughter, she didn't get along with him. This was because Ryan's mother was the daughter of an elder who didn't have the surname Purcell. She married Evan in order to better control him. It was because of this reason that Ryan wasn't close to her father. Instead, she looked down on Evan. On the contrary, she was very close to her grandfather. The Purcell clan, because of the pressure of the old king, allowed Ryan to be engaged to Adam. Now that the Buddha clan had fallen, the Purcell clan naturally wanted to break off the engagement. But they couldn't put down their face, so this matter was dragged on. But now that Ryan was chasing too closely, and her grandfather really loved her, they sent people to the Black Waste to check if the Buddha clan's people were dead. If they weren't, then they could go up and stab them. But they didn't think that they would annoy Zhao Hai so much that he would think of releasing insects. Zhao Hai and Green had already arrived at the periphery of the Ika Plains. There were a lot of small villages here, and the people in the villages were also some commoners. Many of them originally lived in the Ika Plains, but they were eventually driven out by the Purcell clan. Large tracts of fertile land belonged to the Purcell clan. Now they could only live in the barren hills on the periphery of the Ika Plains. These people couldn't enter the Ika Plains. First, because of the Purcell clan's army, and second, because of the windbreak belt on the periphery of the Ika Plains. Zhao Hai and Green were now standing outside the windbreak belt. Looking at the windbreak belt that was at least 100 meters wide, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Good work, ah. The Purcell clan is really powerful. Just planting these trees required a lot of manpower. Green nodded. This is the strength of a millennium-old family. I heard that the Purcell clan spent 50 years to build these windbreak trees. The amount of manpower and material resources used is innumerable. Just to build this forest, I don't know how many slaves died from exhaustion. Some people say that the number of trees in this forest is how many slaves died. Zhao Hai sighed. Looking at the dense forest, his heart went numb. Although he knew that Green's words were somewhat exaggerated, he was sure that in order to build this forest belt, a lot of people must have died. In the dark night, the wind blew the grass in the forest. It seemed that there were countless shadows moving in the forest. Looking at Zhao Hai's heart, his hair stood on end. After a while, he sighed. Why bother? If we had so many people, I would have restored them to their civilian status. Slavery won't last long. Green didn't say anything. He just felt that Zhao Hai's words were wrong. The continent's slavery had been around for tens of thousands of years. Now it was still very good. He really didn't understand why Zhao Hai said that slavery won't last long. Zhao Hai also didn't say anything. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, it's already late. We'll rest here first. Tomorrow night, we'll go to the plains. Green didn't oppose. In about 3 hours, the sky would be bright. In these 3 hours, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It was better to have a good rest here. The two returned to Stony Mountain from the space. Everything was normal there. No one came to make trouble. A few days ago, Laura sent a batch of barrels. This batch of barrels was enough to hold 200,000 gin of oil. It was enough for Zhao Hai to use for a while. From Casa City to the Ica Plains, it would only take about 5 days. During these 5 days, the oil refinery in Iron Mountain Fort had officially started its operations. The workers used were all undead, even the animals used to pull the oil refinery were scaled wildebeests that had turned into undead. However, the scaled wildebeests didn't turn into skeletons. Instead, they turned into another kind of undead, zombies. Zombies were a higher level undead than skeletons. First-level skeletons had weak fighting strength, but first-level zombies had the strength of a second-level warrior. However, to turn a corpse into a zombie required 10 times more magic than to turn a corpse into a skeleton. Therefore, most people wouldn't turn a corpse into a zombie. Although the fighting strength of zombies was very strong, their speed wasn't fast. A zombie couldn't win against 10 skeletons. Moreover, it was more difficult for zombies to level up compared to skeletons. Therefore, black magicians generally wouldn't turn corpses into zombies. However, the fighting strength of zombies wasn't weak. Take the lowest level black iron zombie for example. This kind of zombie's strength was very great, and its skin's defensive ability was very strong. It wasn't worse than ordinary leather armor. If it wasn't for its slow speed, it would be enough to deal with a third-level warrior. However, because of its slow speed, even if it encountered a third-level warrior, it still wouldn't be able to do anything. However, a first-level warrior shouldn't be hit by a zombie. As long as a zombie hit them, even if they didn't die, they would still be seriously injured. A second-level black iron zombie's speed was almost the same as a skeleton's. It wasn't worse than a third-level warrior. It was a relatively difficult undead to deal with. A third-level zombie was called a bronze zombie. This kind of zombie had the strength of a fourth-level warrior. A fourth-level zombie was called a poison zombie. At this level, a zombie could use its own corpse poison to attack people. A fifth-level zombie was called a silver zombie. It had stronger defense, greater strength, faster speed, and corpse poison attack. A sixth-level zombie was a silver zombie. A seventh-level zombie was a gold zombie. An eighth-level zombie was a gold zombie. A ninth-level zombie was a true heaven zombie emperor. However, there wasn't a magician on the continent who could make a fourth-level zombie. Making a fourth-level zombie was more difficult than making a high-level skeleton. Even a third-level zombie couldn't be made by an ordinary magician. Zhao Hai made the zombies because he wanted to see the difference between zombies and skeletons. But what he didn't expect was that after he made the zombies, the space actually turned all of the undead that came out of the space into zombies. Moreover, these zombies were a combination of the advantages of zombies and high-level skeletons. The skin and flesh of these zombies had very strong defensive capabilities, comparable to ordinary leather armor. Their bones were even harder than steel. Moreover, besides their pale complexion and their inability to breathe, they looked no different from a normal person. The only difference was that their eyes couldn't move. Most importantly, the toxins in these people's bodies had increased. In addition to the original toxins, there was also corpse poison. This corpse poison could only be found in fourth-rank zombies. However, this didn't mean that first and second-rank zombies didn't have it. It's just that first and second-rank zombies had corpse poison hidden in their bodies. The space only strengthened the poison by removing it. At the same time, these undead also had the means of attack of zombies. For example, their fingernails could become longer, giving them extraordinary strength. Even Xianxia and the others were like this. It can be imagined that once Xianxia and the other undead magicians appeared in the continent, wearing their magic robes, releasing magic in their hands, they would be able to beat the enemy half to death. What kind of scene would that be? In the continent, there were very few people who practiced both magic and martial arts. This didn't mean that magic and martial arts dual cultivators weren't good. On the contrary, magic and martial arts dual cultivators were very powerful in the early stages. Below the 5th rank, magic and martial arts dual cultivators could easily defeat their opponents. But after the 5th level, it was a different story. After the 5th level, if one wanted to break through to a higher level, they wouldn't just need to rely on hard work. After the 5th level, whether it was magic or do qi, every level up would be very difficult. For people who practice both magic and martial arts, after the 5th level, the difficulty of each level up was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If they were to give up on practicing both magic and martial arts at this time and only practice one, it would be impossible. Both magic and martial arts complemented each other. Once they started to practice both magic and martial arts, they would have to maintain the same level. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to go berserk. Therefore, it was very difficult for people who practiced both magic and martial arts to have great achievements in the end. Generally, it would be very difficult for them to make any progress after reaching the 6th or 7th level. Although a 7th-rank magic warrior was already very powerful, there were very few magic warriors that could reach the 7th rank. There were a lot of famous geniuses in the continent who thought that they could cultivate both magic and martial arts. However, in the end, they were all stuck at the 5th rank, unable to reach the 6th rank. Only a few managed to reach the 6th rank, and even if they did reach the 6th rank, they would be stuck there for the rest of their lives. Only a few managed to reach the 7th rank. Nowadays, there were very few people who practiced both magic and martial arts in the continent. One must know that those geniuses who practiced both magic and martial arts in the past, if they only practiced one of them, then they would eventually reach the 9th rank. But because of this, they could only reach the 7th rank, or even the 6th rank. After the space upgraded the undead several times, Xianxia and the others now had the strength of 7th rank experts. However, Xianxia and the others were mainly proficient in magic attacks, their close combat ability wasn't very strong. They didn't learn battle qi, nor did they learn martial skills. They could only rely on their instincts to fight. As for the undead warriors, they were mainly focused on martial arts, they didn't practice magic. However, their attacks weren't any worse than Xianxia and the others who were magicians. The magic beasts that came out of the carrion swamp were now covered in flesh and blood. Their fighting strength wasn't any worse than the warriors. The magic beasts themselves had existed for a long time compared to the warriors. The carrion swamp wasn't a peaceful place, except for the beast tide, the magic beasts and the undead would fight each other all the time. Because of this, whether it was the magic beasts or the undead, they had a lot of fighting experience and weren't weak. Zhao Hai didn't think that this would be the result, but this result made him very happy. He now had more than 1,000 7th rank experts in his hands. More than 1,000 7th rank experts? What kind of concept was that? He was afraid that if the Purcell clan didn't send 9th rank experts, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. When one's cultivation reached 9th rank, they couldn't rely on numbers to win. They were on 2 different levels. Almost all of the great clans in the continent had 9th rank experts. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai's enemies were those great clans, so he could only tuck his tail between his legs. After resting in the space for a day, Zhao Hai and Green finally recovered to their peak state. During the day, Marine went to the space to cook for Zhao Hai. Marine was always worried about Zhao Hai, so Zhao Hai was very touched by Marine's care. In his previous life, he didn't enjoy maternal love, but from Marine, he enjoyed it. With regards to Marine and Green, Zhao Hai was very respectful. He treated them as his own biological grandparents. These two respectable elders had dedicated their lives to the Buddha clan, even their own children were dedicated to the Buddha clan. For such people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but respect them. It had been 5 days since they left Kasa City. Zhao Hai's farm was still growing radishes and oil nuts. Now, he had nearly 300 mu of radishes in his hands, and 22 seasons of oil nuts. Such a quantity was very astonishing. However, Zhao Hai was also preparing to harvest this season's radishes, so he wouldn't plant any more radishes. Nearly 300 mu of radishes, 8,000 jin per mu, such a yield was really amazing. It was enough for him to trade with Laura for a while. At the ranch, he had also collected 2,000 adult rabbits, and soon he would be able to collect another batch of rabbits. In other words, he now had 2,000 adult rabbits in his hands, and another 1,000 were about to mature. The number of small rabbits in his hands was more than 100,000. Zhao Hai still underestimated the reproduction ability of the rabbits in the space. Zhao Hai didn't want to plant radishes for a reason. This time, he ran to the Ica plains to release insects, so the Purcell Duchy was bound to have a food shortage. When the time came, there might be a famine. Zhao Hai was preparing to plant more corn, so maybe he could sell it for some money. Although Zhao Hai wanted to use the insect plague to deal with the Purcell clan, he didn't want to create a tragic scene like the 1,000-mile starving map. Most of the food in the Purcell Duchy was produced in the Ica plains. If the Ica plains stopped producing food, then the Purcell Duchy's food pressure would be great. In a time of great disaster, who would suffer the most? It wasn't the aristocrats, nor the rich, but the ordinary people. If the Purcell Duchy really had no food, then the ordinary people would have a problem eating food. At that time, there might really be a tragic scene of people eating children. Zhao Hai hated the Purcell clan for always finding trouble with him, but he didn't want the ordinary people to suffer. If he really did that, he was afraid that his conscience would be uneasy, and he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Zhao Hai also thought that if he really used corn to solve the Purcell clan's food crisis, he would also make a lot of money. Most importantly, it would also improve Laura's position in the Purcell clan's heart. If Zhao Hai wanted to use corn to solve the problem, then he would have to sell the corn. Of course, he couldn't do it himself, so he could only sell it through Laura. Laura would certainly be a great benefactor of the Purcell clan, and naturally her position in their hearts would be improved. But now, this was only Zhao Hai's expectation. It was hard to say if it would go so smoothly. Don't forget that the Purcell Duchy had many other large firms. These large firms had the ability to transfer large quantities of food to the Purcell Duchy in a short period of time. The Purcell Duchy's food problem could also be solved by these large firms. The next night, Zhao Hai and Green came out of the space. Green took Zhao Hai through the windbreak belt and entered the Ica plains. Upon entering the Ica plains, Zhao Hai was stunned. He was born in the northern part of China, which was also a plain. But at that time, the population of China was too large. At a glance, you could see the end of the field and then the houses, which was far less shocking than the Ica plains. It was too shocking. As far as the eye could see, the rolling waves of green wheat were like the sea. There was no end to it. You couldn't see people, houses, or trees. Other than wheat fields, there were more wheat fields. That scene could only be described as shocking. Green also saw the scene for the first time. After a while, he gasped for breath and sighed. Too beautiful, too spectacular. I really didn't think that farming could produce such a spectacular scenery. Zhao Hai also recovered, his eyes shining. This is nothing. Later, when we turn the black waste into something like this, I believe it will be more spectacular than here. Green nodded. He was very clear that the land in the black waste was bigger than here. If the land there was improved, then they might see a more spectacular and shocking scenery than here. Now that the sky had just darkened, they could still see things. Zhao Hai and Green didn't start, but carefully looked at the situation in the field. In the Ica plains, there was a place to live. On the contrary, there were a lot of living villages. Most of these villages had some thatched houses. The people living in them were all slaves. Only one or two houses looked good. It seemed that the people in charge were looking after the slaves. There were a lot of such small villages in the Ica Plains. In each small village, there were one or two people in charge of dozens to hundreds of slaves. They were distributed throughout the Ica Plains and served the Purcell clan for generations. However, Xianxia and Green also noticed that the life of these slaves was much better than the slaves in other places. They ate white flour and their clothes were complete. They were not like the slaves in other places, who were divided into teams, but formed a family. If there were no slave brands on their bodies, they would look more like some poor civilians. In fact, this situation was a bit similar to what Xianxia had imagined in the Black Waste. However, Xianxia wouldn't send people to manage them. If he wanted the slaves to build a village, he would first restore their civilian status. It seems that the Purcell clan also understood that if you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. They gave these slaves a better life than other slaves, and also let them start a family here. In the end, it was all for themselves. Even if it was a big clan like the Purcell clan, it was impossible to buy hundreds of thousands of new slaves every year to supplement their own clan. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, they kept the slaves here in captivity. This way, the slaves would be able to start a family and give birth to children. These children would be born as slaves, and these slaves were often more useful than the newly bought slaves. Xianxia and Green looked at a few small villages and didn't continue to look. In any case, these small villages were almost the same. Whether they looked at them or not, it didn't matter. They still had to deal with serious matters first. Xianxia chose a place far away from where people lived and stopped. He hadn't used the pest attack yet, so he wanted to see how powerful the pest attack would be. Green stood next to Xianxia and motionlessly looked at Xianxia. He really wanted to see how powerful the pest attack that Xianxia spoke of was. The two of them actually had the same idea. Xianxia gently raised the ghost cane and whispered, "Release the pest." The cane immediately shot out a projection and stopped in front of Xianxia. Then a prompt sounded, "Host, please select the area to release the pest." 1 mu, 10 mu, 100 mu. 3 options appeared on the projection. Xianxia immediately understood what it meant. He chose 100 mu, but the projection didn't disappear. It just changed the screen and the prompt sounded again, "Please select the density of the pest. 1 per plant, 2 per mark, 3 per plant, 4 per plant, 5 per plant." There were a total of 5 options. Xiao thought for a moment, then looked at the wheat-like crops. He steeled his heart and chose the highest 5 plants, which was the one with the most plants. Xianxia thought that this was the end. He didn't think that the scene on the projection would change. The prompt sounded again, "Please select the pest's survival time. 1 day, 7 days, 10 days, 1 month." Xianxia immediately chose 1 month. After selecting this option, the prompt from the space didn't come again. The projection also disappeared, but from the cane, a yellow light flashed and disappeared. Then Xianxia and Green heard a rustling sound coming from the wheat field in front of them. The two looked down and couldn't help but feel scared. It turned out that in the wheat field in front of them, there were 5 fat worms crawling on each stalk of wheat. They were eating the wheat with all their might. In a short time, the leaves of the wheat were bitten and a big hole was left. Xianxia and Green looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. They didn't think that it would be like this. Looking at the situation, they feared that the wheat would be eaten by these 5 fat worms in a short time. Xianxia stood up and let out a long breath. Green also stood up and looked at Xianxia with a shocked face. "Master, this is the pest casting ability you mentioned?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, this is the pest casting ability. In front of us, there are 5 of these worms on each stalk of wheat." Green glanced at the wheat field in front of him. His heart was even more shocked. Just a yellow light flashed and in this good wheat field, there suddenly appeared these big worms. Moreover, there were 5 worms on each stalk. This was really terrible. This was simply the ability to create life. It was a godlike ability. Xianxia didn't tell Green that these worms had a lifespan of 1 month. The key point was that he didn't understand the concept of these worms surviving for a month. When the Purcell clan found these worms on the wheat, they would certainly kill them. At that time, these worms would be killed. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to survive for a month. Therefore, he didn't tell Green. However, Green was also a person who had seen a big scene. He also knew about the magic of the space. He quickly calmed down and turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Master, should we go somewhere else and release some worms?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Release, we must release them. I want these worms to eat all the wheat in the Ika plain." Green laughed and pulled Xiao Hai a few times. They crossed the 100 mu wheat field where the worms were released and arrived at another wheat field. Xiao Hai continued to release the worms and then went to the next place to continue. In the end, Xiao Hai didn't know how many wheat fields he had destroyed. However, he still released the worms in a regular pattern. He started from the edge of the forest so that the Purcell clan would have the illusion that these worms were naturally born. This night, Xiao Hai and Green were really tired. The two of them kept running back and forth. Xiao Hai didn't release Alien. It was strange to say that when he released the zombies, the undead creatures in the space all turned into zombies. Only Alien didn't change and still had its original appearance. For Xiao Hai, this was a good thing. If Alien also turned into zombies, he wouldn't be able to directly see the situation outside. This time, Xiao Hai didn't release Alien. It was because Alien's body was too big. It was easy to be exposed and also easy to leave traces. If the Purcell clan saw those traces, they might find out that this insect disaster was man-made. That wouldn't be fun. About 3 hours before dawn, Xiao Hai and Green returned to the space to rest. Green knew that the slaves wouldn't wait until dawn to work. The supervisors wouldn't let the slaves rest for so long. If they waited until dawn to rest, it was likely that they would be found. The two of them were really tired this night. They immediately went to sleep when they entered the space. The situation outside the space was worse than what they had imagined. Xiao Hai underestimated the destructive power of the insects to the crops. 5 large meat bugs were constantly gnawing on the wheat seedlings. The damage done to the wheat was hard to imagine. In just one night, a lot of wheat had been gnawed. What was even more frightening was that the meat bugs didn't disappear after eating a wheat seedling. Instead, they crawled down from the wheat seedling and moved on to the next one. Xiao Hai didn't count. In fact, they had changed more than 100 places in one night. This was because Green was now at the peak of 8th rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to do this. In other words, that night, Zhao had placed insects on more than 10,000 mu of wheat fields, 5 on each stalk of wheat. By the time they placed insects in the last 100 mu, the first 100 mu had already been eaten up by the insects. The mighty insect army had already begun to develop deeper into the field. Xiao Hai and Green went to sleep when they entered the space. Naturally, they didn't know about the situation outside. When dawn came, the slaves also woke up. Their main job was to weed the wheat seedlings. If they found any insects, they would kill them. It wasn't the busy season yet. Therefore, the slaves were relatively relaxed. After they woke up, they went to patrol the fields. The slaves that Xiao Hai had let go of the insects were stunned when they arrived at the fields. Their scalps tingled as they looked at everything in front of them. Fat insects were lying on the wheat seedlings. They were crazily gnawing on the wheat seedlings. When they looked further, they couldn't see any complete wheat seedlings. Only the stalks were left standing. Not to mention the slaves, even the supervisors were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was too frightening. Suddenly, a slave reacted. He shouted and rushed towards the wheat seedlings. He used his hands to hit the insects on the wheat seedlings and then stepped on them. The slave's reaction made the other people react. They immediately rushed up, beat the bug to the ground, and trampled it to death. The overseer woke up from his stupor. His face paled as he looked at the situation in the field and around him. Then, he didn't follow the slaves to exterminate the insects. Instead, he turned around and ran towards the small village where they lived. In their small village, they would raise some scaled wildebeests. These scaled wildebeests could be used to plow the fields. If something happened, they could also be ridden to send messages. The steward wanted to ride a scaled wildebeest to send a message to his family. The supervisor had seen that the insects weren't just a small group. He looked around and saw that a large part of the wheat seedlings had been gnawed. He didn't know how big the insect disaster was, but he was sure that if the insect disaster wasn't extinguished as soon as possible, then the grain production in the Ica plains would be greatly reduced. The supervisor didn't know that there were many people with the same status as him doing the same thing. They were all riding scaled wildebeests towards the Purcell clan station. The reason why the slaves worked so hard to kill the insects was because if they couldn't harvest the grain in their fields, then the food they got would be reduced. Their days were not very good. If the food was reduced, then it would be even worse. The Purcell clan's management in the Ica plains was very good. In addition to the small villages where the slaves lived, there was a small station not far from them. It was usually used to pass messages and distribute supplies to the slaves. During the autumn harvest, it became a grain station, specifically responsible for collecting grain. The Purcell clan used this station to control the entire Ica plains. No matter where it was, if there was any movement, they could get the news in the shortest time possible. Nate was the station master of the Purcell clan's relay station. For the people of the Purcell clan, this was definitely a lucrative position. Here, when the slaves were given supplies, they could deduct some of it. When the slaves were collected, they could also deduct some of it. Usually, the station would raise 1 or 2 horses like the wind-chasing horse or the flame foal. These horses were used to deliver messages. Of course, these horses couldn't be compared to the ordinary scaled wildebeests. They had to eat some high-quality fodder, and these fodder were also distributed by the clan. Nate could also deduct some of these fodder from the fodder. This kind of thing was very common in the relay stations of the Ica plains. It was almost an open secret. The clan also turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. In the eyes of the clan, guarding the relay station all year round was a hard job. However, the Purcell clan also had a bottom line for these relay stations. Usually, they would allow them to be greedy, but they must ensure that the relay station operated normally. Every year, the slaves who received supplies from them couldn't die, otherwise, the clan would punish them heavily. It was precisely because of this that working in the relay station was a hard job, but it was also a lucrative position. After working in the relay station for a few years, one could return to Casa City to retire. Nate wasn't old enough to retire yet. He was the nephew of the Purcell clan's foreign affairs steward. His cultivation talent wasn't good, so his uncle arranged for him to work in the relay station. This way, he could earn some gold coins so that in the future, he could comfortably retire at home. Although he couldn't return to Casa City often and could only stay in the relay station every day, his days were very comfortable. He was a person who was easily satisfied. He knew that he couldn't cultivate, so he didn't have the heart to cultivate. He just wanted to work in the relay station for a few more years so that he could comfortably retire at home. When he thought of his home, Nate's face couldn't help but smile. His home was in Casa City. 6 years ago, he lived in this relay station with his wife. But later, he had a child. For the sake of his child's education, he sent his child and wife to Casa City. Now, his child was studying in Casa City's Magic and Force Academy. Although his child's talent couldn't make him a magician, his body was very good. He was a good warrior material. When he thought of his naughty son, Nate was even happier. He hummed a song as he walked out of the room. He ran to the kitchen and took out a small pot of wine and 2 small dishes. Then he loudly said, "Garson, Carlo, come and accompany your brother to drink 2 cups." Garson and Carlo were Nate's deputies. The two had some relations with the upper class of the Purcell clan, so they were arranged here. The relationship between the three's relationship was quite good. At this time, the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. Nate couldn't help but stop and listen carefully. He discovered that the sound of the horse's hooves didn't come from the Purcell clan's old castle, Benio Fort. Instead, it came from the Ica plains. Nate's face changed. He wasn't afraid of the sound of the horse's hooves coming from the Benio castle. If it wasn't an order from the clan, then it would be an order from the clan. What he was most afraid of was the sound of the horse's hooves coming from the Ica plains. The Ica plains were very important to the clan. No matter what happened here, the clan would be the first to know. This was the Purcell clan's rule. Nate threw away the wine pot in his hand and shouted to his 2 subordinates who had just come out of the house, "Quickly, prepare the flame horse. There might be an accident in the Ica plains. When Garson and Carlo heard Nate's words, they immediately went to prepare. They knew that Nate had been working in the plains of Ica for almost 8 years. Although Nate didn't get promoted in the past 8 years, he was very familiar with the plains of Ica, so they wouldn't go wrong if they listened to him. While the two men were saddling the flame horse, Nate had already run out of the door. He looked at the scaled wildebeest that was approaching from a distance. It could be seen that the person on the horse was still desperately whipping the horse. This made Nate's heart sink. He knew that the more it was like this, the more difficult it would be to handle. Soon, a horse ran to the front of the station. The person on the horse jumped down from the horse. Nate immediately greeted him and said, "Tyne, what happened?" Tyne's face was pale as he said, "Lord Nate, it's not good. There is an insect infestation in my area. It's a large area. I can't see the end of it. Quickly report to the clan. Otherwise, this year's food supply will be gone." Nate's head buzzed for a moment. It took him a while to recover. He took 2 deep breaths and said, "Tell me the details. How can there be an insect infestation?" Tyne's face was pale as he said, "I don't know. It was fine yesterday. When I woke up this morning, I found a large white insect that had eaten a lot of wheat. There are a lot of these insects. If we don't eliminate them as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. If possible, I hope that the clan can send mages." Hearing Tyne's words, Nate was even more surprised. He was very clear that the clan had several types of alarms. The lowest level would only send a few warriors to deal with it. The middle level would generally send an army, but the number wouldn't exceed 1,000. The higher level would require the help of mages. At the same time, they would also send an army of more than 1,000. Now that Tyne said this, he wanted the clan to send an army of more than 1,000 mages to deal with the problem. Nate looked at Tyne and said, "Tyne, do you know what you are talking about? Is it really that serious?" Tyne smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Nate, don't you know how I, Tyne, handle things? It's more serious than you think. I think it's best to let the clan deal with it as a strategic crisis." Nate didn't say anything. Tyne used to be a soldier of the clan. Later on, he was injured and couldn't fight. Therefore, he was sent here as a supervisor. But because he used to be a soldier, he was very reliable. Moreover, after going through the war, he knew what a strategic crisis meant. Therefore, when Nate heard what he said, he knew that the situation was very serious. Nate turned his head to Tyne and said, "All right, I'll immediately go to Benioff Fort to deliver the message. You go back and organize the people to eliminate the insects." Tyne nodded, then he turned around and jumped on his scaled wildebeest. At this time, Garson and Carlo also prepared the flame horses. They prepared a total of 3. Nate turned his head to the 2 and said, "Immediately send a message to all the relay stations. Tell them to inform the villages that they must pay attention to the insect plague and eliminate the insects. I'll go to Benioff Fort to deliver the message." The 2 nodded, then they jumped on their mounts and went their separate ways. From Nate's place to Benioff Fort, it would take 2 days to go on a fast horse. But if there was an emergency, then they could change horses and not people. They could rush all the way to Benioff Fort. This way, only 1 day would be enough. Right now, Nate was in a hurry, so he changed horses all the way to Benioff Fort. Benioff Fort was the old fort of the Purcell clan. There were 3 elders of the clan who lived here all year round. At the same time, there were 5,000 Benioff guards, at least 100 death warriors, and 50 mages who were stationed here all year round. There were also a large number of clan members and servants. This was the foundation of the Purcell clan. The entire outer wall of Benioff Fort was 2,000 meters long, 5 meters thick, and 15 mago thick. It was made of rammed earth, grass, and rice milk. It was very sturdy. Benioff Fort was very lively, but since it wasn't a major road, only some merchants from the Purcell Duchy would set up shops here. Moreover, the Purcell Duchy's management was very strict. Generally, merchants who didn't know the background of the Purcell Duchy wouldn't open a shop here. Currently, there were 50,000 people living in Benioff Fort. Some of them lived inside the fort, and most of them were related to the Purcell clan. The rest of the people lived outside the fort. Of the 5,000 Benioff guards, 2,000 were stationed inside the fort. The remaining 3,000 were stationed in the barracks outside the fort. The fort and the barracks formed a triangle, echoing each other. On this day, the fort was still the same as before. In the morning, the gate of the fort was opened. Everyone was busy with their business, busy with other things. It was a very lively day. Everything seemed to be normal until the sky slowly darkened. A melodious bell rang from the fort. The people living here knew that it meant that the fort was about to close. At this time, the sound of a horse's hooves was heard from the depths of the Ica plains. The sound of the horse's hooves was very urgent, like raindrops. People couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Before long, a flaming horse could be seen running from a distance. As it ran, it shouted, "Urgent report! Urgent report! Don't close the gate!" The people living in the fort, in addition to some merchants, were generally staff of the fort, or family members of the Benio guards. There were also a lot of people from the Purcell clan. Naturally, they knew what an urgent report meant. The slowly closing gate immediately stopped. Not only did it not close, it also slowly opened. Not long after, the horse arrived at the gate of the castle. Immediately, 2 Benio guards wearing bull-horned helmets and iron armor came forward to welcome the horse. The man didn't stop and just shouted, urgent report, quickly get out of the way." Generally, urgent reports would stop at the gate of the fort. Only very urgent matters would directly pass through the gate and go straight to the inner fort. The Benio guards in front of the gate heard the shout and didn't dare to block it. They moved to the side and let it pass. The person who came was Nate. He knew that the insect plague was a very urgent matter, so he didn't care too much about it. He directly went through the gate and went straight to the inner fort. The pedestrians on the street saw this and didn't dare to block him. After a while, Nate arrived at the gate of the inner fort. After riding for a day, Nate was already exhausted. His legs had already lost feeling. He rolled down from the horse. The guards in front of the gate immediately ran over and helped Nate up. Nate was too tired to speak, so the gatekeeper quickly said to the other one, "Quickly go and bring him a bowl of water." The other one immediately complied and ran to the gatehouse to bring a bowl of water and poured it down Nate's throat. Nate's throat was a bit better. He immediately struggled to stand up and said, "Quick, urgent report, there is a large-scale insect plague in the Ica plains, please help the magicians." When the gatekeeper heard Nate's words, his face changed. One of them let go of Nate and ran towards the inner fort, while the other supported Nate to walk inside. People like Nate didn't have the right to enter the inner castle without a notice. At most, he could only deliver a letter to the gate of the inner castle. Then, the warriors guarding the gate would send the message inside. Then, the people in the inner castle would decide whether to see him or not based on the importance of the message. The warrior guarding the gate helped Nate into the gatehouse and asked him to sit down. Then he asked, "What's going on? Why is there a sudden insect plague?" Although Nate was tired to death, he knew that the warriors guarding the inner fort weren't simple. Some of them were even Purcell clan's branch descendants. He didn't dare to not answer, so he immediately replied, "I don't know. This morning, a supervisor in my jurisdiction told me that there was a large-scale insect plague. Now, a large area of wheat has been eaten. I immediately ran back to report this." Nate nodded and said, "I don't know." The warrior guarding the gate was named Sa Ding Purcell. He was a child of a branch of the Purcell clan. His grandfather was an elder. The reason why he was assigned to guard the gate was because he was old enough to gain experience. The task of guarding the gate was also a way for the children of the Purcell clan to gain experience. Therefore, he was sent here to guard the gate. Hearing Nate's words, Sa Ding immediately asked, "When was the insect plague discovered?" As a member of the Purcell clan, he was certainly more aware of the importance of the Ica plains, so he asked again and again. Nate didn't hide it, so he quickly said, "This morning, everything was normal yesterday. I don't know what happened, but this morning a large number of insects suddenly appeared. I immediately came to report." Sa Ding frowned as he sat there. He felt that this matter was very strange. As a child of the Purcell clan, he had seen a lot more of the world than Nate. Although he felt that this matter was unusual, he didn't think that it was man-made. In the continent, he had never heard of any kind of magic that could command insects. These insects didn't have any intelligence at all, they acted purely on instinct. Naturally, no one could command them. Moreover, these insects simply didn't have any fighting strength. Naturally, no one would think of commanding them. In the Ark continent, strength was everything. If one didn't have strength, then they wouldn't be given a second glance. Because of this, although Sa Ding felt that this matter was tricky, he didn't think that it was man-made. He just thought that it was a natural disaster. It wasn't that there hadn't been insect plagues on the continent. On the contrary, the Ark continent was too big. Every year, there would be many natural disasters, such as insect plagues, droughts, and floods, several times a year. At this time, the warrior who just went to report ran back and said to Nate, "Come with me, the elder wants to see you." Nate was startled and quickly stood up. Although his cultivation wasn't good, he was now a fourth-rank warrior. Moreover, the people of the Ark continent had a much stronger physique compared to the people of Earth. Therefore, after resting for a while, Nate was able to recover a lot. When he heard that the elder wanted to see him, he immediately stood up. Sa Ding and the warrior who went to report followed Nate into the inner castle. The inner castle was similar to Iron Mountain Fort. Upon entering the inner castle, there was a large training field. Currently, there were a lot of warriors training there. Inside, there was a large hall. This was where the stewards dealt with matters. Around the inner castle walls, there were a lot of houses. These houses were naturally where the warriors who were training lived. Sa Ding and the other warrior who was guarding the gate led Nate to the front of the hall. In front of the hall, there was already a steward waiting for Nate. Seeing Nate arrive, the steward immediately said, "Hurry up, the elder is waiting inside." Then he led Nate into the inner castle, but Sa Ding and the other warrior didn't follow. According to the rules of the Purcell clan, warriors who were guarding the gate didn't have the qualifications to go inside. Seeing Nate enter the inner castle, Sa Ding immediately returned to his residence. Because he was a member of the Purcell clan, his status among the warriors wasn't low. He had his own room. After returning to his room, Sa Ding immediately wrote a letter to his grandfather. Although his grandfather was an elder, he wasn't in Bennu Fort right now. Instead, he was in Kasa City. Sa Ding wanted to tell his grandfather about the insect infestation as soon as possible. After that, he rolled the letter into a small scroll and sealed it with wax. He then took out a wind falcon that his father had given him and stuffed the sealed letter into a small iron tube on the wind falcon's claw. Only then did he let the wind falcon fly away. The Purcell clan's response was also very fast. After receiving the news, they organized 5 wind mages and 100 cavalry to head towards Nate's area. Xianxia and Green didn't know about this. Before they entered the space, they deliberately entered the windbreak belt. They were afraid that they would be discovered when they left the space. The two slept in the space until the afternoon. After eating the lunch that Marine prepared for them, they went to the living room. Meg gave them some tea. Xianxia turned on the monitor to see the situation outside. Marine and Meg rarely went outside these past 2 days. They were always inside the space. They were afraid that if something happened to Xianxia, they would be able to immediately provide support. They weren't close to the wheat field, so the monitor could see things within 500 meters. Naturally, they could also see the situation inside the wheat field. However, when they turned on the monitor, they were shocked. The wheat field they saw was completely different from the one they saw last night. Last night, the wheat field they saw was still green and full of vitality. But now, the wheat field was completely different. In the wheat field, they couldn't see any good wheat sprouts. All the wheat sprouts were only left with stalks. After being exposed to the sun for a day, the wheat sprouts were all lying on the ground. At first glance, they were dead. There was no way to see the wheat field from yesterday. When the two saw this situation, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they thought that the destructive power of the insects would be great, they didn't think that it would be so great. In just 1 day and 1 night, a good wheat field was eaten up. All the wheat sprouts had withered and died. After a while, the two recovered. Green looked at the monitor and murmured, "Too terrible. I didn't think that these insects would be so fierce. This time, the Purcell clan is in trouble." Xianxia also nodded. With an ugly face, he said, "I didn't think that these insects would be so fierce." It seems that this time in the Ica Plains, I'm afraid that there will be no production. Then he turned to Meg, who was standing behind him, and said, Meg, tomorrow you tell and to stop extracting oil and concentrate on processing the corn. This time, although we have to deal with the Purcell clan, I don't want the common people of the Purcell Duchy to starve to death because of us. Meg complied. In the past few days, the fruit oil from Iron Mountain Fort had been extracted. There were more than 20,000 jeans of oil. However, the corn processing wasn't much. Now it seems that it would be better to process more corn. Green nodded his head and said, it's good to process more food, so that when we need it, there won't be any. This time, if the Ica Plains really have no food production, even if the Purcell clan can hold on, I'm afraid that the entire Purcell Duchy's food price will rise. There are many people who can't afford to eat food, so if we can introduce corn and stabilize the food price, it can be regarded as a good thing. Zhao Hai sighed and said, this time, if it wasn't for the Purcell clan watching us, I wouldn't have done this. If we let the Ica Plains have no food production, the slaves living in the Ica Plains will suffer. Green coldly said, there is no other way. If we don't do this, we will be in danger. The Purcell clan will certainly send people to deal with us. Zhao Hai sighed, looked at the screen and didn't speak. Green also knew that Zhao Hai couldn't bear to do this. He didn't persuade Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was still young, being able to do this was already very good. The sky slowly darkened, but Zhao Hai didn't rush to go out. They knew that with such a big movement, the Purcell clan would certainly receive the news. If they went out too early, they might be discovered. They should wait for a while before going out. Waiting until 9 o'clock, the sky outside was completely dark. Zhao Hai and Green came out of the space. When the two came out, they found a distant fire. It seemed that the Purcell clan was organizing the slaves to exterminate the insects. Fortunately, the two came out late, plus they were in the woods, so they weren't discovered by those people. The two carefully looked at the distant fire and found that under the fire, there were shadows swaying. Apparently, the slaves were busy. The two didn't look much. Green and Zhao Hai walked to the side of the woods until they couldn't see the fire. Then they came out of the woods. Zhao Hai looked into the distance and sighed. Then he hardened his heart and began to release the pests in the wheat field in front of him. This time, he did the same as yesterday, releasing 100 mu of pests. Each seedling had 5 pests, and the pest's lifespan was still the same as yesterday. That night, Zhao Hai and Green put more than 7,000 mu of pests in the wheat field. Then they returned to the space. It wasn't that they didn't want to release more, but now in the Ica Plains, there were slaves patrolling, which increased the difficulty of releasing the pests. While Zhao Hai and Green were releasing insects, the Purcell clan's magicians and soldiers arrived at the area under Nate's jurisdiction. The Purcell clan had a record of the people who were in charge of each relay station. Therefore, when Nate reported, the Purcell clan immediately knew which area was in trouble. This time, the 5 magicians and the 100 cavalrymen didn't bring Nate with them. Nate's cultivation wasn't good, so bringing him along would only slow down their speed. Therefore, Nate was left behind at Benyo Fort. The Purcell clan attached great importance to this insect infestation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 5 mages to investigate the situation. Although a mage's individual combat ability wasn't weak, their group attack ability was even stronger. If an ordinary insect infestation occurred, a mage could use a few magic spells to instantly extinguish the insect infestation. However, when these people arrived at Nate's jurisdiction, they were shocked. This wasn't a wheat field, but a battlefield. A war between humans and insects was unfolding. Although the people participating in the war were slaves, the situation was so tragic that it was beyond their imagination. On the wheat field, insects could be seen everywhere nibbling on the wheat seedlings. The slaves went all out to beat the insects to the ground and then trampled them to death. Not far away, there were a lot of slaves lying there. These slaves were lying there with their chests slightly moving up and down. However, their faces were pale and their eyes were closed. It was obvious that they were tired and had fainted. The scene in the distance made the magicians and the 100 soldiers suck in a breath of cold air. In addition to Nate's jurisdiction, the other areas were also affected by the insect plague. The disaster area was so large that it was beyond the magician's imagination. When the leader of the fire element magicians saw this situation, he immediately turned to the soldier beside him and said, "Immediately return to Benyo Fort and report to the elders. The situation here is beyond our imagination. Ask the clan to raise this crisis to a level 1 strategic crisis. It is best to ask the clan to immediately send reinforcements. Otherwise, the Ika Plains will face a crisis of no production." The soldier was the captain of this team. He was a 6th level warrior. When he heard the magician, he didn't dare to neglect. He turned his horse and rushed back to Benyo Fort. The leader of the magicians didn't immediately start to exterminate the insects. Instead, he turned to the soldiers and said, "Everyone, retreat 50 meters. Clear the wheat seedlings and build a 10-meter long and wide insect-proof zone. Bring the slaves over. Wenger, treat the slaves and have them immediately help build the insect-proof zone. Send people to other areas to inform them that all areas affected by the insect plague should follow this plan." Immediately, several soldiers responded and rode their horses to spread the news. The other soldiers immediately went to the fields and carried out the slaves who had fainted from exhaustion. Wenger, a water element magician, came to treat them. The leader of the fire element magicians held his magic staff and whispered a few words of incantation. A fire snake appeared in front of him. He pointed with his finger and the fire snake immediately flew into the wheat field. Not far in front of him, a horizontal insect-proof zone was created. The insect-proof zone was nearly 100 meters long. The other magicians also used their magic to build an insect-proof zone between the wheat fields that were eaten by the insects and the wheat fields that weren't. This magician was obviously very experienced in dealing with insects. At this time, the best way to deal with these insects was to build an insect-proof zone. The soldiers also took out their weapons and began to build an insect-proof zone according to the magician's instructions. The insect-proof zone was nearly 10 meters wide. It can be said that just building this zone would waste a lot of wheat fields. These magicians didn't think that this insect plague was man-made. Therefore, they just treated it as an ordinary insect plague. The method they used to deal with an ordinary insect plague was indeed very effective. But to deal with a man-made insect plague, their method was useless. Zhao Hai and Green weren't tired today. After entering the space, they were still paying attention to the situation outside. But because they were afraid of being discovered by the other party, they entered the space after reaching the windbreak zone. Now, they could only see things within 500 meters. Now, they really couldn't see anything. They could only see the big insects gnawing the wheat seedlings in a very short time. This speed was really beyond their imagination. After the two saw the insects gnawing the wheat seedlings, they once again moved into the wheat field. Only then did they let out a long breath. Green smiled and said, "Now I know why the Purcell clan is so lively. Just yesterday and today, the insects we released were enough to make them drink a pot of water." Zhao Hai nodded and leaned on the sofa. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's rest for 2 days and see what the situation in the Ika Plains is like. If those guys really destroyed the insects, then we will go out and release more insects. If their losses are big, then we don't need to release more insects." After a period of time, Grandpa Green will go to the Purcell clan to break off the engagement. Green nodded and said, "Master, we might as well go back to Stony Mountain Villa first. After 2 days, we will see the results. These 2 days, there won't be anything to do." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't go back to Stony Mountain. We will go to Iron Mountain Fort first and take out the oil. Then we will send it to Casa City and let Laura try to buy it. While we are at it, we will also buy some cloth bags that can be used to hold grain. Now that the corn has been harvested, we will need to bring back a few people from Stony Mountain and let them continue to extract the oil. This time, we will not count on the corn to make money. We will use the corn as an apology to the common people of the Purcell Duchy." Green also nodded. Although his heart was harder than Zhao Hai's, he didn't want too many innocent people to die because of their actions. The people of the Ark continent believed in God. They believed in the existence of the gods. Except for those who believed in the dark god, most people still had restrictions on their actions. They were afraid that if they did too many bad things, one day the gods would punish them. After discussing, the two of them returned to Iron Mountain Fort. Now, Iron Mountain Fort had been turned into a huge processing plant that was currently processing corn. There were two ways to process corn. One was to peel off the skin, remove the navel, and process it into edible corn. The Northerners called it cornstalk. The other way was to process it into corn flour. The processing of corn flour was more troublesome than cornstalk, but with grinding, it wasn't very troublesome. In order to process the corn, Zhao Hai had to call back a large number of undead from Stony Mountain to help process the corn. After all, they now had a lot of corn. If they wanted to process all of it, they would have to work non-stop. Otherwise, there would be no way to use corn to save the day during a disaster. A person's energy was limited. Although the slaves could also push the rollers, but after all, their physical strength was limited. Things like processing didn't require much skill, so they let the undead do it. For this reason, Zhao Hai had to raise 100 scaled wildebeests in the space. He left 10 of them to pull the carriages, and the rest were turned into zombies to pull the mills. This way, the processing speed would be faster. Now, Zhao Hai had 10 millstones and 20 rollers in his hands. The quantity of these things wasn't a lot, and the processing capacity was limited. In the end, Zhao Hai could only let all the male slaves help make the rollers and millstones. The rest of the processing work was handed over to the undead to complete. Because of these things, Zhao Hai didn't have time to go to the Ika Plains to see the results. Right now, he didn't have a lot of people in his hands. Iron Mountain Fort and Stony Mountain needed to be protected. In the end, Zhao Hai had to call back half of the 100 undead warriors. Zhao Jia and the others were also guarding Stony Mountain. The undead mercenaries were also transferred back to Iron Mountain Fort to work. For this reason, Zhao Hai specifically contacted Drunk in the Carrion Swamp. He wanted to see how Drunk was doing there. Drunk's report was very good. It turned out that the Carrion Swamp wasn't just a swamp. There were also some places that looked like islands. There were trees growing in those places, and there were also some magic beasts living there. It looked like a small island in the sea. Drunk had already occupied one of the islands and used it as a base. They were going around catching some low-level magic beasts and looking for some plant seeds. However, Drunk had already gone a few hundred miles deep into the swamp. The road was difficult to traverse, so they were preparing to collect some things and send them back. Zhao Hai didn't urge Drunk. Compared to the Purcell clan, the Carrion Swamp was a bigger threat. After all, it was impossible for the Purcell clan to stay in the Black Wasteland for a long time. Even if they really came to kill Zhao Hai only needed to hide in the space for a while and they would withdraw. But the Carrion Swamp was different. The Carrion Swamp was too close to the Black Wasteland. If they wanted to use the Black Wasteland as a base, then the Carrion Swamp must be solved. It was because of this idea that Zhao Hai didn't let Drunk come back even though he was short on manpower. No matter what, the Carrion Swamp was his top priority. While Zhao Hai and the others were busy, the same was true for the Ika Plains. The first time the Purcell clan sent out a team to exterminate the insects, they didn't achieve the expected results. On the contrary, when they arrived there, they immediately asked for help from the clan. This time, the situation was more serious than the last time. This time, the Purcell clan finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They asked for help from Casa City, while organizing all the forces in the Bennu fort. Led by the clan elder, Hill Purcell, they went straight to the east of the Ika Plains. This time, although Zhao Hai and Green had released more than 10,000 mu of insects, these insects were still in the east of the Ika Plains. Therefore, this time, the Purcell clan sent all of their forces here, wanting to eliminate these insects in the shortest time possible. However, when these people arrived at the place where the insect infestation occurred, they realized that the situation was beyond their imagination. Just as they arrived, a few thousand mu of wheat fields were infested with insects. That wasn't all, the quarantine zone they built before couldn't stop the insects from invading. The number of insects was too much, and their reproductive ability was too strong. Their military strength was not enough, so the isolation belt only played a small role, but it was quickly broken by the insects. 5 magicians wanting to defend more than 10,000 mu of wheat was simply impossible, even with the addition of the army and the slaves. When the Purcell clan's reinforcements arrived, they were already preparing a third isolation belt. This isolation belt was wider and longer, but now it seemed that its effect wasn't big. In fact, they didn't know that these insects didn't have a strong reproductive ability. It was just that they hadn't reached the time when the space required them to die, so they didn't die. The space was a variant existence. It was an independent world that belonged to Xiaohai. The laws of the space were different from the laws of the Ark continent. The rules of the space couldn't be changed in the Ark continent. Because of this, the insects would appear to be killed, but in fact, they would appear on another wheat seedling in the blink of an eye. It was just that there were too many insects. So people thought that their reproductive ability was particularly strong. Another deceptive feature of these insects was that after they were killed, they would appear on another wheat seedling. They would become very small, as if they had just been born. Then after eating the wheat seedling, they would slowly grow bigger. This made the Purcell clan believe that this was a natural insect disaster, but this insect's reproductive ability was really strong. The Purcell clan didn't know that if they didn't kill the insects and just let them eat, then they might have been able to survive for a while. After all, the insect's crawling speed wasn't fast. A 10-meter-long isolation belt was enough for them to climb for half a day. But what they did was incredible. As soon as they killed the insects on the other side were reborn. Moreover, they were reborn in the intact wheat fields behind the quarantine belt. They had helped the insects. This time, the reinforcements organized by the Purcell clan weren't only the 5,000 Bennu guards, but also all of the Purcell clansmen living in Bennu fort. They were all organized to provide support. There were nearly 50,000 people living in Bennu fort. Most of them were the Purcell clan's people. Some of them were servants who were responsible for the fort's maintenance, cleaning, and other work. There were also some family members of the Bennu guards who lived here. It can be said that they were like the slaves, they were the Purcell clan's private property. Now that the situation was critical, they were also organized. As a result, the 50,000 people living in Bennu fort were reduced from 50,000 people to less than 5,000 people from other chambers of commerce. Only a few guards were left in Bennu fort, as well as some old and weak people who couldn't move. Since the Purcell clan had made such a big move, it was impossible to hide it from the people of the large chambers of commerce. The purpose of these people was to monitor the Purcell clan's every move and spy on the secrets of the Purcell clan. Because of this, these people had established a certain connection with the Purcell clan's internal members. When Nate first came to deliver the letter, these people felt that this matter was unusual. After inquiring about it, they finally found out that there was an insect plague in the east of the Ika Plains. Originally, these people didn't care too much about it. The Ika Plains had experienced insect plagues before, so the Purcell clan was very competent in dealing with them. But then the situation worsened. The Purcell family made such a big move that almost all of the people in Bennu fort were mobilized. This made the people from the companies realize that things weren't as simple as they thought. But at this time, it was impossible for them to inquire about the situation. This was because the Purcell clan's people who were in contact with them had already gone to the Ika Plains to exterminate the insects. They couldn't find anyone. However, these people were still businessmen. They immediately sniffed out a business opportunity from this matter. Insect plague, and it looked like a large-scale insect plague. What did it mean for such an insect plague to occur in a grain-producing area? It meant that there was a shortage of food and the price of food would rise. Business opportunity, big business opportunity, for businessmen, business opportunities were the most important. The disaster wasn't within their scope of consideration. Therefore, these shops outside Bennu fort immediately sent the news to the big business clans. Among them, there were people from the Marquis Company, and this person was Laura's subordinate. The Marquis Company trained wind falcons. In Casa City, almost all of the wind falcons were raised by Nir. She didn't know why, but Nir naturally liked to raise wind falcons. The wind falcons also liked Nir very much. Finally, Laura simply handed over the work of raising wind falcons to Nir. Recently, Nir was very happy because Laura was very happy. If Laura was happy, then Nir was happy. Her life was so simple. Nir was currently feeding the wind falcons. Wind falcons were meat eaters. Although they weren't picky eaters, they still needed to eat fresh meat. Laura had more than 200 adult wind falcons in her hands, as well as more than 100 young wind falcons. Every day, they would eat a lot of things. If an average family had so many wind falcons, they would need at least a few dozen people to take care of them. Wind falcons were a type of bird of prey. Even if they were trained, they still needed to be careful when feeding them. Otherwise, they would be easily injured. However, Near didn't need to do that. She only needed to send the meat to the house where the wind falcons were raised. The wind falcons would eat by themselves, so she didn't need to do anything. Sometimes, she would even bring some live food to the wind falcons and let them hunt by themselves. Therefore, the wind falcons in Laura's hands were more handsome and wild than the wind falcons of an average family. Near had just finished feeding the wind falcons. While she was humming a song, she suddenly heard an eagle's cry. Then, a shadow shot down and landed on Near's shoulder. Near froze for a moment. She looked at the wind falcon and recognized that it was her own. She looked at the wind falcon's leg and saw a letter. Near immediately took the letter and touched the wind falcon's back. "Little 13, you've worked hard. Quickly go inside and eat. Otherwise, your brothers will eat it all." Near gave each wind falcon a number, but she didn't make any markings. Only she could recognize the number at a glance. This was one of her special abilities. The wind falcon rubbed its beak against Near's face a few times. Then, it flew into the house to eat. Near took the letter and went to the study. Laura was looking at the account book in the study. These days, the radishes that she brought back from Xiaohai were selling like hotcakes. Now, people knew that magic radishes were sold by Magic Radishes in Magic Radishes. They contained a lot of magic elements. Some families with children in school would buy them. Even some mercenaries would buy some. Because of the promotion of the radishes, the turnover of magic radishes had increased substantially. This made Laura very happy. At this time, Near came over and said to Laura, "Young lady, the 13th just brought back a letter. It might be something that happened in Fort Benio." Then she put the letter in front of Laura. Laura was surprised. She took the letter and looked at it. Sure enough, it was sent by a spy in Fort Benio. She immediately opened the letter and read it carefully. After a few glances, Laura's face changed. She said to Near, "Near, go and call Grandpa Quinjon. Quickly." Although Near didn't know why Laura was so excited, she immediately complied and ran out. Before long, Quinjon came. He saw Laura walking around in circles in the study room. Quinjon was surprised. He had watched Laura grow up. Seeing her like this, he knew that something big had happened. He immediately asked, "Laura, what's wrong? What happened?" Laura looked at Quinjon and immediately said, "Grandpa Quinjon, there was a large-scale insect disaster in the Ica Plains. It is possible that today's grain production will be reduced." She said this while handing the letter to Quinjon. When Quinn heard what Laura said, his face changed. He immediately took the letter and read it carefully. Sure enough, the letter not only mentioned the insect plague in the Ica Plains, but also the reaction of the Purcell clan. When Quinn saw this, he immediately understood that this time, the Ica Plains were in big trouble. After carefully reading the letter twice, Quinjon put it down. He looked up at Laura and said, "Laura, what do you think?" Laura's face was serious. "This is an opportunity. The Ica Plains are the granary of the Purcell Duchy. If there is a problem, then the price of the Purcell Duchy's grain will certainly rise. If we can stock up on a large amount of grain, we can certainly make a lot of money. I think we should start quietly stocking up on grain." Quinjon nodded. He didn't speak, but suddenly a clear voice was heard. "No, Laura, how can you do this?" Laura and the others looked at the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man standing outside the door. He was wearing a magic robe and had a pale complexion. He had blonde hair and a handsome appearance. It was Laura's father, Karen. Karen usually didn't care much about things and only focused on magic research. Today, he had just finished an experiment and came out to get some fresh air. He heard Laura's words and immediately stopped her. When Laura saw Karen come out, she knew that there was no hope. Karen usually didn't care about things, but he had a special characteristic. He had a good heart and was a good person. If it weren't for this character, he wouldn't have been pushed out to a place like the Oxu Empire. It was because of this character that he wouldn't let Laura do business like this. This was because doing business like this was tantamount to making money from the country's misfortune and drinking the blood of the commoners. Although Karen didn't like doing business since he was a child, he had been influenced by what he saw and heard. He understood some simple business principles and naturally understood what Laura meant. That was why he stopped her. When Laura saw Karen come out, she immediately ran over and said, "Father, are you done with the experiment?" "How was the experiment this time?" Karen had a regretful expression as he shook his head and said, "I almost succeeded. Maybe there's something wrong with 2 of the magic arrays. Next time, I'll have to make some adjustments." "Ah, no, I'm not talking about this matter. I'm talking about the matter of stockpiling food. That matter absolutely cannot be done, even if it's to make money." Laura couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Well, you can rest assured that we won't do it. But even if we don't do it, others will. When that time comes, I'm afraid that we won't have a foothold in the Purcell Duchy." Karen's face was stiff. "No matter what others do, we can't do it." Laura pouted and didn't say anything. Apparently, she still wanted to do business. At this time, Quinn John's voice was heard. "Laura, your father is right. This business cannot be done." Laura was surprised. She didn't think that Quinn John would oppose it. Quinn John had always taught her that businessmen should maximize their benefits. This was obviously an opportunity to maximize their benefits. Why did he oppose it? Quinn John looked at Laura's puzzled expression and smiled. "Karen, Laura, sit down." The 2 of them sat across from Quinn John and looked at him like primary school students. Quinn John looked at the 2 and smiled faintly. "I told Laura before that a businessman should maximize their profits. Laura must have thought of this point, so she wanted to do business with us, right?" Laura nodded. Quinn John then said, "Laura, you have to remember that businessmen not only need to maximize their profits, but also need to have a long-term vision. Don't be blinded by the immediate benefits. This time, the Ica Plains are suffering from an insect infestation, so the grain production may be greatly reduced. The Purcell Duchy may encounter a food crisis. As long as we have a large amount of grain and sell it at a high price, we can indeed make a lot of money. This is how we maximize our profits, but this is a practice that lacks a long-term vision." Karen wasn't interested in this kind of thing. He sat there and began to be distracted. On the contrary, Laura was listening with great interest, but she didn't understand. Quinn John had long since given up on Karen, so he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, you should know that the Purcell clan is one of the few great clans in the Oxu Empire. Such a clan would not be defeated by a food crisis. If we hoard food at this time, it would be tantamount to hitting a person who is down and offending the Purcell clan. Even if we make money, our relationship with the Purcell clan would deteriorate. If we want to cooperate with them like before, it would be almost impossible." Quinn John nodded his head and said, "You should know that the Purcell clan is a large clan in the Oxu Empire." Laura nodded. She was smart, and she wasn't as greedy as the average merchant. Therefore, when Quinn John said this, she immediately understood the stakes involved. Commercial clans were very powerful, but in this world, the truly powerful clans were the old aristocrats. The Purcell clan was one of the old aristocrats. If they really offended them, doing business in the Purcell Duchy would not be easy. Even if the Purcell clan, because of their relationship with the Marquis del clan, wouldn't drive them out of the Purcell Duchy, they would still suppress them. When that time comes, it would be difficult for them to do business. In any case, the Purcell Duchy was the fief of the Purcell clan. It was their domain. Quinn John looked at Laura and nodded. Then he continued, "Also, have you thought about it? Our Higginbana shop has been doing business in the Purcell Duchy for many years. In the hearts of the commoners, our Higginbana shop is a well-known brand. Establishing such a brand isn't easy. If we really sell our stockpiled grain at a high price, then the brand that we have painstakingly built over the years will be destroyed. This loss to us will be much greater than the money that we have earned." Quinn John nodded his head and said, "That's right, Higginbana shop has been doing business in the Purcell Duchy for years." Laura was horrified. She hadn't thought about this layer. If they really did this, then it would be like what Quinn John had done. The Higginbana shop's brand would be destroyed. The loss to them would be immeasurable. Most importantly, they would lose the Purcell Duchy's market. The clan wouldn't let them go, and Zhao Hai wouldn't cooperate with them. They would lose everything in an instant. When Laura thought of this, she couldn't help but turn pale. She even broke out in a cold sweat. The consequences were too terrible. She could imagine what it would be like if she really lost everything in the Purcell Duchy. She was afraid that the clan would immediately send her to a marriage alliance. This was what she was most afraid of. Quinjon looked at Laura's appearance and didn't scare her. He just said, "Laura, you have to remember that although businessmen pursue profits, there must be a limit. There are some businesses that can be done, and some that can't be done. This time, not only can we not hoard food, but we also need to buy a lot of food to stabilize the price." Laura now thought about it and nodded. "Okay, we'll do it immediately. But I think that while we're doing it, the other firms will also be doing it. I just don't know how they are doing. If they want to hoard food, then they will certainly buy a lot of food from all around. When that time comes, even if we want to lower the price, we won't be able to." Kuan nodded and said, "Immediately send people to contact the surrounding areas and see if we can get some food. If possible, buy more, but don't raise the price." Laura nodded and immediately went to write a letter. After writing the letter, she immediately had Nir send it out. Although Karen was somewhat absent-minded, he was still very clear about what was happening in the room. Before, he had little contact with business. This time, when he heard what Quinjon said, he felt the importance of business. It wasn't any worse than the battlefield. It could be said that Laura's decision could definitely affect many people in the Purcell Duchy. After Laura sent out the letter, she turned to Quinjon and said, "Grandpa Quinjon, it seems that we have to think of a way. If the people around us really raise the price of food, then we will be in trouble. Don't talk about stabilizing the price of food, I'm afraid that even normal sales will be a problem." Quinjon nodded. This time, the Purcell clan will certainly respond to the incident in the Ika Plains. But if we want to solve the food problem in a short time, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. What I'm most afraid of is that some people will take the opportunity to spread some rumors. When that time comes, ordinary civilians will begin to grab food, causing a food shortage. That would be the most terrible thing. Laura also frowned. She really didn't know what to do about this matter. Now they can only hoard some food. If the price of food in the Purcell Duchy really rises, then they can release some cheap food so that ordinary civilians can afford to eat. The next 2 days, contrary to Laura's expectations, the big firms didn't spread the news of the insect plague in the Ika Plains. It was as if they didn't know about it at all. However, Laura received a letter from the people she sent to collect food. Now in the grain-producing area around the Purcell Duchy, some people began to collect food at a high price. They wanted to collect food at a low price, but they couldn't. Laura knew that the other big firms were about to make a move. Laura couldn't do anything. Although she wanted to collect food at a high price, the funds in her hands were really too limited. There was no way to compete with those big firms. Those big firms could get the support of the big families behind them, but she couldn't. The Marquis Del clan wouldn't give her any support. Relying on her own strength, she simply couldn't compete with those big firms. Originally, Laura thought that even if she couldn't buy noodles, she could at least buy some bamboo rice. Unfortunately, those big firms were very thorough. They even increased the price of bamboo rice. Even if she bought grain at the market price, she simply couldn't buy a grain. Laura originally wanted to discuss this matter with the large firms so that everyone could come up with money to stabilize the food prices. But when she mentioned this, the large firms' faces immediately changed. Obviously, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In the end, when she wanted to see them, they simply refused to see her. Seeing this situation, Laura knew that it was hopeless to let them stabilize the price of food. Now she was worried that her hair would turn white. She didn't say that she was worried that the civilians wouldn't be able to eat. She was worried that if she couldn't collect food, then Higginbana's shop would have no food to sell. For a firm, this was a big blow. Quinjon couldn't do anything now. He didn't think that those big firms would be so ruthless. They completely ignored the lives of the ordinary civilians in the Purcell Duchy and began to stockpile food. Quinn John understood why those big firms hadn't released the news of the insect plague in the Ica Plains. It was because they weren't ready. They wanted to raise the price of food around them. Once they had enough food, then they would release the news. Even if the Purcell clan wanted to buy food to stabilize the price, it would be impossible. They could take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. Business opportunities were very important. Grasping a business opportunity could make a lot of money. But at the same time, how to grasp a business opportunity was also very important. Grasping a business opportunity meant that you had to take action at the right time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. Compared to business opportunities, grasping a business opportunity was more important. How did successful businessmen make money? They just took advantage of the situation. People needed these things, so they added a little bit of means to maximize the benefits. Now, these businessmen were waiting for an opportunity. As long as the time was right, they would release the news. Then, the food prices would soar, and they would make a lot of money. What made Quinn John and Laura puzzled was why the Purcell clan hadn't responded yet. Did they have enough food to cope with this crisis? Or did they already extinguish the insect plague? It couldn't be. In the past few days, Laura and Ben Yo Fort's letters hadn't stopped. Not only did the insect plague not improve, it was getting more and more intense. In just a few days, they heard that tens of thousands of acres of wheat fields had been destroyed. Most importantly, until now, they hadn't heard that the Purcell clan had any effective means to extinguish the insect plague. While Quinn John and Laura were in the study discussing how to deal with the current situation, a servant suddenly came in from the outside. He bowed to Laura and said, "Young lady, the Purcell clan's foreign affairs elder requests an audience." Laura and Quinn John looked at each other and saw a trace of impatience in each other's eyes. They really didn't think that the Purcell clan's response would be so slow. They only thought of looking for them now, but it was already too late. They didn't know that the Purcell clan thought that they would be able to quickly extinguish the insect plague, so they weren't too worried. But they soon found that they were wrong. This insect plague was more terrible than any they had ever encountered before. They had dispatched all the forces they could, but they still couldn't extinguish the insect plague. Now, it had reached a point of no return. At this time, the Purcell clan thought of hoarding some food in order to cope with the upcoming food shortage. The Purcell clan had encountered such a situation several times before, so they immediately thought of discussing with the Chamber of Commerce to see if they could prepare more food to cope with the upcoming food crisis. However, what the Purcell clan didn't expect was that this time, the big chambers of commerce didn't give a clear answer. On the contrary, each and every one of them was trying to change the topic. This made the Purcell clan have a bad feeling. The Purcell clan couldn't do anything about it. Although they had encountered several food crises before, it wasn't as serious as this one. They were very clear that this time, the Ica Plains would be out of production. This was a situation that they had never encountered before. It was precisely because of this that their reaction was slower than those big firms. Those big firms were already prepared to make a fortune in the Purcell Duchy, so how could they let go of this opportunity? The Purcell clan was one step behind, so they were already restricted. This time, the Purcell clan had sent a foreign affairs elder to contact Laura. The foreign affairs elder was an elder who was responsible for dealing with external affairs. His status was very high, and his name was Stern Purcell. Laura naturally thought of the other party's reason for coming, so she had no choice but to receive him. Because Stern's status was very high, he was invited to the living room. When Laura and Quinn John arrived in the living room, Stern was drinking tea. Although the Purcell clan was now facing a crisis, as an elder of a big clan, Stern's mental strength was still good. Before this, he had already contacted several people from other large firms, but the results weren't very ideal. Those people were trying to change the topic. With Stern's experience, he naturally saw that the other party was delaying. Obviously, this time, the other party wanted to make a big profit from the Purcell clan. Although Stern was very angry with the practices of those big firms, because of their strength, he couldn't say anything. However, Stern believed that the Purcell clan would be able to survive this crisis. One must know that the Purcell clan's 1,000 years of accumulation wasn't a joke. This time, those big merchants could make a fortune, but they could also make the Purcell clan's losses not small. However, it was impossible to shake the foundation of the Purcell clan. As long as the foundation of the Purcell clan wasn't shaken, they would have the opportunity to get their money back. Don't forget that the Purcell clan's territory was now a duchy. If they wanted to do business here, they would have to pay taxes to the Purcell clan. This time, those big merchants could make a fortune, but if they wanted to do business in the Purcell duchy in the future, the Purcell clan would make them pay a high tax. Sooner or later, they would make up for today's losses. Stern didn't understand why those big merchants would deal with the Purcell clan this time. Was it just for money? He didn't believe it. Those big firms had existed on the continent for so many years. It wasn't without reason. They shouldn't have made such a mistake, right? Did they really want to destroy the Purcell clan? Stern's mind was constantly thinking about these things, but his face was calm as usual. He was responsible for the external affairs of the Purcell clan. He had long been trained to be able to maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Stern looked up and saw Laura and Quinjon. The Magic Lily Trading Company could be regarded as a big firm in the Purcell Duchy. Stern naturally knew Laura and Quinjon. Stern also understood Laura's situation. He also knew that Laura's status in the Purcell Duchy's business world wasn't very high. Those big firms didn't put them in their eyes, but for the Purcell Duchy, the Magic Lily Trading Company's influence wasn't small. As soon as Laura entered the door, she saluted Stern and said, "Laura has seen Elder Stern. I've made Elder wait for a long time. Please forgive me." Stern didn't dare to be arrogant. He quickly stood up and saluted Laura. "Miss Laura is too polite. I took the liberty to visit you today. I ask Miss Laura to forgive me." Quinjon and Stern also greeted each other. In the Purcell Duchy, almost everyone knew Quinjon's status. Stern naturally didn't dare to neglect Quinjon. After they sat down, Laura looked at Stern and said, "Elder Stern, Laura knows why you've come. But to be honest, Laura really can't help with this matter." Stern didn't think that Laura would be so direct. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. When dealing with other firms, they were all wily old foxes. They would talk for a long time before getting to the main topic. He didn't think that Laura would go straight to the main topic. Stern looked at Laura, puzzled. "I don't know what Miss Laura means." Laura looked at Stern and smiled. "To tell you the truth, Elder Stern, as soon as I received the news from the Ica Plains, I was prepared to buy more grain in order to stabilize the Purcell Duchy's grain prices in the future. But I didn't think that those people would have already made their move. When I wanted to buy grain, the surrounding grain prices had already begun to rise. I wanted to buy grain at a fair price, but I couldn't. To tell you the truth, our Magic Lily Trading Company's inventory can only be sold for 7 days. After 7 days, our Magic Lily Trading Company will have no grain to sell." Stern looked at Laura, wanting to know if what she said was true or false. In fact, Stern already believed Laura's words. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Laura went straight to the point and didn't say anything else. Stern looked at Laura and asked, "Is Miss Laura's words true?" Laura forced a smile and said, "It's true. Elder Stern probably knows what kind of person my father is. This time, my father wanted me to stabilize the price of food. Unfortunately, with the funds in my hands, I simply can't compete with those people. Some time ago, I was going to discuss with them about stabilizing the price of food in the Purcell Duchy. However, I was rejected by them. I really have no other way." Stern's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted. "It's not that simple to take advantage of our Purcell clan. This time, as long as Miss Laura doesn't participate in the matter of driving up the grain prices, the Purcell clan won't treat Miss Laura badly in the future." Laura smiled bitterly. Laura thanks Elder Stern first. To be honest, this time, Laura really can't help. However, Laura will try her best to find a source of grain. If there is progress, Laura will certainly greet the Purcell clan. "Stern Elder, please rest assured." Stern looked at Laura and said, "On behalf of the Purcell clan, Stern thanks Miss Laura. If Miss Laura can find a source of grain, the Purcell clan is willing to support Miss Laura financially." Laura sternly said, "Elder Stern, please rest assured. If there really is a food source, Laura will do her best to stabilize the price." This is not only for the Purcell clan, but also for the commoners of the Purcell Duchy. Stern stood up and said to Laura and Quinn John, "If that's the case, I will take my leave. I hope that Miss Laura will keep her promise." Then he bowed to the two of them and turned to leave. Laura and Quinn John didn't ask him to stay. They were also worried about the grain problem. As Laura said, the Magic Lily store only had 7 days of grain in stock. If they couldn't find a source of grain after 7 days, then they would have to buy some high-priced grain. As a result, the price of grain would have to rise. However, they also had no other way. The price of grain in the nearby grain-producing areas had been raised by the large firms. It was impossible to buy grain at a fair price. If they went to a distant place to buy grain, they would have to pay the cost of importing it. It was almost the same as buying high-priced grain nearby. 2 days later, Laura and the others were still unable to find a food source. Laura took a letter from her subordinate and turned to Quinn John. She smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa Quinn John, it seems that this time the price of food will really rise." Quinn John was also helpless. In the past few days, they had tried everything they could think of, but there was still no way to find affordable food. Now it seemed that the price of food would rise even if it didn't. Laura put down the letter in her hand and said with a wry smile, "The price of food has risen. If we don't, we can only lose money. Although we have gotten some affordable food these days, but it is too little, we can only support for about 10 days. I'm afraid we won't be able to get even a grain of rice. At that time, I'm afraid the news about the Ica Plains will be released, and those guys will start." Quinn John smiled bitterly. "This isn't the most terrible thing. If the Ica Plains don't produce any food, then how much food will the entire Purcell Duchy need? Moreover, they will have to support at least until next year's grain production, then the price of food will fall. In the next few months, how much food will the entire Purcell Duchy need? With such a big food shortage, the Purcell Duchy's vitality will be greatly damaged. At that time, how many commoners will not be able to eat?" Laura also smiled bitterly. In this situation, they had no way to deal with it. They could only hope that the Purcell clan would be able to pass this hurdle. At this time, a servant came in and said to Laura, "Young lady, Mr. Zhao Hai's follower, Brother Lin, requests an audience." Laura and Quinn John were surprised, but Laura immediately said, "Quickly invite him in." Laura was now paying more and more attention to Zhao Hai. When Laura came back from Stony Mountain, she immediately went to see the scaled wildebeests that Green had left behind. After seeing them, Laura understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said that his scaled wildebeests were the best. Zhao Hai's scaled wildebeests were really good. Although their appearance was still that of a scaled wildebeest, their endurance and speed had been significantly improved. Even their defensive capabilities had been improved a lot. Even a level 2 spirit beast was not necessarily stronger than these scaled wildebeests. It was precisely because of this that Laura paid more attention to Zhao Hai. She really couldn't understand how Zhao Hai did it. How could ordinary things become better in his hands? Before long, Green came in. This time, he came to deliver oil to Laura, buy some bags of corn, and talk to Laura about the food issue. Before coming here, Green and Zhao Hai had already gone to the Ica Plains to have a look. They found that this time, the Ica Plains really had no production, which was somewhat beyond their expectations. Zhao Hai had released more than 10,000 mu of insects. He thought that they would be able to eat about 100,000 mu of wheat seedlings. After all, the people of the Purcell clan could kill insects. However, when Zhao Hai arrived at the Ica Plains, he found that the insect plague was now out of control. Because they didn't dare to get too close, they didn't know why the insects hadn't been eradicated yet. But what was certain was that the Purcell clan didn't have any good methods to deal with the insects. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. After he returned to the space, he didn't plant corn, but instead began to plant bamboo rice. The yield of bamboo rice was definitely better than the jade mango. But bamboo rice couldn't produce rice bran, it could only produce bamboo rice and some rice husks. The rice husks were really useless, so Zhao Hai didn't plant bamboo rice. Now that he saw the situation in the Ica Plains, Zhao Hai had to plant bamboo rice in his space. Moreover, he planted bamboo rice on all the land, even the oil fruit trees were not planted. Bamboo rice was a high-yield thing. 1 mu of land could produce more than 10,000 jin. Moreover, this thing was rated as a level 5 crop by the space. It only took 10 hours to mature, but it was only a season's crop. Once it matured, it had to be planted again. However, it could produce 2 crops in one day. In other words, Zhao Hai could get at least a few 100,000 jin of food a day. A few 100,000 jin of food was a lot, but Zhao Hai didn't intend to make a fortune with bamboo rice. This time, the situation in the Ika Plains was caused by him. If at this time he made a fortune, Zhao Hai would feel guilty. Now, in Zhao Hai's hands, there were nearly 2 million jin of corn and nearly 1 million jin of bamboo rice. This time, he let Green go to Kasa City. In addition to those 3 things, he also wanted to see the situation in Kasa City. This time, Green drove 5 scaled wildebeest carriages. In addition to him, there were also several zombies. These zombies now looked similar to ordinary people. If one wasn't a senior warrior or magician, there was no way to find them abnormal. Therefore, Green dared to bring them out. The carriages were loaded with fruit oil. These fruit oil were for Laura to test sell. The fruit oil they produced was much better than the fruit oil outside. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to raise the price. Now wasn't the time. When Green arrived at Kasa City, he was somewhat surprised. He thought that there would be people robbing grain in Kasa City, but now it seems that there was no such thing. Everyone was still living a normal life, there wasn't even a bit of chaos. When he arrived at the Higanbana store, Green looked at the price of the food in the store. There was no increase, the price was still normal. This made Green somewhat puzzled. In his heart, he secretly thought, does the Purcell clan have enough food? Strange. After that, Green revealed his identity and said that he had something to do with Laura. The servant didn't dare to neglect and immediately reported to Laura. Laura immediately invited Green to the living room in the backyard. Green followed the servant to the door of the living room. He found that Laura, Quinn John, and Near were already standing in front of the living room door to greet him. Green didn't act arrogantly. He stepped forward and greeted Laura. "I have seen Miss Laura." Laura quickly smiled and said, "Mr. is too polite." For Mr. to come, Laura is really honored. "Mr., please come in." Then she led Green into the living room. After sitting down in the living room, Laura wasn't polite. She directly asked Green, "I don't know why Mr. came to Kasa City this time. Can Laura be of any help?" Green smiled and said, "Miss Laura is too polite. This time, we've come to trouble Miss Laura. We bought the oil press some time ago and have already started to extract the oil. This time, we've brought 20,000 jeans of fruit oil and would like to ask Miss Laura to help us sell it. What do you think?" Laura was surprised. She curiously said, "It has already been produced." Hee, Mr.'s movements are really fast. But I ask Mr. to forgive Laura for being rude. Laura still needs to look at the quality of the fruit oil. Green smiled and said, "This is normal. We are very confident in the fruit oil we produce. Now that the fruit oil is outside, I ask Miss Laura to inspect the goods." Then he stood up and gestured outside. Laura and Quinn John also stood up and followed Green out the door. At this time, Green had already ordered the undead to drive the carriage to the backyard. Laura glanced at the zombies driving the carriages. She only felt that these people were lifeless and didn't feel anything unusual. However, Quinn John could see that these people who were dressed as warriors were undead. Moreover, they looked like zombies. As Laura was about to step forward, Quinn John couldn't help but pull her back. Laura looked at Quinn John, puzzled. Quinn John looked at the zombies with vigilance. Quinn John had seen zombies before, so he knew that ordinary zombies weren't like the ones driving the carriages. Ordinary zombies had rotten flesh all over their bodies, which could be seen at a glance. But these zombies looked like ordinary people, which meant that they were high-level zombies. High-level zombies had corpse poison on their bodies, as long as a person was touched by it, they would be poisoned. It was very formidable. Quinn John wasn't afraid that Green would harm them, but he was afraid that Laura would accidentally touch these zombies and be poisoned. That would be very troublesome. Green also saw the two's actions. He smiled and said, "Mr. Quinn John doesn't need to worry. These are Mr.'s servants. They have been specially refined by Mr. The poison in their bodies won't be released casually. Only when fighting will it be released. Quinn let out a sigh of relief and released Laura. Laura was puzzled as she looked at the people driving the carriage. She turned to Green and said, "Mister, do you mean these people are Mr. Zhao's servants? Are they undead creatures?" Green nodded and said, "Yes. These are Mr.'s newly subdued zombies. They have been refined using a secret method. Although they look like ordinary people, they are undead creatures." Laura and the others didn't doubt Green's words. There were a lot of dark mages who knew some mysterious dark magic. These dark magic could be used to refine the undead in their hands. Although they couldn't raise the level of the undead, they could still make them more useful. In fact, the black magicians on the continent had always been looking for ways to raise the level of their undead. For this reason, many black magicians had studied pharmaceutics and alchemy. However, they hadn't been successful. This method of refining undead was the result of the failure of alchemy. There were a lot of black magicians on the continent who could do this. These zombies didn't look as terrible as the skeletons. Laura couldn't help but curiously look at them a few more times. She found that the people were just standing there. Bored, she walked to the side of the carriage. Green immediately moved a large wooden barrel and put it on the ground. He then opened the lid. Laura and Quinn looked into the barrel and couldn't help but nod their heads. The two of them were experts in this field. They could see the quality of the oil at a glance. The quality of Zhao Hai's oil didn't need to be said. It was obviously oil, but it was clear to see the bottom. There were no impurities, nor was there any strange smell. At first glance, they could see that it was a high-quality oil. Laura nodded and said to Green, "Mister, you can put the lid on the barrel. We'll take care of the oil. I'll pay Mister later." "Mister, please come in." Green nodded and put the lid on the barrel. He then followed Laura and the others into the house. After they entered the room and sat down, Laura turned to Green and said, "Mister, the quality of this oil is really beyond my expectations." Later on, Laura hopes that the oil produced by Mister can be given to Laura. "I don't know if this is possible?" Green smiled and said, "Of course, this was agreed in advance. Miss Laura, you don't have to worry about it. In the future, the oil produced by us will be given to Miss Laura." Laura nodded and said, "That's good. After you go back, please thank Mr. Zhao Hai for me." Green smiled and said, "Miss Laura is really too polite. Today, there is one more thing I want to talk to Miss Laura about. It is a business." Laura looked at Green and said, "Mister, please speak." Green smiled and said, "My mister has received news that there has been an insect infestation in the Ica Plains. This year, all the wheat in the Ica Plains may not be produced. I don't know if this is true or not." His eyes flashed as he stared at Laura. Laura was surprised. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would also know this news. But she still nodded and said, "It is true. We have also received news that this time, the insect infestation in the Ica Plains is very serious. It is a type of insect that has never been seen before. Its reproductive ability is very strong. This year, the Ica Plains may not be able to produce wheat." When Green heard what Laura said, he felt relieved. He had asked Laura that question because he wanted to see how she would answer. Seeing that Laura didn't hold anything back, he felt relieved. Then he asked, "So the price of food in Casa City is going to rise?" Laura smiled and said, "Yes, I don't want to hide it from Mister. When I received this news, I wanted to stockpile some food to stabilize the price of food in Casa City. But other companies are faster than us and have started to buy food in advance. I am afraid that the price of food in Casa City will soon rise. I am also worried about this matter. If we raise the price, we can indeed make a lot of money. But then, a lot of people in Casa City won't be able to eat. But if we don't raise the price, we will have no food to sell." Then she looked at Glenn curiously and asked, "Why do you ask this, sir? Don't tell me." Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but get excited. She stood up and looked at Green with shining eyes. "Does Mr. Zhao Hai have grain in his hands?" Quinn also looked at Green. Green smiled faintly and said, "That's right, Mister has some food in his hands." Then he clapped his hands twice and an undead carrying 2 bags came in. Green picked up the 2 bags and opened them, revealing corn stubble and corn flour. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Miss Laura, this is the food we have in our hands. This is a type of food that has never been seen on the continent. This is corn, and this is corn flour. Corn can be cooked directly with water, while corn flour can be made into cakes. This is how Mr. wrote it down." Then he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Laura. Laura and Quinn John stared blankly at the corn stubble and corn flour in the bags. The 2 of them felt strange. Why was Zhao Hai always able to come up with something that they had never seen before? But Laura immediately recovered and took the paper that Green handed to her. She carefully looked at it. The method for corn stubble was very simple, but relatively speaking, it was harder to make than bamboo rice. The method for corn flour was even simpler. Laura understood how to eat these 2 things. Laura put down the paper and turned to Green. "How much of this food does Mr. have in his hands?" Green stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Nearly 2 million gene, but it hasn't been processed yet. The processed ones are a few 100,000 gene." Laura walked a few laps on the ground and muttered, "Heaven is helping me, heaven is helping me." Quinn John was calmer than Laura at this time. He turned to Green and asked, "What is the price of this food?" When Laura heard Quinn John's question, she stopped and turned to look at Green. She was also afraid that the price of this food would be too high. If the price was too high, then it wouldn't be able to alleviate the food crisis. Green smiled faintly. Mr. said that he didn't want to see the people of Casa City suffer, and he didn't want to see people starve to death. The taste of this food isn't very good, so Mr. intends to sell it at the general price of bamboo rice. Of course, this selling price is the price that you sell it at. If we sell it to you, it will be cheaper." After listening to Green, Laura bowed to Green. Then she straightened up and said, "On behalf of the people of the city, Laura thanks Mr. Zhao Hai." "Mr., please turn to Mr. Zhao Hai. This time our Higanbana shop is willing to not make any money. We will only sell it on behalf of Mr. to thank Mr. for his righteousness." Green smiled bitterly in his heart. If he let Laura know that this insect plague was caused by them, he didn't know if she would pick up her lance and shoot him. Green waved his hand and said, "Miss Laura is too polite. This 2 million gene of corn is only the first batch of food. After the corn is sold, we can provide Miss Laura with 350,000 gene of bamboo rice every day until the food crisis is lifted." Laura and Kuan were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao would have such a large amount of grain. That amount wasn't just 35 kilograms, but 35 kilograms. 35 kilograms a day was more than enough for the Purcell Duchy to survive the food crisis. Laura looked at Green blankly and said, "Mr. isn't joking, right? You said 350,000 gene a day?" Green nodded and said, "Yes, 350,000 gene a day until the food crisis is lifted." Laura turned a few times on the ground and said, "This matter is very important. Before, I had an agreement with the Purcell clan. If I can find a food source, then I will certainly tell them and help them through this difficult time. Now, with Mr.'s help, I believe that this time's difficulties will certainly be overcome. However, I can't be greedy for Mr.'s merit. Therefore, this matter is best explained to the Purcell clan." Green shook his head and said, "Miss Laura, please don't tell the Purcell clan about this matter. If you must, then don't bring the Purcell clan to Stony Mountain. Mr. doesn't like to have contact with outsiders, especially the Purcell clan." Laura didn't think much about it. Before, the Purcell clan had allied with others to deal with Zhao Hai. To be honest, this time, Zhao Hai had helped the Purcell clan. She was very surprised that Zhao Hai didn't like to have contact with the Purcell clan. It was understandable. Laura nodded and said, "All right, Mr. can rest assured that I won't let the Purcell clan disturb Mr. However, I will tell the Purcell clan about this matter so that they won't find trouble with Mr. Although Mr. isn't afraid of them, it's annoying to be disturbed all the time." Green nodded and said, "That's good. However, I would like to ask Miss Laura to help us prepare more bags for the food. You know that we don't have anything right now. In this regard, I would like to ask Miss Laura to help." Laura nodded and said, "I have a lot of these bags in the warehouse. I will immediately have people load them." Green stood up and said, "Then I won't disturb Miss Laura. I ask Miss Laura to rest assured that after 3 days, Miss Laura will be able to come to us to get the food. Laura nodded and stood up. Then I won't keep Mr. here. Right now, a storm is brewing in Casa City. I really can't leave. When this matter calms down, I will go to Mr. and thank him in person. Green smiled faintly and said, although Mr. is a black magician, he doesn't want to see ordinary people suffer. To be honest, this food crisis has little impact on the aristocrats and the rich. We also know that countries like the Purcell Duchy have food reserves. However, under the promotion of those big merchants, the price of food will inevitably rise. This will make life difficult for the commoners, even more difficult. I don't know how many people will become slaves. This time, Mr. has used almost all the land in his hands to grow bamboo rice in order to help the commoners get through this difficult time. Laura sighed and said, yes, the lives of the commoners are already difficult. Encountering such a situation, it will be even more difficult. The other merchants only want to take advantage of the opportunity to make money. They simply don't care about the lives of the commoners. Green looked at Laura and said, Miss Laura, if there really are commoners in Casa City who are willing to sell themselves as slaves, I ask Miss Laura to pay attention to them. No matter what kind of craftsmen they are, as long as they want to sell themselves as slaves, you must keep them. Right now, Mr. is very short on people and urgently needs such craftsmen. Laura didn't think that Green would have such a request. She quickly nodded and said, okay, that won't be a problem. I will help Mr. pay attention. As they spoke, several people came out of the house. Outside, the staff of the Higginbana store were loading bags into Green's car. After a while, the bags were loaded. Green turned to Laura and said, Miss Laura, Green will take his leave. After 3 days, Miss Laura can send someone to pick up the grain. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Quinn John and Laura and then led the team away. Looking at Green's back, Laura couldn't help but let out a long breath. She turned to Quinn John and said, I really didn't think that Mr. Zhao Hai would have such a great ability to come up with so much grain. This will solve our urgent need. Quinn John nodded. It seems like Mr. Zhao has a secret method that can ripen plants like the elves. Otherwise, Mr. wouldn't be able to take out so much food. Laura, remember, you must not let anyone know about this. If you let others know that Mr. has such a secret method, then Mr. would be in danger. Although Mr.'s followers are all rank 8 experts aren't invincible. There are still rank 9 experts in this world, and this method of ripening plants is enough for the great clans to invite a rank 9 expert to act. Quinn John nodded and said, it seems like Mr. Zhao has a secret method that can ripen plants like the elves. It wasn't easy to invite a 9th rank expert. Even if it was a 9th rank expert of one's own family, they wouldn't easily make a move. However, this also depended on whether the benefits were big enough. If the benefits were big enough, then the 9th rank expert could also make a move. In the continent, besides the elf's life magic, there was no way to accelerate the growth of plants and animals. If there really was such a secret method, then the great clans would certainly fight over it. Although the secret method didn't seem to be very eye-catching, its real use wasn't small. For example, Zhao Hai's method of growing some low-end agricultural products wasn't enough. If the great clans had the secret method, then they would use it to grow a lot of high-level magic plants and then refine a lot of potions. These potions were very expensive and could also increase a person's level. If the great clans had the secret method, then they would be able to obtain a lot of experts in a short period of time. The clan's strength would increase greatly. This temptation was too great. Based on his years of experience, Kuan could hear something different from Green's words. So he boldly speculated that Zhao might have mastered a potion that could accelerate the ripening of plants, which was why he said what he said. Even if you beat Quinn John to death, he wouldn't be able to think of the existence of the space. Additionally, Green said that the undead were refined by Zhao Hai using a secret method. This gave Quinn John an illusion. Therefore, he thought that Zhao Hai might have this potion in his hands. Moreover, it was very likely that it was refined by Zhao Hai himself. Pharmaceutics and alchemy, in the eyes of ordinary people, were very mysterious. Even experts like Quinn John felt that they were very mysterious. In Quinn John's eyes, master pharmacists and alchemists were a group of lunatics. A group of lunatics who dared to think of anything and dared to do anything. And an alchemist or pharmacist who studied black magic was a lunatic among lunatics. What these people could do, no one could say for sure. Alchemists and pharmacists made all kinds of strange things. Many of the most famous potions in the continent were inadvertently discovered by pharmacists or failed experiments. Therefore, Qin Zhan wasn't surprised that Zhao Hai might have a potion that could accelerate the growth of plants. Qin Zhan didn't think that Zhao Hai might be an elf. One must know that elves were nature's favored children. They were born with life magic and loved life. Because of this, they hated black mages. Although they wouldn't attack black mages, they also wouldn't have any contact with black mages. Zhao Hai was a black mage. This in itself determined that he had no connection with elves. Laura also knew the importance of this matter, so she nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa Qin Zhan. I won't tell anyone. But Mr. Zhao is really different from the average black mage. If he didn't have so many undead, I wouldn't believe that he's a black mage. Don't they say that black mages don't care about life? Why is it that Mr. Zhao Hai is completely different from those people? Kuan smiled and said, dark mages aren't all people who don't care about life. Light mages aren't necessarily that bright. If we really count, the bad things that light mages do aren't any less than dark mages. It's just that they wear a layer of bright clothing. Laura nodded. She had been very disgusted with Garan's indiscriminate attack on Zhao Hai. Now that she heard what Qin Zhan said, she naturally didn't feel anything wrong. In the Ark continent, beliefs were very liberal. Some people believed in the god of light, some believed in the goddess of life, and the gods that the magicians believed in were different. Many people believed in the dark devil god, and Laura believed in the god of nights. Naturally, she didn't think that the light magicians were necessarily good people. Qin Zhan turned to Laura and said, Laura, you go to the Purcell clan immediately and tell them about this matter. This matter can't be done by just relying on us. Once someone releases the news that there is no food production in the Ika Plains, it will cause a great panic. Everyone will buy food and store it at home. The demand for food will greatly increase. Even if we have the support of Mr. Zhao Hai, it will only be a drop in the bucket. When the time comes, we can only ask the Purcell clan to come forward and stabilize everyone's mood in the name of aristocracy. Only in this way can we stabilize the market. Laura nodded, then turned to Nir and said, Nir, have them prepare the carriage. We will immediately go to the Purcell clan. If this matter is done well, then the Purcell clan will be able to reduce a lot of losses, and we will certainly become the largest trading company in the Purcell Duchy. Nir complied, then turned and ran away. Qin Zhan smiled. He was very clear that Laura had always wanted the Higanbana Trading Company to become the largest trading company in the Purcell Duchy. Only then would she have the qualifications to negotiate with the people of the Marquis Del clan. Now was the opportunity to make them the largest trading company in the entire Purcell Duchy. Qin Zhan also knew that this time they were in a very dangerous situation. The big firms were already prepared and had invested a lot of money. If Laura could really get her hands on cheap food, then the threat to them would be too great. In order to ensure the success of this operation, the big firms might use some shady means. But Qin Zhan didn't know if Laura could really get her hands on cheap food. This was the reason why Qin Zhan had Laura immediately contact the Purcell clan. This time, in the end, was an operation against the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan was now in a disadvantageous position. If Laura could provide them with an opportunity to level the playing field, then they would certainly pay more attention to it. When the time comes, they would certainly ask the clan to protect Laura and not let her suffer any harm. Although the strength of the large trading companies was formidable, in the Purcell Duchy, they couldn't do anything to Laura, who was protected by the Purcell clan. After all, the Purcell clan was also a large clan with deep roots and a rank 9 expert. Even if the large trading companies were dissatisfied, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Laura sat in a carriage and went straight to the Purcell clan's Grand Duke's mansion. This Grand Duke's mansion was located in the north of Casa City. It covered a very large area and was the core of the Purcell clan. Of course, Laura also brought the corn stubble and cornmeal that Green had shown her. After all, bringing some samples would be more convincing. The Purcell clan's Grand Duke's mansion was very imposing. The outer wall alone was nearly 10 mago. The huge gatehouse was similar to a city gate. On both sides of the gate stood 2 rows of armored warriors. These warriors were at least rank 6 in strength. Each of them was tall and strong and had a murderous aura around them. The armor they wore was similar to Green's armor. It was full body armor that even covered their faces. On their heads, they wore horned helmets. The 2 curved horns on the helmets pointed to the sky, making them look very imposing. In their hands, they held long-handled double-edged axes. Each of the axes seemed to weigh no less than 100 pounds. These were definitely heavy weapons. These soldiers were like moving steel fortresses. A huge bull emblem was hung above the gatehouse. This emblem was silver in color. On the continent, the colors of emblems were very particular. Gold emblems could only be used by the imperial family. Silver emblems were used by the general aristocracy. Cyan emblems were used by the general aristocracy. Black emblems were used by the quasi-aristocracy. Laura's carriage stopped in front of the Grand Duke's mansion. A person dressed as a servant immediately ran out of the Grand Duke's mansion. The warriors were responsible for guarding the mansion, so they didn't care about the reception. The servant ran in front of Laura's carriage and immediately bowed. "Welcome, Miss Laura, to the Grand Duke's mansion." "I don't know what matter the miss has?" Cyril, who had been by Laura's side, jumped down from his horse and said to the servant, "My family's miss has a matter to discuss with Elder Stern." "I don't know if the elder is in the mansion?" Whether it was Laura or the Purcell clan, they were both considered big forces in the Purcell Duchy. Both sides were very familiar with each other. Some of the servants already knew each other, so Cyril didn't say too many polite words. The servant immediately nodded and said, "The elder has just returned. Miss Laura, please come in." Then he led Laura's carriage into the Grand Duke's mansion. Upon entering the Grand Duke's mansion, there was a large training field. This was a common practice for all the great nobles of the Ark continent. From this point, one could see how much the people of the Ark continent valued martial arts. However, Laura and the others didn't stop at the martial arts practice field. Instead, they continued to walk. In a place like the Grand Duke's mansion, the martial arts practice field wasn't just for practicing martial arts, but also for strategic purposes. If there was a war, the martial arts practice field could become a gathering place for soldiers. In the blink of an eye, it could become a battlefield. After entering the mansion's second floor, they arrived at the parking area. Cyril stopped the carriage and Laura and Mir came down. The servant led the 2 to the living room, with Cyril following behind them. The second floor was the place where guests were received. Only those who were truly close could pass through the second floor. After entering the third floor, it was the inner residence of the Purcell clan. Ordinary people weren't qualified to enter. Laura had just sat down in the living room when the servant immediately served her tea. At this time, Stern came in from the outside. Laura quickly stood up and saluted Stern. Stern also quickly returned the salute. Laura said to Stern, "Laura has taken the liberty to visit. I'm sorry to disturb you, but this matter is of great importance. I ask for the elder's forgiveness." Stern smiled faintly and said, "Miss Laura is too polite. It is our honor to have you here. I don't know why Miss Laura has come this time. Is there progress in the matter of the grain?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "The elder is really fierce. You can even guess this." "Yes, there has been progress in the matter of the grain." Stern, who had just sat down, was stunned when he heard Laura. The day before yesterday, when he went to look for Laura, Laura said that there was no way. Only 2 days had passed, and Laura actually said that there was progress. This was really beyond his expectations. Stern looked at Laura and said, "Miss Laura isn't joking, right?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "How could I joke about this matter, elder? I really did find a source of food, but this food is somewhat different from what we have eaten before." She clapped her hands and Cyril immediately brought 2 bags in. Laura opened the bags and said to Stern, "This is the food I found. This is how to make the food, very simple." While speaking, she gave the recipe written down by Zhao Hai to Stern. Stern blankly took the paper from Laura's hand, but his eyes never left the bag of corn stubble and cornmeal. Stern had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time he had seen such food. After a while, Stern recovered and carefully looked at the paper in his hand. There weren't many words on the paper, and the recipe was very simple: so Stern finished reading it. After reading it, Stern put down the paper and looked at Laura. "Miss Laura, how much of this food do you have? What is the price?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "This food belongs to a friend of mine. He said that he didn't want to see the commoners of the Purcell Duchy suffer, so he took it out. There is a total of more than 2 million jin, and the price is the same as ordinary bamboo rice." Stern's breathing was a bit rapid. The key point was that he was too excited. He immediately said, "Miss Laura's friend, can you let me see him?" Laura looked at Stern and knew what he was thinking, but she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Elder. My friend doesn't like to contact people, but Elder doesn't have to worry. I can guarantee that he does have the food in his hands." Stern also knew that he was being a bit abrupt, so he immediately said, "Well, then I'll have to trouble Miss Laura. I don't know if Miss Laura needs any help." Laura nodded and said, "Stern Elder also understands that once the situation in the Ica Plains is publicized, the entire Purcell Duchy will certainly fall into a panic. In this case, what we merchants can do is really limited, so we can only ask the Purcell clan to come forward." Laura nodded and said, "Elder Stern also understands that once the situation in the Ica Plains is publicized, the entire Purcell Duchy will certainly fall into a panic." Stern nodded and said, "That won't be a problem, Miss Laura can rest assured. But to be honest, Miss Laura, 2 million jeans of food isn't enough." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, Elder. My friend said that after the 2 million jean of food is sold out, he can provide us with 350,000 jean of food every day. Is that enough?" Stern laughed and said, that's enough, that's enough. Miss Laura, you have to thank your friend for me." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Elder, rest assured, Laura knows what to do." "Then it's settled. 3 days later, I'll go and get the grains. However, I'll have to ask Elder to help me with this guard job." Stern also understood what Laura meant. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Miss Laura, please rest assured. In the Purcell Duchy, no one can do anything to the Purcell clan." Laura nodded and stood up. "Then Laura will take her leave. Please rest assured, Elder. Although my friend has a little friction with the Purcell clan, he won't joke about this matter. I can guarantee it with my own life." Then she bowed to Stern and turned to leave. Stern was surprised by Laura's words. He didn't quite understand what Laura meant. Listening to Laura's words, her friend should have a grudge with the Purcell clan, but their relationship seemed to be very good. Thinking of this, Stern's face couldn't help but change. He thought of a person who had made the Purcell clan eat a loss some time ago, and that person was still living outside of Casa City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Only that person had a grudge against the Purcell clan. Similarly, only that person had a good relationship with Laura. Some time ago, Laura had been in contact with that person and had obtained a particularly good quality magic radish from him. He knew this, but since that person had saved Laura's life, it was normal for the two of them to have some contact, so he didn't care about it. Now it seemed that Laura's food was most likely given to her by that person. Thinking of this, Stern couldn't sit still. He immediately stood up and said loudly, "Quickly, send someone to check who Laura has been in contact with recently." After a while, someone came to report to Stern. Among the people who had been in contact with Laura recently, it was worth noting that they were Zhao Hai's warriors. When Stern heard this, he understood that Laura's food must have come from Zhao Hai's hands. After confirming this, Stern's face couldn't help but become more ugly. He understood what Laura's words meant before. Laura knew that he would be able to find out where her food came from, so she said those words to him. But could these words really make Stern feel relieved? The answer was no. At this time, how could Stern completely trust an enemy? He immediately reported this matter to the Purcell clan's elders. This matter was beyond the scope of his management. Laura had long thought that the Purcell clan would send someone to investigate the source of the food, but she wasn't worried. The Purcell clan only had this method now. If they didn't cooperate with her, they could only helplessly watch as the merchants cut off their flesh. This was something the Purcell clan couldn't tolerate. Great aristocrats had their pride. This time, the large firms had joined forces. Although the Purcell clan couldn't use force to deal with them, they couldn't just sit back and watch as they suffered a loss. Now that there was an opportunity to fight back, how could they miss it? The Purcell clan's decision was within Laura's expectations. Compared to their hatred of Xiaohai, the large firms had gone too far this time. Therefore, the Purcell clan decided to solve the problems of the large firms first. Xiaohai's matter could be put aside for later. In the eyes of a great aristocrat like the Purcell clan, there were no eternal enemies, only benefits. For the sake of the clan's benefits, they could sacrifice everything. Not to mention that Xiaohai had exterminated more than 100 people. Even if Xiaohai had exterminated 1,000 people, as long as it brought them great benefits, they would immediately become friends with Xiaohai. This was the law of survival for a great clan. Therefore, on the second day of Laura's visit to the Purcell clan, Stern came again. This time, Stern came to discuss cooperation with Laura. Looking at Stern's current performance, Laura understood the Purcell clan's decision. She didn't say much, she just discussed some details of their cooperation with the Purcell clan. After Laura and the others finished their discussion, Laura immediately sent people to Stony Mountain to get food. Of course, this time, there were experts sent by the Purcell clan to protect them. Xiaohai's eyes lit up. Just as Laura's convoy was about to depart, the Purcell clan announced to the public that the Ika Plains had been hit by an insect infestation. The entire Ika Plains had stopped producing food. When this news came out, the whole world was shaken. Not only was the Purcell duchy affected, but even the surrounding areas were affected. The people in the surrounding areas understood why some time ago, there were people who bought grain at a high price. For a while, people who had grain in their hands no longer sold it. But then the Purcell clan announced that although the Ika Plains had stopped producing food, there was no problem with the Purcell duchy's food supply. The normal supply was guaranteed. Although this was said, the consumption of food in the Purcell duchy had soared. Moreover, the price of food had begun to slowly rise, but it didn't rise too much. This was because the Magic Lily shop and the Purcell clan had started to sell food at a fair price. However, the Purcell clan had made a certain restriction. All the people who bought food from the Magic Lily shop and the Purcell clan's shop must have a Purcell duchy household registration certificate. Moreover, the amount of food each person could buy was also limited. This was the method that the Purcell clan and Laura came up with. They took the initiative to talk about the situation in the Ika Plains, and then began to sell food at a fair price. In order to avoid those big merchants who would buy food at a fair price and then resell it, they thought of using the household registration certificate. At the same time, they also limited the amount of food each person could buy. This move really caught the big firms off guard. They didn't think that the Purcell clan would actually take the initiative to say that they were out of food. This kind of unconventional approach caused them to be in a state of chaos. What was even more unexpected was that this time, the Purcell clan actually used war provisions to deal with the emergency. When they wanted to raise the price of food was quickly stabilized. War provisions were something that every country had. No matter if it was a big or small country, they wouldn't use war provisions unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because war provisions were specially designed for war. If war provisions were easily used, in case of war, the soldiers wouldn't have any food to eat. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to have any fighting strength, which would lead to the fall of the country. Although it could be said that the world was still peaceful, the Purcell duchy shouldn't use war provisions. The Purcell duchy was in the north of the Aksu Empire. To the east was the Black Waste, so it was impossible for there to be any war. To the west and south were the fiefs of the other two aristocratic families, the Ixia clan and the Bolton clan. To the north was the Beastman Prairie, which wasn't so peaceful. The Beastmen were warlike. Although they were getting along well with the humans, the environment of the Beastman Prairie wasn't very good. The Beastmen were mainly herders, so once they encountered a natural disaster, their lives would be very difficult. At this time, the Beastmen would go south to loot. These years, the Purcell clan wasn't like the other big clans on the continent. They didn't develop quickly because of their proximity to the Beastmen. They had to raise a large number of troops to guard against the attacks of the Beastmen. However, in recent years, the situation in the Beastman Prairie was very good. They didn't go south to loot. On the contrary, they did business with the Purcell clan, which made the Purcell clan earn a lot of money. But even so, the Purcell clan shouldn't use war provisions. This was risking the safety of the clan just to save some gold coins. It wasn't worth it. The big firms didn't know why the Purcell clan would do this. It was too risky. They had calculated that the Purcell clan wouldn't dare to take such a risk, so they raised the price of food. But now, the Purcell clan unexpectedly did this. But after 2 days, these big firms knew why the Purcell clan dared to take such a risk. They actually had food, and it was hundreds of thousands of genes of food. Compared to the entire Purcell duchy, this amount of food wasn't a lot, but it played a very good role in stabilizing the mood of the commoners. This time, the food that the Purcell clan brought back was naturally the corn produced by Xianxia. Originally, if Xianxia gave the unprocessed corn to Laura, then Laura would have brought back more food. But Xianxia didn't, he gave Laura and the others processed corn. This was also Xianxia's selfishness. Corn was a crop that didn't exist in the continent. If Xianxia gave Laura and the others unprocessed corn, then Laura and the others would try to grow it. At that time, the corn wouldn't be exclusive to Xianxia, so it would be even more worthless. However, Xianxia didn't process the corn flour. He just peeled the corn, removed the navel, and processed it into a bag of jade stubble. If Laura and the others wanted to buy corn flour, then they could grind it themselves. With the addition of the new food, the entire Purcell duchy's food price became more stable. But the big merchants wouldn't just wait. It can be said that with the addition of the new food, the food war in the Purcell duchy had officially begun. Xianxia also paid attention to the situation in Kasa City these days. He had already gone to the Ika plains to see that the insects he released had really made the crops extinct. In the entire Ika plains, nearly 1 million mu of wheat fields were not spared. Xianxia really didn't think that the small insects would have such a big destructive power. This kind of destructive power was too amazing. In about half a month, the entire Ika plains wheat seedlings had been eaten. The insects hadn't reached the death time set by the space, so they continued to destroy. This time, their target was the windbreak forest that the Purcell clan had painstakingly built. The insects could actually eat trees, but the speed of eating trees wasn't as fast as eating wheat seedlings. But the damage to the trees wasn't small. Xianxia didn't care about the insects. He found that even if he wanted to call back the insects, it was impossible. He could only use insecticides to kill them. Insecticides were very useful to the insects, unlike in the game where the insects couldn't be killed. But Xianxia wasn't in the mood to help the Purcell clan kill the insects. In any case, the wheat seedlings had already been eaten, so it didn't matter if they were killed or not. The matter in the Ika plains had been solved, so Xianxia put all of his attention to Kasa City. Now he had to look at the bamboo rice planted every day. He didn't prepare to process the bamboo rice himself, but was prepared to let Laura transport it back and process it himself. In any case, there were a lot of bamboo rice in the continent, so Xianxia didn't have to worry about the seeds leaking out. Calculating the time, from the time he released the insects in the Ika plains until now, it had been almost half a month. These few days, it was almost time for Green to go to the Purcell clan to break off the engagement. While thinking about this, Green came in from the outside and said to Xianxia, "Master, the army has left. Today's bamboo rice has been transported away." Xianxia nodded. As early as a few days ago, Laura had already sold out the corn here. Now, Laura's team would come here every day to transport the bamboo rice. However, Xianxia didn't let them go to Stony Mountain. Every day, he would use the dark mist technique to surround the foot of the mountain. Then he would shrink the range of the dark mist technique to the top of the mountain. Then he would let the people who came to transport the grain themselves. All the bags for the grain were provided by Laura. Now, almost every day, there would be grain carts coming from Kasa City. Every day, a large amount of grain would be transported from Stony Mountain to the various towns and cities of the Purcell Duchy. Now, at the foot of Stony Mountain, it had almost become a small town. There were temporary houses built by the Purcell clan for the slaves to eat and live. The slaves' job was to transport the grain. Every day, they had to transport hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain. These slaves were transferred from the Ika plains by the Purcell clan. Now, all the wheat seedlings in the Ika plains had been eaten up by the insects. Moreover, the insects also ate the forest. Even if they wanted to make up for it, they wouldn't dare. Therefore, the Purcell clan simply transferred the slaves to Stony Mountain and let them transport the grain here. Zhao Hai didn't care about them, but he had a strict rule. That was, they couldn't transport the slaves to the west side of Stony Mountain. The Purcell clan now needed Zhao Hai, so they didn't go against him. Zhao Hai did this to give the Purcell clan an illusion. They thought that Zhao Hai was transferring grain to Stony Mountain through the passage. If he didn't leave the passage open, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to explain how such a small place like Stony Mountain could provide them with a steady flow of grain. By leaving the passage open, although the Purcell clan couldn't see how the grain was transported to Stony Mountain, they still had an explanation. One must know that in the continent, there were spatial items. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the grain price in Casa City is basically stable. However, those big firms haven't been honest. They seem to be thinking of ways to deal with us. I heard that. Recently, they seem to want to move against us." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Right now, the Purcell clan is more nervous than us. I believe that those people won't be able to reach us. They will be dealt with by the Purcell clan." "Right, Grandpa Green, tomorrow you will go to Casa City and cancel the engagement." Green nodded and said, "All right, young master, rest assured. I will go tomorrow." "Young master, do you think that we should establish a transmission point in Casa City?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is a way. But I don't want to establish a transmission point in Casa City. I think that we should go to Casa City in 2 days. That way, we can turn it into a transmission point." Green nodded and said, "That's also good. As long as we can make a transmission point in Casa City, we can directly transport the food there. At that time, the people here can withdraw. Right now, there are too many people in Stony Mountain. I'm afraid they will find something." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, let's do it this way. Tomorrow, you will go and cancel the engagement. Then we will go to Casa City. I don't know if it will be easy to cancel this engagement." Green smiled faintly and said, "It should be easy to withdraw. Although we provide food, the Purcell clan still has a lot of problems. Moreover, this withdrawal itself is what they want, so they shouldn't be complicating things." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I hope everything goes smoothly. I'm afraid that the Purcell clan will make things difficult for you. How about letting Grandma Merlin go with you? It's not convenient for me to come out. If something happens, I can take care of you." Green shook his head and said, "No, if Merlin goes, the Purcell clan will be suspicious. If Merlin stays, they will think that Merlin is protecting your safety. If Merlin doesn't come out, they will have some scruples. They won't dare to make a move on me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So be it. Tomorrow, when you go, I'll have Shadowless and the others follow you. I believe that with their current strength, it would be easy for them to sneak into Casa City without being noticed. If the Purcell clan really wants to deal with you, they would be able to help." Shadowless nodded. This time, Green didn't refuse. Green also knew that the Purcell clan wasn't a good person. If he were to cancel the engagement, the Purcell clan might take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Even if they didn't dare to kill him because of Merlin, injuring him wouldn't be a problem. For the Purcell clan, this was a good opportunity. If Green were to cancel the engagement, they could use this as an excuse to make things difficult for the Buddha clan. In any case, no one would stand up for the Buddha clan. Moreover, the Buddha clan only had a rank 8 expert, not a rank 9 expert. Even if the Buddha clan were to be provoked, they wouldn't be afraid. It can be said that the Buddha clan, in the eyes of the Purcell clan, was similar to a commoner. They could bully them at will, and no one would stand up for the Buddha clan. However, this commoner's strength was a bit strong. If they wanted to bully him, they would need to have a bit of strength. The next morning, Green sneaked out of Stony Mountain. Although it was still lively outside, Green wasn't afraid. He was now a peak rank 8 expert. It can be said that as long as a rank 9 expert didn't make a move, there weren't many people on the continent who could be his opponent. In order to be afraid that something would happen to Green, Zhao Hai specifically gave the ghost cane to Green. This way, no matter what happened to Green, Zhao Hai would be the first to know. Moreover, he could take Green back to the space. Moreover, giving the ghost cane to Green was tantamount to the space following Green to Casa City. As long as Green broke off the engagement and changed his identity, he would be able to set up a warehouse in Casa City. Afterwards, they would be able to directly send food to Casa City. This would save Stony Mountain from being as lively as a wet market. After leaving Stony Mountain, Green went on the official road from Black Mountain Fortress to Casa City. Then he returned to the space and quickly changed his clothes. He took off his armor and warrior clothes and put on a butler's uniform. His hair was combed meticulously and there was a very gorgeous-looking rapier on his waist. Although this rapier looked like a ceremonial sword used by nobles to decorate their facades, it didn't have any use. However, people who knew Green's background knew that this rapier wasn't that simple. It was a rare weapon in the Buddha clan. The whole body of this sword was made of a very special kind of metal. Moreover, it had been enchanted with magic. It had a very strong effect on people who used wind-type battle chi. If one had a magic stone, they could put it into the sword hilt and use wind-type magic, the wind blade technique. This was a magic weapon and also Green's famous weapon. It was called the Spirit Wind Sword, and Green's nickname was the Spirit Wind Warrior. Collect, please be sure to collect, I'm obviously here to thank you. The nickname Spirit Wind General wasn't just because Green was a wind-type warrior and used the Spirit Wind Sword. It was also because of his bravery in battle when he was in the army. That was why he was called the Spirit Wind General. From this name, one could hear a strong military flavor. Don't say, after Green changed into these clothes, his whole person felt different. He turned into a serious and inflexible old butler. In addition, his body was straight, sitting, lying down, and walking in a well-behaved manner, making his body carry a strong military flavor. Zhao Hai looked at Green's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Grandpa Green, this is the original look, he. Green looked at his own clothes and smiled. I haven't worn these clothes for a long time, I'm really not used to it, he. Because of the space, Green was able to see hope. Therefore, Green wasn't as serious as when Zhao Hai woke up, his mood was also a lot better. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I still think it's better for you to wear a warrior's outfit. Grandpa Green, you should buy a horse for transportation. Green shook his head and said, no need, young master, I'll go now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandpa Green, be careful. Green nodded, then Zhao Hai sent him out of the space. Green moved his body and went straight to Casa City. Zhao Hai came out of the space and arrived at Iron Mountain Fort. Now, Iron Mountain Fort wasn't as busy as it was a few days ago. The corn had been processed and the bamboo rice didn't need to be processed. Therefore, Zhao Hai put his main energy into the oil extraction. Now that the castle's restoration work was basically completed, the slaves were now a lot more relaxed. However, the castle was still very crowded, not because of anything else, but because there were a lot of rollers and millstones in the castle, all of which were originally used to process the corn. But now, the slaves also had things to do. The land in the canyon had been completely transformed. Zhao Hai assigned 20 slaves to manage the land there. However, Zhao Hai didn't restore the slaves to commoners, instead, he selected 2 people to manage the slaves. These 2 people were originally on Iron Mountain and were the first to discover the magic beast's attack. One was called Lin, and the other was called Ding. These 20 slaves were all male slaves, there were no female slaves. Because the valley was relatively closed, Zhao Hai intended to let these people rotate. The work there wasn't heavy, they only needed to look after the corn planted in the valley. The rest of the slaves were mostly looking after the blue-eyed rabbits. In order to make the blue-eyed rabbits healthier, Zhao Hai gave the blue-eyed rabbits water from the space to drink. They ate radish leaves from the space as well as fodder mixed with rice bran. Now, Zhao Hai had raised nearly 50,000 blue-eyed rabbits in the mine. Moreover, there were 6,000 mature blue-eyed rabbits stored in the space. The blue-eyed rabbits in the space didn't need the slaves to look after them, but the blue-eyed rabbits in the mine were taken care of by the slaves. 50,000 blue-eyed rabbits took up a lot of space. In addition, blue-eyed rabbits were relatively clean magic beasts, so their nests had to be cleaned frequently. Under these circumstances, the remaining 80 slaves were very busy. The blue-eyed rabbits in Zhao Hai's hands were ready to be traded, but recently, Laura was busy with the food, so she didn't help them contact a meat processing factory. Therefore, the rabbits weren't sold. Zhao Hai wasn't worried. In any case, even if the blue-eyed rabbits weren't traded, they could still be used to improve the slaves' fire food. In fact, the current living standards of the slaves were better than many of the continent's commoners. Zhao Hai had set the standard for them to eat meat at least once a week. This was rare among the continent's commoners. Moreover, this meal of meat was enough to fill their stomach, so no matter how much they ate, it was fine. Now that the living standards of the slaves had improved a lot, Zhao Hai had distributed a lot of materials to the slaves. As a result, the slaves had their own rooms, their own clothes, their own quilts, and their own tableware. These humble things, in the hearts of the slaves, occupied a very important position. This was because this was their first property. Yes, these humble things, in the eyes of the slaves, were property. This was the first time they owned their personal property. This showed how important these things were to them. 2 flowers blossomed, 1 branch each. As for Green, he was in a hurry. This time, he didn't need to be careful. He wanted to make a big fanfare. In any case, he was now using his real identity, so there was no need to hide. This time, Green's strength as a top-rank 8 warrior was completely revealed. The passers-by on the road only saw green smoke drifting past them, but they couldn't see what the person looked like. From this point, one could see how fast Green's movements were. In the Ark continent, everyone was a martial artist. Even an ordinary farmer would have a few moves. The only ones who couldn't learn martial arts were the slaves. Because of this, the knowledge of the people here was very high. Although they saw green smoke drifting past them, they didn't feel afraid. They knew that it was an expert hurrying on his way. They only felt envy. Green's speed was very fast. By the evening of the same day, Green had already arrived outside Casa City. But now that Casa City was closed, Green didn't enter the city. Instead, he found a place outside the city and entered the space. After resting for a night, he entered Casa City early the next morning. When Green entered Casa City, he didn't walk around. He directly went to the Grand Duke's mansion. The Grand Duke's mansion was the same as when Laura came. However, Green's attire was very attractive. People on the continent had seen aristocrats before, so they naturally knew that Green's attire was that of an orthodox aristocrat's housekeeper. Everyone was curious as to which house Green was the housekeeper. One must know that when a noble's housekeeper went out to do something, they would generally bring their family's badge. If they weren't riding a horse, then they would take a carriage. Walking like Green was really rare. When he arrived at the Purcell clan's gate, Green took out a badge from his pocket and put it on his body. This badge wasn't big, and it was cyan in color. On top of it was a fierce dragon bearing its fangs. When the guard in front of the gate saw the badge on Green's body, he froze for a moment. Then one of them looked at Green with a strange expression. These people knew about the badges of the continent's aristocrats, especially the Buddha clan's badge. The Buddha clan had been engaged to the Purcell clan before, so the two clans had some dealings. These guards had also seen the Buddha clan's Mad Dragon badge. But later on, the Buddha clan met with difficulties and was sent to a place like the Black Waste, so there was no longer any contact. The Purcell clan was one of the few great clans of the Oxu Empire. The clan's patriarch was a hereditary Grand Duke, so the badge they hung out was silver. The Buddha clan used to be a marquis, so they could also use silver badges. But now they were only barons, so they could only use cyan badges. The reason why these guards had strange expressions was because they knew Green's identity. Now they knew that the Purcell clan had long been prepared to break off the engagement with the Buddha clan. But at this time, the Buddha clan had come to their door. They really couldn't think of why the Buddha clan had come. At this time, the gatekeeper also saw Green. One of the two gatekeepers immediately greeted him, while the other quickly ran inside. The gatekeeper quickly walked in front of Green and bowed to him. "I don't know who Mr. is from the Buddha clan? What business do you have with the Purcell clan?" Green looked at the gatekeeper and said, "I am the Buddha clan's housekeeper, Green Buddha. This time I have received the Patriarch's order to find the Purcell clan's Grand Duke to discuss an important matter." The gatekeeper didn't dare neglect and immediately said, "Mister, please take a seat inside. Someone has already gone to inform the elders." Green nodded and followed the gatekeeper into the mansion's lounge. In a place like the Grand Duke's mansion, not everyone had the qualifications to directly enter the second gate. Some people who didn't have enough status would first rest in the lounge and wait for the Purcell clan's summons. The reason why the gatekeeper was so polite to Green was because of a habit. Large clans also cared about their face. They didn't want to be seen by others as they used their power to oppress others. Therefore, when people came to the door, the gatekeeper would receive them politely. When they arrived at the gatekeeper's lounge, the gatekeeper poured a bowl of water for Green. This bowl was just an ordinary, coarse porcelain bowl used by gatekeepers to drink water. The water was just plain boiled water, not tea. From this point, it could be seen that the Purcell clan didn't attach importance to Green. This kind of treatment was similar to that of ordinary civilians. Even those who had the title of nobility wouldn't receive such treatment. Green didn't say anything. He just sat there and closed his eyes. When the gatekeeper saw Green's appearance, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He was very disdainful. At this time, the other gatekeeper ran to the second courtyard and arrived at the Foreign Affairs Elder's office. He gently knocked on the door and said, "Elder, someone from the Buddha clan has come." Just as his voice was heard, the Foreign Affairs Elder's door opened. Stern looked at the gatekeeper and said, "Who did you say came?" The gatekeeper replied, "Elder, someone from the Buddha clan has come. It seems to be the Buddha clan's housekeeper. He should be resting in the gatehouse." Stern frowned and muttered, "Why did they come? And at this time?" Stern was really busy these days. He was working with Laura to deal with those large firms. Now that someone from the Buddha clan had come, it was really beyond his expectations. Stern was more familiar with the Buddha clan than the gatekeeper. Therefore, when he heard the gatekeeper say that it was the Buddha clan's housekeeper, he knew that the person who came was Green. If it was someone else, he could ignore it. However, he couldn't ignore Green. Putting aside Green's identity. As a member of the Buddha clan, he was also a rank 8 expert. Regarding rank 8 experts, he needed to show due respect. This made Stern very embarrassed. This was where Stern was tangled. He was very clear that it was impossible for them to have a marriage alliance with the Buddha clan. Especially now that the Buddha clan had fallen, it was even more impossible. In this case, he didn't want to give the Buddha clan a good face. But Green was also a rank 8 expert. Offending such an expert wouldn't bring any benefits. As an elder of the Purcell clan, Stern was very clear that the reason why the clan hadn't broken off the marriage agreement with the Buddha clan was because of the clan's face, and also because the Buddha clan had 2 rank 8 experts. Rank 8 experts were no problem in protecting a small clan on the continent. But the Buddha clan's involvement was too big, so even rank 8 experts couldn't protect them. Stern was tangled for a moment, and finally decided to put this matter to the elders to discuss. He turned to the gatekeeper and said, "Invite Mr. Green in. Remember, be polite." The gatekeeper complied, turned around and ran out. Before long, Green followed the gatekeeper into the courtyard. Stern didn't dare to be arrogant, so he quickly went over and said, "Steward Green, long time no see. How have you been?" Stern was the Purcell clan's foreign affairs elder. He specialized in dealing with people, so he naturally knew Green. The two had a lot of dealings before. Green nodded and said, "So it was Elder Stern." This time Green took the liberty to visit, it was really abrupt. Stern quickly said, "Steward Green is too polite. Please come in." Then he invited Green into the room. After the two sat down, a servant brought them tea. Green looked at Stern and said, "I don't know why Steward Green came this time." Green looked at Stern and faintly smiled, "It's nothing much, just a few days ago, a few small insects accidentally flew into the black waste. I couldn't hold back and killed the insects. After killing the insects, I remembered that our young master was originally engaged to someone else. So, I came. Our young master's meaning is that our Buddha clan is in trouble, and he really can't bear to let your young lady suffer with us. Therefore, he let me come and cancel this engagement. I don't know what the Purcell clan's opinion on this is." Stern blankly listened to Green's words. He naturally understood what Green meant. What little bug? What sudden memory? Those were obviously Green's sarcasm. But Green's words were also very clear. This time, he had come to break off the engagement. Cancel the engagement. This was what the Purcell clan wanted. But now, Green made it seem like the initiative was no longer in the hands of the Purcell clan. This made Stern feel very uncomfortable. Stern's face couldn't help but sink as he said, "Is what Mr. Green said true? Does the Buddha clan really want to cancel the engagement?" Green mockingly looked at Stern and coldly said, "If we don't cancel it, then there will always be insects running to our house. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill them all." Stern angrily looked at Green. He coldly snorted and said, "This matter is of great importance. I don't have the authority to decide. I ask Steward Green to rest first. I'll go report to the Patriarch. Someone come, take Steward Green to rest." Green didn't get angry. He just smiled at Stern and said, "I don't need Stern Elder to trouble himself. I still have the money to stay in the inn. Goodbye." Then he turned and walked out. Stern looked at Green's back and angrily slapped the table. Green naturally heard the sound behind him, but he just sneered. He quickly left the Grand Duke's mansion and went outside to find a hotel to stay in. Looking for a hotel was just a diversion. Green entered the hotel room and immediately entered the space. Xianxia and Marine were waiting inside. When they saw him come in, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and say, "Grandpa Green, you really vented your anger." "Ha ha ha, I think that guy's face turned green." Green coldly snorted and said, "If they dare to do it, then they don't need to be afraid of others talking about it." "Humph, what's so great about it? Their Purcell clan is still relying on our food to save them." Xianxia faintly smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, don't be angry. As long as we cancel the engagement, we don't need to offend them too much. In any case, the Purcell clan is the closest to the Black Wasteland. If we push them too far, they will send people to harass us every day. That would be enough trouble for us." Green nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. I know what to do. If we don't show our strength, then those guys will think that we are easy to bully. They can't send rank 9 experts to deal with us. As long as they send rank 8 experts, we won't be afraid." Xianxia faintly smiled and turned his head to say, "I just had the Nightshades monitor the Grand Duke's mansion. If there is any movement, they will report it. I believe that there won't be any problems." Green nodded. At this time, Marine opened her mouth and said, "Young master, after canceling the engagement with the Purcell clan, you should arrange another marriage as soon as possible. After all, the Buddha clan's inheritance depends on you." Xianxia didn't think that Marine would talk about this matter. He scratched his head and said, "Don't worry about this. Our Buddha clan has just started to improve. Moreover, the secret of the space cannot be known to others. This is not the right time to get engaged." Marine still wanted to say something, but Green interrupted her and said, "What the young master said is right. Our Buddha clan has just started. This is not the right time to discuss this matter. I think it's best to wait until the young master's horse is detoxified from the water of nothingness. Then we can discuss the matter of marriage. That way, when the young master has a child, he won't need to detoxify the poison anymore." When Marine heard what Marine said, she couldn't help but stare at him and said, "I didn't say that the young master should get married now. I only said that the young master should arrange a marriage in advance." "That's right. What do you think of Miss Laura? She's beautiful and capable. Moreover, she has a good heart." Xianxia didn't think that Marine would find a target. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that he couldn't interrupt at this time. He could only helplessly sigh and say, "Grandma Marine, I'll go up and rest first. Call me when it's time to eat." With that, he turned around and fled upstairs, but he didn't notice that Meg was looking at him with a trace of infatuation and panic. Meg liked Xianxia, but she didn't dare to go too far. Now that she heard that Marine wanted to arrange a marriage for Xianxia, Meg couldn't help but panic. She was afraid that once Xianxia got engaged, he wouldn't want her anymore. Meg had seen Laura a few times. To be honest, in front of Laura, Meg felt inferior. Whether it was appearance, figure, or background, Laura was better than her. It could be said that Laura was like the moon in the sky, and Meg was just a small star next to the moon. Compared to Laura, Meg didn't have any advantages. She was really afraid that Xianxia would immediately marry Laura and not want her anymore. Xianxia didn't think too much about it. Laura looked too much like Taylor. Therefore, in front of Laura, Zhao Hai felt a lot of pressure. He didn't think that one day he might have something to do with Laura. Marine saw that Zhao Hai had run away, so she didn't say anything about this matter. She looked at the time and ran to prepare lunch for Zhao Hai. Stern watched Green leave and immediately went to the back of the Grand Duke's mansion, where the core of the Purcell clan was located. At the third gate, there was a tall building. It was 5 stories high and was made of white stone. Above the main entrance, there was a plaque with the words Elders Courtyard written on it. That's right, this was the true core of the Purcell clan, the Elders Courtyard. Most of the Purcell clan's elders worked here. Only a few worked in other places. In front of the Elders Courtyard building stood 2 warriors. These 2 warriors weren't young, they looked to be around 50 years old. One on the left and one on the right of the Elders Courtyard building. If an outsider were to see these 2 people, they would certainly be surprised. These 2 were actually rank 7 experts. Stern walked to the front of the building, nodded to the 2, and then walked into the building. For such a strong person, Stern would not neglect. His many years of experience in dealing with people made him very clear that even if it was an insignificant person, he should not offend them easily. After entering the Elders Courtyard building, Stern directly went to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only 3 rooms. The people in these 3 rooms were the real masters of the Purcell clan, the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder's rooms. Stern lightened his footsteps and went to the first elder's room. He gently knocked on the door twice. After a series of footsteps, the door opened and a young girl stood inside. This girl looked to be around 20 years old. She was very beautiful and wore a magic robe. When she saw Stern standing outside the door, she couldn't help but smile and say, "So it's Elder Stern. Please come in and sit." Stern gave a salute to the girl and said, "Thank you, Lanji." Then he walked into the room. In this room, there was an office desk opposite the door. Behind the desk was a chair. On the left side, there was a sofa and a small coffee table. On the right side, there was a door that opened on both sides. The door was carved with gorgeous patterns and looked very gorgeous. Stern didn't dare to sit down, he just said to Lanji, "Please inform the first elder that Stern has an urgent matter to discuss." Stern didn't dare to neglect Lanji. This Lanji was a rank 5 water magician. She was also the first elder's assistant and favored concubine. Her status in the clan wasn't any worse than some of the young ladies. Lanji looked at Stern's cautious appearance and chuckled, "Elder Stern, please sit down. I don't know what urgent matter you have to discuss with the first elder. The first elder is currently reviewing documents. He just told me not to disturb him if there's nothing urgent." After Stern thanked Lanji, he went to the sofa and sat down. He said to Lanji, "Just now, the Buddha clan steward Green came. The person we sent to the Black Wasteland to inquire about information might not be able to return. This time, he came to cancel the engagement. I don't dare to make a decision on this matter, so I ask the first elder to make a decision." Lanji stared for a moment. She was the great elder's assistant, so she was naturally very clear about the family's matters. She also understood the Buddha clan's situation. She didn't expect that the Buddha clan would suddenly come to cancel the marriage. Lanji also knew that this matter was very important, so she didn't say anything to Stern. She just nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately inform the great elder." Then she turned and pushed open the door across from the sofa and went inside. Before long, Lanji came out. She smiled at Stern and said, "Elder Stern, the great elder invites you in." Stern stood up, tidied up his clothes, and thanked Lanji. Then, he pushed the door open and entered the room. The room was very gorgeous. There were 2 copper incense burners in the room. Inside the burners were incense sticks. The floor was covered with a thick carpet. A huge map was hung on the wall. Under the map, there was a red incense wood table. On the table, there was a thick stack of documents. Behind the table sat an old man. This old man looked to be in his 70s. His hair was neatly combed and his face was ruddy. He was holding a writing brush in his hand and was writing something on a document. This old man was the Purcell clan's great elder, Caesar Purcell. Stern didn't dare to disturb him. He quietly walked to the left side of the table and stood there without making a sound. After a while, Caesar put down the writing brush in his hand. He looked up at Stern and said, "Stern, sit down. I heard that the Buddha clan came to cancel the marriage?" Stern bowed and said, "Stern has seen the Great Elder." "Yes, Green just came and said that he wanted to cancel the marriage." Caesar nodded and said, "What do you think about this matter?" Stern said, "The death warriors that we sent to the Black Waste have been killed by Green. With Green and Marine's skills, they could have taken Adam to hide in the mountains when the beast tide came. That way, they could have escaped the disaster. However, I think that there aren't many slaves and supplies left. When Green came, he walked, he didn't ride a horse or a carriage. Moreover, he lived in an ordinary hotel. It seems like he doesn't have much money on hand. This time, Marine didn't appear. I think that she might have stayed in the Black Waste to protect Xianxia. Green must have discovered this. If they don't cancel the marriage, then we won't be polite. Therefore, they came to cancel the marriage. In this subordinate's opinion, we should use this opportunity to cancel the marriage." Caesar leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He quietly listened to Stern's words. After Stern finished speaking, he looked at Caesar with some uneasiness. He didn't know what he was thinking. Stern was very clear about the Great Elder's temper. Greedy, lecherous, insidious, and cold. All of these words could be used to describe him. It could be seen what kind of person he was. However, such a person had ruled the Purcell clan for more than 50 years. His henchmen were spread out in every corner of the Purcell clan. It was also because of him that the elders, who didn't have much power, had now become a mere figurehead. In front of such a person, Stern didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. After a while, Caesar calmly said, "How is Green's attitude?" Stern truthfully said, "His attitude is very bad. He ridiculed us again and again. It doesn't seem like he came to cancel the marriage, but rather to demonstrate." Caesar nodded and said, "The marriage can be cancelled, but he needs to be taught a lesson. Let him know that my Purcell clan's people can't be killed just because they want to. Killing my Purcell clan's people will come with a price." Stern listened to Caesar's words and said, "Yes. But Great Elder, I found that Green's cultivation seems to have improved. Now he seems to have reached the peak of rank 8. I'm afraid that he won't be easy to deal with." When Caesar heard Stern, his eyes fiercely opened. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Really? Green really reached the peak of rank 8? Stern was startled by Caesar's eyes, but he still respectfully replied, "Yes. If this subordinate didn't feel wrong, then he should be at the peak of rank 8. Caesar's eyes became even colder as he said in a deep voice, "It seems like this time we have to deal with them. Stern, immediately go and invite Green back to the Grand Duke's mansion. Stabilize him first. I'll go to the clan's consecration hall and ask the god consecrator to act." Stern sucked in a breath of cold air. He was very clear that the consecrators of the clan were divided into many kinds. The god consecrators were usually called guardian deities. And among these people's ranks, there was indeed the word god. They were rank 9 experts of the Purcell clan, quasi-deities. Stern didn't think that Caesar would actually ask for a quasi-deity expert. He stammered, "Great Elder, this isn't necessary, right? To deal with a small Buddha clan, is there a need to ask the guardian deities to act?" Caesar stared at Stern and said, "Idiot, Green is now a peak rank 8 expert. It is very likely that he will advance to become a quasi-deity. We have already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Buddha clan. If Green becomes a quasi-deity, do you think he will let our clan off? Is it easier to deal with a peak rank 8 expert, or is it easier to deal with a quasi-deity? This time, we must ask the guardian deities to act and kill Green on the spot. Then we will send people to the Black Wasteland to hunt down Merlin and Adam, thoroughly eliminating this threat." Stern shivered, he immediately understood Caesar's meaning. He couldn't help but bow in shame and said, "Great Elder has great foresight, this subordinate is far inferior. This subordinate will immediately go and find Green." Then he bowed and left the Great Elder's room. The Great Elder stood up, straightened his clothes, and muttered, "It's really an eventful time. So many things unexpectedly happened at the same time." Then he walked out. Longi was standing outside. Seeing Stern leave, the Great Elder unexpectedly came out. She hastily greeted him and bowed. "Great Elder, what are your orders?" The Great Elder looked at Lan Ji and said, "Immediately summon all the elders for a meeting. Have the carriage ready, I will go to the consecrator courtyard in a moment." Lan Ji stared blankly, but she respectfully complied. Then she walked to her desk and pulled a rope next to it. Once the rope was pulled, the sound of a bell could be heard from outside. Before long, the entire building was filled with the sound of bells. Lan Ji then led the Great Elder outside. The bell that Lan Ji pulled was the Purcell clan's emergency call bell. Hearing this bell, even the patriarch had to rush to the elders' courtyard's meeting room within 100 minutes. This was a rule passed down from ancient times in the Purcell clan's elders' courtyard. But unless it was an emergency, this bell couldn't be used. Lan Ji dared to use this bell because of the Great Elder's previous words. He wanted Lan Ji to prepare the carriage so that he could go to the consecrator courtyard. Although the sentence was simple, Lan Ji, who had always been the Great Elder's assistant, understood the Great Elder's meaning. The Purcell clan had a lot of consecrators. These consecrators, without exception, were all 8th rank experts. Although their status wasn't low, they weren't higher than the Great Elder. If the Great Elder wanted them to do something, he could just issue an order. He didn't need to go to the consecrator courtyard to ask for help. There was only one type of consecrator that could make the Great Elder personally go to the consecrator courtyard to ask for help. The guardian god of the Purcell clan, a 9th rank quasi-deity. For the Great Elder to personally ask for help from a 9th rank expert, how could it be a small matter? Using the bell at this time wasn't wrong. The two of them arrived at a conference room on the 4th floor. This conference room was the Purcell clan's largest conference room. The conference room was divided into several levels. Inside, the highest seat was the patriarch's seat. In front of the patriarch's seat were the 3 elders' seats. The other elders' seats were all around the conference room. In addition to the entrance and exit of the conference room, there was only a 5-meter square open space in the middle. There was a table where the elders would speak or preside over the meeting. When the Great Elder arrived at the conference room, the other elders hadn't arrived yet. He silently went to his seat and sat down before closing his eyes. Before long, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The other elders of the Purcell clan had arrived. When they saw the Great Elder sitting there waiting for them, they didn't dare to make a sound. They immediately looked for a place to sit down. Caesar didn't seem to hear these sounds. He was still sitting there with his eyes closed. At this time, heavy footsteps could be heard. Then the elders in the conference room stood up and saluted the person who entered. "Greetings to the patriarch." Caesar opened his eyes and looked towards the passage leading to the conference room. From the passage, a person came in. This person's stature was very tall, about 2 meters tall. His body was as sturdy as a mountain. He had a big beard on his face and his expression was as fierce as a lion. He was wearing a navy blue noble robe. In his hand was a meter-long scepter. He slowly walked over. This person was the Grand Duke of the Purcell clan, Evan Purcell. The Great Elder's eyes flashed. He stood up and slightly bowed towards Evan. "Greetings to the patriarch." Evan returned the greeting. "The Great Elder is too polite. I don't know why the Great Elder used the bell to summon everyone. Is there a reason?" The Great Elder said, "Patriarch, please take a seat." Evan nodded. He went to his seat and sat down. The other elders also followed and sat down. On the left and right sides of the Great Elder sat 2 elders. These 2 were the Purcell clan's 2nd elder and 3rd elder. Both of them looked to be in their 60s. One was fat, one was thin, one was white, and the other was black. They wore fitting elder robes. They were sitting there and looking at the Great Elder. The Great Elder looked at the 2 and sneered in his heart. He knew that these 2 people were looking for trouble with him. If he made a mistake, then they would be able to use it against him. However, the Great Elder wasn't worried. He believed that the decision he made was correct and wouldn't be used against him. Click, save, recommend, none of them can be missing, otherwise quasi-deity level powerhouses will be dispatched. Seeing that everyone was present, Caesar stood up and slowly walked to the center of the room where the podium was. Standing on the podium, he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, elders, recently a lot of things have happened to our Purcell clan. Those shameless merchants actually took advantage of the insect plague in the Ica plains to raise the price of food. Fortunately, with everyone's joint efforts, our clan didn't suffer a major loss. But now someone dares to challenge the prestige of our Purcell clan. This is absolutely not allowed. Speaking up to here, he paused and looked at the people in the room. He had a feeling of controlling the world. This feeling made him intoxicated. Some people say that power is the best elixir of immortality. This was really true. Caesar felt that when he stood on this podium for the first time, his body was full of vitality. He felt that he could live for hundreds of years. He felt that he was still young and could do better. The people in the room were also whispering. They didn't know what was going on that made Caesar speak so seriously. Caesar looked at everyone and said, "Just now, the Buddha clan steward Green arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion. He came this time to break off the engagement. Some time ago, there was a beast plague in the Black Wasteland. My Purcell clan was afraid that the Buddha clan would have an accident, so we sent our family's men to investigate, but they were all killed by Green. This time, he came to break off the engagement. This is simply looking at my Purcell clan as nothing. This kind of crazy person, we can't let him live." Everyone in the conference room was surprised. They looked at Caesar puzzledly. Although Caesar's words were pleasant to hear, these elders all understood what was going on. What was worried about the Buddha clan? Obviously, they sent people to investigate and prepare to deal with the Buddha clan. Even if the Buddha clan killed those people, it wasn't a big deal. How could it be related to the prestige of the Grand Duke's mansion? Only the second elder and the third elder, these old foxes, understood that Caesar was determined to deal with the Buddha clan. But they didn't understand why Caesar was determined to deal with the Buddha clan, so the two didn't say anything. They just looked at Caesar puzzledly. Caesar also knew that his words wouldn't be able to move these people. Although he was powerful in the Purcell clan, it was impossible for him to cover the sky with one hand. There was also the second elder and the third elder to keep him in check. Kaiser continued, "Green is now a peak rank 8 expert. Everyone should know that although our Purcell family had an arranged marriage with the Buddha clan's current status simply isn't good enough for our Purcell family. Although they took the initiative to break off the engagement, this matter is still related to us. But have you thought about it? What if Grim holds a grudge against us because of this, and he becomes a level 9 powerhouse one day? What will the consequences be?" After talking nonsense for a long time, this sentence finally hit the nail on the head. This time, everyone in the room understood what Caesar meant. At the same time, they also had the same idea as Caesar. They all knew that when the Buddha clan was in trouble, they had also hit them while they were down. They had already formed a great enmity with the Buddha clan. If one day Green really did become a rank 9 expert, then for the Purcell clan, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. No wonder the Great Elder wants to deal with the Buddha clan. After Caesar said the reason why he wanted to deal with the Buddha clan, everyone instantly had the same idea. Only Evan was sitting on the patriarch's table, not saying a word. He also knew that whatever he said now would be useless. At this time, the second elder opened his mouth. "What the Great Elder said is reasonable. But now that the Buddha clan is a peak rank 8 expert, it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with him. Even if we can kill him, our losses wouldn't be small. I don't know if the Great Elder has thought about this point." Caesar knew that the second elder wouldn't easily do as he said, but he was already prepared. He nodded and said, "Of course I have thought about it. Therefore, this old man has already prepared an old carriage. I am prepared to personally ask the God Consecrator for help. First, to kill Green to prevent future troubles. Second, to intimidate those profiteers. Let them know that our Purcell clan has the ability to destroy them." The meeting room was silent, then a huge burst of cheers broke out. Just as Laura and the others said, great nobles had their pride. Their majesty wasn't something that could be violated by anyone. Caesar's words naturally resonated with the people in the room. Only a few people didn't say anything: the second elder, the third elder, and Evan. The second elder and the third elder had been competing with the Great Elder for power. Now that they saw the Great Elder being so popular, the two naturally weren't in a good mood. Evan's heart was now even more complicated. He was the nominal patriarch of the Purcell clan, the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy. But in the Elders' Council, he didn't have any right to speak. In fact, he was just sitting there as a decoration. Almost all the elders who came to the meeting knew this. But on the surface, the elders were still respectful to him, which made Evan angry. But he didn't have any other way. This matter, to put it bluntly, was the Purcell clan's dirty linen. It was a matter of the Purcell clan that he couldn't tell others. And in front of outsiders, the elders were very respectful. This made outsiders think that he was the Purcell clan's Grand Duke. In the past, the reason why the Purcell clan didn't deal with the Buddha clan was because of him. He and Adam's father were good friends, so he naturally didn't want the Buddha clan to disappear. But when he helped the Buddha clan before, his own authority had been greatly reduced. Now, he didn't have the ability to help the Buddha clan. But in this case, it was impossible for him to support the Great Elder. Evan was a warrior, so it can be said that he wasn't a political material. It was precisely because of this that he was able to become the Purcell clan's patriarch. Because he didn't understand politics, he was easier to control. Although the three of them didn't express their position, it didn't matter. The other elders were already stirred up by the Great Elder's words, and their blood was boiling. Caesar looked at the result with satisfaction, then he said, "Can I ask those who agree with my opinion to raise their hands?" More than half of the people in the conference room raised their hands. This result was already decided. Those who didn't raise their hands were the second and third elders' loyalists. Caesar nodded and said, "More than 50% of the votes in favor passed." Then he turned to Evan and bowed, "Sir Patriarch, can I now go and ask for God's offerings?" Evan looked at Caesar and calmly nodded. He didn't say anything. Caesar looked at Evan and didn't say anything. He bowed to Evan and turned his head, meeting adjourned. Then he walked out of the conference room. The elders in the conference room also left one after another. The second and third elders looked at each other and sighed impatiently. Then they also walked out of the conference room. Although they had snatched a lot of elder seats from Caesar's hands and obtained a lot of speaking rights, compared to Caesar's strength, they were still lacking. But this time, if Caesar did well, then his prestige would reach a new height. When the time comes, they wouldn't have any way to fight against Caesar. To be honest, their current mood was very complicated. They hoped that Caesar would win. This way, the Purcell clan's prestige would be maintained and the younger generation would be intimidated. But in their hearts, they also hoped that Caesar would make a mistake and that the Buddha clan would resist, making Caesar's actions fail. This way, Caesar's prestige would receive an unprecedented blow, and they would be able to use this opportunity to deal with Caesar. However, they also knew that this was impossible. This time, in order for Caesar to succeed, he had to ask the guardian god for help. The guardian god was a 9th-rank expert, a synonym for invincibility. How could a quasi-deity fail? What they didn't know was that when the Purcell clan rang the bell, Zhao Hai had already received the news. Zhao Hai had the Nightshades pay attention to the Purcell clan's situation. The Nightshades were originally high-level death warriors, and now that they were undead, their ability to restrain their aura was much better than before. Moreover, the Purcell clan didn't have any high-level light mages, so it would be very difficult for them to find the Nightshades. Ordinary people might not know what the Purcell clan's bell represented, but the Nightshades knew. Don't forget, he had been turned into a high-level undead by Zhao Hai, so he still retained his memories from when he was alive. The organization that he was part of had a certain understanding of all the great clans in the continent. The Purcell clan already had their own duchy, so of course, they were also investigated. Therefore, they knew what the Purcell clan's summoning bell represented. The moment the Purcell clan's bell rang, the Nightshades immediately informed Zhao Hai about the situation and explained what it represented. Zhao Hua was lying in his bedroom at this time. He was really afraid that after he went out, Marine would tell him about the engagement. After receiving the news, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and went out. Green was sitting in the living room, looking at the screen. He had to pay attention to the situation in his room. If someone found out that he had entered the room and disappeared, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai saw that Green was still in the living room, so he immediately said, "Grandpa Green, the Purcell clan might have some changes. They just rang the emergency bell." Green also knew about the emergency bell. When he heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but change. Really? Did the Nightshades send the news? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it was Night Shadowless who sent the news." Knight Shadowless also knows a bit about the Purcell family, so when the emergency bell rang, he immediately reported it to me. Zhao Hai nodded. Green stood up and frowned. Why did they ring the emergency bell? We came to cancel the engagement, so they shouldn't deal with us, right? Warhammer, collection, recommendation, none of them can be missing. Otherwise, I won't invite you to drink tea. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, right now, the Nightshades are watching the Purcell clan. But I don't think they will let us off so easily. Grandpa Green, you must be careful. I don't think you should go to the Purcell clan. Let's wait for a while and maybe we'll know what they want. Green shook his head and said, no, we must cancel this marriage. If I don't go see them, they might be suspicious. I really want to know what they want. Zhao Hai looked at Green and said, all right, but you have to keep the ghost staff on you at all times. I'll keep in touch with the Nightshades. If there are any new movements from the Purcell clan, I'll immediately inform you. Green nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai received a message from the Nightshades. The Purcell clan's foreign affairs elder, Stern, was on his way to Green's residence. Zhao Hai told Green about this situation. Green smiled and said, young master, I will go out immediately and see what the Purcell clan wants. At this time, Marine and Meg also entered the villa. Even Blockhead and Rockhead came. This was also Zhao Hai's request. He also wanted to know how the Purcell clan would deal with them. When Zhao Hai saw that Green was about to go out, he immediately said, okay, Grandpa Green. You must take the ghost cane with you, so it'll be convenient for us to contact each other. Green nodded. Holding the ghost cane, he appeared in his hotel room. The ghost staff had an ability. If Zhao Hai didn't take the staff and gave it to someone he trusted, he could freely talk to that person in the space without being heard by a third party. This was the conclusion that Zhao Hai came to after several experiments. Marine and the others looked at Green through the screen in the living room. Green was now sitting alone in the room with his eyes closed. Green knew that when he went to the Grand Duke's mansion, he was afraid that things wouldn't be good. So he needed to keep himself in top condition. Stern didn't let him wait too long. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Stern's voice was heard, is Steward Green here? I am Stern. The Purcell Grand Duke has something to discuss with you. Green stood up and walked to the door to open it. Seeing Stern standing outside the door, he extended his hand into the room and said, Elder Stern, come in and talk. Stern shook his head and said, Mr. Green, the Grand Duke is waiting for you. Please go to the Grand Duke's mansion as soon as possible. Green narrowed his eyes. The more anxious Stern was, the more it meant that he had a guilty conscience. Although Green wanted to know what the Purcell clan wanted to do this time, he wasn't a fool. So he let go of the door and turned into the house. As he walked, he said, come in and sit for a while. I've been rushing for so long and feel very tired. I want to drink a pot of tea. Stern looked at Green's back and gnashed his teeth in hatred. But he also belonged to the group of people, so he didn't urge Green. He knew that if he urged too much, it would only backfire, so he also walked into the house. The room of the hotel wasn't big. The living room and bedroom were placed together. Green didn't greet Stern and sat on the sofa. He picked up the pot of tea on the coffee table and poured himself a cup of tea. He also poured a cup for Stern. Then he picked up the cup in front of him and drank it with gusto. Stern also sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. He couldn't help but frown. A small hotel like this certainly couldn't provide good tea. This kind of inferior tea was something Stern had never drunk before. Green wasn't in a hurry. He was still drinking his tea. Stern had followed him into the room, which made him more certain that the Purcell clan must have arranged something. Otherwise, Stern wouldn't have cooperated with him. If it was really Evan waiting for him, Stern wouldn't have sat here drinking tea with him. Stern's arrival could only mean that the people in his family didn't want him to find out that something was wrong and leave. If the Nightshades hadn't reported to him that the Purcell clan had pulled the emergency bell, Green wouldn't have been suspicious. It was precisely because he knew that the Purcell clan had pulled the emergency bell that Green was more certain of his own thoughts. A pot of tea, how long could two people drink it? If someone had asked Stern this question before, Stern would have thought that the other party was crazy. Who would have the leisure to think about this question, but now, Stern was unconsciously thinking about this question. He had been counting, hoping that the pot of tea would be finished quickly. In fact, Green was waiting. He wanted to see if the nightshades could get any useful information. The nightshades didn't let him down. When he finished drinking the pot of tea, Zhao Hai told him that the Purcell clan's carriage had gone to their consecration courtyard. The Purcell clan's consecration courtyard was west of their courtyard. There was a large area that was specially set aside for the consecrators. The consecrators had their own independent courtyard. They didn't like to be taken in by others. Therefore, it was a bit far from the Purcell clan's residence, so Caesar had to take a carriage to go there. The nightshades naturally knew that Caesar was the Purcell clan's great elder. In fact, his previous organization was very clear about the Purcell clan's situation. He knew that Evan was just a puppet. Zhao Hai told Green about this matter. Green almost instantly thought of a rank 9 expert. His face couldn't help but change. Green wasn't an ignorant person. He was very clear that the person who could be invited by the clan's great elder wouldn't be an ordinary person. Even if it was a rank 8 expert, it wouldn't be possible for the Purcell clan's great elder to personally invite him. For the great elder to personally invite him, it must be a rank 9 expert. At this time, why would the Purcell clan suddenly invite a rank 9 expert? There was only one answer: to deal with him. Green slowly put the empty cup of tea on the table. He turned his head and looked at Stern with cold eyes. Stern's heart was scared. He had a feeling that Green had seen through him. He unconsciously moved his body and said to Green, "What's wrong, Steward Green? What's the matter?" Green suddenly smiled and said, "It's nothing. Thank you, Stern Elder, for accompanying me to drink tea. Let's go." Finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Stern also hurriedly stood up. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that Green's smile had a deeper meaning. Green suppressed his anger and walked out of the hotel. He got on the carriage sent by the Purcell clan. He really didn't think that the Purcell clan, in order to deal with him, would actually invite a rank 9 expert to come forward. This time, they really played big. Green didn't think that the Purcell clan would be so ruthless. He already thought that if the Purcell clan invited a rank 9 expert to come forward to deal with him, then they wouldn't let Zhao Hai and Marin off. In other words, when the Purcell clan decided to deal with him, they already planned to destroy the entire Buddha clan. This was what made Green the most angry. If it was any other aristocrat, Green wouldn't be so angry. This was because he was completely disappointed with those aristocrats. Those aristocrats also had a reason to destroy them. But he really didn't think that the one who would act in the end would be the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan and the Buddha clan were relatively close, but he didn't think that they would be the most ruthless ones. Green knew that the other party would invite a rank 9 expert to deal with him, but he still dared to sit in the carriage. This was because he had Zhao Hai's space. Even if he faced a rank 9 expert, he wouldn't have any problems. Green didn't tell Zhao Hai about his conjecture. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would be worried. This time, he went to the Grand Duke's mansion to expose the true nature of the Purcell clan. He wanted to see their shocked expressions when they found out that even a rank 9 expert couldn't kill him. The carriage quickly entered the Grand Duke's mansion. The two people got off the carriage and went to the second courtyard's living room. When they entered the Grand Duke's mansion, Stern's hanging heart finally settled down. He couldn't help but look at Green with a strange smile. He hated Green. When Green had just drunk the Coca-Cola, he had begun to hate Green. He felt that what Green had invited him to drink was definitely not Coca-Cola, but a pot of poison. Moreover, it was the most poisonous poison he had ever drunk. When they entered the living room, Green deliberately said, "Stern Elder, didn't you say that the Grand Duke was looking for me? Where is he?" Stern coldly said, "I don't know. Maybe the Grand Duke had waited for too long and went back." Then he sat on the sofa and didn't say a word. He closed his eyes and didn't even prepare the tea for Green. Green looked at Stern's appearance. His face couldn't help but show a trace of a playful smile. He understood why Stern had such a performance. Stern had such a performance because he thought that there was no need to pretend anymore. When he arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion, he couldn't run away. Therefore, Stern tore off his own disguise. However, the more he acted like this, the more excited Green was. Green really wanted to see what kind of expression these people would have when he disappeared in front of him. Green didn't speak and just sat there quietly. He was also waiting. He wanted to cooperate with Stern's act. He wanted Stern to feel that everything was under his control. At the last moment, he wanted to use his actions to tell these people that he was just teasing them. After a while, Green heard the sound of footsteps in the distance. He opened his eyes and looked at Stern. "Elder Stern, could it be that you're going to sit here with me all the time?" His voice had just fallen when an old man's proud voice came from outside. "Of course not, I'll give you an explanation." The appearance of a level 9 expert, clicks, favorites, and recommendations, not one was missing. Green followed the voice and saw that it was the Purcell clan's great elder, Kaiser. Green knew Kaiser and had some contact with him. However, their contact wasn't much and was limited to just knowing each other. However, Green's impression of Kaiser wasn't good. Green felt that Kaiser was a very hypocritical old man. But now, this hypocritical guy was standing behind another arrogant guy. This arrogant guy looked very old. His hair and beard were all white and his face was wrinkled enough to squeeze a mosquito to death. He wore a very ordinary magic robe and held a very ordinary magic staff in his hand. However, his expression wasn't ordinary at all. There was a trace of impatience in his expression. His eyes weren't focused at all, but this didn't mean that he was blind. On the contrary, it was just a display of arrogance. He didn't seem to put these people in his eyes at all, let alone treat them as people. It was as if these people were just air to him. He really had this qualification because he was one of the Purcell clan's 2 patron saints, Wind Saint Buffy Purcell. Wind Saint Buffy was a very interesting person. He was a magic genius of the Purcell clan and also liked magic. He didn't marry in his life and put all of his energy into the study and practice of magic. His interpersonal relationships were a mess and the only thing he could do for the Purcell clan was to kill people. It could be said that from the time he started learning magic, he was the Purcell clan's sharp sword. He would kill anyone in the clan if they wanted him to. He didn't care about anything else other than killing people and practicing. Some people said that he was a madman and some said that he was a cultivation madman. However, no matter what, he was now a level 9 expert and a quasi-deity. He was the patron saint of the Purcell clan. Perhaps it was because of his craziness and perseverance that he could have today's achievements. Buffy hadn't made a move for many years. He had been a level 9 expert for 10 years. When he reached level 8, he didn't make a move. That was 30 years ago. This time, Caesar was able to request his help. This was already a matter of face. Buffy's strange temperament was as famous as his talent in magic. When Green saw Buffy, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He was very clear that a rank 9 expert would respect their status and wouldn't easily make a move against a lower-level warrior. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would do it in an open and aboveboard manner. However, Buffy was different. Buffy didn't understand things. For him, killing people was killing people. There was no such thing as an open and aboveboard attack. Therefore, when Green saw Buffy appear, he immediately raised his guard and looked at Buffy with full vigilance. Buffy, on the other hand, was still standing there arrogantly. Inside the space, Marine had been observing the situation. When she saw Buffy appear, her face changed. She said to Xianxia, "Master, get ready to pull Green into the space. This old man doesn't want to live anymore. He even dares to face a rank 9 expert." Seeing this, Merlin understood everything. She had felt that there was something wrong with Green before, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Now she knew that Green had long known that he would be facing a 9th-level contender, which was why he looked so strange. Xianxia was surprised. His face changed as he said, "Grandma Marine, are you saying that the old man standing outside is a rank 9 expert?" The old man that Xianxia was referring to was, of course, Buffy. No one present was older than him. Marine nodded and said, "Yes, that old man is called Wind Saint Buffy. He has been famous for nearly 50 years. He is a cultivation madman and a cold-blooded killer. Since the day he became a rank 5 magician, he has been killing people for the Purcell clan. It can be said that his entire growth process was a process of killing people. He is a very terrible character. Zhao Hai's face changed. Although he hadn't seen a rank 9 expert in action, he had heard of the prestige of a rank 9 expert. Green was the person he cared about the most. Now that Green was facing a rank 9 expert, Zhao Hai almost immediately pulled Green into the space. Although Zhao Hai didn't immediately do so, his attention was completely focused on the outside. As long as the other side made a move, he would immediately pull Green into the space. Green looked at Buffy and said, "Elder Kaiser, what do you mean?" Kaiser looked at Green and smiled like an old fox. Then he said, "Green, didn't you come today to break off the engagement? Let me tell you, we will break off the engagement. Here. This is the marriage certificate." Finished speaking, he raised his hand and a piece of paper flew towards Green like a sharp blade. In the Oxu Empire, there was a custom. If two parties were already engaged and one party suddenly wanted to break off the engagement, then they would have to take the initiative to propose it. Moreover, they would also have to obtain the other party's letter of cancellation. Green looked at the piece of paper and raised his hand. The paper fell into his hand. Green carefully looked at the contents of the paper. The content was very ordinary. It said that the Purcell clan had agreed to the Buddha clan's request to break off the engagement. It was that simple. Green carefully put the paper into his bosom. He looked up at Kaiser and said, "Green would like to thank the Great Elder." Kaiser looked at Green's appearance and said with a strange smile, "Don't thank me, Steward Green. I have already given you an explanation. Shouldn't you also give me an explanation?" Green looked at Kaiser's appearance and knew what he wanted to say. But he still asked, "I don't know what the Great Elder wants me to explain to you." Kaiser sneered and said, "What? Steward Green, have you forgotten? Some time ago, there was a magic beast riot in the Black Wasteland. Our Purcell clan knew that you lived in the Black Wasteland, so we specifically sent people to check on your situation. We didn't think that you would actually kill the people we sent. Green, do you know who you've just killed? They were our Purcell clan's people. Do you think the Purcell clan's people can be killed just because you want to? You have to give me an explanation." Green's eyes flashed with a cold light. He looked at Kaiser and coldly said, "Kaiser, don't pretend. Why did you send people to the Black Waste? Only heaven knows, you know, and I know. Now you want me to give you an explanation? Good, I will give you an explanation. They brought weapons and broke into my Buddha clan's territory for no reason. Is this explanation enough? You." Kaiser angrily looked at Green. He didn't think that Green would still refuse to take a step back. He believed that Green had already recognized Buffy. In this case, he still refused to take a step back. It was really puzzling. However, he didn't have much time to think about this. Today, he wanted Green to die. No matter what reason Green gave, it was impossible for him to live. Therefore, he said in a deep voice, "Green, this is what your Buddha clan forced me to do. Don't blame me for being impolite." Green sneered and said, "Don't be hypocritical. You know who forced who." "What? To invite the Wind Saint, you must have paid a lot of price, right? Even if I were polite to you, would you let me go? Stop dreaming, Kaiser. You're finished. Your rule over the Purcell clan is over." Green's words hit Kaiser's sore spot. Although he still ruled over the Purcell clan, Evan, the second elder, and the third elder were constantly fighting for power with him. This made him feel tired. He had never felt this kind of powerless feeling before. It was precisely because of this that he hoped to use a beautiful victory so that he could firmly sit on the Great Elder's position. Kaiser looked at Green's appearance and fiercely said, "Good, Green. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me. Sir Wind Saint, please start." He had just finished speaking when a blue light appeared on Buffy's body. This blue light attacked Green at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The speed was so fast that it exceeded people's imagination. A layer of cyan shield had already appeared outside Green's body. At the same time, a cloud of white smoke appeared behind Green. When Green saw the white smoke, his face couldn't help but relax. He laughed and said, "Caesar, you want to keep me here? It won't be that easy. Even if you're a rank 9 expert, you can't keep me here." The Purcell clan will wait for my ambition. When the white smoke appeared, Green's entire body had turned into a hazy cage. When he finished speaking, his entire body had completely disappeared. Until Green had completely disappeared, Kaiser didn't react. He hadn't thought that such a situation would occur. At this time, Buffy, who was at his side, calmly said, "The transmission scroll doesn't have any magical fluctuations. It seems that it's an ancient magic item." "Well, it's a good thing." Buffy's words made Kaiser recover. His complexion greatly changed as he said, "Your Excellency God, did he run away?" Buffy coldly snorted and said, "No one can escape from me, Buffy's hands." Although the magical props he used were very mysterious, my wind blade had already hit him. He has already been seriously injured. From today onwards, he won't be able to reach rank 8. Where does he come from? Obviously, Buffy hadn't listened to the two people's words. He had always regarded Green as a block of wood. This was no wonder. Once a person's strength reached rank 9, they wouldn't be on the same level as a rank 8. People who hadn't reached rank 9 simply weren't in his line of sight. Even if he saw them, he would ignore them. When Kaiser heard Buffy's words, he was overjoyed. He was very clear that if Buffy was excited about Green, he would make a second move. That way, the entire Buddha clan wouldn't be able to escape. He quickly said, "Your Excellency God, they are people of the Buddha clan. Because they made a mistake, they were sent to Iron Mountain Fort in the Black Waste. I believe that when they arrive there, they will be found." Buffy nodded and said, "I was thinking of going to the Carrion Swamp to explore." His figure flashed and disappeared from the place. Bookmark, click, recommend, none of them could be missing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited them to eat magic peaches. As soon as Green entered the space, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia and Marine were surprised and quickly ran over to support Green. Green's face was pale, but fortunately, he was still conscious. Xianxia supported Green and asked, "Grandpa Green, how are you?" Green looked at Xianxia and weakly said, "Young master, rest assured that I won't die. However, I can't resist a rank 9 expert." Green's body didn't seem to have any wounds, nor did he seem to have any broken bones. However, Marine could see that Green's muscles were injured. If it was only a flesh wound or a bone injury, then it wouldn't be a big deal. After resting for a while, it would be fine. However, if it was a muscle injury, then it would be very serious. It might hurt his foundation and he wouldn't be able to recover to his best state. Xianxia wanted to say something, but Green said to Xianxia, "Young master, quickly go to Fort Iron Mountain and immediately pick up the people there. Pack up all the undead and immediately take them back. The Purcell clan will certainly send people there. This time, it might even be Buffy himself." Xianxia was surprised and didn't react. However, Marine had already reacted. She immediately said to Xianxia, "Young master, quickly go. A rank 9 expert's speed is very fast. If Buffy really discovers something, then we'll be finished." Xianxia listened to Marine and immediately nodded. He said to Marine, "Grandma Marine, I'll leave Grandpa Green to you. Meg, Blockhead, quickly come with me." The three people complied and followed Xianxia to Fort Iron Mountain. The three people's figures flashed and appeared in Fort Iron Mountain. Blockhead immediately went to organize the slaves so that they could enter the space in the shortest time possible. Xianxia, on the other hand, was collecting all kinds of things in Iron Mountain Fort. Now, there were a lot of things in Iron Mountain Fort, enough for him to collect for a while. First was the oil press, then the millstones, then the rabbits, and finally the people in the canyon. Xianxia didn't remove the corn seedlings and let them grow on their own. In any case, Buffy wouldn't necessarily be able to see the corn seedlings. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to find them. It took Xiao a full day to collect all of these things. Then he had the undead destroy the castle before he sent them back to the space. The slaves also had a lot of belongings to pack. Although they weren't worth much, they were still very important to the slaves. They weren't willing to throw this away, nor were they willing to throw that away. Xianxia didn't know what to do with them. In the end, he was busy all night. It wasn't until the next morning that Xianxia finished packing everything up. The castle looked as if it had been restored to its previous dilapidated appearance. Looking at the situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. He didn't think that the second time they had to take refuge in the space, it wasn't because of the magic beasts, but because of people. However, Zhao Hai soon felt fortunate. Not long after they entered the space, a figure appeared in Fort Iron Mountain. This person was Buffy. This made Zhao Hai, who was observing Fort Iron Mountain, feel very shocked. For the first time, they had an understanding of the strength of a rank 9 expert. From Fort Iron Mountain to Casa City, it would take nearly a month to travel at a normal speed. Even if it was like Zhao Hai, it would still take about half a month to travel from Fort Iron Mountain to Casa City. This was without any sleep or rest. Buffy, on the other hand, only took half a day and one night to arrive at Fort Iron Mountain. This showed how fast his speed was. What shocked Zhao Hai the most was that Buffy didn't walk. Instead, he flew. He really flew in the air without the help of anything. Zhao Hai was shocked as he looked at the scene. Marine, who was sitting on the side, spoke with a gloomy face. The biggest characteristic of a rank 9 expert is that they can fly in the space. Therefore, they are called quasi-gods. Buffy has been a rank 9 expert for more than 10 years. Among the rank 9 experts, he can be considered a powerful existence. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seems that he didn't come specifically for us. Young master, you should tell Drunk to be careful. Buffy may enter the carrion swamp. Marine's mood wasn't good. This time, Green's injuries were very serious. Many of his meridians had been injured. It would be very difficult for him to recover. Even if his body was better in the future, it would be impossible for him to return to his original level. Zhao Hai's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted. What a good Purcell clan. We will now cut off their food supply. Let's see what they will do. Marine shook her head. No, young master. If we cut off their food supply, it will certainly lead to the retaliation of the Purcell clan. Even if nothing happens to us, what about Miss Laura? We can't not think about her. Zhao Hai calmed down. He clenched his fist and said, do we really have to let this go? I'm not willing. Marine let out a long breath. She patted Zhao Hai's back and said, young master, bear with it. Later on, when our strength is strong, we will retaliate against them. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. This time, he was really angry. Green was his respected elder. Ever since he came to the Ark continent, Green had always loved him like a biological grandfather. He cared for him in every possible way. Now, he was actually injured by the Purcell clan. How could Zhao Hai not be angry? After calming down, Zhao Hai also calmed down. He turned to Marine and said, Grandma Marine, how is Grandpa Green's situation? Marine frowned. Not good. This time, his meridians were injured. If it isn't handled well, his strength will regress. It would be impossible for him to become an 8th rank expert. Zhao Hai clenched his teeth. He slammed his fist on the tea table. He hated himself. Why couldn't he level up a bit faster and plant some herbs to help Green recover? Thinking about herbs, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that in his space, there were still 4 magic peaches that hadn't been touched. When he received the magic peaches, the space's prompt said that the flesh of the magic peaches could be used to heal injuries. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai turned his hand and a large peach appeared in his hand. He handed the peach to Marine and said, Grandma Marine, give this to Grandpa Green. The flesh of the peach can heal injuries, but I don't know if it has any use. Right, the peach pit must be left behind. Marine certainly knew what the magic peaches were, but she didn't think that the magic peaches could heal injuries. Now that Zhao Hai took it out, she remembered. Marine immediately took the magic peach and said, all right, I'll give it to Green. Then she stood up and walked towards the room. Zhao Hai also stood up and said, I'll go with you. When the two of them arrived at Green's room, Green was lying on the bed by the door. His body was still a little weak, and his face was also very pale. This kind of old man who usually looked somewhat serious and strong looked extraordinarily weak. Meg stood at the side to take care of Green. When Marine entered the room, she immediately gave the peach to Green and said, quickly eat this. The young master just took it out. The flesh of the peach can heal injuries. Green stared blankly for a moment. Then he remembered that there was such a matter. He wasn't polite and slowly sat up. He took a bite of the magic peach. As soon as he bit the skin of the peach, he felt the peach juice inside flowing out. Green quickly sucked hard. With this sucking, the entire peach juice turned into juice and flowed into his mouth. After he sucked the entire peach juice, the peach skin also turned into water and was sucked into his mouth. Only a smooth peach pit was left in his hand. That's right. The core of the magic peach was different from other peach cores. Other peach cores had natural pits, but the core of the magic peach was smooth. It had a diameter of about 5 centimeters. It was dark brown with a small white round dot in the middle. This small dot was protruding. It didn't look like a peach core at all. Instead, it looked like it was made of metal, a bit like a miniature version of a grenade. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but look curiously at the peach pit. Although the peach pit was just taken out of the magic peach, it wasn't sticky at all. It was very dry. Green felt as if there was a heat flow surging in his body. He quickly put down the peach pit and began to work. Slowly, the heat flow became bigger and bigger. Along with his dou qi, it ran to every corner of his body. Those damaged tendons and veins, as long as the heat flow passed through, there would be an indescribable comfortable feeling. It was as if the whole person was soaking in a hot spring. What Green learned was the Mad Dragon dou qi. In this world, there were 2 types of dou qi. One was attributed dou qi, and the other was non-attributed dou qi. Attributed dou qi meant that this dou qi itself had an attribute. Only when the body's attribute was compatible with the dou qi could you practice it. For example, if you had a wind attribute, then you could learn the wind attribute dou qi. If you wanted to learn the water attribute dou qi, then it was impossible. Although attribute dou qi had such restrictions, but it was undeniable that this type of dou qi was very powerful. Moreover, practicing dou qi that was compatible with one's attribute would be faster. However, this type of dou qi was generally controlled by the major families and was rarely spread. The other type was non-attribute dou qi. Non-attribute dou qi meant that anyone could learn it. No matter what kind of physique you had, you could learn dou qi. It was a non-attribute dou qi. There were also 2 types of non-elemental combat aura. One was low-level, and the other was high-level. Low-level non-elemental combat aura was very common on the mainland. It could be learned in any magic martial arts school. Even the military would teach some non-elemental combat aura cultivation methods. However, it was very difficult to cultivate low-level non-elemental combat aura to a high level. The other type was high-level non-attribute dou qi. This type of dou qi's power was no worse than attribute dou qi. Moreover, anyone could practice it. This type of dou qi was very rare on the continent. The wild dragon dou qi of the Buddha clan belonged to this high-level non-attribute dou qi. Bookmark, click, recommend, please don't make me wait. After circulating his dou qi, Green discovered that his injuries were miraculously healed. He opened his eyes and saw Marine and the others standing in front of him with worried expressions. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Good stuff. My injuries are now completely healed." Marine and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. Marine asked, "Are you really completely healed? You injured your veins." Green nodded and said, "I'm really completely healed. This magic peach is really amazing. It seems that I need to use it sparingly." Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but laugh. Green stood up from the bed and looked at everyone. "Master, how are the arrangements for the slaves? Now that they've returned to the space, I'm afraid they won't be used to it, right?" Zhao Hai nodded. The slaves were already accustomed to life outside the space. There, they had their own rooms and their own meager property. They cherished these things very much. Now that they had returned to the space, their moods were somewhat low. Green coldly said, "Purcell clan, you just wait. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will return what you gave us." Zhao Hai and the others also had a face full of hatred. This time, the Purcell clan had really gone too far. They had even asked a rank 9 expert to deal with them. Moreover, they wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What they didn't know was that the Purcell clan was even more distressed than them, especially Kaiser. Kaiser had never thought that even though he had invited a rank 9 expert, Green had still managed to escape. If Buffy had been able to kill Green, then it would have been fine. But if he hadn't been able to kill them, then the Purcell clan would be in trouble. Although Buffy had injured Green, it was impossible for Green to be a rank 8 expert. However, Marine was still a rank 8 magician. If Merlin and the others came to the Purcell clan, then they would not be afraid. However, they were afraid that Merlin and the others would make a move behind their backs. The Purcell clan had a lot of businesses in the continent, and they also had caravans. Every year, they would send some of the clan's younger generation out for trials. If Merlin and the others really wanted to retaliate, then they would make a move against these people. If that happened, then the clan's losses would be huge. They could not send out 8th level experts to protect these people. They did not have that many 8th level experts. Caesar was annoyed to death. He was the one who had proposed this plan. Now, this plan was half a failure. If Buffy could kill Merlin, then it would be fine. If he couldn't, then his plan would be a complete failure. Buffy also felt that things were very tricky. After he arrived at Fort Iron Mountain, he found that there was no one there. He walked around Iron Mountain, but he still couldn't find anyone. This made Buffy feel very strange. Rank 9 experts had a problem. Whenever they went to a place, they liked to use their own divine sense to explore that place. Divine sense was a unique ability of a rank 9 expert. Whether it was a warrior or a magician, once they reached rank 9, they would be able to produce divine sense. Before rank 9, people could only use their divine sense to look inside and observe the situation within their own body. Once they reached rank 9, they could release their divine sense and use it to explore things. Generally, a rank 9 expert's divine sense could cover a distance of 1 kilometer. Once a magician reached rank 9, their divine sense would be stronger than a rank 9 warrior's and could cover a distance of 3 kilometers. When Buffy arrived at Fort Iron Mountain, he used his own divine sense to explore Fort Iron Mountain. Of course, the result was that he didn't find anything. He went to Fort Iron Mountain to take a look and found that there was no one inside. If it was a mercenary, they might be able to see from the thickness of the dust in Fort Iron Mountain that Xiao Hai had just left. However, Buffy didn't understand these things. In his life, besides cultivation, he had spent his time killing people. When he killed people, it was usually because his family had provided him with information. He would go to the door and kill the person. Therefore, he didn't understand these things. He only saw that there was no one in Fort Iron Mountain, so he flew to Iron Mountain to look for them. Of course, he couldn't be like other people and search Iron Mountain bit by bit. Instead, he flew over Iron Mountain and swept it with his divine sense. When he found that there was no one, he flew over. Therefore, he didn't find the corn planted in the canyon. Even if he did find it, he wouldn't recognize it. Since he couldn't find Xiao Hai, Buffy didn't go to the carrion swamp to investigate. Instead, he turned around and flew back. Although Buffy didn't know much about the world, his loyalty to the Purcell clan was unquestionable. Since he couldn't find Xiao Hai, he wanted to go back and tell the clan. Although Xiao Hai had found that Buffy had left, he hid in the space and didn't dare to go out. They didn't know if Buffy was still in Fort Iron Mountain. If Buffy was still there, then they would be exposed. Therefore, Xiao Hai decided to stay in the space for a while. However, Xiao Hai didn't stop his grain trade with the Purcell clan. He also didn't raise the price. He was very clear that now wasn't the time to raise the price. If he raised the price, then the Purcell clan would come looking for trouble. He wasn't afraid, but Laura wasn't. In order to not cause trouble for Laura, they decided to trade with the Purcell clan normally. Kaiser's mood wasn't good. He sat in his office with documents on his desk, but he wasn't in the mood to take care of them. Yesterday, he had planned everything well. As long as Buffy killed Green, he would send the family's level 8 experts to the Black Waste and kill Merlin and the others. Then, this matter would come to an end. He would also obtain the majority of the family's neutral elder's support, and his position as the Great Elder would be even more stable. However, he hadn't thought that Green would have an ancient magic tool on him that would allow him to escape. Although he hadn't seen anyone use an ancient magic tool, Buffy's words shouldn't be wrong. Now, he only hoped that Buffy could successfully find Marine and the others and kill them. This way, he would have a way to remedy the situation. Kaiser sat there, lost in thought. He hoped that Buffy would quickly come back and bring him good news. This was because he had felt that after Green had escaped, the way the second and third elders looked at him had changed. Kaiser understood what they meant. The second and third elders were waiting for him to make a mistake. If Buffy wasn't able to destroy the Buddha clan, then his good days would come to an end. Thinking of this, Kaiser couldn't help but become even more irritable. He loudly said, "Blue Princess, come in." Outside, Blue Princess froze for a moment, but she immediately walked in. She bowed to Kaiser and said, "Great Elder, what are your orders?" Kaiser looked at Blue Princess' graceful figure that was hidden in her magic robe. His eyes were full of desire as he said, "Come here." Blue Princess had followed Kaiser for more than a day or two. She understood Kaiser very well. When she saw Kaiser's eyes, she knew what he wanted to do. Not only was she not afraid, but she also had a charming smile on her face. From an outsider's point of view, there wasn't anything different about the Purcell clan on this day. However, the people in the clan understood that this was just the calm before the storm. Everyone was waiting for Buffy. If Buffy's actions were successful, then the Purcell clan wouldn't have any major events. However, if Buffy failed, then the Purcell clan would certainly have a storm. They were afraid that the Purcell clan's power would be reshuffled. Everyone in the Purcell clan was waiting for news. The other big forces in Casa City were also waiting for news. They were waiting for the same news as the Purcell clan. They were all waiting for news from Buffy. Don't underestimate the power of these big clans. Within the Purcell clan, they also had spies. If any major events occurred within the Purcell clan, then they would know. Therefore, there was a saying on the continent, "High officials have no secrets." This meant that if you were in a high position, then you wouldn't have any privacy. Of course, this was only relative to other people in high positions. It was impossible for ordinary civilians to know about these high officials. Among these forces was Laura. Laura was currently sitting in her study, frowning. As usual, Nier was standing behind her. Kuan was sitting opposite her, also frowning. The three of them didn't make a sound. After a while, Laura loudly said, "Someone come in." An outsider's servant immediately ran in. He bowed to Laura and said, "Young lady, what are your orders?" Laura said, "Is there still no news from the Purcell clan?" The servant bowed his head and said, "Yes, there is still no news. Buffy hasn't come back yet." Laura nodded and waved her hand. The servant bowed and retreated. Laura turned to Kuan and said, "Grandpa Kuan, what do you think the Purcell clan is thinking? Why would they do such a thing at this time? This might affect our plans." Kuan forced a smile and said, "What else could it be? It's the pride of a great aristocrat and the overbearing way of doing things. Everyone in the continent knows how the Purcell clan treats the Buddha clan. This time, I heard that the Buddha clan steward is already at the peak of rank 8. If one day he breaks through, then for the Purcell clan, it will be a big trouble. Therefore, they wanted to find an excuse to kill him. But they didn't think that the other party would have an ancient magic tool on him, allowing him to escape. If this time Buffy's operation is successful, then we can talk about it. But if it fails, then the Purcell clan will be very lively and our plans will certainly be affected. Our plans will also be affected." Laura stood up in annoyance and said, "These guys are really something. The Buddha clan is already in trouble, and they still want to hit them while they are down. They want to break off the engagement, but they still want to destroy them. This is such a big trouble. If the Purcell clan really has internal strife because of this matter, then they won't have time to worry about the food issue. When the time comes, those big firms will take the opportunity to take action. I'm afraid that the price of food will rise again." Kuan smiled bitterly and said, "Now we can only wait. If Buffy's operation is successful, then everything will be good. If it isn't, then we have to think of a way." "Right, young lady, I think we should go and say hello to Mr. Xiao Hai in advance." Laura shook her head and said, "Let's wait first. Let's wait until the Purcell clan has definite news. In any case, this matter won't affect Mr. Xiao Hai." Kuan sighed and said, "It's just that the Buddha clan is pitiful. This time, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for them to escape. After all, Buffy is a rank 9 expert. Bookmark, click, recommend, none of these could be missing. Otherwise, the price of food would increase. Laura sighed and said, the Buddha clan is really wronged. They are just a small aristocrat. What could they know? They did what the king told them to do, but they didn't think that they would unknowingly push themselves to the opposite side of all the aristocrats. Quinn John said, it's not that the Buddha clan didn't understand, but that they would have died anyway. The old king of the Oxu Empire underestimated the strength of the old aristocrats. Laura said, the Buddha clan's young master is really unlucky. I heard that the young master, Adam, although a bit of a debauchee, wasn't evil. He was forced to drink the water of nothingness. If it weren't for the 2 rank 8 experts in the clan, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to keep his life. It seems that when they went to the Black Waste, he was still unconscious. This time, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to escape. Quinn John nodded and said, the strength of a rank 9 expert isn't that simple. I heard that Green was also injured. With just one blow, a peak rank 8 expert was injured. The difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is really different. Laura replied, yes, I heard from Buffy that Green's injuries were very serious this time. Even if his injuries were healed, his level would drop. This time, even if the Purcell clan didn't manage to kill Green, it could be said that they had lost an arm of the Buddha clan. Quinn John sighed and said, this is strength. If the Buddha clan had a rank 9 expert, they could officially become a great aristocrat. No one would dare to do this to them. On the continent, whether one was a great aristocrat or not depended on 2 aspects. One was the inheritance. If one had a long inheritance, then one was qualified to become a great aristocrat. The second was strength. As long as one's strength was enough, even if the inheritance wasn't long, one could still be considered a great aristocrat. This strength wasn't measured by money, but by whether or not one's family had a rank 9 expert. It could be said that a rank 9 expert didn't just represent strength, but also influence. If a rank 9 expert was compared to something on Earth, it would be a nuclear bomb. It was a deterrent, but when it was used, it was very rare. Laura looked at Quinn John and said, Grandpa Quinn John, how many rank 9 warriors does the Marquis Del clan have? We are now in an alliance with Mr. Zhao Hai, but Mr. is at most an 8th rank expert. Can he really help us? Quinn smiled and said, of course we can. Don't look at the Marquis Del clan's glory. In fact, there are only 2 9th rank experts in the clan. Moreover, these 2 people have been training all year round, they simply won't make a move. There are a lot of 8th rank experts in the clan, but Mr. Zhao Hai is an 8th rank dark magician, nobody wants to provoke him. In addition to his 2 formidable followers, even if we have 3 8th rank experts to help us, if we have this old man as well, then the clan wouldn't easily make a move against us. Laura nodded. After hearing Kuen's words, she realized that her strength wasn't weak. She had 4 rank 8 experts. On the continent, this was enough to establish a small family. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but be happy. Then she said to Quinn John, Grandpa Quinn John, recently our business has been very good. I want to wait until this storm passes, then immediately contact Mr. about the meat processing factory. I think Mr. seems to be in need of money. Quinn John nodded and said, this matter should be done. Mr.'s help to us is really too great. This time, if it weren't for Mr., then it would have been very difficult for us to survive in the Purcell Duchy. Laura also nodded. The food issue didn't seem to affect them much, but for Laura, it was still very important. If they didn't get food from Zhao Hai this time, then they wouldn't have any food to sell. Moreover, with the increase in food prices, it would be difficult for the commoners to eat. The demand for daily necessities would also decrease, and Higanbana's shop would certainly be affected. Moreover, when the big merchants were preparing to raise the price of food, they didn't follow suit. Instead, they tried to persuade them not to raise the price. This inadvertently offended those merchants. If those merchants really succeeded, then they would certainly suppress Laura. Even if they didn't directly attack Laura, they would still suppress them through business. Then they wouldn't be able to stay in the Purcell Duchy. Additionally, Laura wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's strength, so she was now grateful to Zhao Hai. She also revered Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was stronger than hers, and he also had the support of a large territory. Laura was even more concerned about Zhao Hai's matters. Qin Zhang looked at Laura's appearance and smiled. Also, didn't Mr. Zhao Hai ask for some magic plant seeds? We should also start preparing. Right, we should also send Mr. Zhao Hai some magic beasts that are easy to obtain. Although Mr. Zhao Hai now has money in his hands, he should be able to accept our gifts. Laura nodded and said, all right, then we'll do it now. If it weren't for this matter, we would have already done it. Then Laura called some people over and told them what to do. Laura's influence in the Purcell Duchy wasn't small. Now that she was cooperating with the Purcell clan, it could be said that her status in the Purcell Duchy was very high. The Purcell clan would give her some face. Currently, the entire Casa city was calm on the surface, but in fact, it was surging with dark waves. Everyone was waiting for Buffy's news. The large clans were also secretly preparing. If Buffy brought back good news, then they could only be honest. If Buffy failed to complete the task, then they wouldn't be polite. These large firms weren't afraid of the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan wouldn't dare to send a rank 9 expert to deal with them. After all, they had the support of a large clan behind them. If the Purcell clan really dared to send a rank 9 expert to deal with them, then their clans could also send a rank 9 expert to deal with the Purcell clan. At that time, the Purcell clan would suffer a loss. It had to be said that Kaiser had ruled the Purcell clan for too long. The Purcell Duchy was their domain, so he could do whatever he wanted. This made him arrogant. He thought that as long as he invited a rank 9 expert, then he would be able to intimidate the large firms. However, he forgot that the large firms also had rank 9 experts. If he really dared to use a rank 9 expert to deal with them, then they naturally wouldn't be polite. The day passed by peacefully. The next day was also peaceful because Buffy still hadn't returned. Everyone was quietly waiting for him. At noon on the third day, Buffy finally returned. Within the space, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the Purcell clan's situation. The first thing he saw was Buffy. Buffy had landed in the Purcell clan's courtyard. This place wasn't far from where Green had entered the space, so Zhao Hai was able to see him. Buffy's return alarmed everyone. It could be said that the entire Casa city's large forces had their nerves stretched taut for a moment. Kaiser, who had received the news, immediately rushed to the courtyard. Buffy was also surprised. After he landed in the courtyard, he didn't move. He just stood there quietly. Kaiser entered the courtyard and saw Buffy. He quickly greeted him and bowed. I have seen Sir Consecrator. I don't know if Sir has found the Buddha clan's people? Kaiser knew Buffy's temper. Being polite to him was useless. As long as he asked what he wanted to know, Buffy would naturally tell him. Buffy shook his head and said, I haven't found them. The entire Black Waste doesn't even have the shadow of the Buddha clan. Iron Mountain also doesn't have them. I came back to tell you that I haven't found them. You have to be prepared. I'm going to explore the Carrion Swamp. If there's anything else, don't look for me. Buffy disappeared. Kaiser's complexion turned ugly. He hadn't thought that Buffy wouldn't be able to find the Buddha clan. For him, this was really bad news. Almost at the same time, the large clans also received the news. For them, this news was good news. However, they didn't immediately start to raise the price of food. Instead, they immediately sent people to contact the second and third elders of the Purcell clan. The second and third elders of the Purcell clan had been fighting with the first elder for power. The large clans were also aware of this. For the large clans, this wasn't news. Almost all of the large clans were in this situation. They were now looking for the second and third elders. They hoped that at this time, they could support the second or third elders and then prepare to raise the price of food. Although it seemed a bit contradictory, they were raising the price of food to deal with the Purcell clan. How could they support the second and third elders? In fact, this was normal. For the sake of power, people were willing to sacrifice a lot of things. The first elder had ruled the Purcell clan for many years. His strength was the greatest in the clan. If the second and third elders wanted to use this matter to topple the first elder, they wouldn't be able to do it by relying on their own strength. They would have to rely on external forces, and the large clans were powerful external forces. When Laura heard this news, her face was full of worry. She knew that the Purcell clan would usher in a storm, and she was now in the middle of this storm. In order to fight for the position of the first elder, the large clans were willing to use any means. This time, the first elder's chess move was not a small blow to his prestige. However, if he wanted to shake the first elder's foundation, it wouldn't be easy. The first elder had ruled the Purcell clan for so many years. Naturally, he had his own means. But now, the first elder was at his weakest. At this time, if something happened that the first elder couldn't solve, then he would really be in trouble. At this time, the only problem that couldn't be solved was the food problem. For the sake of the first elder's position, the first elder's enemies might sacrifice some of their clan's interests and cooperate with the merchants to raise the price of food. After the price of food was raised, the first elder naturally couldn't solve it. Then they would use this opportunity to drive the first elder out of power. As for the life and death of the commoners after the price of food was raised, they simply wouldn't care. In their eyes, power was much more important than the lives of the commoners. Why isn't the collection rising? God, help me, I don't want to be forgotten. Laura was restlessly walking back and forth in the study. For her, the news that Buffy had brought back was really bad news that couldn't get any worse. She sympathized with the Buddha clan, but Buffy hadn't been able to complete his task. For her, this was definitely bad news. It meant that the Purcell clan might have internal strife. If it wasn't for this time, the Purcell clan would have been in chaos at any other time. But at this time, it was really a matter of life and death. This wasn't only related to the Purcell clan, it was also related to the thousands of civilian families in the Purcell Duchy. Quinn-John also frowned as he sat in the study. In this situation, he really didn't know what to do. They also wanted to intervene, but if they didn't do well, they would fall deeper and deeper into this whirlpool. But the problem was that if they didn't participate, as long as there was a result, the first unlucky ones would be them. So they could only participate. But participation and participation were different. When and how to participate was the most important. If the opportunity was right and the method was right, not only could they protect themselves, they could also obtain the greatest benefits. At this time, a servant ran in from the outside. He bowed to Laura and said, "Young lady, I just received news that the Xianxia clan and several other large clans have taken action. However, they didn't raise the price of food. Instead, they sent people to contact the second and third elders of the Purcell clan." Laura frowned, then she waved her hand and said, "Go, and continue investigating. If there are any new developments, immediately report to me." The servant complied, then he bowed and retreated. Laura turned to Quinn-John and said, "Grandpa Quinn-John, what do the Xianxia clan want to do? Could it be that they want to help second elder or third elder ascend to the position?" Quinn-John nodded and said, "I'm afraid that's the case. If the second elder or the third elder really formed an alliance with them, then they can even give up on the food price increase. As long as they can support one of the two elders, then they can get the support of that elder. When the time comes, they can monopolize the entire Purcell Duchy's market. These guys are really good at scheming." Laura frowned. "Then what should we do? We can't just wait like this, right? Wouldn't that be too bad for us?" Quinn-John's eyes flashed as he said, "Wait? Of course, we can't just wait like this. If we do that, we will only become more and more passive. In the end, we might even be squeezed out by them. Don't look at how we helped the Purcell clan with the food issue and expect them to be grateful to us. It's useless. Those guys won't care if you help them or not. As long as there are enough benefits, they will sell everything. What we need to do now is to contact a person from the Purcell clan and support him. Even if he can't take the position, he must have some say in the Purcell clan so that we can keep our business." Laura was surprised. "Who is it?" "I'm afraid that the Xianxia clan has already made contact with the second and third elders. If we go now, it's already too late." Quinn-John smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, the Purcell clan still has another person. This person used to have authority, but in order to help the Buddha clan, his authority was reduced. Isn't this a good opportunity?" Laura was surprised. She immediately thought of who Quinn-John was talking about. The Purcell clan's nominal patriarch, the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy, Evan. In the past, Evan's authority wasn't much worse than that of the first elder. However, because he was young, he didn't have much experience in political struggles. In addition, he had helped the Buddha clan, so his authority was reduced by the first elder. In addition, during this time, he had been living in seclusion and didn't care about worldly affairs. He had completely turned into a wooden man, a decoration. This was why Laura didn't think of him at first. Quinn John looked at Laura's appearance and smiled faintly. Recently, Evan has been completely silent. People seem to have forgotten his existence. But isn't this where he's brilliant? Does he really have no power in his hands? No, although his power has been reduced a lot, it hasn't been completely taken over. He still has some power, but he has been too patient recently, so people have forgotten his existence. Laura thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be like this. Ever since the fall of the Buddha clan, Evan has been very low-key. So low-key that people have forgotten about him, or even thought of him as a decoration. If he really has power in his hands, then we can help him. Maybe he can walk to the front again." Quinn John smiled faintly and said, "That's exactly what I meant. Now, it's best for us to divide into two groups. Young lady, you don't need to appear in front of Evan. It's too conspicuous and too big of a target. I'll handle it. You should go and see Mr. Zhao Hai and explain the situation here to him. Let Mr. Zhao Hai make preparations." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll go immediately. I'll leave Evan to Grandpa Quinn John." Then she led Mir out. While all the great clans of Casa City were staring at the Purcell clan, people suddenly discovered that Laura was actually sitting in a carriage out of the city. Moreover, she was heading straight for Stony Mountain. Laura's departure from the city made the great clans feel relieved. To be honest, they now had enmity with Laura, but they didn't dare to move against her. It wasn't only because Laura was a member of the Marquis Del clan, but also because behind her stood an unfathomable black magician. The Purcell clan had sent people to deal with Zhao Hai. These great clans also knew that it was impossible to really hide a secret. It was precisely because they knew that these people felt that Zhao Hai was terrible. Garan was a famous level 8 expert on the continent. He was also a white magician who was the nemesis of black magicians. He also had many experts by his side. In this case, they were unexpectedly eliminated without a sound. Zhao Hai's strength was really too terrible. They also knew about the relationship between Laura and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had saved Laura's life, and then Zhao Hai's products were sold by Laura. They had already formed an alliance. In this case, offending Laura was equivalent to offending Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai was a black magician that they didn't want to provoke. These people thought that Laura was going to look for Zhao to tell him about the current situation in Casa City. They weren't worried about this at all. As long as it didn't hinder their plans, then everything would be fine. This time, Laura not only told Zhao Hai about the situation in Casa City, but also attracted the attention of the great clans, making it easier for Quinn John to get close to Zhao Hai. This time, Laura's movements were faster than before. It took less than half a day to reach the foot of Stony Mountain. Zhao Hai also received the news, so when Laura arrived at the foot of the mountain, Green immediately brought her to the top of the mountain. After Zhao Hai brought Laura to the living room and sat down, he wasn't polite. He directly said, "Miss Laura, this time you came because of the Purcell clan's matter, right? I heard that the Purcell clan seems to be in a bit of trouble right now." Laura had already experienced Zhao Hai's ability to gather information, so she wasn't surprised. She just smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's not a small trouble, but a big one." This made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't know much about the Purcell clan's inside story. Even Green and Marine didn't know about it. Zhao Hai was puzzled. Isn't it just breaking off an engagement, and then not being able to kill someone? What kind of trouble is there? Laura smiled bitterly. If it's really like what Mr. said, then it would be good. Mr. doesn't know, but the Purcell clan may be in internal strife this time. Zhao Hai frowned. Is that so? Tell me more about it. Laura nodded. Originally, the Purcell clan's patriarch had the most power, followed by the clan's elder council. The purpose of the elder council's existence is to supervise the patriarch. If the patriarch makes a big mistake, the elder council has the power to impeach the patriarch. But now, the Purcell clan's patriarch, Grand Duke Evan, doesn't have much power. When Evan became the patriarch, he was still very young. Their elder council's great elder, Caesar, has been in the Purcell clan for many years, and his influence is very strong. Evan didn't have much experience, so Caesar took the opportunity to reduce his power. Later, I heard that Grand Duke Evan had a friendship with the Buddha clan. When the Buddha clan was in trouble, Evan secretly helped the Buddha clan. Because of this matter, his power was once again reduced. Now, he doesn't have much power. The Purcell clan's power is concentrated in the hands of the 3 elders of the Elder Council. Among them, Great Elder Caesar has the most power. Second Elder Yuan and Third Elder Sayers are a bit weaker. Laura paused and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was hidden under his magic robe, while Green's face was blocked by his armor. Naturally, she couldn't see, so naturally, she didn't discover that Zhao Hai and Green had shocked expressions. In particular, Green had always hated Evan. This was because Evan had a friendship with Adam's father. Finally, when the Purcell clan was in trouble, the Purcell clan had hit them while they were down. He had thought that all of this had been instigated by Evan, but now he knew that Evan had actually paid such a big price to help them. Laura saw that the two didn't speak, so she continued. This time, the Buddha clan steward suddenly appeared in Casa City, wanting to break off the engagement with the Purcell clan. When Kaiser saw that the Buddha clan steward, Green, was already a peak rank 8 expert, he was afraid that Green would break through to rank 9 and retaliate against them. Therefore, he wanted to ask the clan's guardian god, Buffy, to kill Green. However, he didn't expect that Green would be carrying an ancient magic tool, allowing Green to escape. Buffy then went to the Black Waste to chase after the Buddha clan, but he couldn't find them. This made Kaiser very passive. You must know that the clan's guardian god was a major event. This time, Kaiser was the one who advocated for it, but in the end, it didn't succeed. This was a big blow to Kaiser, and the other big firms in Casa City took this opportunity to take the initiative to contact Yuan and Sayers. Bookmark, click, recommend, none of these can be missing. Otherwise, you'll have to think about it carefully. Zhao Hai quietly listened to Laura's words. He didn't think that this matter would lead to such consequences. He was very clear that if the Purcell clan were to have internal strife at this time, then what would happen to the entire Purcell duchy? Zhao Hai hated the Purcell clan, but this didn't mean that he hated the entire Purcell duchy. If he really hated the entire Purcell duchy, then he wouldn't have used food to help the Purcell clan. However, if the Purcell clan were to have internal strife, then everything they had done before would be in vain. Most importantly, this matter would certainly have an impact on Laura. Zhao Hai couldn't let anything happen to Laura. Laura was now his only channel for selling space crops. If something happened to Laura, then he wouldn't have anyone he could trust to sell goods. For Zhao Hai, this would be a big blow. He needed money to develop the Black Waste. Zhao Hai looked up at Laura and asked, "What about Buffy?" Laura replied, "Wind Saint Buffy. I heard that this time, he wanted to go to the Carrion Swamp to take a look. However, I think he's met with misfortune. The Carrion Swamp isn't a good place to go." Zhao Hai froze for a moment, then he couldn't help but smile. He really didn't think that Buffy would actually go to the Carrion Swamp. Fortunately, he hadn't let the slaves out of the space. Otherwise, when Buffy went to the Carrion Swamp, he might have found them. Zhao Hai looked up at Laura and asked, "What does Miss Laura mean?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I came out this time mainly to inform Mr. about this matter. I want Mr. to be prepared. Also, Mr. should pay attention to the people from the large firms. This time, we are prepared to cooperate with Grand Duke Evan and help him seize power. In the entire Purcell clan, only Grand Duke Evan can cooperate with us. Only Grand Duke Evan has a bit of conscience and cares about the lives of the Purcell Duchy civilians." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is not a problem. Rest assured, if you need my help, you must come and find me." "Right, I still have more than 1,000,000 pounds of bamboo rice. If you need it, you can come and get it at any time." Laura was surprised. She really didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so much bamboo rice in his hands. This really surprised her. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to not have any stock in his hands. Before Laura and the others had started to store food, Zhao Hai had already begun to prepare. He had already stored the bamboo rice for an emergency. To be exact, it wasn't just £1 million, but a full £3 million. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't take it all out. As long as it was enough, it would be enough. Laura was overjoyed. Then Laura would like to thank Mr. This time, if we are defeated, it would mean that the large firms have won. It is very likely that they would release food. When that time comes, Mr. wouldn't have to prepare so much food. Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, but then he thought about it and understood what was going on. If the large firms really helped the second elder or the third elder seize power, then they would lower the price of food and release it. This would stabilize the Purcell Duchy's market in a short time and help the people they supported to sit in a stable position. Although they would lose some money, as long as the people they supported sat in a stable position, then they would be able to monopolize the entire Purcell Duchy's market. When that time comes, they would be able to make a lot of money. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, Miss Laura. I'll say it again. If you really encounter any trouble, you can come to Stony Mountain to find me. Even if it's a rank 9 expert, I can still protect you. If Laura had some doubts about ancient magic tools before, now she didn't have any doubts. Although she hadn't used any of those tools, don't forget that Green had. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Green had indeed escaped from the hands of a rank 9 expert with his life. This was a fact. At the same time, Laura also understood the value of ancient magic tools. Laura stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Miss Laura, I'm afraid you came out this time to attract the attention of those people, right? Don't be in a hurry to go back. Stay and eat. I'll have people prepare the fire fish that Miss Laura likes to eat. Laura wasn't polite and agreed with a smile. However, it wasn't time to eat yet, so Zhao Hai arranged a room for Laura to rest in. As soon as Laura entered the living room, Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, what do you think of this matter? Green smiled faintly. We don't need to worry about them. Let them fight. In any case, it's none of our business. If those big firms really dare to make a move against us, we won't be polite. Tell Drunk to pay attention. If they see Buffy, they should immediately report back. Didn't Buffy go to the Carrion Swamp? After so many years, even if a rank 9 expert enters the Carrion Swamp, there are very few who can come back alive. If Buffy comes back alive, then we'll look at the situation. If he's injured, then we'll have to keep him here forever. First, we'll cut off a big arm of the Purcell clan. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. However, do you think that Laura said that Evan secretly helped us? Is that true or false? Green lowered his voice and said, This matter is very likely true. I feel that the Purcell clan's style of doing things is a bit different. It's not like Evan's style. I've seen Evan before, and he doesn't seem like an ungrateful person. I've always felt that it was strange. Why did Evan change so much after becoming the clan's head? Moreover, our clan was assigned to the Black Waste and wasn't exterminated by those big nobles? I've always felt that there was someone behind this that was helping us. I'm afraid that it could only be Evan. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Should we help Evan? Green smiled and said, We shouldn't get involved in this matter, lest we be exposed. Right now, the Purcell clan is fighting. If we get involved, then it's very likely that the Purcell clan and those big firms will join forces to counterattack. You should know that our current identity is that of a black mage. We aren't popular people. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, That's good. In any case, we'll just sit on the sidelines and watch. Our current identity can't be exposed, so we shouldn't get involved in this matter. In any case, Evan has Laura to help him. If Laura fails, then even if we join in, I'm afraid that we won't be able to help. Green smiled and said, That's right. Right now, our identity can't be exposed. Once exposed, there won't be a place for us in the entire continent. Fortunately, with our current identity, most people wouldn't dare to provoke us. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them, then there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Hai nodded and said, But if necessary, we should give Laura some help. If Laura really fails, then we won't have a place to sell the goods. There are so many things planted in the space. If we can't sell them, then it won't be easy. Green thought for a moment and said, this is also good. If Laura really encounters danger, we can help her. After all, we have a relationship with them. If we help, no one will say anything. Xiaohai nodded and said to Green, Grandpa Green, you go greet Laura. I'll call Grandma Merlin and have her prepare lunch. I'll also tell Drunk about Buffy. Green nodded and turned to go out. Xiaohai went to the space and sent Merlin, who was teaching the slaves, to the outside of the space. He had her prepare lunch and told Drunk about Buffy, so that they could be more careful. Although the slaves were somewhat depressed when they first entered the space, they were now much better. This was thanks to the blue-eyed rabbits in Xiaohai's hands. This time, when they entered the space, Xiaohai would prepare a meat dish for every meal. This treatment was much better than when they were outside the space. The slaves' mood slowly stabilized. Xiaohai also promised them that the things that each of them had received before would be returned to them when they left the space. He said that they didn't have to worry about it. He also had Merlin teach the slaves how to read, which improved their mood. When Merlin heard that Xiaohai had asked her to go out and prepare lunch for Laura, she was very happy. In her opinion, Laura was Xiaohai's wife. The more frequently Laura came, the better. It would be good if she came every day. Xiaohai looked at Merlin's appearance and felt very impatient. After releasing Merlin, he simply stayed in the space and waited until it was time to eat before going out. Xiaohai's performance made Meg feel relieved. She was really afraid that Xiaohai would also like to interact with Laura. When the time came, he wouldn't want her. Xiaohai didn't teach the slaves how to read. Instead, he let them rest. He sat with Meg and Blockhead in the space's empty hall and told them the news that Laura had just told him. Meg and the others didn't think that things would develop to this point. Without waiting for Xiaohai to finish, Blockhead smiled and said, Good, fighting is good. The more they fight, the more advantageous it would be for us. Let them fight, they won't have the heart to care about us. That way, we will be safer. What Meg was concerned about was another matter. She looked at Xiaohai and said, Young master, if Grand Duke Evan really helped us in secret, then would your engagement with the Purcell clan still be valid? Even if Evan really helped us, we'll just find an opportunity to help him in the future. I heard that Evan's daughter's reputation in the Purcell Duchy isn't very good. Our Buddha clan doesn't want that kind of trash. Our little Meg is 1,000 times better than Evan's daughter. Zhao smiled and said, That's right. The engagement is broken, it can't be valid. Even if Evan really helped us, we'll find an opportunity to help him in the future. I can't log on to Qidin, so I uploaded late. I'm sorry, but you still have to give me your favorites, clicks, and recommendations. He, this was the first time Xiaohai had spoken to Meg in such a teasing tone. Meg couldn't help but be surprised. Then Meg blushed and pouted, Young master is making fun of me. Xiaohai chuckled, but his heart was secretly relieved. Although Xiaohai was an otaku and had never been in love before, he wasn't a fool. He discovered that Meg seemed to have a good impression of him, and after getting along with her for such a long time, he also had a good impression of her. The reason why he said this today was to see Meg's reaction. If Meg wasn't angry, then it meant that Meg really did have a good impression of him, and his feelings weren't wrong. This was also the first time Blockhead and the others heard Xiaohai say this to Meg. The two looked at each other with some puzzlement, but they didn't say anything. Meg's face was red, but her heart was secretly happy. Her heart had long been tied to Xiaohai, but Xiaohai had always been indifferent, so she didn't dare to reveal her feelings. She could only silently care for Xiaohai behind his back. Today, although Xiaohai's words weren't anything special, it still made Meg happy. This was because Xiaohai was praising her. Being praised by her sweetheart, even if it was in a joking tone, made this young girl's heart pound like a deer. Xiaohai didn't tease Meg too much. He knew that Meg's face was thin. If he said anything more, Meg might run away in embarrassment. Moreover, he didn't want to become a glib talker, that wasn't his character. After chatting with the three for a while, Xiaohai felt that the time was almost up, so he brought Meg out of the space. Laura had seen Meg before, so if they suddenly didn't see her today, she would be suspicious. Therefore, Xiaohai brought Meg out of the space, while Blockhead and the others stayed in the space to look after the slaves. After Meg finished cooking, she gave them a portion. When Laura and Nir arrived at the dining room, Zhao Hai and the others were already sitting there waiting for them. Laura said to Zhao Hai, "I've made Mr. wait for a long time. I was a bit tired from the car ride and unknowingly fell asleep." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter, I just arrived." "Miss Laura, please take a seat. You don't have to be polite here." Laura complied and sat down. At this time, Meg also came in with the food they had prepared. Green was already sitting next to Zhao Hai. Today's meal was mainly bread, but there were a lot of dishes that Laura had eaten before. Laura ate very happily. These dishes could only be eaten by Zhao Hai. Normally, she wouldn't be able to eat them at home, not only because she didn't have the ingredients, but also because she didn't know how to cook them. Laura didn't know if it was her own misperception, but she felt that Zhao Hai's maid looked at her with a trace of hostility. Zhao Hai's cook also looked at her with an inexplicable gaze that made her feel uncomfortable. Because of this feeling, Laura left after eating. She didn't understand why the people around Zhao Hai had become like this. In the end, what was going on? Laura frowned as she sat in the carriage, puzzled. Nir looked at Laura and smiled. "Miss, did you notice? Mr.'s maid is very hostile to you." Laura was surprised. She turned to look at Nir and said, "You also noticed?" "I thought it was my misperception. Did I offend a good maid? Or did I do something that made Mr. dissatisfied?" Nir smiled tenderly. "Miss is really stupid. What did you do wrong? Didn't you see the way the maid looked at Mr.? Even I can see the love in her eyes. She obviously thinks of you as a rival. Moreover, Mr.'s cook is constantly looking at Miss, and from time to time looking at Miss but. I've heard people say that there is a saying among the people that a big butt is good for bearing children. Hee, I'm afraid that the cook wants to see if Miss is good for bearing children." Laura was surprised. Then she scolded, "Smelly girl, you talk nonsense every day. Is it because you're moved by love? It seems that I have to find a family to marry you off." Nir smiled tenderly and said, "Miss, don't be angry. What I said is the truth. Looking at Miss' appearance, it really is good for bearing children." Then she giggled. Laura's heart was a bit strange. She had seen Meg and Marine's expressions when they looked at her, but she didn't think much about it. She just thought that she had done something wrong to provoke Zhao. Now that she heard Nir's words, she recalled Meg and Marine's expressions. It really was as Nir had said. Nir's heart was pure, so she could get along with animals. Similarly, she was very sensitive to the changes in people's hearts. Therefore, she could see that Meg and Marine were looking at Laura from time to time. Laura was deep in thought. She really didn't know if Meg saw her as a rival. Was it her own misunderstanding, or was it because of Zhao Hai? If it was only her misunderstanding, then it would be fine. If it was because of Zhao Hai, then it would be a big problem. It would mean that Zhao Hai had shown her affection in front of Meg and Marine. Thinking of this, Laura's face couldn't help but turn red. She should have been distressed by Zhao Hai's thoughts, but she found that she didn't seem distressed. She only felt shy, and there was a hint of joy. Laura was a very calm person. Qin Zhan had taught her as early as she was sensible that she must be calm in the face of trouble. This was the most basic requirement for a businessman. She quickly found that her mood was very wrong. She immediately began to reflect, but the result was that she became more and more dizzy. Finally, she was dizzy, but she still couldn't sort out her thoughts. In the end, she had to give up thinking about it. However, this matter had planted a seed in her mood. When she returned home, Qin Zhan had also returned. He was drinking tea in the study. Laura entered the study and waved the servants over. Then she whispered to Qin Zhan, "Grandpa Qin Zhan, how was it?" Qin Zhan smiled faintly and said, "It's done. Evan really does have some power in his hands. Moreover, this power isn't small. Most of the Purcell clan's neutral elders are his subordinates. Before, he had those elders endure while waiting for an opportunity. Now that the opportunity has come, the most important thing is that you can't imagine who is behind him. One of the Purcell clan's 2 guardians, Origin Sword Saint, is Evan's great-grandfather." Laura stared, then she was overjoyed. "That's great. With such a backing, this matter will be much easier to handle." Right, Origin Sword Saint is Evan's great-grandfather. When Evan was a mere figurehead, why didn't he make a move? Also, if Evan knows about this matter, how could Kaiser and the other elders not know? Quinn-John smiled faintly and said, "What kind of person is Origin Sword Saint?" Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This is also Evan's experience. Without this experience, he wouldn't be able to become a qualified patriarch. The Purcell clan has a rule that only the patriarch can see the information of the clan's guardians. No one else can see it. That's why Kaiser and the others don't know the identity of Origin Sword Saint. Origin Sword Saint had entered rank 9 earlier than Buffy by a few decades. Now, in the Purcell clan, the only one who knows of his identity is Evan. Laura happily stood up and walked around on the ground. While walking, she excitedly said, "That's great. With such strength, this matter will be successful." "Grandpa Quinn-John, what is Grand Duke Evan going to do?" Quinn-John smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to do anything. Let's let them play it out. If those great clans want to push the Grand Elder down, then they will have to raise the price of food. If the Grand Elder can't solve this problem, then he will be forced to step down. But if they want to raise the price of food, then they will have to go through us. Therefore, in the next few days, they may come to us and lay their cards on the table, or even threaten us. We can use this opportunity to ask Mr. Xiaohai to cooperate and raise the price of food. Then, they will naturally force the Grand Elder to step down. Afterwards, Evan will stand up and we will cooperate with them to immediately lower the price of food. With Origin Sword Saint's appearance, Evan's position as the patriarch will be stable. However, we still need some food. You know, when the price of food rises and falls, there will be a lot of people buying food. Therefore, during this period of time, we need to prepare more food. Even if we buy it at a high price, we can also sell it at a low price." Laura smiled faintly and said, "This is also a coincidence. This time, when I went to Mr., he told me that he has more than 1,000,000 gene of food in his hands. As long as we need it, we can take it at any time." Hee, did Mr. already think of this? Quinn-John stared, then he looked at Laura and asked, "Young lady, are you saying that in addition to the normal supply of food, Mr. can also take out more than 1,000,000 gene of food?" Laura shook her head and said, "I'm afraid it's not just that. Mr. said that he has more than 1,000,000 gene of food. As for how much more, I don't know. I think it won't be a small amount, at least 1.5 million gene." Quinn-John said, "Taking out more than 1,000,000 gene of food, and on top of the daily supply of 350,000 gene, how many territories does he have?" Laura smiled bitterly. She also wanted to know this question, but she also knew that she couldn't ask. Xiaohai had too many secrets that she couldn't know. Up until now, she hadn't even seen what Xiaohai looked like, let alone ask about these things. After a while, Quinn-John let out a long breath and said, "In any case, now that we have food, I think we should wait for the people from the large firms to come to us. You should immediately go to Mr. and tell him about this matter. Ask him to help us with this matter." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I will. I can see that Mr. doesn't know much about the Purcell clan's matters. However, these matters aren't important to Mr. I think Mr. will help us with this." Laura nodded. Quinn-John nodded and turned to look out the window. "As long as this matter is successful, the Purcell Duchy will be our world." Laura's eyes shined as she looked out the window, her expression full of excitement. Bookmark, click, recommend, none of these could be missing. Otherwise, there would be strong winds and heavy rain. Xiaohai wasn't in the mood to care about these things. His attention was now focused on the Carrion Swamp. Laura had already told him that Buffy was going to the Carrion Swamp. Drunk and the others were currently in the Carrion Swamp, but they didn't go too deep. As long as Buffy went in, they would definitely find him. This time, as Green had said, their goal was Buffy. Everyone on the continent knew that the Carrion Swamp wasn't easy to break through. Even if one was a rank 9 expert, entering the Carrion Swamp wouldn't bode well for them. Even if they were strong, they would still be seriously injured. If Buffy was really injured and came out of the Carrion Swamp, then Xiaohai wouldn't let him return to the Purcell clan. Although Xiaohai already knew that Evan hadn't dealt with them, the Purcell clan had indeed dealt with them. Evan had done them a favor, so they could repay him. However, the Purcell clan's enmity towards them couldn't be ignored. Not only that, but Buffy had also injured Green. He had even chased them all the way to the Black Waste to kill them, forcing them to enter the space. This enmity was big, so how could Zhao not take revenge? Zhao Hai wasn't worried about what would happen to Drunk and the others. Although Drunk and the others had turned into zombies, for a rank 9 expert, as long as they scanned with their divine sense, they would immediately be able to distinguish between a human and a zombie. Therefore, even if Buffy discovered Zhao Hai, he wouldn't make a move. The Carrion Swamp wasn't an ordinary place. Even if Buffy wasn't in the dark, he would still have heard about it. Casually making a move in the Carrion Swamp was no different from courting death. Don't forget, the number of rank 9 experts who had died in the Carrion Swamp wasn't just 1 or 2. Because he didn't know if Buffy had entered the Carrion Swamp, Zhao Hai didn't dare to let the slaves go out. Now, all they could do was wait. Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. In any case, his family was getting richer and richer. Even if he had to feed these people for free, it would not be a problem. What he needed to do now was to wait. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was patient. They didn't know that after Buffy left Casa City, he had searched Iron Mountain for a period of time. He had also run to Fort Iron Mountain and stayed there for a period of time. After carefully looking around and finding that there was no one there, he had entered the Carrion Swamp. Unlike Zhao, Casa City was very lively. The second elder and the third elder were moving around, and the families that supported them were also moving around. Of course, the first thing they looked for was Laura. Laura was the third elder, and the third elder were moving around. This time, it wasn't just a single family that was looking for Laura. Instead, all the families had joined forces to force her to admit defeat. The great clans were very clear that if they wanted to complete their plans, then Laura would be the biggest obstacle. If they wanted to use food to force the first elder to step down, then Laura would have to participate. If they couldn't convince Laura, then she would continue to give out food. Their plans would simply be impossible to carry out. Therefore, no matter how they wanted to deal with the first elder, Laura would certainly be an obstacle. Therefore, the great clans had joined forces to find Laura. They had thought that it would be very difficult to persuade Laura, but they hadn't thought that Laura would easily agree. Of course, this was relatively easy. Laura also had her own conditions, and that was her share. Laura wanted a share of the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities sales. No matter who sat in the future, they wouldn't be able to suppress her. Moreover, she wanted to increase her share of the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities sales. Such a condition was within the expectations of the large firms, but it was also outside of their expectations. They believed that Laura helping the Purcell clan this time was certainly for the sake of obtaining some benefits. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. Now that the Purcell clan's great elder was about to fall, it was natural for her to prepare a way out. They believed that when she helped the Purcell clan, it was also because of this condition. What the great clans didn't know was that Caesar was also very clear about their actions. Caesar had been running the Purcell clan for many years, and he wasn't joking around. His influence in the Purcell clan was very big. This time, he had suffered a big loss. However, if the second elder and the third elder wanted to scheme against him, it wouldn't be so easy. The actions of the great clans were first reported to Caesar. When Caesar saw these reports, he knew that he was in big trouble. If he couldn't deal with the great clans, then his position would really come to an end. Caesar immediately found the great clans and gave them a lot of conditions. He wanted the great clans to support him, but it had to be said that Caesar had been too tyrannical in the Purcell Duchy these past few years. Moreover, he didn't hold back on these great clans. From time to time, he would suppress them, offending these great clans. On the surface, these great clans were humming and haha with him, but when it came to the essence of the matter, they wouldn't talk about it. This made Caesar very depressed. He really wanted to immediately kill these guys, but he was only a rank 8 expert, not a rank 9 expert. Moreover, because he was busy with his family's affairs, his cultivation didn't make any progress, only reaching rank 8. These big firms in the Purcell Duchy had rank 8 experts, so even if he really wanted to kill them, he was afraid that it would only end in failure. Although he was the clan's great elder, he could ask the Purcell clan's foreign elders to take action. The Purcell clan's foreign elders were at least rank 8 experts, and the total number of foreign elders was more than 30. More than 30 rank 8 experts, this was a very powerful force. However, he couldn't do so now. This matter had dealt a huge blow to his reputation. Moreover, the second and third elders weren't to be trifled with. If he wanted to invite those consecrated elders to help him, then according to the family's rules, he would have to pass the approval of the elders. However, if the elders were to open the meeting now, then it would be impossible to pass his request. It would only make him suffer once again. If he didn't pass the elders' meeting, it would be exactly what the second and third elders wanted. They could openly use the family rules to kick him out of the position. Moreover, even if he could invite those foreign elders to take action, he wouldn't dare. Those big firms had the support of big clans behind them, and those big clans weren't any worse than the Purcell clan. If those big clans joined forces to force the Purcell clan, then he would have to abdicate. Moreover, his life wouldn't be guaranteed. He didn't dare to do such a thing. The great elder had been paying attention to the actions of the second and third elders, but he had instinctively ignored Evan. In fact, he really didn't put Evan in his heart. Ever since Evan became the clan's patriarch, he had been suppressed by him until now. In his opinion, Evan was just an idiot, he didn't need to worry about him at all. However, he had forgotten that people would always grow. Evan Wan had become an 8th rank warrior at a young age, so it was impossible for him to be stupid. Before this, he didn't have any experience in political struggles, which was why he was suppressed by the great elder. After experiencing several things, he had grown up. In addition to this, he was able to endure and coldly watch from the sidelines. This made him understand a lot of truths. The current Evan was completely different from the Evan who had just become the clan's patriarch. However, Evan was different. Up until now, no one had been able to see that. Everyone in the Purcell clan had underestimated Evan. It was impossible for them to know that Evan had secretly contacted the neutral elders over the years. His current strength in the Purcell clan was comparable to the second and third elders. These neutral elders couldn't stand the arrogance of the first elder, so they didn't want to help the second elder seize power. Because of this, they chose to remain neutral. And by becoming neutral, they would be pushed to the opposite side of the 3 elders. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to get anything good. Naturally, they would feel indignant. Evan discovered this after observing for a long time. Because of this, he began to secretly contact the neutral elders in order to slowly accumulate his strength. Several parties were preparing for a storm that would soon descend upon Casa City. At this time, Laura went out of the city and headed straight for Stony Mountain. Regarding Laura's visit to Stony Mountain, none of the forces in Casa City had any reaction. They just thought that Laura was going to discuss with Zhao Hai about the food price increase. Naturally, they wouldn't stop her. In this way, 3 days after her last visit to Stony Mountain, Laura returned to Stony Mountain and told Zhao Hai about her plan. Zhao Hai really didn't think that Laura would have such a plan. However, he didn't oppose it. Although this plan would make the commoners of Casa City suffer a little, it wouldn't last for too long. As long as Evan was in power, this storm would pass and everything would naturally be fine. Moreover, they owed Evan a favor. Helping Evan in power would be considered as repaying this favor. In addition, doing this would only bring them benefits. Zhao Hai knew that Laura had helped Evan a big favor this time. If Evan was in power, he would certainly support Laura. When that time came, Laura would be able to sell more things. For him, this was a good thing. If Laura's sales were big, then his income would also increase. Zhao Hai would then have more gold coins to use. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't short on money right now. During this time, Zhao Hai had sold bamboo rice to the Purcell Duchy, which brought him an income of nearly 10,000 gold coins. It could be said that he was now the only food supplier in the entire Purcell Duchy. This was tantamount to saying that he was doing a monopolistic business, and monopolistic businesses were the most profitable. However, if these 10,000 gold coins were to be thrown into the black waste, he was afraid that it wouldn't even make a sound. The black waste was too big, and the foundation was too thin. There were too many things needed. Zhao Hai found that the more money he earned, the more he felt that he didn't have enough to spend. He could only think of ways to earn more money. bookmark, click, recommend, none of them could be missing. Otherwise, they would be taken care of. Year 1637 of the new era, July 30th. For the people of the Purcell Duchy, this was not a peaceful day. People thought that the food crisis had already passed, but they were wrong. They discovered that perhaps the food crisis had just begun. On this day, all the grain stores in the Purcell Duchy began to increase their prices. Only 2 stores did not increase their prices. One was the Higanbana store, and the other was the Purcell Duchy's public store. However, in these 2 days, they had no grain to sell. The food crisis had finally broken out. The commoners and nobles who had more money were better off. They had some food in their hands and could cope with this situation. However, the poor people were having a hard time because they didn't have the money to save too much food. Now that the price of food had risen, these people were facing the danger of starvation. When the price of food rose, not only were those who couldn't afford to eat worried, even those who had stored food began to worry. They were afraid that the price of food would rise more and more. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to eat very soon. Although the Purcell clan and the Higanbana store had said that grain would soon be transported and the price of grain would soon stabilize, this storm had not yet passed. Commoners who had some money in their hands began to buy grain and store it in preparation for the coming famine. The storm in Kasa City was actually an enlarged version of the Purcell clan's situation. Now that the Purcell clan was in chaos, the second elder and the third elder had joined forces to force the first elder to abdicate. Although the first elder did not want to abdicate, he had no way to solve this situation. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, both sides didn't notice that the elders who had been maintaining a neutral stance had begun to take action. They stretched their hands into the various authorities of the family. However, their movements were very small and very secretive. Both sides simply didn't notice them at all. The battle between Kaiser and Yuan had finally begun. Both sides had pulled in a large number of people, turning the Purcell clan's conference room upside down. They had almost started fighting on the spot. In the end, it was decided that the 2 sides would go to the conference room for a meeting. There would be a vote to decide whether or not the first elder could still hold the position of elder. This was a matter that couldn't be helped. They also knew that if this continued, the Purcell clan would be the one to suffer losses. Both sides were full of confidence. They believed that they could obtain the best victory. The great elder's influence in the elders' assembly had always been the greatest. Every time they voted, he would have more than half of the votes. It was an absolute landslide. On the other hand, the second and third elders had roped in a lot of people. They were confident that they could defeat the great elder in the elder council. Therefore, both sides agreed to settle the matter in the elder council. As for the patriarch, Evan had been completely forgotten by them. On the 4th day of the 8th month, the elders' assembly was ready to convene. After the elders' assembly's vote, the Purcell clan's great elder Kaiser abdicated. He was no longer the great elder, even the qualifications of an ordinary elder were taken away. He had become a consecrated member of the clan. Originally, the elders' assembly was going to hold a vote. They wanted the second elder to temporarily take over the position of elder and solve the current food problem. However, a problem soon arose. The third elder refused to accept this decision. Both sides once again quarreled. On the 6th day of the 8th month, the elders' assembly had to be held once again. This time, the elders' assembly was very important. It would be presided over by the clan's patron saint, a rank 9 expert, Origin Sword Saint. Within the Purcell clan, the Origin Sword Saint was an absolute godlike existence. He was the true stabilizing needle. No one dared to disturb him, and no one could make him move. His fearsomeness was above that of Buffy. Origin Sword Saint had been a rank 9 expert for nearly 60 years. 50 years ago, the Purcell clan encountered a big disaster. While the clan's children were out adventuring, they encountered an evil black magician. The family's children killed the black magician on the spot. They didn't know that the black magician was the disciple of the continent's most vicious black magician, Bone Saint Antoine. Antoine was a rank 9 expert and was famous for being protective. The next thing was simple. Antoine began to hunt down the Purcell clan's children. At that time, the Purcell clan's children didn't dare to leave Kasa City. Finally, the Purcell clan invited one of the clan's two patron saints, the rank 9 water magician, Green Wave Law Saint. He wanted to kill Antoine, but he didn't expect that Antoine would kill him on the spot. The entire Purcell clan had reached a point of life and death. At this time, Origin Sword Saint, who had just become a rank 9 expert a few years ago, appeared. Alone with his sword, he chased Antoine for thousands of miles. Finally, he brought Antoine's head back to Casa City. The Purcell clan safely passed through the crisis. After this battle, Origin Sword Saint became famous. He became one of the continent's most famous rank 9 experts. One must know that Antoine had been a rank 9 expert for 30 years. In addition, he was a black magician, so he was very famous among the rank 9 experts. However, he was beheaded by Origin Sword Saint, who had just entered the rank 9 realm a few years ago. In the following 20 years, the Origin Sword Saint did not fight again. Only 30 years ago, the guardian of another great clan came to challenge him. The two of them agreed to fight on the Udai River. The battle was earth-shattering, and the Udai River stopped flowing for 3 days. At the place where the two of them met, the famous Sword Saint Lake was formed. The Origin Sword Saint won that battle again. From then on, no other level 9 masters came to challenge him. After that, no one had seen Hunyuan Sword Saint fight again. It could be said that although Wind Saint Buffy was a nobody within the Purcell clan, he was still Hunyuan Sword Saint. He had always maintained respect for his elders as a nephew. It was precisely because of this that no one knew the name of Hunyuan Sword Saint. Now, everyone had taken the nickname of Hunyuan Sword Saint as his name. This time, Origin Sword Saint personally came to preside over the elders' assembly. Naturally, no one dared to say half a word. At the same time, everyone understood that they had been too fierce. If they continued to cause trouble, then they were afraid that Origin Sword Saint would kill them. The elders' assembly acted as scheduled in the elders' assembly's conference room. When the elders arrived at the conference room, they found that the second elder, the third elder, and Evan were already in the room. In the original seat of the patriarch, there was an old man sitting. This old man's stature was very tall. Only the patriarch, Evan, could compare to him. His white hair was like snow, without a trace of variegated color. Surprisingly, his beard was yellow. The old man was sitting there with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but lower their footsteps. They carefully walked to their seats and sat down. Evan didn't sit down. Instead, he stood by the old man's side. Below the patriarch's seat, there were 3 elders sitting on the highest seats. They were the second elder and the third elder, sayers. However, the 2 of them were now restless. Before long, all the elders arrived. Evan lowered his head and whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man nodded his head slightly. Evan then stood up, holding the scepter that symbolized the authority of the patriarch. He walked to the center of the conference room and stood in the host's seat. He looked around and said, "This time, the patriarch's council of elders, witnessed by the patriarch, will officially begin. First, we will conduct a vote. This time, the content of the vote is to remove the second elder from the position of patriarch." When Evan's words came out, everyone in the elders' assembly stared. Then an uproar broke out. They had already forgotten about the existence of Origin Sword Saint. At this time, they only had one thought in their minds: Evan was crazy. But before Evan could speak, a cold snort was heard. Everyone present felt as if their heads had been struck by a hammer, causing them to see stars. Only then did they remember that Origin Sword Saint was still sitting there. If they dared to make such a ruckus, then they must be tired of living. Everyone calmed down. Evan stood on the stage. His expression didn't change as he said, "Let's begin the vote." The people in the conference room looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. At this time, someone raised his hand. The people in the conference room stared. They looked at the person who raised his hand. It was the neutral representative of the elders' assembly, Juan. Following Juan's lead, the other elders of the neutral faction also raised their hands, followed by the first elder's faction and the third elder's faction. Only a few of the second elder's diehard supporters didn't raise their hands. Evan glanced at the elders in the conference room and said, "The number of votes exceeded 70%. The second elder has been removed from the position of patriarch." Starting tomorrow, he will officially become a patriarch. Next, the next vote is to remove the third elder from the position of patriarch. Those who agree, please raise your hand. The people in the conference room were already dumbfounded. At this point, even a fool would know that Evan had made his move. This time, Evan had removed the second elder and the third elder from their positions. This was equal to pulling out the roots of the elder's courtyard. As long as he controls the elder's courtyard, then his position as the patriarch would be stable. If it was during normal times, then the loyal supporters of the second elder and the third elder might cause trouble. But now, they didn't dare. This time, the elders' assembly was presided over by Origin Sword Saint. If they dare to cause trouble, then their fate would be death. On the other hand, the original Great Elder's subordinates were happy to see this situation. In any case, the Great Elder had fallen. Whether it was the second elder or the third elder, for them, there was no benefit. They might as well support Evan now. Maybe they could rely on the patriarch's big tree. There was no doubt that this time's vote was passed with a high number of votes. From today onwards, the second elder and the third elder would become patriarchs of the patriarch's courtyard. They no longer had any authority in the elder's courtyard. Afterward, Evan held another vote. This time, it was to select the first elder. Evan's proposal was won, and this proposal was passed. Juan became the first elder of the Purcell clan. Second elder Evan's proposal was Feng Su, who was also a representative of the neutral faction. This proposal was passed once again. The third elder's vote was very dramatic. Evan's proposal turned out to be the first elder's subordinate, the clan's foreign affairs elder Stern. This was something that no one had thought of, but this time, the vote was passed. Favorites, recommendations, cliques, none of them could be missing. Otherwise, a storm would arise. At this point, the Purcell clan's internal turmoil was over. What everyone didn't expect was that the final winner turned out to be the low-key Evan, who was looked down upon by everyone. No one dared to say a word against this result because the meeting was held under the witness of the Origin Sword Saint. If someone opposed this result, then they would be opposing the Origin Sword Saint. No one in the Purcell clan had the courage to do so. At the same time, the three elders who were loyal to the death finally discovered that Evan had unknowingly gained the same strength as them. Their defeat this time wasn't unjustified. The three elders that Evan chose this time were very interesting. Two of them were from the neutral faction, which was the backbone of Evan's faction. The last one turned out to be from the faction of the first elder, Stern. Everyone in the Purcell clan knew that although Stern was the foreign affairs elder, he was very close to the first elder, Kaiser. It was almost to the point of listening to everything he said. Now that he was chosen as the third elder, this was beyond everyone's expectations. However, they soon understood why Evan chose to do this. Evan chose Stern as the third elder and quickly took over the first elder's faction. Now, his loyalists in the Elder Council accounted for more than 60% of the seats in the Elder Council. Such a number was really terrifying. Even the first elder didn't have such strength. At this time, Kaiser and the other two elders who retired understood how powerful Evan was. A simple elder's position was enough to pull over half of the first elder's faction. This was definitely done by a political veteran. The result of the Purcell clan's Elder Council also made the people from the large firms stunned. They never thought that the two people they supported would actually fall, while the forgotten Evan would suddenly rise up. This caught the big firms unprepared. But what made them even more surprised was that just as the meeting of the elders ended, Evan suddenly announced that the Purcell clan had transported a large amount of food and would sell it to the commoners of the Purcell Duchy at a low price. As soon as the news came out, the price of grain fell sharply. And Evan didn't lie. Just as he finished speaking, he saw carriages of food being transported into Casa City. Although it was bamboo rice, people were now able to eat it. Many aristocrats ate bamboo rice, not to mention the commoners. Those large firms had also calculated that the amount of bamboo rice transported to Casa City was close to 1 million jin. The amount of bamboo rice transported to other cities in the Purcell Duchy was also close to 3 million jin. With more than 4 million jin of grain pouring into the Purcell Duchy, even if the grain price wanted to rise, it would not be able to. At this point, all of the merchants understood that they had been played by Laura. If they couldn't see such an obvious thing, then they wouldn't be able to do business. But they couldn't say anything. They had originally agreed to Laura's conditions, but in fact, they didn't have good intentions. They were waiting for the people they supported to rise to power, then they would join forces to deal with Laura. But they didn't think that Laura would be the first to deal with them. Those large firms also knew that if they continued to fight, they would offend the Purcell clan. Their days would be even more difficult. So almost at the moment when the grain entered the city, the Purcell duchy's grain prices all fell. At this time, the food crisis caused by the insect plague and the series of chain reactions were truly over. And this time, there were only two big winners. One was Laura, and the other was Evan. But no one knew that there was actually another winner. This winner had been hiding behind the scenes, but he had earned the most. This winner was Xianxia. During this food crisis, Xianxia had earned a total of 20,000 gold coins. And now, he was earning a few hundred gold coins every day. And most importantly, this crisis was caused by him. When Xianxia received the news from Laura that the crisis had been settled, he couldn't help but laugh. This crisis was caused by him, and now it was settled with his help. The most important thing was that they had earned money, and Evan, who had a friendship with the Buddha clan, had been promoted to the position of Purcell clan's head. For Xianxia, this was very important. Now that Evan was in power, he wouldn't make a move against the Buddha clan. This also removed a crisis for them. They almost didn't need to worry about the Purcell duchy dealing with them. Xianxia didn't think that the final result would be like this. This was really beyond his expectations. Now, he didn't need to manage Casa City's matters. Even if it was food, he didn't need to provide it. Those large firms had already reduced the price of grain, and the price of grain around the Purcell duchy had also dropped. The food crisis was officially lifted. For Xianxia, this news wasn't necessarily a good thing. To be exact, buying grain was very profitable for Xianxia. Every day, he could earn a few hundred gold coins. Now that other places were also selling grain, his income was a lot less. But now, just by buying grain every day, Xianxia could still earn nearly 200 gold coins. The evil consequences of the previous actions of those large firms were now fully revealed. Ordinary civilians also held grudges. They knew who had helped them in their most difficult times, and they also knew who had harmed them in their most difficult times. Because of this, very few people went to other stores to buy things. Most people still went to the Higanbana store to buy things. At this moment, those large firms couldn't help but be convinced. Laura's actions this time were really much more brilliant than theirs. Unknowingly, she had created a golden signboard in the entire Purcell duchy. These large firms understood that the creation of such a golden signboard wasn't easy. As long as they had this signboard, the Higanbana store would certainly be rolling in money. However, it was useless for them to think about this now. They could only think of ways to pull people into their shops. Therefore, they had no choice but to come up with some very good conditions, such as reducing the price of certain products, or giving out small gifts when buying things, and so on. These large merchants had been doing business for a long time, so they were very clear about these small tricks. Now, they were naturally familiar with them. But even so, there weren't many people who went to their stores to buy things. They also knew that they had thoroughly offended these commoners. But fortunately, they were big businesses with rich families and could afford to compensate. As long as they held on for a period of time, they should be able to slowly recover. However, it was impossible for them to return to their previous state. Moreover, Laura wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She would certainly seize the opportunity to occupy the market. When that time came, even if they recovered, they would only be able to drink the soup. The most important thing was that this time, these large firms had offended the Purcell clan. If it was someone they supported, then they wouldn't be embarrassed. They might even be given some benefits. But this time it was Evan, who they had no contact with. They didn't even need to talk about benefits. If Evan didn't directly drive them out of the Purcell duchy, then they would have already given them face. Xianxia didn't care about what happened in Casa City. What he cared about now was the situation in the Black Waste and the Carrion Swamp. When the Purcell clan held their first meeting, Xianxia received news from Drunk that they had seen Wind St. Buffy. However, there was no movement. Although Buffy was very curious about the zombies, he didn't touch them. After all, it was the carrion swamp. When he heard that Buffy had really entered the carrion swamp, Xiaohai was relieved. He released the slaves and loaded up the castle. The oil press started to work, and the stone mill also started to work. This time, they were ready to process the rice. This rice was much better than ordinary bamboo rice. Xiaohai still had a lot of it in his hands, so he kept it for himself to eat. It turned out that the bamboo rice that Green had bought had already been given to Laura by Xiaohai. Laura had started to sell the bamboo rice that Green had bought. It must be known that the bamboo rice produced by the space was much better than the ones that Green had bought. Xiaohai was reluctant to sell the good stuff and keep the bad stuff for himself. At the same time, Xiaohai began to improve the land outside the Black Waste. It was now August, so it was too late to plant food. Therefore, Xiaohai didn't sow any seeds himself. Instead, he got some seeds of common wild vegetables that were common in the Ark continent and let the slaves try to plant them. At the same time, he began to stockpile firewood and prepare cotton clothes for the slaves to wear during the winter. When Xiaohai was on the earth, he was a person who ate his fill and wasn't hungry. Now that he was here, there were more than 100 people counting on him. He discovered that he had a lot of things to prepare. First of all, there was firewood. During the winter, it was impossible to lack it. If there wasn't enough, people would freeze to death. Then there were cotton clothes and food. All kinds of things added up together was a lot. Fortunately, Xiaohai had a temporary transmission point in Casa City. This transmission point wasn't a fixed transmission point that Xiaohai had set up. When Green arrived in Casa City, he bought a house in a relatively remote area. Then from there, he entered the space and turned it into a transmission point. Through this transmission point, Xiaohai bought a lot of things. He couldn't give the slaves glass windows, it was too expensive. Therefore, he could only buy some window paper. Then he gave each slave a bed, a cabinet, a table, 4 chairs, a brazier, a copper kettle, and some things to eat. After everything was done, Xiaohai discovered that he had unknowingly spent nearly 5,000 gold coins. The speed of spending money was much faster than earning money. Bookmark, click, recommend, if you don't give, then I'll annoy you to death, ha 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 ha. It was now September, and in this month or so, Casa City had completely calmed down. Not only did the price of food not rise, but the price of daily necessities was also a lot cheaper than before. The big firms had no other choice. If they didn't lower their prices, then no one would go to their stores to buy things. As a result, when they lowered their prices, it caused a chain reaction, and the price of daily necessities dropped a lot. Of course, the Higanbana store also lowered their prices, but when it came to buying food, most people would still go to the Higanbana store. It wasn't because the Higanbana store had helped them, but because the Higanbana store's food was really good. In the beginning, only the Higanbana store was selling food, so they didn't think much about it. But when other stores lowered their prices, they went to other stores to buy food. The commoners discovered that food was divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. If the Higanbana store's food was 1st grade, then the other store's food could only be regarded as 9th grade. The most important thing was that the Higanbana store's food was not only of good quality, but it also had a lot of magic elements, just like the radishes they sold. This made the commoners buy more food. After Xiaohai heard the news from Laura, he immediately made a decision. He gave his food a trademark, and the name of the trademark was Taoyuan. In the Ark continent, nobody knew what the peach blossom was. But in China, the peach blossom was a place that everyone knew. If one were to use a foreign term to describe it, it would be called utopia. Xiaohai's biggest wish now was to turn the Black Waste into a Taoyuan in his heart, a utopia that everyone yearned for. It was because of this idea that Xiaohai used the name Taoyuan. Xiaohai didn't only think of the name, but also personally designed a trademark. The trademark was very simple, with a simple picture of a small bridge and flowing water. But in this world, it was already a very novel thing. In this world, a trademark was just a name, and it wasn't officially printed on the goods. It was just something that was passed down by word of mouth. But this time, Xiaohai really made a trademark, which was a big step ahead of the world. Laura wasn't stupid. When she saw Xiaohai's trademark, she immediately made a decision. In the future, all the goods from Xiaohai would be called Taoyuan goods. The rice would be packed in a big box, and the outside of the box would be engraved with the Taoyuan pattern. The same was true for the radishes, and even the fruit oil. Moreover, in the shortest time, the goods from Taoyuan and other places would be sold separately from the goods from other places. In order to open up the market, the price of the goods from Taoyuan wasn't increased, but rather sold at the normal price. This made the commoners very happy. The goods from Taoyuan were really good, especially those whose children were studying at the Magic Academy. Their families would give them bamboo rice and radishes every day. Julie was the first woman to buy a radish from Hellflower. Moreover, her son, Ross, had learned dark magic after eating a radish for the first time and became an official apprentice magician. He was able to receive subsidies from the guild for his studies. Julie was the first woman to buy a radish from Hellflower. Her son, Ross, had learned dark magic and became an official apprentice magician. As a result, her family's living conditions were even better. Although Ross was only a magic apprentice and didn't receive much subsidies from the Magic Academy, only 1 gold coin per month, for a commoner family, this was already very good. 1 gold coin, if they saved a bit, would be enough for them to spend for a month. Julie was a good housekeeper. When the food crisis broke out this time, Julie wasn't afraid because their family had food. Julie had a habit. Every time she cooked, she would scoop out a small handful of rice and put it in a rice jar at home. After a long time, she unknowingly stored a large jar of rice, which was enough for their family to eat for several months. Therefore, Julie wasn't worried. However, the price of food didn't rise, so Julie didn't touch the rice in the jar. She continued to buy rice from red spider lilies. However, in order to cope with the possibility of a famine, Julie began to save money. Every day, she would send food boxes to Ross and the others. She didn't let them eat in the school cafeteria. One day, when Ross' teacher saw Ross bringing food, he couldn't help but curiously look at it. He felt that the food was full of magic elements, so he immediately asked Ross where the rice came from. Ross naturally didn't dare to lie to his teacher. He only said that the rice was bought by his mother, but he didn't know where she bought it. Ross' teacher unexpectedly took Ross to his home and asked about the situation. Julie naturally told Ross' teacher about it. At the same time, she also asked what was the difference between this rice and other rice. Ross' teacher didn't lie to them. He told them that the rice was full of magic elements and that eating it was very good for practicing magic. This matter slowly spread. However, at that time, the Purcell Duchy was implementing a food control. Even if they wanted to buy it, they couldn't. Now that the food crisis was over, the peach blossom bamboo rice ushered in a wave of sales in Kasa City. Currently, the peach blossom bamboo rice had become famous in Kasa City. However, Julie and the others didn't buy much. They had heard that if magic vegetables were left uneaten for a long time, then the magic elements inside them would dissipate. They were afraid that if they bought too much peach blossom bamboo rice, then after a long time, it would turn into ordinary rice. Wouldn't that be a loss? Then the news of the peach blossom fruit oil being full of magic elements spread. This made the peach blossom fruit oil even more popular. Now, the average person who bought food recognized the peach blossom brand. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything about this situation. If he were to plant bamboo rice every day, he wouldn't be able to sell it. After all, the price of food in the Purcell Duchy had dropped. It was impossible for everyone to eat his rice. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the Magic Academy and the nobles of Kasa City would place orders for Laura. They alone needed hundreds of thousands of jeans of peach blossom bamboo rice every month. Moreover, this order would last for a year. This gave Zhao Hai a stable source of income. Laura thought of another matter. Zhao Hai had asked Laura to help find buyers for the blue-eyed rabbits. Laura wanted to cooperate with Zhao Hai herself. After obtaining Zhao Hai's consent, Laura began to sell the peach blossom brand of blue-eyed rabbit meat in the Magic Lily shop. The price wasn't expensive, and the magic elements it contained were higher than bamboo rice and radishes. The average commoner could afford to eat it. This time, it became even more popular. Needless to say, Laura had received orders from the great nobles this time. But relatively speaking, the number of blue-eyed rabbits they needed was much less. Everyone added together only needed 3,000 blue-eyed rabbits a month, and the rest would be saved by the retail sales. Now, in the Purcell Duchy, if you haven't heard of peach blossom products, then you must be an outsider. Everyone in the Purcell Duchy knew about peach blossom products. Currently, the Magic Lily shop's 4 peach blossom products were very popular. It wasn't that no one thought of imitating the peach blossom brand, but the quality of peach blossom products wasn't the same as other products. After people bought it and ate it, they would find it wrong. They would immediately go to the shop, which would ruin their own reputation. Laura also discovered this situation and immediately took measures. She directly told the sales staff to tell the people who came to buy peach blossom products that peach blossom products were exclusively sold by the Magic Lily shop. Anything bought elsewhere was fake. Riding on the momentum of the Taoyuan products, the business of the Higanbana store was very good. Laura opened many more branches, and in a short time, the Higanbana store could be seen everywhere in the Purcell Duchy. As a result, the demand for the Taoyuan products had greatly increased. Xiaohai was happy to see this happen. In any case, the space couldn't grow anything too advanced. However, the output was very amazing. It was enough to meet the needs of the Magic Lily shop. It also allowed him to earn a lot of gold coins. He couldn't be happier. Laura also sent a lot of rabbit skins to Xiaohai. These rabbit skins were processed. They were the blue-eyed rabbits from Xiaohai. Laura sold the rabbit meat, processed the rabbit skins, and sent them back to Xiaohai. Xiaohai also told Laura that the cost of processing the rabbit skins would be the same as before. Xiaohai also sent a few rabbit skins to Laura. Although Laura had a lot of good fur in her hands, Xiaohai still did this. He believed that human relations were like this. If someone had something, it was someone else's business. Laura didn't refuse. She just felt sorry for Xiaohai. She had been busy with the Magic Lily shop's branch. As for the magic plants and magic beasts that Xiaohai needed, she still wasn't ready. Xiaohai didn't care about it. Now that the demand for food and oil from the Magic Lily shop had increased, as well as the need to grow radishes, the space didn't have much time to grow other things. Additionally, Xiaohai was also busy with Iron Mountain Fort, so he didn't have much time. Therefore, he didn't worry and just waited patiently. Iron Mountain Fort was now settled down very well. There were also a lot of firewood, such as corn stalks, oil fruit trees, and bamboo rice. As long as these things were dried, they could be used as firewood. This was especially true for the oil fruit trees. Not only were they very popular, they could also be burned for a long time. A 50-centimeter oil fruit tree was enough to burn for a whole day. Xiaohai had a lot of oil fruit trees. These things were very useful during the winter. As long as a piece of oil fruit tree was placed in the brazier, the house wouldn't be cold during the night. At the same time, Xiaohai would also improve the land every day. Then he would have the slaves plant vegetables. These vegetables were to be eaten during the winter. Xiaohai also wanted to see the growth of these vegetables so that he could see the quality of the improved land. Bookmark, click, recommend, not one less. Everyone, please help me. Xiaohai also discovered that the space's land wasn't enough. Right now, oil fruits, bamboo rice, corn, and radishes were all planted in the space. The space didn't have much free time to plant other things. Xiaohai wanted to see if the Black Wasteland's black soil could be improved. If the quality was good, then he could use the Black Wasteland soil to plant oil fruits and other things. The space could then be used for other things. Now, when Xiaohai improved the soil, he didn't use the space's soil. He could see that even if he used the space's soil, the black soil wouldn't be any better. If he only used the space's water, then the black soil wouldn't be any worse. Most importantly, Xiaohai was afraid that if he used the space's soil to improve the soil outside, it would cause the space's soil to become thinner. If that happened, then he would be finished. Xiaohai had seen the space's water. It was like a spring. No matter how much was used, the amount would gush out. It didn't look like it would dry up. In fact, Xiaohai also knew that the space's soil could be improved by using the space's soil. There was no possibility that the space's soil would become thinner. However, out of his heart, Xiaohai finally decided to use the space's water to improve the soil. During this time, Zhao Hai was very busy. He improved the soil outside and was busy with the spaces matters. Every day was very fulfilling. The most important thing was that Zhao Hai was now waiting for Buffy to come out. As long as Buffy came out injured, then they wouldn't be polite. In fact, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with Buffy because, in addition to revenge, he also wanted to know the situation inside the Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai would need a lot of time to explore the Carrion Swamp. There were too many magic beasts and undead in the Carrion Swamp, and these things all had their own territories. Zhao Hai and the others could only walk on the ground. If they wanted to enter the Carrion Swamp, then they would have to pass through the territories of other magic beasts and undead. They would certainly be attacked by those magic beasts and undead, so their progress was very slow. On the other hand, Buffy was different. He was a rank 9 expert and could fly in the sky. This way, he could avoid most of the magic beasts and undead's attacks. He could also go deeper into the Carrion Swamp. If he was really injured and came out, then Zhao Hai would kill him and turn him into an undead. Then, he would be able to know the situation inside the Carrion Swamp. This would be more convenient for him to deal with the tide of magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about the Purcell clan. Now that Evan was in power, Evan didn't seem to have any ill feelings towards them. He shouldn't send people to deal with them. The only thing that worried Zhao Hai was the Carrion Swamp. That place had always been the biggest worry in Zhao Hai's heart. Zhao Hai didn't want to stay in the Black Waste for the rest of his life. But if he didn't solve the Carrion Swamp, then he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Only by solving the Carrion Swamp would he be able to travel around the continent with a peace of mind. He would be able to see this different world. Although Zhao Hai was an otaku in his previous life, he had always had a dream. One day, he would be able to travel around the world. But at that time, he didn't have any money. To travel around the world, he needed to spend money. Zhao Hai didn't have that kind of money, so he could only stay at home. But in the Ark continent, things were different. He had the space and a large territory. As long as he managed everything well, he could travel around the world. In any case, with the space, he could return to the territory almost every day, so he wasn't afraid of anything. But now wasn't the time. He wanted to solve the Carrion Swamp first, then go out and travel. Green didn't oppose his idea. In the continent, no matter which great clan it was, their children would go out to gain experience once they reached a certain age. Zhao Hai should also go out, but now wasn't the time. Aristocratic children going out to gain experience would not only increase their knowledge and experience, but they would also be able to make a few good friends. They would also be able to understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. There was a saying on the continent that was very good. A child who never left home would never grow up. Green also wanted to quickly solve the Carrion Swamp's problem. But he also knew that the Carrion Swamp's problem wasn't so easy to solve. If it was easy to solve, then the Carrion Swamp wouldn't be known as one of the 5 forbidden areas. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that no one on the continent had come to the Black Waste to investigate. Don't forget that the Purcell clan had sent a rank 9 expert to the Black Waste to hunt them down. Although they weren't successful, Buffy had said that Zhao Hai wasn't in the Black Waste. They weren't even in Iron Mountain. People still believed the words of the rank 9 expert. They also thought that the Buddha clan had secretly escaped from Iron Mountain. Although the king had ordered that the Buddha clan couldn't leave their fief, everyone knew that the Buddha clan would only die if they stayed in the Black Waste. Therefore, it was understandable that they would sneak away. In addition, some time ago, there had been a magic beast tied in the Black Waste, but Green was safe and sound. This showed that Green wasn't living in the Black Waste. However, people also believed that Zhao Hai hadn't left the Purcell Duchy. This was because the Purcell clan had sent people to the Black Waste to look for them. Moreover, Montenegro Fortress was a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together. Therefore, most people thought that Zhao Hai was hiding in the vicinity of Montenegro Fortress. They didn't have the mood to go to the Black Waste to look for them. After all, the Black Waste had a magic beast tied from time to time. If by chance they encountered it, then they wouldn't be able to find the right place to cry. In fact, what really made the great nobles feel relieved was Buffy's move. A rank 9 expert had wasted a rank 8 expert's cultivation. This wasn't a difficult thing to do. Buffy had also personally acknowledged this point. In other words, the Buddha clan only had one rank 8 magician. They wouldn't be a threat to the great nobles. For an ant that couldn't threaten them, the great nobles wouldn't even look at it. This time, the Buddha clan had been completely forgotten. The only one who hadn't forgotten about the Buddha clan was Evan. Evan had sent people to Montenegro Fortress to look for clues about the Buddha clan, but they had failed. They hadn't found anything, so they finally gave up. It wasn't that they didn't want to send people to the Black Waste to take a look, but they were blocked by Zhao's undead. 8th rank experts couldn't stop a large number of undead that were equivalent to 7th rank warriors. In the continent, there wasn't a clan that could casually send a 9th rank expert to look for someone. This really helped Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had already prepared to deal with Buffy and go to the Carrion Swamp to take a look. If something happened in Fort Iron Mountain, then it would be troublesome. On October 15th, Laura once again came to Stony Mountain. Xiao Hai, who was busy at Fort Iron Mountain, immediately rushed over to Bluestone Villa. When Laura was welcomed by the undead up the mountain, Xiao Hai was already waiting for her in the living room. Green, Marine, and Meg were also there. They didn't know what Laura had come to do, but the cooperation between the two sides was still very pleasant. Every month, Laura would bring in nearly 10,000 gold coins for Xiao Hai, which was a great help to Xiao Hai. Green welcomed Laura into the living room. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Miss Laura, I'm really sorry. I was just dealing with some things, so I didn't come out to meet you." Laura smiled and said, "Mr. is too polite." Every time Mr. is so polite, Laura always feels very unaccustomed. Laura was too presumptuous. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "This time, Miss Laura is too polite. Miss Laura, please sit down." Laura hadn't come to Stony Mountain for some time. Recently, she had been busy with the branch store, so there were a lot of things that she had to deal with. After Laura and Nir sat down, Meg served them tea. Then she stood beside Zhao and looked at Laura and Nir. Laura couldn't help but look at Meg. She found that Meg was looking at her with a trace of hostility. Meg's eyes were filled with Laura and Nir. Laura couldn't help but smile bitterly. She pretended to drink tea to cover it up. Xiao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He took a sip of tea and said to Laura, "I don't know what Miss Laura came here for this time." Laura entered the cup and smiled at Xiao Hai. "Mister, this time I came here for a good thing. Mister asked me to find some magic plant seeds for you. I have already found some. Today, I specially came to deliver them to Mister." Then she clapped her hands and Cyril came in from the outside with several small bags in his hands. He placed them on the coffee table in front of Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't think that Laura would come here for this matter. For him, this was definitely good news. One must know that his space hadn't been upgraded for a long time. As long as it rose to level 11, he could open it again. But until now, he still hadn't risen to level 11, which made him very anxious. Xiao Hai looked at the bags on the table and couldn't wait to open them. There were a total of 5 bags on the table. All of them were big. Inside the small cloth bags, it seemed like there was only about a gene of seeds. Xiao Hai opened the 5 cloth bags and carefully looked at the seeds. These seeds didn't have anything special. At least, Xiao Hai couldn't see what was special about these 5 bags. Laura looked at Xiao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. She explained, "Mister, these 5 bags contain 5 kinds of magic vegetable seeds. They are potato, sweet pepper, red pepper, green fruit, and green lettuce." Xiao Hai nodded and put down the 5 bags. He turned to Laura and smiled. "I've let Miss Laura see a joke. I hope Miss Laura can continue to look. As long as you find magic vegetables or magic plants, I will accept them. Even magic beasts will be fine." Laura smiled and said, "Mister doesn't need to be polite." It must be said that Laura is embarrassed. Recently, because I've been too busy, I haven't been able to help Mister find these magic plants. I hope Mister can forgive me. But Mister can rest assured that Laura will work hard to help Mister find these magic plants in the future. Bookmark, click, recommend, not one less. The virtuous phantasms were about to appear. Xiao Hai chuckled and said, "Miss Laura is too serious. In the future, I will need Miss Laura's help." Just then, Searle came in from the outside, but this time he was holding a big box in his hand. The box was more than a meter long, half a meter wide, and about 40 centimeters thick. Searle held it very carefully in his hand, as if he was holding a newborn baby. Zhao Hai curiously looked at Searle, then turned to Laura and asked, "Miss Laura, what is this?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "This is a gift prepared for Mr." At this time, Searle gently put the box on the coffee table, then slowly opened the lid. Zhao Hai looked inside the box and found some hay inside. On top of the hay were 5 big eggs. These 5 eggs were about 40 centimeters long and about 10 centimeters wide. The strangest thing was that the color of each egg was different. They were yellow, blue, red, green, and purple. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the 5 eggs. Green was startled and said, "Virtuous phantasmal beast eggs." Zhao Hai froze for a moment and said, "Virtuous phantasmal beast eggs? What is that?" Green looked at the 5 eggs and said, "The virtuous phantasmal beast is a very special magic beast that is rarely seen on the continent. This magic beast itself doesn't have any attacking ability, but this magic beast has a very peculiar ability, which is to assist. As long as a person obtains the eggs of the virtuous phantasmal beast, they can slowly hatch them and then sign a contract with the virtuous phantasmal beast. This way, the virtuous phantasmal beast can be used by the person. They can help the owner attract magic elements for battle. An adult virtuous phantasmal beast can even be turned into a weapon, armor, or even a magic staff to help the owner in battle." Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. He couldn't help but look at the eggs with shining eyes. Laura, on the other hand, was looking at Green in a trance. It must be known that the phantom beast-colored egg wasn't something that ordinary people could know about. Even warriors and magicians with a lower status didn't know about the existence of this thing. She hadn't thought that Green would be able to point it out. This made her even more curious about Green's identity. Green carefully looked at those several eggs, sighed, and said, "Can't be wrong, these are phantasmal beast-colored eggs." Phantasmal beasts' eggs are different from other magical beasts' eggs. Phantasmal beasts' eggs innately have the color of their life attribute. These several eggs should be earth, thunder, water, wind, and fire attributes. They are all rare good things, Just these several eggs, I'm afraid the total value is more than 50,000 gold coins. There is still a price but no market. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He really didn't think that these eggs would be so valuable. No wonder Searle was so careful. If they were really broken, then 50,000 gold coins would be thrown into the sea. Zhao Hai gently closed the box and slowly closed his eyes. He leaned back in his chair and didn't speak for a while. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. During this period of contact, she already had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. This gift was really expensive. Zhao Hai might not necessarily accept it, and even if he did, she was afraid that he would give her a gift in return. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, he was very satisfied with her gift. Now, he might be thinking about giving her a gift in return. If he felt that his gift wasn't equal to these phantasmal beast-colored eggs, then he wouldn't accept these 5 colored eggs. Laura didn't dare to disturb Zhao Hai. She had some understanding of Zhao Hai's temper. She knew that if Zhao Hai didn't want to accept it, then even if she broke the heavens, Zhao Hai wouldn't accept it. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He turned to Laura and said, "Miss Laura, your gift is really too expensive. Originally, I didn't want to accept it, but this gift is very important to me, so I will accept it." When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, her face blossomed with a smile. She was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't accept it. Zhao Hai accepting it made her happy. She quickly said, "This is a gift prepared for Mr. Mister, you don't have to be polite." Zhao Hai waved his hand and chuckled. "I've received such a valuable gift from Miss Laura. If I don't give Miss Laura a gift in return, then it wouldn't be justifiable. I know that Miss Laura is a knight, so I'll give her something useful." When Green heard Zhao Hai say this, he knew what Zhao Hai wanted to give. He quickly said, "Young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand. "It's fine. Miss Laura should be trustworthy. Moreover, she is a person who knows what's important. We have been indebted to Miss Laura for her help, so it's normal to give her something." Laura was stunned by the two. She didn't know what Xiaohai wanted to give her, but it seemed to be more valuable than the virtuous beast egg she had given. After Xiaohai finished speaking to Green, he took out the magic peach core and placed it in front of Laura. "This little thing, I'll give it to Miss Laura." Laura was puzzled as she looked at the little thing. She picked it up and carefully looked at it, but she couldn't find anything different about it. Finally, she looked at Xiaohai, puzzled. Xiaohai chuckled. "No wonder Miss Laura doesn't know about this thing. I inadvertently obtained it. It might be an ancient magic item, but I can tell Miss Laura about its function. This thing is a pet bead." Laura was puzzled as she looked at the thing in her hand. She muttered, "Pet pig?" She was still thinking about the virtuous beast and unconsciously mistook the bead for a pig. Xiaohai heard Laura's tone and smiled. "It's a pet pearl, not a pet pig. This thing can help Miss Laura get a magic pet. No matter what its level is or how big its body is, as long as it is subdued by Miss Laura can use this little thing to subdue it. The method is very simple. As long as Miss Laura drips a drop of blood on the pet bead, then drops the blood of the magic beast you want to subdue it. Usually, Miss Laura can put the pet in the pet bead and use it in battle. The pet will be connected to Miss Laura's mind, making it convenient for Miss Laura to command. Unless it is killed in battle, even if it is seriously injured, as long as it is placed in the pet bead for a period of time, the magic pet will automatically recover." Laura was stunned. Magic pets were much more precious than phantasmal beasts. Although phantasmal beasts were very convenient to use and could be turned into armor and weapons, phantasmal beasts needed to eat. And what they ate wasn't ordinary food, it was the battle chi of a warrior or the magic power of a magician. The most important thing was that weapons transformed from virtuous beasts weren't the best. Weapons transformed from low-level virtuous beasts weren't even as sturdy as weapons forged by humans. The only saving grace was that they could communicate with the elements of magic, allowing your weapon to become a magic weapon. But magic beasts were different. The higher the level of a magic beast, the stronger its strength. If you could get a giant dragon as a pet, then you would be almost invincible. Moreover, this thing could heal the magic beast's injuries and allow the magic beast to communicate with its master. For a night, not to mention 5 virtuous beast eggs, even if it was 10 virtuous beast eggs, they wouldn't hesitate to exchange for it. Laura blankly held the magic peach pit. Of course, she didn't know that it was just a peach pit. She really thought that it was an ancient magic item. The key to this was that there were too few ancient magic items on the continent. Moreover, the rumors were too good, so Laura believed it so easily. Green, on the other hand, wanted to laugh. He really didn't think that Xiaohai would actually say that. Ancient magic item, hee, too talented. No one would suspect that this thing actually grew out of a tree. After a while, Laura recovered. She held the magic peach pit as if it were a rare treasure. Her eyes were full of reluctance, but in the end, she gently placed it on the table. Then she said to Xiaohai, "I'm sorry, mister. This gift is too valuable. It's more valuable than the 5 virtuous beast eggs. I can't accept it." Xiaohai smiled faintly. "Miss Laura is too polite. Accept it. This thing is more useful to you. Don't think of it as a good thing. If you don't use it well, it will become a big trouble." Laura wasn't stupid. She immediately figured out the key point. As Xiaohai said, if she didn't use this thing well, then it would become her death warrant. Xiaohai looked at Laura's appearance and smiled. "This thing is very useful to Miss Laura. But at the same time, it also represents danger. If Miss Laura doesn't want to accept it, then I can't help but force you." Laura looked at the magic peach pit on the table, then looked at Xiaohai. Finally, she clenched her teeth and picked up the magic peach pit. She carefully put it away in her bosom. Then she bowed to Xiaohai and said, "Laura thanks Mr. Xiaohai." Xiaohai waved his hand. "Miss Laura is too polite. This is an equivalent exchange. You don't owe me anything." Laura smiled bitterly. How could she not owe him anything? Although the 5 virtuous beast eggs were precious, compared to the one and only ancient magic item on the continent, the difference wasn't as simple as a few streets. Xiaohai looked at Laura and said, "Miss Laura, I hope that in the future, even if you use this pet bead, you won't say that I gave it to you. Is that okay? Laura nodded. Mr. can rest assured that I won't say anything. But if one day, Laura is chased because of the pet bead, then I ask Mr. to save me. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Laura was joking. Not to mention his relationship with Laura, even Qin Zhan wasn't someone that ordinary people could offend. And with her status as a member of the Marquis del clan, there weren't many people in the continent who would dare to openly deal with her. There was a bit of a lag, but there would be a lot of updates, favorites, clicks, and recommendations. Otherwise, a chicken would bite you. Laura sat in her carriage, carefully looking at the magic peach core in her hand. She really couldn't find anything special about it. It looked like a round iron ball with a small white dot on it. Nier carefully looked at the small ball. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Hai never deceiving them, Nier wouldn't have believed that there was such a thing on the continent. After a while, Laura put away the magic peach core and let out a long breath. She looked at Nier and smiled. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Nier nodded. Yes, I didn't think that there would be such a thing. Young lady, what is Mr.'s identity? How could he casually give out an ancient magic item? Laura forced a smile and said, I really don't know where Mr. came from. I've never heard of someone like Mr. in the continent. It's impossible for a person like Mr. to not have any fame in the continent. But it's strange that I've never heard of someone like Mr. in the continent. Isn't this too strange? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've never heard of anyone like Mr. in the continent. Nier frowned. Young lady, what do you mean? Laura shook her head. I don't know what to say. There are too many things about Mr. that we don't know. I don't want to inquire about it right now. That would be too disrespectful to Mr. In any case, Mr. is now our ally. As long as we do what Mr. told us to do, we can use Mr.'s products to open our Magic Lily shop throughout the Purcell Duchy. Speaking of this, Nier couldn't help but smile. She turned to Laura and smiled. Young lady, now that our shop has been open to almost every corner of the Purcell Duchy, won't the people in the clan not cause trouble for us? Nier was Laura's maid. When a young lady marries, servants like her would be part of her dowry. Therefore, Nier was very concerned about Laura's future. Of course, there were exceptions. If Laura marries Nier before she marries, then Nier wouldn't need to be part of her dowry. However, this situation was very rare. A girl like Xianxia was either sold by the master or a servant of the family. For a young lady of a great aristocratic family, even a maid who followed her family would be at ease. She could also be her helper. How could they give up such a person? Xianxia was a girl who followed her family. Laura looked at Nier's appearance and forced a smile. My silly Nier, you think of things too simply. Don't look at how big our current situation is. In the eyes of those people from the clan, we are nothing. It's just that we have some bargaining chips to negotiate with them. After all, the current situation in the Purcell family was created by us. If they want to make a move on us, it would be unreasonable. Nier smiled bitterly. Nier relaxed. That's good. Young lady, you should consider Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. is so capable, has such a good temperament, and has a good heart. In the future, he will certainly be good to young lady. Laura looked at Nier and smiled. Little girl, did you take a fancy to Mr.? Is that why you want me to marry him? Nier's face turned red. That's not it. Young lady speaks nonsense. Laura chuckled and said to Nier, little girl, things aren't that simple. Mr.'s strength is so strong, and he has so many good things in his hands. Yet, he still doesn't dare to show his true face. This shows that Mr. is a very powerful enemy. So powerful that Mr. wouldn't dare to be an enemy. If I really marry Mr., I'm afraid it will be more dangerous than it is now. Nier stared, then looked at Laura and smiled. So young lady wants to marry Mr. Zhao Hai? Hee, young lady said that you didn't think about it. You're lying. Laura glanced at Nier, but didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but she really did think about this issue. Perhaps these days, she had heard Nier talk about these things a lot, so she had such an idea. Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about what Laura was thinking. To be honest, he was anxious. Buffy had been in the carrion swamp for more than a month, and he still hadn't come out. Not to mention anything else, eating and drinking was a problem. Xianxia really didn't understand how Buffy lived in the swamp. Almost all of the plants were poisonous, so how did he survive for more than a month? Could it be that he didn't eat or drink? He hadn't heard of a rank 9 expert who didn't eat. Although Xianxia had begun to improve the land near Iron Mountain Fort, he didn't dare to do too much. So far, he had only improved about 1,000 mu, which was already a lot. The number of people in the fort wasn't very high, so they simply couldn't plant too much land. Fortunately, Xianxia had raised a lot of scaled wildebeests. With the help of these scaled wildebeests, the slaves were still very busy. Moreover, they were only planting some common vegetables, so it wasn't very tiring. Xianxia didn't turn the scaled wildebeests into zombies. Although it seemed that zombies were very useful, Xianxia wasn't a genuine black magician. He still preferred living creatures. As soon as Laura left Stony Mountain, Xianxia immediately took the bags of magic plant seeds and entered the space. Green and the others naturally followed. They also wanted to know if the space could be upgraded this time. As soon as they entered the space, they heard a prompt from the space. Discovered plant seed. Contracted seed. Seed is a vegetable seed. Evaluated as a level 15 plant. Extracting seed. Digitizing seed. Can be purchased in the space's store. Discovered plant seeds. Signed seeds. Vegetable seeds. Evaluated as level 15 plant. Extracted seeds. Digitized seeds. Can be purchased in the space's store. There were 5 such prompts in a row. After waiting for them to finish, the space's prompt sounded again. Due to the discovery of new plants, the space has met the requirements to upgrade. Upgraded to level 11. New land can be cultivated. 10 mu. Cost, 3,000 gold coins. Level and gold coins have met the requirements. Do you want to cultivate immediately? Xianxia was waiting for this. Now that he wasn't short on money, and with the land cultivated this time, it was 10 mu. He didn't hesitate and immediately said, immediately cultivate. A white light flashed and 10 mu of land appeared in the space. Green and the others looked at the 10 mu of land. They didn't know what to say. 10 mu of land wasn't a small amount. Xianxia didn't think that after reaching level 10, every time he leveled up, he would be able to cultivate 10 mu of land. This was really an unexpected surprise. Xianxia looked at the 10 mu of land and thought for a moment. Then he turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, I want to plant these 5 magic vegetables in these 10 mu of land. Do you think it's okay? Green recovered from Xianxia's call. He looked at the 10 mu of land and then looked at the vegetable seeds in Xianxia's hand. He nodded and said, good, we'll plant these magic vegetables. After they are produced, in addition to what we eat, we can also store some. When the amount is enough, we can ask Miss Laura to help us sell them. When the time comes, we'll have another income. I really didn't think that this upgrade would give us 10 mu of land. It seems that we have to find a way to upgrade the space as soon as possible. Xianxia and the others nodded. Xianxia's mind moved and the 10 mu of land automatically planted the 5 kinds of vegetables. Xianxia planted 2 mu of each of the 5 kinds of vegetables. It didn't take long for them to be planted. After planting the 10 mu of land, Xianxia took the box with the virtuous beast egg and went to the ranch. The ranch was still raising blue-eyed rabbits. There were only a few wind-chasing horses in the space. These wind-chasing horses were specially raised by Xianxia in the space. In the past, no matter where they went, they would ride on undead creatures. However, if they wanted to go to a place like Casa City, they wouldn't be able to enter the city if they sat on undead creatures. In the end, they would have to walk, which was really inconvenient. Although the scaled wildebeests were improved, their speed wasn't too fast. In order to make things more convenient, Xianxia raised a few wind-chasing horses. Although Alien speed was faster than the wind-chasing horses, Xianxia still decided to use Alien less and more wind-chasing horses. This was because Alien was really too flashy and could easily be struck by lightning. Xianxia also knew about the design of Laura's carriage. To be honest, he really envied it. In the past, he could only look at it, but now it was different. Now that he had money, he could also get a carriage like Laura's. Even if it wasn't the same, it still wouldn't be bad. Xianxia and Green had just entered the ranch with the box when they heard a prompt from the ranch. Discovered new animal. Animal is a biochemical battle beast. Can absorb energy to survive. Can assist humans in battle. Found shortcomings in fighting strength. Can only absorb pure energy. Cannot be upgraded. Defects can be improved. Biochemical battle beast can absorb any form of energy. Can be upgraded. Animal extraction. Animal digitization. Can be purchased in the Spaces store. Then the prompt sounded again. Due to new animal discovery, ranch has been upgraded to level 3. Can domesticate 100 more animals. After that, there was no more sound. Xianxia was very happy. He immediately put the 5 eggs into the ranch's hatching circle. After a while, the eggs cracked open one after another. From the eggs, small fluffy things drilled out. When Xianxia saw these little things, he was surprised. This was because he discovered that these little things looked like 5 chicks. 5 chicks with different colors. Xianxia stared blankly at the 5 chicks. He muttered, "How can they be chicks? Do people use chickens as phantasmal beasts?" Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Green couldn't help but laugh. He said to Xianxia, "Young master, these aren't chickens. They are eagle phantasmal beasts. They are much more powerful than chickens. Although their fighting strength isn't as good as magic beasts, they can transform into armor or weapons. They can also fly, and they can communicate with their masters. They can be used as aerial scouts. I didn't think that Miss Laura would actually send 5 eagle phantasmal beasts." Collections, clicks, and recommendations. None of them could be missing. Otherwise, they would have to wait to enter the carrion swamp. Xianxia hadn't thought that these 5 virtuous phantasms that looked like chicks would actually be eagle virtuous phantasms. He turned to look at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you aren't mistaken, are you?" Green smiled and said, "I'm not mistaken, young master. These are eagle virtuous phantasms. Among the virtuous phantasms, there are no chicken virtuous phantasms. The only virtuous phantasms that can fly in the sky are the eagle virtuous phantasms." At this time, the chicks had already run out and were randomly pecking around on the grass. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be quite healthy. However, Green frowned and said, "That's not right. Virtuous phantasms can't casually eat things. They can only eat things that contain strong magical elements. How come these are a bit different?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It's nothing. Didn't the space just say that they improved it? I think it should be this." Green thought for a moment and nodded. "It seems like this is the case. This is good. With these virtuous phantasms, we can breed a large number of virtuous phantasms." Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes, but we can't get too many. Right now, we should mainly raise the blue-eyed rabbits. When the mine ranch produces the blue-eyed rabbits, we can raise other things in the space." Green nodded, and Zhao and the others returned to the Space's villa. After sitting down, Zhao turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I'm going to wait for Buffy to come out. Then we'll go to the carrion swamp. In any case, the carrion swamp must be solved." Green frowned and said, "Young master, I'm afraid this won't be easy to solve. The carrion swamp has been there for so many years. Countless strong people have entered, but only a few have come out alive. Although young master has the space, it's impossible to solve it." Xianxia nodded. "I haven't thought about completely solving the problem of the carrion swamp. I just don't want to let the beast tide erupt from time to time." This time, Buffy came out of the swamp. As long as we kill him, we can learn about the situation inside the swamp. This should allow us to enter the depths of the carrion swamp. Green thought for a moment and nodded. "That's good. If we can't solve the carrion swamp, then the Black Waste will never be safe." Green was now more and more confident in the space. He believed that even if the carrion swamp had some terrible existence, as long as the space was there, Xianxia's safety wouldn't be a problem. This was the main reason why he agreed to let Xianxia go to the carrion swamp. Merlin smiled and said, "I heard that the carrion swamp has a lot of plants that can't be found anywhere else in the mainland. If that's the case, then young master's space can be upgraded. Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. Yes, This time, Drunk and the others have already collected a lot of things. I believe that when they come back, the space can be upgraded. When that time comes, the area will be even bigger. Green nodded and looked outside through the villa's window. In a deep voice, he said, as long as the area of the space becomes bigger, we will have more capital. When that time comes, no matter who it is, they won't be able to bully us. Zhao Hai was just about to nod when he suddenly froze. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, Drunk just sent back a message. Buffy came out of the swamp and seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Green was surprised and immediately turned to Zhao Hai. Quickly asked Drunk how serious Buffy's injury is and how many days it will take for him to reach the Black Waste. Zhao Hai nodded and immediately asked Drunk. Then he turned to Green and said, Drunk said that his injury isn't light. Even flying is very difficult. It seems that it will take about 2 days for him to come out of the swamp. Green nodded and said, that's good. There's enough time. We'll stop him on the mountain. Young master, take a look. Those virtuous beasts will mature in a few days. With these virtuous beasts, even if Buffy flies, we won't have to be afraid. Zhao Hai nodded. His figure moved and appeared in the ranch. He looked at the virtuous beasts. These virtuous beasts were classified as level 10 animals. They took 15 hours to mature and could lay eggs every 8 hours. Each time, they could lay 5 eggs. In total, they could lay eggs 5 times. In other words, 2 days was enough for them to grow up. Moreover, they could raise almost 100 virtuous beasts. These virtuous beasts could mature and lay eggs. Using them to fight shouldn't be a problem. The virtuous beasts in the space were considered mature once they reached the laying stage. However, they had to wait for the space's stipulated number of times to pass before they could truly mature and be received into the warehouse. If they didn't reach the maturity stipulated by the space, they wouldn't be able to enter the warehouse. Of course, with the exception of newborn cubs, they could be received into the warehouse. Seeing this result, Zhao Hai was relieved. 100 improved virtuous beasts should be able to force an injured level 9 expert to fall from the sky. After Zhao Hai told Green the result, Green was very happy. They immediately went to Fort Iron Mountain and prepared to deal with Buffy there. For the sake of safety, Green personally made a trip to Casa City in order to buy a few strong bows. Although a level 9 expert could fly, they couldn't fly too high. As long as a strong bow was used, it would be possible to shoot them down. However, on the continent, no one dared to use a bow to deal with a level 9 expert. It was tantamount to courting death. At the same time, Zhao Hai called back the people of Stony Mountain. The virtuous beasts that had been placed on guard in the Black Waste were also called back. This time, they had to deal with a level 9 expert. Although it was an injured level 9 expert, a level 9 expert was still a level 9 expert. They couldn't be underestimated. 2 days passed quickly. Zhao Hai's space already had 100 mature virtuous beasts. After these virtuous beasts grew up, they were completely different from the chicks they had been when they were young. They looked more like the golden eagles that Zhao Hai had heard about before. After growing up, the virtuous beasts' wings were nearly 5 meters long. Their bodies were nearly 2 meters long, and their mouths were like steel hooks. Their claws were cast in iron, and their eyes were bright. Their cries were low and hoarse, but they had a peculiar penetrating power. They were extraordinarily powerful. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that after the virtuous beasts grew up, they no longer ate grass. They ate the blue-eyed rabbits in the space. However, every time they ate a blue-eyed rabbit, the space would produce a new blue-eyed rabbit. It was just like killing a monster in a game. Zhao Hai really didn't know what was going on. After asking the space, the answer he got was that his level wasn't high enough to inquire about it. This made Zhao Hai very depressed. However, in any case, the blue-eyed rabbits in the space hadn't decreased. The virtuous beasts were still able to eat them. Moreover, they also maintained a strong offensive power. This was already very good. Fearing that the virtuous beasts wouldn't be of any use when the time came, Zhao Hai released the virtuous beasts after they had matured. The result was very good. The virtuous beasts were very obedient outside. When they were ordered to attack, they would attack. Even Zhao Hai could use the formation management function to order the virtuous beasts to attack in a formation. Green was very satisfied with this result. It must be said that the virtuous beast's strength was really great. Not only was their strength great, but their bodies were also a lot bigger. Compared to the virtuous eagle virtuous beasts that they had heard about, their bodies and strength were a lot bigger. It seemed that this was the result of the space's improvement. Green estimated that the virtuous beast's fighting strength was equivalent to that of a level 6 warrior. Their fighting strength in the air was even stronger. After all, they were born with the ability to fly. These 2 days, Zhao Hai didn't just wait at Iron Mountain. He also sent a lot of undead to the periphery of the swamp. This way, they could find Buffy in the shortest time possible. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that after 2 days, they didn't see Buffy. Zhao Hai immediately sent the undead to look for him in the swamp. Finally, they found Buffy on a small island. Buffy was being treated. Zhao Hai didn't let Buffy be at ease as he treated his wounds. He immediately sent the undead into the swamp to attack Buffy. Buffy seemed to be seriously injured. He didn't even resist and flew out of the swamp. Zhao Hai couldn't see the situation in the swamp as it was shrouded in colorful smoke. This situation was told to him by the undead that he had sent into the swamp. Zhao Hai and Green were now standing at the top of Iron Mountain, looking at the colorful smoke above the carrion swamp. Green took out his spirit wind sword, Marine took out a magic staff, Meg took out the iron scroll, Blockhead and Rockhead each took out a strong bow, and Zhao Hai took out their magic staffs. Zhao Shi and Zhao Jia summoned the stone giants, ready to attack at any time. Of course, the busiest one was Zhao. He had already released 100 eagle virtuous phantasms, and at the same time summoned 10 stone giants. These stone giants were ready to throw stones into the sky at any time. Buffy didn't disappoint Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waited for about half an hour before he saw the multicolored smoke fluctuate above the carrion swamp. Then, a human figure flew out of the swamp, swaying and swaying. Zhao Hai was afraid that Buffy would run back into the swamp. The visibility in the swamp was too low, which wasn't good for fighting. Therefore, when Buffy flew out, he didn't attack. Instead, he waited until Buffy reached Iron Mountain before he suddenly ordered an attack. The first to attack were the eagle virtuous beasts. There were 100 eagle virtuous beasts. 50 of them were in front of Buffy and the other 50 were blocking his way back into the swamp. Following Zhao Hai's order, a hoarse eagle cry came from the sky. Then, 2 groups of eagle virtuous beasts flew towards Buffy like 2 crescent moons. Buffy obviously hadn't thought that such a situation would happen. His body moved and landed on the ground. Green also shouted, "Attack!" Then, he took out his spirit wind sword and rushed over. When Buffy saw Green, he immediately understood what was going on. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Green and said in a deep voice, "It's you? You actually recovered. Good. Last time, I let you escape. This time, let's see how you'll escape." Then, he waved his hands and a huge wind blade flew towards Green and the others. Bookmark, click, recommend, none of them could be missing. Otherwise, they would besiege you. At this time, several boulders smashed towards Buffy. The stone giants had made their move. Buffy, of course, discovered this situation. He whispered a few words of incantation, causing the wind elements around him to crazily flow. His figure was like a leaf in the wind, floating erratically. Every magician's fighting style was different. For example, when an earth magician fought, he would often add a defensive magic to his body. This was because the defensive ability of the earth magician was the strongest among all magicians. However, the attack speed of the earth magician wasn't very fast. On the other hand, a water magician would generally rotate his shield. The water magician's defense wasn't good and its attack power was also average. However, there were many variations. Later on, people discovered that the same water magician's shield, when rotated, had a stronger defensive ability than an ordinary shield. Slowly, the water magician's shield rotated like a vortex. Fire magicians generally focused on attacking. This was because fire magicians had the strongest destructive power among the several types of elemental magic. Wind magicians had the easiest elemental magic among the 4 types of elemental magic. Therefore, when a wind magician fought, he would use a type of wind magic to make his body very light, making it easier to avoid attacks. Every magician's fighting style was directly or indirectly related to their magic attribute. Just like the continent's most famous demigod magician, John, had said, every type of magic required a magician to spend his entire life studying it. This John wasn't an ordinary person. He was the continent's #1 magic genius 1,000 years ago. This didn't mean that his talent was good. On the contrary, his talent was very poor. An average child could formally learn magic at the age of 12, while a good child could start learning magic at the age of 10. John, on the other hand, was only able to learn meditation at the age of 16. However, such a person was eventually called a magic mentor. In his lifetime, he had received a total of 120 apprentices. These 120 apprentices, without exception, had all become rank 8 experts. There were even 20 rank 9 experts among them. John's ability to educate was unprecedented. Because of this, John had always been recognized as a mentor by all mages on the continent. His first sentence would be seriously studied. And this sentence, "Every type of magic requires a magician to spend a lifetime to study," was his most famous saying. Because of this sentence, his disciples were able to achieve such results. Buffy himself was a wind magician, so there was nothing wrong with using this method against the enemy. However, after thinking about it, he found that there was something wrong with it. Who was Buffy? A 9th rank expert, a quasi-deity existence. That was the peak existence of the continent. Apart from experts of the same rank, would he ever use the battle techniques of a wind mage? Impossible. A level 9 powerhouse would have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas with just a wave of his hand. Why would he use such a wind-based battle method just to avoid the attacks of a few stone giants? No one would believe it even if he told others about it. There was only one explanation for his actions. He had been seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. Now, he couldn't completely use the strength of a level 9 magician, so he had to use this method to fight. Once he figured this out, Green's heart calmed down. His figure moved continuously, dodging the attacks of several wind blades. At this time, a water dragon suddenly appeared, directly colliding with the wind blades. With a loud bang, the wind blades and the water dragon disappeared at the same time in the air. 2 powerful arrows were shot straight towards Buffy. At the same time, a 5-meter-long huge sword of light flew down from the sky and chopped towards Buffy's head. Meg and Blockhead had made their move. Buffy, a level 9 powerhouse, wasn't someone to be trifled with. His figure moved, and after dodging a few boulders, he waved his hand and a layer of cyan shield appeared over his head. This shield didn't protect his whole body, but it blocked the light sword on his head. Then, 2 wind blades shot out, deflecting the arrows from Blockhead and Rockhead. At the same time, a whirlwind appeared beside him. This whirlwind wrapped around his entire body and swirled up a cloud of dust, making it impossible for people to see his figure. At this time, Marine whispered a few words of an incantation and several water dragons appeared outside the whirlwind. Like several iron chains, they wrapped around the whirlwind. At this time, several earth thorns rose from the ground and went straight to Buffy's feet. This time, it wasn't someone else, but Zhao Hai. The ghost staff could now use 3 types of magic: light, dark, and earth. After all, Zhao Hai didn't have much combat experience, so he could only act as an assistant. Buffy was worthy of being a level 9 powerhouse. Even if he was injured, under the siege of several people, he still seemed to be able to handle it with ease. He didn't look like he was in a difficult situation. However, it was impossible for him to run away. The sky was now blocked by the eagle virtuous phantasms. These eagle virtuous phantasms were much stronger than ordinary eagle virtuous phantasms. If an ordinary eagle virtuous phantasms left their master, their fighting strength would be very low. There was no way for them to compare with these eagle virtuous phantasms. After the transformation of the eagle virtuous phantasms by the space, they couldn't be considered as the eagle virtuous phantasms of the Ark continent. Instead, they had become biochemical beasts. Because of movies and TV shows, when people on Earth heard about biochemical beasts, they would think of zombies, poisonous gases, and so on. In fact, biochemical beasts, to put it bluntly, were biochemistry. It could also be said that it was the main subject of human research. People wanted to research some of the abilities of living things to serve themselves. But sometimes, the things they researched would become weapons that could kill people. Biochemical beasts had always been people's idea. They wanted to create a beast with a strong fighting strength to help people in battle. Moreover, these beasts could absorb different genes to make themselves stronger. The space was also a variant existence. It could optimize animals and plants. The eco-virtuous phantasms of the Ark continent were similar to biochemical beasts. However, they had some shortcomings that the space could improve. As a result, the fighting strength of these eco-virtuous phantasms was naturally very strong. Buffy was now aware of his own suffering. He thought that after injuring Green last time, Green wouldn't be able to recover. Even if his injury was healed, it would be good if he could reach the level of a level 6 warrior. Today, he saw that it was completely different. Not only was Green's injury healed, but his strength had also been completely restored. This made Buffy feel very surprised. In addition to Marine's assistance, the two of them had been husband and wife for decades. Naturally, their cooperation was seamless. In addition, Zhao Hai and the others were ruthlessly attacking him from time to time. This made Buffy feel very helpless. Just as Zhao Hai had guessed, Buffy was seriously injured. This time, if he hadn't run away quickly, he was afraid that he would have stayed in the carrion swamp. Although he had run away, the injuries on his body hadn't healed. He was only temporarily suppressing his injuries. It was impossible for him to fight for a long time. Because of this, when he encountered the undead that Zhao Hai had sent to attack him, he didn't entangle with them. Instead, he directly ran out of the carrion swamp. However, he hadn't thought that once he got out of the swamp, he would be blocked by Green. Now, it would be difficult for him to escape. While he was fighting Buffy, he was also thinking of a way out. To be honest, Zhao Hai really couldn't get involved in this battle. Although he could use magic, his understanding of magic was still too little. He didn't know when and what kind of magic was most suitable. Therefore, most of the time, he could only watch from the sidelines. However, Zhao Hai was also preparing. Although he wasn't very good at using magic, he could still use the space's abilities. Although most of the space's abilities weren't useful in a battle, there were still two abilities that could be used at this time. One was the fly swatter function, while the other was the capture function. This capture function was originally used by the space to push animals into labor. However, because of the space's mutation, there were too many animals. Zhao Hai couldn't use the capture function to capture animals for labor. He only needed to think about it. However, this function was preserved by the space. Moreover, it could also be used outside the space. It could be used to capture people, but it could also be used to capture animals outside the space. Although Zhao Hai hadn't used it before, he believed that this function should be easy to use. He had used the fly swatter function once, and that time, it had been very outstanding. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai didn't completely throw himself into the battle. Instead, he carefully observed Buffy. He wanted to give him a ruthless blow when necessary. Green and the others had been fighting for more than an hour, but they still hadn't been able to capture Buffy. This made them understand Buffy's strength as a rank 9 expert. In this case, Buffy was still able to support himself for a long time. This in itself showed his strength. However, Zhao Hai found that Buffy's complexion was becoming more and more unsightly. At the beginning, he was calm, but later on, his face had turned red. Now, he was somewhat pale. Zhao Hai was sure that Buffy's injuries were flaring up. He couldn't help but pay more attention to him because he was afraid that Buffy would go all out. Zhao Hai's guess was correct. After such a long battle, Buffy had discovered that his injuries were flaring up. If he continued to fight with Green and the others, he was afraid that he would eventually fall here. Therefore, he was prepared to go all out. After sending out more than 100 wind blades, Buffy quickly recited an incantation. He waved his hand and a huge tornado appeared in front of him. This tornado was very strong. The sand on the ground was rolled up, and even the stones that had attacked him were rolled up into the wind. Buffy's voice came from behind the tornado, "Gale tornado, kill." The tornado directly rolled towards Green and the others. While Green and the others were dealing with this magic, Buffy turned around and rushed towards the carrion swamp. Bookmark, click, recommend, none of them could be missing. Otherwise, the flower would bite you. When Zhao Hai saw Buffy release such a large area of effect magic, he felt that something was wrong. He flashed into the space and immediately opened the screen. The screen immediately showed the situation on the battlefield. Not only were there red dots representing his own people and green dots representing Buffy, but even the magic that Buffy had released on the battlefield was also displayed. However, it wasn't very clear. However, this was enough. Zhao Hai discovered that Buffy's figure was heading towards the carrion swamp. Zhao Hai immediately understood his intentions. Although they had the space, they weren't afraid of the poison in the carrion swamp. However, if Buffy escaped into the swamp, it wouldn't be easy for them to find him. Zhao Hai immediately used his hand to point at the green dot. At the same time, he activated the capture function. After doing all this, he immediately came out of the space. He wanted to see if the capture was successful or not. As soon as he came out of the space, he saw a big hand suddenly appear in the sky. This big hand was white and flashed white as it flew straight towards Buffy. The speed of this big hand was very fast. Although Buffy's speed wasn't slow, he couldn't escape the pursuit of this big hand. When it was about to touch Buffy, the big white hand suddenly opened and grabbed Buffy. Buffy didn't understand what was going on, but he was suddenly caught. He quickly tried to break free, but at this moment, a big fly swatter suddenly appeared in the sky and went straight towards Buffy's head. The fly swatter's speed was very fast. Everyone could only see a shadow as the fly swatter hit Buffy's head. After more than 20 swats, Buffy directly fell to the ground. However, it was obvious that Buffy's strength was much stronger than Zhao Jia's. He hadn't died yet. At this moment, a light sword fell from the space and cut through Buffy's neck. His head flew far away. When Buffy died, the huge tornado also disappeared. Green ran towards Buffy's body and looked at it. After a while, Green let out a long sigh and said, "Worthy of being a rank 9 expert. If it weren't for young master's last few moves, he really would have escaped." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. In any case, he didn't run away. Grandpa Green, look at me." Saying this, he raised his hand and turned Buffy into a high-level skeleton. It had to be said that this black magic was really magical. Zhao Hai had just used the spirit trapping technique when the head that had flown far away unexpectedly flew back to Buffy's body. Then, the flesh and blood on his body quickly disappeared and a skeleton appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he, Green, and the others returned to the space. As soon as they entered the space immediately gave Buffy an upgrade. Buffy had also turned into a zombie. His current appearance was a lot younger than when he was alive. He now looked like a middle-aged man. Zombies didn't necessarily look the same as they did when they died. On the contrary, when a person turned into a zombie, their body would be strengthened and they would undergo a certain transformation. For example, Buffy's youthful appearance was one of the characteristics of a zombie. After turning into a zombie, because they had a tongue and their own consciousness, these zombies could speak like a normal person. This was the result that Zhao Hai wanted. He wanted Buffy to talk about what he had seen and heard in the carrion swamp. If Buffy was still a skeleton, he could only talk to Zhao Hai using his mind power. Zhao Hai would also have to talk to Green and the others, which was too troublesome. Buffy had just turned into a zombie when the space suddenly issued a prompt. Discovered new magical energy. Prompt energy, enhanced space attack performance. Zhao Hai focused his attention on the ghost staff and immediately understood what this meant. Now that the ghost staff had a new type of magic, he could use wind magic. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and led Green and the others into the house. He then said to Buffy, "Buffy, tell me about what you had seen and heard in the carrion swamp." Buffy bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, master. This time I had gone deep into the carrion swamp for more than 10,000 li originally, everything was going smoothly. In addition to encountering some flying poisonous magical beasts and some insect magical beasts, I didn't encounter too much danger. However, when I went deep into the swamp, I found a city." Zhao Hai and Green were surprised. Green looked at Buffy and asked, "You mean a city?" Buffy nodded his head and said, "Yes, it's a city. Moreover, it's a very big city. However, there's no one in the city, no magic beasts, and no undead creatures. The whole city is filled with flowers, a very strange kind of flower." Green immediately asked, "What kind of flowers?" Buffy said, "These flowers are very strange. They seem to be vines that can grow upright. The vines have thorns, and the vines are dark green. On top of them, there are flowers that are about the size of a person. These flowers have 7 petals, and each petal's color is different. It's like the color of the fog in the carrion swamp. It's very bright." Xianxia and the others looked at each other and felt very surprised. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The whole city was filled with flowers? What kind of situation was that? Xianxia immediately asked, "How big is the city? How many people can live in it?" Buffy said, "It's very big. Although the city isn't as big as Casa City, it's about the same as a medium-sized city. It can live in about 500,000 people. The city has walls made of stone. However, the strange thing about the flowers is that the vines can grow roots, and the roots can grow inside the stones. I tried to use my wind blades, but there was no way to cut the vines. The whole city has been covered by the flowers, which is very strange." Xianxia and Green were shocked. A city that could live in 500,000 people wasn't small in the Ark continent. Such a big city was unexpectedly covered by strange flowers. How big were the flowers? Moreover, the roots of the flowers could even be inserted into the stones. It was incredible. What kind of plant could have such sharp roots? Most importantly, a rank 9 magician's wind blade couldn't cut the vines? In the end, what kind of flower was this? In fact, there was another point that Green was most concerned about. Buffy had said that the color of the flowers was the same color as the fog in the carrion swamp. Was there any connection between the flowers and the fog in the carrion swamp? Was it because of the fog in the carrion swamp, or was it because of the fog that the flowers had mutated? They wanted to enter the carrion swamp. For them, this situation was very important. Therefore, Xianxia turned to Buffy and said, "What else is there? Tell me." Buffy nodded his head and said, "Originally, everything was normal. There were a lot of undead and magical beasts in the carrion swamp. However, these magical beasts and undead had their own territory. The level of the magical beasts in the periphery was lower while the level of the magical beasts inside was higher. The closer I got to the city, the higher the level of the magical beasts and undead. Around the city, there were already level 8 and 9 undead and magical beasts. However, they didn't attack me at first. After I used my wind blade to cut the flower, they suddenly attacked me. I had to fight while running away, and it wasn't easy for me to escape. I managed to escape." Xianxia nodded and turned to Green. "Grandpa Green, what do you think?" Green nodded and said, "It seems that the flowers are very mysterious. If my guess isn't wrong, the fog in the carrion swamp must be related to the flowers. Otherwise, those undead and magic beasts wouldn't have protected the flowers. Buffy was usually fine, but when he touched the flowers, he was attacked. This explains the problem. It seems that the flowers are the key. If that's really the case, then it's very troublesome." Xianxia frowned and said, "That place is more than 10,000 li away from us. It should be the core of the carrion swamp. If we want to solve the problem of the carrion swamp, then we have to start with the flowers." Green nodded and said, "Buffy entered the swamp and wasn't attacked. Maybe it's because his strength is too strong. Those undead and magic beasts have reached rank 8 and rank 9. Their intelligence isn't lower than a human's, so they didn't want to provoke Buffy. However, when they saw Buffy attack the flowers, they became anxious. This explains the importance of the flowers." "Buffy, is there anything else?" Buffy nodded and said, "There is another situation, but it's just my guess. I don't know if it's accurate or not. I found that the flowers in the city are very strange. The closer you go to the center of the city's market, the thicker the vines of the flowers. It seems that the entire city's flowers are actually one stalk and the other flowers are branches of that flower." Hearing Buffy's words, Green and the others were even more shocked. The entire city's flowers were actually one stalk? This kind of statement was too frightening. What kind of flower could grow so big? Even the legendary tree city of the elves wouldn't be that big, right? Green looked at Buffy and said, Buffy, is what you said true? Are the flowers in the city really like what you said? Are they really branches of a single flower? Buffy nodded and said, this is just my guess. Moreover, the flowers seem to have their own consciousness. If I gently touched them, they wouldn't have any reaction. However, when I attacked them with my wind blades, they immediately went crazy. The flowers sprayed out a colorful poisonous fog and the flower vines began to attack me. The flower vines' attack speed was very fast and their strength wasn't any worse than a rank 9 expert's. However, the flowers seemed to be unable to leave the city. When I left the city, the flowers slowly calmed down and the magic beasts began to attack me. Green's complexion turned ugly as he said, it seems that the root of everything that happened in the Carrion Swamp is because of the flowers. The strange thing is, why didn't the people who came out of the Carrion Swamp talk about these things? Green knew that the people who came out of the Carrion Swamp had also talked about these things. However, in the last 1,000 years, no one had dared to go to the Carrion Swamp. Therefore, these things had slowly been forgotten. Things are developing in an unpredictable direction. Bookmark, click, recommend. Xianxia frowned and said, it seems that the Carrion Swamp's problem is very difficult to solve. If we don't have a rank 9 expert, then even if we wanted to go deep into the Carrion Swamp, it would be very difficult. What should we do? Green also frowned and said, things are really difficult. A flower that is equivalent to a rank 9 expert, as well as a lot of guardian beasts and undead creatures. Wanting to solve this problem is really too difficult. Right, Buffy, this time you entered the Carrion Swamp, did you bring any spatial equipment? If you didn't bring any spatial equipment, what would you eat? Buffy said, I didn't bring any spatial equipment. This time, going to the Carrion Swamp is very dangerous. My family won't allow me to bring any spatial equipment. You don't have to worry about eating. Although the plants and animals in the Carrion Swamp are poisonous, as long as you find some that aren't too toxic, you can find a way to detoxify them. After all, there are a lot of magic that can detoxify poisons. Green nodded his head. Buffy's words were correct. He was a level 9 great magician. Although he majored in wind magic, it was impossible for him to not know any other types of magic. For example, among the water magic and light magic, there were many that could be used to detoxify poisons. Generally, a magician would have some detoxification magic in order to deal with unexpected needs. Buffy had arrived at the Carrion Swamp without any spatial equipment. He couldn't go without eating for a long time. Naturally, he could find some plants or animals that were less toxic and eat them to detoxify the poison. This way, he wouldn't starve to death and wouldn't be poisoned. Green didn't entangle himself with this issue. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the Carrion Swamp's problem. Xianxia wasn't worried about eating. With the space, even if Xianxia brought the slaves into the Carrion Swamp, they wouldn't have to worry about eating. The few of them stayed in the villa, frowning as they thought about what Buffy had said. Although Buffy hadn't said much, Xianxia was certain that Flower City was the most important thing. However, the problem was that even though they had found the crux of the problem, there was no way to solve it. After a while, Marine saw that everyone couldn't think of anything, so she stood up and said, well, don't think too much about it. I think we should put this matter aside for now. Buffy, give me some paper and draw out the terrain along the way. Also, draw out the places where you've rested. This way, we'll have a basis when we enter the Carrion Swamp. Xianxia nodded his head and said, yes. In any case, I can't think of anything right now. Let's not think about it. Meg, give Buffy some paper and a pen so that he can draw the route. Marine complied and turned to give Buffy a pen and paper. Green also said, right, let's not think about this for now. I think the young master should have drunk and the others come back and deliver some plants and magic beasts to the young master. As long as the young master's space is upgraded, then everything will be fine. Xianxia also nodded his head and said, good. Let drunk come back first. When they come back, we'll see how much the space can be upgraded. As long as the space can be upgraded, then it will be easy to handle. Green nodded his head and said, yes, In fact, the space doesn't have any offensive capabilities. For example, the capture function and the racket function have a very strong offensive capability. Even a rank 9 expert like Buffy couldn't block them. In addition, the space's ability to release insects and mosquitoes is very strong. However, this time, when we go to the carrion swamp, it's not safe to rely on these abilities. We still have to plan carefully. At this time, Blockhead, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "Grandpa Green, young master, how about we let the eagle virtuous phantasms carry the young master's cane and fly straight into the carrion swamp? This way, we can avoid most of the attacks. As long as we reach the Flower City, we'll be able to know the situation there. If we can't fight them, then we can immediately retreat." Hearing Blockhead's words, Green stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. Green said, "This is a good idea. Young master, what do you think?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "This method is really good. As long as we reach the place that Buffy mentioned, we'll be able to know the situation. Moreover, the space can also establish a fixed transmission point. I didn't build one before because I wanted to see if there were any other places that needed it. If it's really like what Blockhead said, then we can directly go to the Flower City and establish a transmission point there. This way, we can enter and exit at any time." Green stood up and walked 2 laps on the ground before saying, "I think this is a good idea. Let's go there and see the situation. In any case, sooner or later, we'll have to solve the problem there. If we establish a transmission point there, not only will we be able to understand the situation there better, but it will also give us a place to hide." Xianxia nodded. Green's words were correct. Although they had the space to hide, the space wasn't a place where they could stay for a long time. As for Stony Mountain and the Black Waste, as long as a rank 9 expert came, they would have to hide in the space. If one day, their identities were exposed, then the Black Waste and Stony Mountain wouldn't be safe. At that time, they could only hide in the space. However, they couldn't stay in the space for a lifetime. They needed a more concealed and safer place to stay. There was no place safer than the carrion swamp, a place that even rank 9 experts wouldn't dare to enter. Of course, this was their last escape route. If they were forced to hide in the carrion swamp, then they wouldn't be able to stay on the continent. Marine wrinkled her brows and said, "Is this okay? I'm afraid that the young master will be in danger." "Don't forget," Buffy said, "that the flower has the strength of a rank 9 expert. Green, when you faced Buffy, didn't you also have the space to protect you? You were seriously injured." Green nodded and said, "This is a problem. However, the young master can stay in the space and not go out. We can go out and take a look. No matter what, Flower City is the key to solving the carrion swamp. We still have to go and take a look." Xianxia nodded and said, "Grandpa Green is right. Buffy said that when he didn't attack the flowers also didn't attack him. As long as we don't take the initiative to attack the flowers, there shouldn't be any problems." Green nodded and said, "We don't have to worry about this. At worst, the young master can stay in the space and not go out. We'll go and test it out. That flower is fierce, but it's just a flower and a plant. The young master's space is very helpful to plants. If the plant is really smart, then it won't make things difficult for the young master." Xianxia and Marine listened to Green and chuckled. Green looked at them and frowned. "Don't laugh. I heard that if the plant has a spirit, then it's often more sensitive. Maybe there really is a better solution to this matter." Xianxia smiled and said, "No, I don't think that what Grandpa Green said is wrong. I also feel that when I'm with the plants, I feel more comfortable. Sometimes, it's as if I can feel their happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. I'm just thinking that the matter hasn't even come to a conclusion yet, and we're already thinking about it." Haha. Hearing Xiaohai's words, several people laughed. The matter hadn't come to a conclusion yet, but they were already thinking about it. Wasn't this too ridiculous? At this time, Meg came back. She had already given the paper to Buffy and let him draw the picture. Seeing everyone's smiling faces and the relaxed atmosphere, she was puzzled and asked, "Grandpa, young master, what's wrong? Why is everyone so happy?" Marine smiled and called her over. She told Marine what they had just said. Hearing Marine's words, Meg also laughed. However, she said, I think that Grandpa's thinking is right. This time, as long as the young master comes forward, he will certainly be able to handle it. We should think about what to do after the carrion swamp is dealt with. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, You really have too much confidence in me. If the carrion swamp was so easy to deal with, it would have been dealt with a long time ago. It wouldn't be one of the continent's 5 most dangerous places. Green didn't care and only said, Since we've already thought of a way, we'll have to try it. Young master, I don't think so. We'll let the eagle virtuous phantasm take the ghost staff to the carrion swamp. However, we won't set up a fixed transmission point there. Let's look at the situation first. Otherwise, the transmission point would be wasted. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Good, then let's go and take a look first. How about this? I think we should wait for a while. I'll call Drunk and the others back and let them guard the Black Waste and Stony Mountain. In any case, we don't need them to explore the way. If they are in these 2 places, in case something happens, we can immediately transfer them over to help. We don't need to wait for them to come out of the swamp like now. Green shook his head and said, That's not necessary. I think we should prepare for a few days. You can let Drunk and the others wait at the place where they are now. When the time comes, let the eagle virtuous phantasm take the ghost staff and let them directly enter the space. Wouldn't it be faster than letting them come out of the swamp? Zhao Hai patted his head. He had forgotten about this matter. As long as the eagle virtuous phantasm took the ghost staff to the carrion swamp, they would be able to quickly find Drunk and the others. Why would they need to let Drunk and the others come out of the swamp? In the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others were fully prepared to go to the carrion swamp. No matter what, since they already knew the crux of the problem in the carrion swamp, they had to try. Otherwise, the Black Waste would never be peaceful. Right now, they were mainly waiting for Buffy to draw a map. Although they wanted to use the eagle virtuous phantasm to enter the carrion swamp, they still needed a map. Buffy couldn't find Flower City in one day. He just didn't encounter any danger in other places. If he went directly to Flower City, then he would have been kicked out and would have to stay in the carrion swamp for more than a month. Sorry, I haven't been able to update the 6 o'clock chapter because of something else. Please rest assured, I'll update 3 times a day. As long as there aren't any special circumstances, I can guarantee that I'll receive your favorites, clicks, and recommendations. These days, Zhao Hai and Laura's transactions hadn't been interrupted. Now, the land in the space had increased by 10 mu. However, these 10 mu had been used by Zhao Hai to grow magic vegetables, so he didn't have any free time. These magic vegetables were evaluated to be around level 15, so they took a long time to mature. The first time they matured, it would take about a day. Moreover, they were all 3-season crops, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry too much about them. Although these 5 things were magic plants, Zhao Hai thought that they were similar to the ones on Earth. The potato cubes looked like potatoes, the sweet peppers looked like green peppers, the red peppers looked like carrots, the green fruits looked like tomatoes, and the green lettuce looked like lettuce. Although they looked similar, the taste was much better than the vegetables on Earth that Zhao Hai had eaten. As for the magic elements, Zhao Hai simply couldn't feel them. At the ranch, Zhao Hai wasn't idle. He had used the extra 100 empty spaces to raise the eagle virtuous phantasms. These things were now almost comparable to the Air Force. Zhao Hai believed that they would be upgraded. When that time came, they might be able to carry people and form their own Air Force. After killing Buffy for 5 days, Buffy had finally finished drawing the map. Although it was only a simple map, it was very useful for Zhao Hai. Buffy had been to a lot of places, but he didn't fly in a straight line to Flower City. Instead, he circled around the carrion swamp for a long time before arriving at Flower City. Zhao Hai also asked Buffy if he was doing this on purpose. However, Buffy's answer surprised Zhao Hai. Buffy didn't do it on purpose. He just wanted to go through the carrion swamp and see what was on the other side of the swamp. However, when he entered the swamp, he felt that he was surrounded by a colorful fog. He simply couldn't tell the direction. Although he felt that he was flying in a straight line, in the end, he was still circling around. Even when Buffy came out, it wasn't smooth sailing. He had to take many detours along the way before finally coming out from the inside. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of Drunk. Although Drunk hadn't gone too far into the carrion swamp, he was afraid that they weren't walking in a straight line. It seemed that the carrion swamp really wasn't a simple place. After getting the map that Buffy had drawn, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go. Instead, he had Green go to Casa City and buy a piece of high-quality magic beast skin. This piece of magic beast skin was processed and looked like it was made of cowhide. It was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After simply tidying it up, they carefully drew the map that Buffy had drawn on the cowhide, only enlarging it a bit. In the agreement between the Oxu Empire and the Buddha clan, the Carrion Swamp was the Buddha clan's territory. If the Carrion Swamp was included, then the Buddha clan's territory would completely surpass the Oxu Empire's. However, everyone on the continent knew that giving the Buddha clan a large territory was useless. The Carrion Swamp was the same as not having it. Who would dare to go in? As for the Black Waste, it was better to give the Buddha clan a piece of desert. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. If they could really solve the problem of the Carrion Swamp, then not only would they have no worries, but they would also be able to safely transform the Black Waste. After solving the problem of the Carrion Swamp, there wouldn't be any more magic beasts or undead coming to the Black Waste to cause trouble. Moreover, Zhao Hai could also use a large number of magic beasts and undead to seal off the periphery of the Black Waste. This way, ordinary people wouldn't dare to come in. Even if they caused a ruckus inside, no one would know. This was the result that Zhao Hai wanted. He wanted to turn the Black Waste and the Carrion Swamp into an independent kingdom. One day, when they had enough strength, even if those people knew about their situation, they wouldn't dare to do anything to them. It was because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to use the cowhide to make a bigger map. No matter what, he needed to have a good understanding of his territory. Zhao Hai and Green spent a few days to make the map. Then they prepared to go to the Carrion Swamp. At this time, they already had more than 1,000 adult eagle virtuous phantasms. Such a number wasn't small. Although the eagle virtuous phantasms couldn't be ridden, they still listened to Zhao Hai's command. As long as Zhao Hai commanded them, the eagle virtuous phantasms would be very strong. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare for going to the Carrion Swamp. They only had so many people, and it was impossible for Zhao Hai to bring the slaves. They didn't have to worry about food and water, and they also didn't have to worry about poisons, so there was nothing to worry about. The preparation that Zhao Hai talked about was actually the transaction with Laura. Although they had the space, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the transaction with Laura. But this time, they still had to make some arrangements. If something really happened in the Carrion Swamp and they couldn't get away, the transaction would be troublesome. Now they had a lot of business with Laura. Corn, bamboo rice, radishes, fruit oil, as well as blue-eyed rabbits. All these things added up were enough to keep Zhao Hai busy. Fortunately, everything in the space could be done with just a thought. But handing these things over to Laura was still a problem. In the end, Zhao Hai had to use the method that he used to trade with the Purcell clan. When it was time for the transaction, he would put the things at the foot of the mountain and let Laura take them. Now, Stony Mountain was very quiet. The Purcell clan had transferred the slaves back to the Ica Plains. There, they would level the land and plant some crops. Although the grain couldn't be harvested, some vegetables could still be grown. No matter what, it couldn't be left uncultivated. The Purcell Duchy had already restored its tranquility. In fact, although the grain disaster was serious, the one who suffered the most was the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan had a deep heritage, so this time's loss wasn't much. This time, the Purcell clan's matter wasn't so much a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Of course, this man-made disaster didn't refer to Zhao Hai's insects, but to those big merchants. If it weren't for those big merchants disrupting the market, the Purcell Duchy would have been able to easily survive this grain disaster. There wouldn't have been any food fluctuations, and there wouldn't have been any rumors. The Purcell Duchy would have only lost some money. They would have been so busy that they wouldn't have the mood to find trouble with the Buddha clan. However, this time's matter wasn't without any benefits. For the Purcell clan, Evan's ascension was a good thing. For Zhao Hai, it was also a good thing. Those big merchants didn't play a glorious role in this incident, which made the Purcell clan more vigilant against them. For things like grain, which was both a livelihood material and a strategic material, they paid more attention to it. In the future, it would be impossible for people to deal with the Purcell clan in this aspect. The Purcell duchy was peaceful. For Zhao Hai, there were both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could do business in peace. The disadvantage was that once the Purcell clan settled down, they might come to the Black Wasteland to investigate the situation. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about this situation. If someone really came to the Black Wasteland, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hide from the undead. When the time comes, he could prepare in advance. This time, Zhao Hai didn't tell Laura that he was going on a long journey. In fact, this time, he couldn't really be considered as going out. Most of the time, he would still be at Fort Iron Mountain and Stony Mountain. He would just let the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm carry his staff and fly in the sky. Only when he arrived at his destination would he go out. Midway, when the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm stopped to rest, he would go out to see if there were any special plants. The rest of the time, Zhao Hai didn't want to stay in the Carrion Swamp. Finally, 10 days after Zhao Hai had killed Buffy, everything was ready. Zhao Hai released 5 Eagle Virtuous Phantasms and flew straight to the Carrion Swamp. He didn't think that when the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms entered the Carrion Swamp, a prompt would come from the space. Biochemical beast has been exposed to toxic substances. Gene mutation. Absorb toxicity. Strengthen gene. Attack contains toxicity. This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. Green was puzzled as he turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, when the space strengthened the virtuous phantasms, didn't it make their attacks poisonous like the undead?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. It didn't. It seems that the space didn't strengthen the undead. We really need to pay attention to this issue in the future. Green nodded and said, "Yes. If the space's magic beasts can be like the undead and level up, then their fighting strength will continue to increase. When the time comes, we will be able to relax." Zhao smiled. But right now, the magic of the space has exceeded my imagination. Who knows what will happen in the future? Anyway, the level of the ranch is still too low. Maybe when the ranch levels up, there will be more surprises. Zhao smiled and said, "But right now, the magic of the space is beyond my imagination." Green nodded and said with a happy face, "Yes, the farm has already given us a lot of surprises. I really want to see what kind of surprises the ranch will give us." Zhao Hai was also looking forward to it. Although he already had a good understanding of the farm and ranch game, Zhao Hai didn't know much about the current mutated farm. He could only look at the introduction of the space after it leveled up. However, the introduction wasn't very comprehensive. From the very beginning, Zhao Hai didn't know that the space could improve crops. Zhao Hai and Green were now staring at the space's screen. They hadn't really entered the Carrion Swamp, so they wanted to see what it was like. Zhao Hai was surprised. They thought that the visibility in the Carrion Swamp would be very low. They didn't expect that once they entered the swamp, the visibility wouldn't be too low. It was comparable to the fog outside. The visibility was at least 200 meters. Although it couldn't be compared to a sunny day, it was still much better than what Zhao Hai had imagined. Zhao Hai and Green were paying attention to the situation on the screen. Although the screen could only see 200 meters, for them, it was already very good. They really didn't think that the swamp would be like this, which also had a big impact on the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms. However, Zhao Hai didn't go out to pick the plants he saw. He believed that Drunk had already prepared these plants, so he didn't need to personally go out to pick them. Instead of going out to pick them now, it would be better to wait until they meet up with Drunk and receive them into the space. As the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms flew, Zhao Hai and the others didn't all stay there to watch. Zhao Hai only left one person to watch while the others did what they were supposed to do. The speed of the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms wasn't slow at all. However, in the Carrion Swamp, there was a 7-colored poisonous fog everywhere. Even if they wanted to be fast, it would be impossible to get there quickly. Because it wasn't time to trade with Laura, Zhao Hai and Green didn't go outside. When there was nothing to do, they would leave one person in front of the screen to watch while they went back to their rooms to rest. On this day, the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms didn't encounter Drunk, which made Zhao Hai feel very strange. Drunk had only entered about 2,000 li into the swamp, less than 3,000 li into the swamp. Normally, the eagle virtuous phantasm should have entered about 2,000 li into the swamp, less than 3,000 li into the swamp. At such a distance, they should have met Drunk, but they didn't, which was really strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. At night, the eagle virtuous phantasms rested on a small island while Zhao Hai and the others rested in the space. The next morning, the eagle virtuous phantasms didn't fly in a straight line like Zhao Hai had originally planned. Instead, they flew horizontally. Zhao Hai was afraid of missing Drunk, so he wanted to look around to see if he could find them. But to Zhao Hai's surprise, he couldn't find Drunk and the others. The eagle virtuous phantasm flew for more than 3 hours but still couldn't find Drunk and the others. Zhao Hai and Green felt that something was wrong and immediately ordered the eagle virtuous phantasm to fly back. Along the way, they still couldn't find Drunk and the others. Although Zhao Hai and Green felt very strange, they also knew that it might be because they hadn't arrived yet. After all, the visibility in the swamp was too low, and it wasn't as big as the space screen, so they could only wait slowly. At night, Merlin came in from outside the space. During the day, she was in Iron Mountain Castle looking after the slaves. Only when she was cooking would she prepare some food for Zhao Hai and Green. The rest of the time, she was busy outside the space. Zhao Hai didn't want her to be so busy, but Merlin felt that she wasn't used to it. She had been accustomed to this kind of busy life. If you let her not be so busy, she was still not used to it. As soon as Merlin entered the space, she felt strange. Zhao Hai and Green were frowning as they sat inside the space. The screen was showing the situation of a small island in the swamp, and there was nothing special about it. Merlin was puzzled and asked, "Master, what's wrong? What happened?" At this time, Meg and the others also came in from outside. When they heard Merlin's question, they all gathered around and looked at Zhao Hai and Green, puzzled. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing. It's just that today, we haven't found Drunk and the others, so we're a bit anxious. Drunk said that the people on the island didn't move, but we haven't found them today. It's really strange." Merlin thought for a moment and smiled. "Master, you won't be able to find them like this. Did you forget that when you first asked Drunk to monitor Buffy, Buffy didn't look for them like this? Buffy only thought that it was his own idea, so he flew straight ahead. He didn't think about going around in circles to find them. I think we don't need to worry about it. We can just let the eagle virtuous phantasm fly straight ahead. I think we'll be able to meet Drunk and the others." When he heard Merlin's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slap his big foot and say, "Hey, it's really like this." When Buffy entered the swamp, no one told him to look for Drunk and the others. Naturally, he flew straight ahead. I think it's really like what Grandma Merlin said. If he flew straight ahead, he might have met Drunk and the others. Green smiled and said, "The two of us have been thinking about it for a long time, but it's not as clear as this old woman's thinking. Let's do as she said. Tomorrow, let the eagle virtuous phantasm fly straight outside. We'll just watch." The next day, Zhao Hai really did let the eagle virtuous phantasm fly straight ahead. However, they still couldn't find Drunk and the others. At night, they rested in Drunk's camp. This was because they couldn't see Drunk and the others, while Drunk and the others could see the eagle virtuous phantasm. Drunk and the others were undead. Although they were now zombies and looked similar to humans, when they saw things, they still relied on their own senses and not their own eyes. Therefore, the 7-colored poisonous fog didn't have any effect on them and they could sense things from far away. However, the eagle virtuous phantasm was different. They still relied on their eyes to see things. Although their eagle's eyes were fierce, in this place, it wasn't easy to see things. Drunk and the others were afraid that they would miss Zhao Hai and the others, so they lined up the undead and guarded Zhao Hai. As long as they found 5 eagles flying by, they would immediately inform Zhao Hai. This way, they wouldn't let Zhao Hai miss them. This time, Drunk and the others really harvested a lot of things. Many of these things were unique to the swamp and were completely different from the ones that Zhao Hai had seen before. As a result, when Drunk and the others brought these plants to the space actually rose to level 15. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. Once they reached level 15, they would be able to cultivate another 20 mu of land. Unfortunately, these plants were too poisonous and didn't have any attack power. They were just ordinary poisonous plants. Although they could raise the space by 4 levels, they couldn't increase the space's attack power. Zhao Hai wasn't short on money, so naturally, he opened up the 20 mu of land. And these 20 mu of land, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and planted the seeds rewarded by the space. From level 10 to 15, the space rewarded a total of 4 kinds of seeds. One was soybeans, one was loofah, one was bamboo shoots, and the last one was grapes. Before level 10, the space rewarded a maximum of 2 mu of seeds. After level 10, the space rewarded a maximum of 5 mu of seeds. This could also be considered as an upgrade. Zhao Hai also saw 2 different kinds of crops in the space's shop. These 2 crops were similar to the magic peach and had special abilities. They were the plantain fan and the immortal gourd. The plantain fan was based on the plantain fan in Journey to the West. It was a wind element magic crop and could produce strong winds. It had a 10% chance of blowing the target 10,000 li away. But in the space, it was considered a level 15 special crop. It needed to meet special requirements before it could be planted. Moreover, it was also considered a magic crop by the space. It could only be planted after reaching level 20. The immortal gourd was similar. However, the immortal gourd's main function was to brew wine. The immortal gourd had an infinite space inside it. It could absorb all the crops that could be used to brew wine and then automatically brew wine. It was very convenient. However, there was one thing that was special about the gourds. They could only be planted after reaching level 20. Moreover, the first gourds that were planted could absorb a lot of materials for brewing wine, but they could only produce 10 pounds of wine every 7 days. Moreover, each pound of wine required at least 100 pounds of grain. If they used fruits, they would need at least 50 pounds of fruit. However, this wine was also very good. Not only was it good for healing injuries, it could also restore one's battle chi or mana. This was very important for warriors and mages. Zhao Hai also knew that the magic peach was the only special item that the space would reward before reaching level 10. Because of this, it could be planted in the space. After reaching level 10, there would be certain restrictions. For example, the plantain fan and the immortal gourd were special items. Not only did they not reward seeds before level 20, they could only be planted after reaching level 20. This in itself was a restriction. Zhao Hai didn't really care about the plantain fan. The plantain fan wasn't very useful. It couldn't deal too much damage to the enemy. As long as the enemy had a certain amount of defense, the plantain fan wouldn't deal too much damage. It could only blow the enemy to a place where they couldn't see. On the other hand, although the immortal gourd's function was very obvious, its output was very low. It could only produce 10 gene every 7 days, which was too little. Moreover, these 2 things could only be planted after reaching level 20. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to buy them. As for the poisonous plants that Drunk and the others found, they weren't completely useless. After being improved by the space, not only could they be eaten, they could also be used to produce detoxification potions. However, if they wanted to produce detoxification potions, then they would have to wait until the space reached level 30 and opened a processing factory. Zhao Hai and Green didn't have the time to care about these things. After sending Drunk and the others to the space and having them guard Fort Iron Mountain, they had the eagle virtuous phantasms fly towards the carrion swamp. Bookmark, click, recommend, don't miss a single one. I beg of you, everyone. Zhao Hai and the others were exploring the swamp. Casa City was no longer peaceful. It wasn't that something had happened to the Purcell clan, but rather, something had happened to Laura. Laura's business was now much bigger than before. The Magic Lily store accounted for more than 50% of the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market. Such a number was really amazing. Although the Purcell Duchy wasn't very big, the daily necessities market was still a big piece of fat meat. Now, the fattest piece of this fat meat had already been eaten. How much money could this person make every day? It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that they were making a lot of money every day. If a piece of fat was placed there, anyone would want to take a bite. However, this piece of fat had bones inside it, so not everyone could bite it. But even if outsiders couldn't bite it, it didn't mean that one's own family couldn't. This time, Laura's idea was not just anyone, but the people of the Marquis Del clan. Although Laura's father was the second successor, the clan's old patriarch was still alive. He was Laura's grandfather, Karen's father, Sovan. The patriarch who ruled the Marquis Del clan's huge business empire wasn't a good person. He was a pure businessman. In his eyes, anyone and anything was a business, a commodity. As long as the price was enough, he would sell it. And this great patriarch of the Marquis Del clan had a business sense that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. His methods were cold to the extreme. Since he took over the Marquis Del clan, the Marquis Del clan's business was much bigger than before. Although the Marquis Del clan's business was very big, Laura was able to monopolize almost half of the duchy's daily necessities market. This kind of thing had never happened before. It could be said that Laura's current income was very high among the several heirs of the Marquis Del clan. This kind of situation couldn't be ignored by the patriarch. To be honest, the patriarch really didn't like his second son. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Karen didn't like doing business. In the eyes of this great patriarch, you were born in a family like Marquis Del. If you don't learn how to do business, then what do you want to do? If Karen only wanted to learn magic, then he could learn it well. But that wasn't the case. He didn't want to study magic, but magic arrays. If Karen liked magic, then it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he didn't like doing business, he could still become a powerful magician. For the Marquis Del clan, it would be a great help. However, he only liked to study magic arrays. His strength wasn't very strong. At most, he was only at the level of a 7th-rank magician. A level 7 magician was already an amazing existence for an average family, but for a large family like the Marquis Del clan, a level 7 magician was not enough. It was precisely because he didn't value Karen and Karen didn't like doing business that he lost the possibility of inheriting the position of patriarch even though he was the second successor. Because of this, he was sent to a small place in the north like the Purcell Duchy. The Purcell Duchy's geographical location in the Oxu Empire wasn't very good. It was in the north and bordered by the Beastmen. Although the Beastmen didn't cause any trouble now, there was no guarantee that there would be a disaster in the future. The Beastmen themselves didn't have much money, and the Purcell Duchy's business wasn't very developed. Compared to the entire Oxu Empire, the Purcell Duchy was just a small and remote place. But in a remote place, people also needed daily necessities. Laura was doing a great job. The Taoyuan products were now not only sold in the Purcell Duchy, but also sold throughout the Oxu Empire. Of course, Laura didn't cooperate with others. All of the business was done by herself, especially the Taoyuan products. For any daily necessities store, they were living signboards. How could Laura be willing to give them to others? She also had an agreement with Zhao Hai. If she let others sell the Taoyuan products, she would have to inform Zhao Hai in advance. It was precisely because the Taoyuan products were so popular that it naturally attracted people's greed. Not to mention others, even the Marquis Del clan's successors wanted to compete. The Marquis Del clan didn't attach much importance to the successors' other aspects, but the successors' ability to do business was very important. This was also an important criterion for the Marquis Del clan's successor selection. For the patriarch's position, in addition to Karen, the 7 successors of the Marquis Del clan's province had been fighting for it. It was normal for them to trip each other up and play tricks. As for Karen's father, it was impossible for him to not understand this situation. Although the great patriarch wasn't young anymore, he didn't want to give up his authority. Although he had his successors run their businesses separately, the actions of the successors couldn't be hidden from him. Karen and the others were an exception. When Karen and Laura arrived in the Purcell Duchy, the Marquis Del clan simply didn't have any influence here. It could be said that everything in the Purcell Duchy was created by Laura's hand and foot. Although they carried the name of the Marquis Del clan, they didn't borrow any strength from them. It was precisely because of this that the Marquis Del clan's influence on Karen was the smallest. Laura didn't have to worry about the Marquis Del clan's actions. This time, they had helped the Purcell Duchy a great deal. The Purcell Duchy owed them a great favor, and Evan was a grateful person. Therefore, Laura wouldn't have any problems in the Purcell Duchy. In addition, Laura also knew a black magician with unfathomable strength who controlled the Taoyuan products. This made many people very afraid. However, benefits were the most attractive thing. For benefits, people could do anything. Just like Zhao Hai on Earth, there were people who dared to do anything for benefits. That was because the laws on Earth were relatively complete. But in the Ark continent, there weren't such complete laws. For benefits, people naturally dared to do anything. Other people were afraid of the Marquis Del clan, so they didn't dare to make a move. However, the people of the Marquis Del clan naturally wouldn't be polite. This time, the person who came to look for Laura wasn't someone sent by the Marquis Del clan's patriarch. To be honest, although Laura had caused such a big scene, the patriarch didn't put her in his eyes. However, the heirs were different. They were now competing for the position of patriarch. If they could obtain the Taoyuan products, it would be a great help to them. The person who came to look for Laura wasn't Karen's elder brother, the first successor of the Marquis Del clan, Xianxia. Instead, it was the fifth successor of the Marquis Del clan, Carlo. Of course, Carlo didn't come in person. Instead, he sent one of his subordinates, Elodia. Elodia was one of the servants who had followed Carlo since he was a child. Later, when Carlo grew up and had his own influence, Elodia was very capable. Therefore, Carlo promoted him to the position of a general manager. Of course, he wasn't the general manager. He was just a subordinate of the general manager who was in charge of a lot of things. Although the Marquis Del clan had a total of 8 heirs, only 3 of them had the strength to compete for the position of patriarch. One was Karen's elder brother, the first successor of the Marquis Del clan, Xianxia. The other was Carlo. The last one was the 8th successor, Jamie. Among them, Jamie had the most limelight. This was because Jamie was the favorite of the Marquis Del clan's patriarch, Sauce. However, the one who was most supported by the people below was Xianxia. This was because Xianxia was the first successor. Moreover, he was very good at doing business. In addition, he was the oldest and had been in the clan for the longest time. Carlo was the weakest of the 3. He didn't get the favor of the patriarch and didn't have the same influence as Xianxia. However, he was the one who knew how to conduct himself the best among the brothers. He was smooth and slick in dealing with people. He had maintained good relations with the aristocrats and also had the support of the clan's servants. Compared to Karen's position in the Marquis Del clan, Carlo's position was naturally much higher. This time, Carlo sent Elodia to see Karen, which was already giving him a lot of face. Before Elodia arrived in Casa City, Laura already knew about this matter. She found Quinn John and Karen in her study and said, "Grandpa Quinn John, father, this time Elodia came. I'm afraid it won't be a good thing. What do you think?" Karen thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" "If he comes, then he comes. What can he do to us?" Laura looked at Karen and was speechless for a while. Then she turned to look at Quinn John. Quinn John looked at Laura and calmly said, "When Laura met with an accident, someone from the family wanted to reach out to us. Moreover, Laura's route was leaked by someone from the family. At first, we sent people to investigate, but the target was Sir Xianxia. But now that I think about it, it's unlikely that Sir Xianxia would do such a thing. At that time, we didn't have the scale we have now, so we couldn't arouse his interest. It's possible that someone else was behind this to frame Sir Xianxia. Only Carlo or Jamie would think of such a method to deal with Sir Xianxia. Now that I think about it, it's unlikely that Sir Xianxia would do such a thing. At that time, we didn't have the scale we have now." Laura nodded and said, "Of course, I also know that this isn't a good thing. But I'm not sure why they came. Is it for our industry or for the Taoyuan products?" Quinn John looked at Laura and said, "I'm afraid it's unlikely for them to come for our industry. The industry here was earned by us, so they wouldn't dare to rob it. Otherwise, they would lose the qualifications to compete for the patriarch's position. I think Dodo came for the Taoyuan products. Now that the 3 groups are fiercely fighting, Carlo is obviously at a disadvantage. He should want to use the Taoyuan products to expand his own power. Bookmark, click, recommend, don't miss a single one, please." Laura knit her brows and said, "I already thought that this would happen, but I didn't think that they would come this quickly. We just got a little bit better here and they already came." I think it would be better to tell Mr. about this situation. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right. Quinjon nodded and said, this situation should be reported to Mr. But I think it's better to wait and see what Elodius says and does before telling Mr. After all, we can't bother Mr. with everything. Laura nodded, then sighed. It's only been 2 days, and now there's something happening again. The people at home are also like this. We haven't expanded our business. Aside from the Purcell Duchy, we've only opened 1 or 2 stores in the big cities. Their businesses won't have any impact, but I didn't think that they would still think about us. Laura sighed and said, that's right. Kuan sighed, who made the Taoyuan products so attractive? Although the Taoyuan products are limited in quantity, they are still very popular. These people are very clear about what the existence of such a product means for a store. Therefore, they all rushed over. Zhao Hai sighed and said, the Taoyuan products are very attractive. Although the Taoyuan products are limited in quantity, they are still very popular. These people are very clear about what the existence of such a product means for a store. Laura coldly snorted and said, now that they think of us, what are they doing? Moreover, Haven's products aren't something that we can control. Even if we want to, we still need to go through Mr. I want to see what these fellows want to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, ha ha ha. Karen had been listening to the conversation between the two of them. He wasn't interested in these things, but he still loved Laura. When he heard Quinjon say that the people who came this time might be for Laura's business, Karen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Karen was a good person, but if someone wanted to touch his daughter, how could he endure it? Although he didn't care about anything, he also knew that everything in the Purcell Duchy was built by Laura bit by bit. It was Laura's blood, sweat, and tears. Touching these things was tantamount to touching Laura. How could Karen let such a situation happen? Karen calmly said, Laura, if there's really something, don't forget to tell me. Although I don't understand business matters, after so many years, I've made some mage friends who might be able to help a little. Laura nodded and said, don't worry. Karen's words were somewhat out of Laura's expectations. Karen generally didn't care about these things. Laura wasn't used to it, but she still said, Dad, you don't have to worry about my matters. If there's anything, I'll tell you. Karen nodded. Karen was a bit surprised. Karen nodded, stood up, and turned to leave. Laura didn't stop him. Laura didn't think that Karen would help her. Although Karen had known some magicians over the years, he also knew a lot of alchemists and alchemists. In the eyes of the average person, alchemists were a group of madmen. They also studied some messy things, and because of that, their lives were very difficult. They needed Karen to help them from time to time. Although this was a network, it was useless. The Empire didn't pay much attention to these people. Only people like Karen would associate with these madmen. In the eyes of others, Karen was also a madman. Laura looked at Karen's back and sighed. Grandpa Quinjon, my father seems a bit strange today. Quinjon smiled. Quinjon smiled and said, it's all right, he's just a little sad. He feels that he can't help you. No father would want to see his children being put in a difficult position. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Elodia. If he really wants Taoyuan products, what should we do? Laura coldly snorted. I won't give it to him. Do you think I'll give it to him just because he wants it? Humph, our industry in the Purcell Duchy was built by us. We don't need to be afraid of them. Kuenjin smiled and said, I'm not afraid of them. They can't take away Taoyuan's products. It's just that you know how those people at home are. If we don't agree, I'm afraid they will use some tricks. We should prepare in advance. Laura nodded, her eyes flashed with a cold light as she said, if they don't do those little tricks, then that's fine. But if they do, then I'll teach them a lesson. Let's see if they still dare to act recklessly. Quinjon smiled faintly. You should do so. This way, those people in the family will know our current strength. Later, when the young lady talks about conditions with the family, she will have more confidence. Laura nodded. She was aware of her own situation. She was already 18 years old. In other families, girls of her age would have already been married. She was the only one who had been delayed until now. This was also because she didn't have a mother. If her mother was still alive, she would have already arranged a marriage for her. However, Laura felt that this was very good. To be honest, because of business reasons, she had a lot of contact with the heirs of aristocratic families. But none of them were able to enter her eyes. Those heirs of noble families were either as arrogant as fighting cocks, as hypocritical as foxes, as gloomy as poisonous snakes, or as playboys. She didn't like them at all. It was precisely because of this that Laura was desperately learning how to do business. This way, the family wouldn't use her for marriage. For a large family like the Marquis del clan, if she were to marry, then her partner would certainly be a great aristocrat. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be worthy of him. Laura's current control over her own business was very strong. Although her business was now big, she didn't relax. She was very clear that her own business was her own capital to negotiate with the family. However, in order to deal with Elodia's arrival, Laura still gave the stewards of her shop a warning in advance, so that they would be honest. 3 days after Laura and the others finished their discussion, Elodia arrived at Casa City. When Elodia arrived at Casa City, he naturally went to report to Laura. Laura's house in Casa City wasn't small, and it was also quite a distance away from their shop. The house they were currently living in was in the wealthy district of Casa City. Those who lived here were either rich or noble, so it was impossible for them to live here if they didn't have a certain status. Although Carlo's status in the Marquis del clan was very high, Elodia's status as a steward naturally wouldn't be too low. However, Laura didn't go to greet him. In any case, Elodia was only a servant of the Marquis del clan. There was no reason for the master to greet the servant. Before, Laura had some contact with Elodia. She still remembered that Elodia was thin and tall. He was usually very cautious and had always been very low-key. Laura, Quinn-John, and Karen were all sitting in the living room. A servant led Elodia into the living room. Elodia was the same as Laura remembered. He was thin and tall and looked to be around 60 years old. His face was weathered, but his attitude was very respectful. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately saluted Karen and said, "Little Elodia greets the second young master, Miss Laura, and Steward Quinn-John." The several heirs of the Marquis del clan could only be called young. "Master. Who lets her sauce still be alive?" Elodia was also an elder of the Marquis del clan, so he naturally knew how to address them. Karen looked at Elodia and nodded. "You don't have to be so polite. How is fifth brother recently? I haven't seen him for a long time." Elodia quickly said, "Fifth young master is fine. He's just too busy and couldn't come to see second young master." Fifth young master also let this little one apologize to second young master. Karen nodded and said, "Fifth brother is too polite. He still remembers that I have such a disappointing elder brother. I'm already very happy. You know that I'm not in charge of anything. If there's anything you want to say, just tell it to Laura." Then he stood up and walked away. Elodia obviously understood Karen very well, so he wasn't surprised. He just bowed to Karen and said, "I'll send second young master off." Karen nodded and left the living room. As soon as Karen left the living room, Laura smiled at Elodia and said, "Steward Elodia, please sit down. Don't just stand there. You've worked hard on the road." Elodia gently sat in a chair and said to Laura, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Laura. This little one's life is cheap. Rushing such a short distance isn't hard at all." Laura nodded and said to Elodia, "Is fifth uncle's business doing well?" "I think it shouldn't be bad. With fifth uncle's ability, doing business is just a piece of cake." Elodia smiled and said, "The young master's business is doing well. It's just that he's been very busy recently. Otherwise, he would have personally come this time." This little one also brought gifts for the second young master and Miss Laura. "They're all in the carriage." Laura nodded. "Fifth uncle is too polite. Grandpa Quinn-John, have someone move the gifts to the storehouse. Also, have Steward Elodia prepare a place to stay. This time, it's not easy for him to come to the Purcell Duchy. How can we let him stay for 2 more days?" Elodia saluted Laura and said, "This little one thanks Miss Laura." Laura nodded and said, "You've worked hard on the road. Go and rest for 2 days. If there's anything you want to say, say it after 2 days." If it's urgent, you can say it now. Alodia quickly stood up and said, "This little one has nothing urgent to say. I'll take my leave first." Then he saluted Laura and walked out. Laura didn't think that Alodia would actually withdraw like this. Now she couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Alodia was selling in his gourd. Before long, Quinn-John returned. Laura looked at Quinn-John and said, "Grandpa Quinn-John, how was it?" Quinn-John nodded. "It seems that they were prepared this time. In addition to the gifts they gave us, there were also 2 carriages full of gifts. It seems that they were given to someone, but I don't know who they were given to." Laura frowned and said, "We'll know soon. They will certainly make a move in the next 2 days. Bookmark, click, recommend. If you have money, then support the money. If you don't have money, then support the person." Alodia didn't disappoint Laura and the others. After arriving at Casa City, he really did make a move. Of course, his actions couldn't be hidden from Laura, and it was obvious that he didn't want to hide it from her. However, Alodia's first stop made Laura somewhat surprised. His first stop wasn't any other place, but the Grand Duke's mansion. Laura didn't think that Alodia's first stop would be the Grand Duke's mansion. This was somewhat beyond her expectations, but after thinking about it, it was also reasonable. No matter what, Alodia was now representing Carlo. Carlo was also one of the Marquis del clan's successors, and had more hope than Karen to become the clan's head. Alodia was representing him, so naturally, he would pay a visit to Grand Duke Evan. However, Laura was also careful. She thought that Alodia's visit to Grand Duke Evan wasn't that simple. Now that everyone on the continent knew that she had helped the Purcell clan, she had also helped Grand Duke Evan. It could be said that Grand Duke Evan was her backer. If they wanted to move against her, they would first have to deal with her backer. This time, Alodia obviously came for the Taoyuan products. The Taoyuan products were the most important thing in Laura's hands, so it was impossible for her to let them go. If they wanted to get the Taoyuan products, then they would have to use some means. However, in the Purcell Duchy, if they wanted to use any means against Laura, then they would have to first deal with Grand Duke Evan. Even if they couldn't get Grand Duke Evan to help them deal with Laura, they couldn't let Grand Duke Evan protect her. When Laura saw Alodia go to the Grand Duke's mansion, she naturally immediately thought of this point. However, she had no way to stop it. After all, Alodia was officially going to pay a visit to Grand Duke Evan. How could she stop it? This was an open conspiracy of Alodia's. Even if Laura knew about it, she couldn't do anything about it. However, Laura didn't think about stopping it. She just wanted to see how far Alodia could go. If Alodia could really persuade Grand Duke Evan, then Laura would really be disappointed. However, Laura wasn't worried. Even if Alodia persuaded Grand Duke Evan wouldn't protect her. She still had Zhao Hai. If Laura's trust in Grand Duke Evan was 10, then her trust in Zhao Hai was 100. Although Laura didn't stop Alodia from going to see Grand Duke Evan, her surveillance of Alodia was even stricter. Alodia daring to act so boldly must have gotten Carlo's approval. However, this was the Purcell Duchy, Laura's domain. Laura wasn't afraid that Alodia would overturn the sky. Grand Duke Evan didn't disappoint Laura. After Alodia went to see him, he sent someone to warn Laura. He said that Alodia seemed to have the intention to deal with her. This time, they went to his city to sound out his intentions. He had already told Alodia that if Alodia dared to move against Laura, then it would be the same as moving against him. This was a very serious matter. Although the Marquis del clan was very powerful, the Purcell clan wasn't weak either. The Marquis del clan was only a merchant clan, while the Purcell clan had their own duchy. Evan had told Alodia that if they dared to move against Laura, then it would be the same as moving against him. For a Grand Duke, this wasn't something that could be easily said. Moreover, once it was said, there was no way to change it. A Grand Duke must have his own dignity. If he changed his orders, then how could he rule a duchy? Laura didn't think that Grand Duke Evan would actually give her face. With Grand Duke Evan's words, she believed that even if Carlo wanted to move against her, they would have to think about it carefully. However, Laura didn't think that Alodia would give up. Since he had hit a wall with Grand Duke Evan, he should have other ideas. She was afraid that there was only one way, and that was to start with Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't sit still. She immediately had someone prepare a carriage. At the same time, she had Quinn John send someone to the Grand Duke's mansion to thank him. At this time, she couldn't go to the Grand Duke's mansion to thank him personally. She could only send someone to thank Evan first. After the arrangements were made, Laura led Near straight to Stony Mountain. This time, Laura didn't go to Stony Mountain because she didn't trust Xiao Hai. Instead, she wanted to greet Xiao Hai in advance. She knew that Xiao Hai didn't like to be disturbed. Moreover, he had too many secrets. If she didn't greet Xiao Hai in advance, then if Alodia suddenly ran to Xiao Hai, she was afraid that Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite to him. Although Laura didn't like Alodia, she didn't want Xiao Hai to do anything to him. After all, Alodia represented Carlo. If Xiao Hai offended Carlo, then it would be very troublesome. As soon as Laura came out of Casa City, Xiao Hai received the news. Although his attention was focused on the carrion swamp, he didn't relax his surveillance of Casa City. Now that Drunk and the others had returned from the carrion swamp, his manpower was sufficient. Therefore, the surveillance of Casa City was even stricter. Xiao Hai and Green were in the space. Therefore, when Xiao Hai received the news that Laura was coming, he immediately told Green. Green frowned and said, "I don't know why Miss Laura came this time. Our strength in Casa City is still too small. We can't report what happened in Casa City in a timely manner. For us, this is very disadvantageous." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "There is no other way. Right now, we don't have enough manpower in our hands. If we let the Nightshade stay in Casa City for a long time, then it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, they are undead. If they were discovered, then it would be very troublesome." Green nodded and frowned. "With our current status, it's not convenient for us to establish our own forces. Otherwise, if we were discovered, then it would be very troublesome. Right now, the manpower problem is really a big problem." Xiao Hai also frowned. The faster they developed, the more they would find that they didn't have enough manpower. The slaves couldn't be used. After all, they were slaves. If they went to Casa City to help inquire about information, then they might be treated as runaway slaves and captured. After all, the undead were undead. If they were discovered, then it would be very troublesome. The most important thing was that the Nightshades were now zombies. Their appearance didn't differ much from their original appearance. If they were allowed to stay in Casa City for a long time, then they might be discovered by their original forces. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome. Xiao Hai was still very afraid of the Nightshade's original forces. They were too big. Not only did they have assassins like the Nightshades, but they also had light mages like Garan. Xiao Hai didn't want to have a direct confrontation with such a force. Green saw that Xiao Hai was frowning and thought that he was worried about the manpower problem. He quickly said, "Young master, what do you think? This time, when Miss Laura comes, we can give her an eagle virtuous phantasm and ask her to tell us about the situation in Casa City every few days. This way, not only will we know about the situation in Casa City, but we will also strengthen our relationship with Miss Laura. What do you think?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and nodded. "This is a good idea. Now that there are more than 1,000 eagle virtuous phantasms in the space, we can give a few to Miss Laura. This will not only strengthen our relationship, but also allow Miss Laura to have a few more eagle virtuous phantasms. This will also guarantee her safety." Green chuckled and said, "Young master really cares about Miss Laura. Young master, I think it would be better to try Miss Laura's feelings. If she is really interested in young master, then it would be better to settle this matter with Miss Laura. What do you think?" Xiao Hai didn't think that Green would actually mention this issue. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Grandpa Green, didn't we already say that we don't need to worry about it? We don't know what Miss Laura's intentions are. If we speak rashly and Miss Laura doesn't have any intentions, then it would be awkward when we meet later." Green thought for a moment and didn't say anything. However, he kept this idea in mind. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would certainly try it. Xiao Hai looked at Green's expression and knew what he was thinking. He could only smile bitterly and didn't say anything. He also knew that this kind of thing would only make things worse. It didn't take long for Laura to arrive. Xiao Hai and Green also came out of the space. At the same time, Meg and Meg were also there. After all, Laura had seen them before. If Laura came and suddenly didn't see them, then she would be suspicious. After inviting Laura to sit down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. "Miss Laura, why did you come here this time? Did something happen in Casa City?" Laura quickly smiled and said, "No, nothing happened in Casa City. This time I came here because of my own matters." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai looked at Laura, puzzled. "For your matter? What matter does Miss Laura have?" Laura smiled bitterly and told him about Elodia's matter. At the same time, she also told him about her various speculations. Finally, she said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, this time Elodia might come to disturb you. I just came to inform you in advance." Zhao shook his head. "I asked Miss Laura to go back and tell Elodia that I don't like to see people. Tell him not to bother me. Even if he comes, I won't meet him. Tell him to give up." Laura nodded and said, "Okay." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she was even more happy. However, she still smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him. To tell you the truth, my fifth uncle, although he usually seems very easygoing, I heard from my father that ever since he was a child, if he wanted something, he would get it. Even if he couldn't get it, he would destroy it and not let others get it. This time, he sent someone, and I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to leave. That's why I came here to inform you." Zhao Hai frowned. "If they really don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being impolite." Laura was afraid of this result, so she quickly said, "Laura came this time to tell Mister about this matter. Mister, my fifth uncle is much stronger than me. If Elodia really comes to disturb you, Mister can just ignore him. It's best not to have a conflict with him. Consider it as giving Laura some face." Bookmark, click, recommend, don't miss a single one. Everyone, please help. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and nodded. "Alright, Miss Laura, please rest assured. As long as they don't go too far, I won't do anything to them. You should know that I'm not a person who likes to cause trouble." Laura didn't relax. It wasn't that she didn't believe Zhao Hai's words, but that she didn't have any confidence in her own family. Laura knew her uncles too well. They were like her grandfather, they had the same temperament. If they saw something, they would get it. If they couldn't get it, they would destroy it. Everything was based on benefits. In their eyes, everything was a commodity. Laura also knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a person who liked to suffer losses. She knew from looking at Garan's methods. If someone really dared to make a move on him, he wouldn't be polite. As for her fifth uncle, it was impossible for him to give up on Zhao Hai's things. She didn't know what methods he would use. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and didn't care too much. As long as it wasn't a rank 9 expert who came to find trouble with him, he wasn't afraid of anything. So he turned to Green and said, "Brother Lin, go and bring the gift I prepared for Miss Laura." Green complied and turned to leave. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Mister also prepared a gift for me? How embarrassing. This time, I didn't bring a gift for Mister. How can I accept Mister's gift?" Zhao smiled and said, "Actually, this gift is also good for me. Miss Laura, you know that I have just arrived in Casa City, so I don't know much about the situation here. And with my status, if I were to live in Casa City for a long time, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be welcomed. So I want to ask Miss Laura for a favor." Laura smiled and said, "Actually, this gift is also good for me." Laura quickly replied, "Mister is too polite, please instruct us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare, but I do have something that I need Miss Laura's help with. Miss Laura should know that I'm now a businessman, and it wouldn't be good for me to squat on this mountain every day. Regarding Casa City's situation, my eyes are still in the dark, so I don't know anything. Therefore, this time, I would like to ask Miss Laura's help. If there's anything that happens in Casa City in the future, could you please inform me?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, she relaxed. She thought that it was something else, but this matter was too simple. She had her own intelligence network, so it was naturally easier for her to gather information. Moreover, she and Zhao Hai were allies on the same boat, so sharing information wasn't a problem. Laura was happy to see this situation. It meant that Zhao Hai trusted her more, and their relationship would become closer. Thinking of this, Laura quickly smiled and said, "Mr. is too polite. There's no problem with this. Mr. can rest assured that every 7 days, I will send someone to deliver a report to Mr. regarding the situation in Casa City." At this time, Green also came in from the outside. Behind him followed 5 majestic flying eagles. These flying eagles and their bodies were more than a meter long. They walked in step by step from the outside. They had a kind of imposing manner that looked around. Xianxia smiled at Laura and said, "Thank you, Miss Laura. These eagle virtuous phantasms are my gift to Miss Laura." Speaking of which, they were hatched from the colored virtuous phantasms that Miss Laura gave me. This can be considered as returning them to their rightful owner. Laura was surprised. She knew that a colored virtuous phantasm's egg wasn't easy to hatch. The temperature had to be just right, and a person had to continuously inject magic or battle chi into the egg. Finally, when the egg was about to hatch, it had to be dripped with blood to recognize its owner. Otherwise, the virtuous phantasms wouldn't listen to people's commands. Now, why did Xianxia want to give these eagles to her? Even if he gave them to her, she wouldn't be able to use them. Xianxia looked at Laura's appearance and knew what she was thinking. These days, he had learned from Green about these virtuous phantasms. He smiled and said, "Miss Laura, rest assured. Although these 5 eagles are virtuous phantasms, they are different from ordinary virtuous phantasms. They don't need to rely on people to provide them with magic to grow. You can just feed them like how you would feed an eagle. Moreover, they don't have a master, so as long as you leave one to deliver a letter, you can keep the others for your own use." Then he turned to the 5 eagle virtuous phantasms and said, "Later on, she will be your master. Follow her and listen to her." These virtuous phantasms weren't stupid. After the space's improvement, Xianxia found that they could understand what he said. They were smarter than an average 7 or 8-year-old child. Laura stared blankly at Xianxia. She had seen virtuous phantasms before, but in her impression, virtuous phantasms couldn't grow up. But Xianxia's eagle virtuous phantasms were more handsome than the other, almost catching up with magic beasts. Moreover, Xianxia seemed to be talking to these eagle virtuous phantasms. Is this okay? But what made Laura even more surprised was that the eagle virtuous phantasms seemed to understand Xianxia's words. They called out to Xianxia and then slowly walked behind Laura. They looked like 5 guards, which made Laura and Nier stare blankly. Xianxia smiled at Laura and said, "Miss Laura, rest assured. Later on, you will be their master." Laura recovered, her eyes shining as she looked at the eagle virtuous phantasms. These eagle virtuous phantasms were more handsome than the wind falcons. Having such virtuous phantasms would be very good for her. Xianxia politely said a few more words to Laura and invited her to eat a meal before letting her go back. When Laura came out of Stony Mountain, the eagle virtuous phantasms immediately flew up and circled around Laura's carriage, following it all the way. Laura stood outside the carriage and looked at the eagle virtuous phantasms. She couldn't help but like them even more. But she also thought of another problem, so she turned around and entered the carriage. She said to Nier, "Nier, have you ever heard of such obedient and handsome virtuous phantasms?" Nier had always been very interested in animals. She usually liked to read books about animals, so she was quite knowledgeable in this regard. Nier shook her head and said, "No, Mississippi. I have also read a lot of books about virtuous phantasms, but the virtuous phantasms generally aren't too big, and they aren't very obedient. Mister's virtuous phantasms are more like magic beasts than virtuous phantasms. I don't know if they are real virtuous phantasms." Laura nodded and said, "It's very strange. If what Mister said is true, then these virtuous phantasms were hatched from the virtuous phantasms I gave him, then they shouldn't be like this." When Laura bought the virtuous phantasms, she knew that they were flying virtuous phantasms. She had also seen virtuous phantasms that laid eggs. These virtuous phantasms weren't found in the wild, but were raised in a specialized breeding plant. She had seen several virtuous phantasms that laid eggs. Although they were flying virtuous phantasms, their bodies weren't big. They were about the same size as a wind falcon, and they weren't as handsome or obedient. Now that they were in Xianxia's hands, they had changed. Laura really didn't know what to say about Xianxia. Why did those ordinary things change in Xianxia's hands? This was the question that Laura was most puzzled about. After Laura left Stony Mountain, Zhao Hai and Green didn't rush to enter the space. Instead, they called Marine and the others to the living room. After sitting down, Zhao Hai said to Green, "Grandpa Green, what do you think Laura said? What should we do?" Green thought for a moment and said, "I think it's better to be careful. I've heard about the Marquis Del clan before. They eat people without spitting out the bones. If their goal this time is really us, then I'm afraid it'll be troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is indeed troublesome. Looking at Miss Laura's expression, I'm afraid that this matter won't end well. I'm afraid that they'll have to be taught a lesson this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Green frowned and said, "I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The Marquis Del clan's people are famous for being ruthless and merciless. If they suffer a loss here, I'm afraid they won't let it go." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "What should we do? Right now, we've just established ourselves in Stony Mountain. If they come to disturb us, it'll be very annoying." Marine smiled and said, "I don't think so. No matter what, we've helped the Purcell clan a lot. If they really don't let us off, then I'm afraid the Purcell clan won't let them go." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "I'm afraid of this. I don't want to owe the Purcell clan a favor. I think it's better for us to solve this matter ourselves. However, I still want to give Miss Laura some face. As long as they don't go too far, then it'll be fine. If they really dare to move against us, then they can't blame me." Green nodded and said, "Right now, we can only do this. I hope they'll have scruples about our identity and won't dare to move against us. Otherwise, I'm afraid this hatred will be formed." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Right now, this hatred has already been formed. As long as we don't cooperate with them, then this hatred will be formed. Those guys from the Marquis Del clan aren't good people." Green nodded and said, "Fortunately, our manpower has returned. It's enough to deal with this situation. As long as it's not a rank 9 expert, we should be able to deal with it. Young master, let's go to the space and take a look. I don't know where those eagles are flying." Zhao Hai also nodded and the group flashed into the space. Currently, the space farm had reached level 15. However, the space ranch hadn't leveled up, which made Zhao Hai feel a bit of a pity. Drunk didn't have any other choice. The magic beasts in the carrion swamp weren't easy to catch. Even if they were caught, it wouldn't be easy to keep them alive. Therefore, they didn't catch any magic beasts, they just collected some plants to upgrade the space to level 15. Now, the eagles had been flying in the swamp for several days. However, their flying speed wasn't very fast. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that the places that the eagles had flown were no longer on Buffy's map. It seemed that they had started to circle around the swamp. Zhao Hai had no way to deal with this situation. He didn't know what was wrong with the swamp. Whether it was people or magic beasts, why would they circle around the swamp? Bookmark, click, recommend, not one less. If you don't let them, then don't even think about getting married. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the space, they immediately felt that something was wrong when they turned on the screen. The screen wasn't showing the original scene of the 7-colored fog, but a chaotic battle. On the screen, they could see that there were small green birds that looked like swallows. These birds were crazily attacking the hawks. What made Zhao Hai and the others surprised was that the hawks, who usually looked majestic, were now being beaten to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. They just kept rushing left and right, trying to break out of the encirclement of the birds. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the situation on the screen and were somewhat stunned. This was beyond their understanding. The difference between the size of the birds and the hawks was too big. How could the hawks be beaten to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back? Before long, Zhao Hai saw the knack to it. Although the hawks were very powerful, the birds were very flexible. They could turn around very quickly in a small area. On the other hand, because the hawks were too big, they were very slow in turning around in a small area. This gave the birds an opportunity to attack the hawks' eyes, making them exhausted. Zhao Hai didn't think that the hawks would be in such a difficult situation. Zhao Hai quickly moved his hand and released all of the hawks. At this time, he had more than 1,000 hawks in his hands. With so many hawks, they should be able to deal with this situation. Sure enough, as soon as this large group of flying eagles appeared, the little birds panicked and immediately fled in all directions. However, the flying eagles did not let them go so easily. They all chased after them and caught a lot of little birds before flying back. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and couldn't help but feel relieved. Green and the others also let out a sigh. Although they didn't participate in the battle, they still felt that it was very tragic. They were very nervous. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he recalled the hawks outside. Then the group immediately went to the ranch. Just as they arrived, they heard a prompt from the ranch, discovered a new animal. Animal is a variant swallow-type creature. Evaluation, Grade 3. Animal digitized. Can be purchased from the spatial shop. Zhao Hai didn't care. In any case, the ranch hadn't been upgraded. Even if there were more swallows, it wouldn't be of much use. Zhao Hai quickly released the hawks that were attacked at the beginning. Because these hawks were already mature, Zhao Hai could take a look at them. However, they couldn't continue to grow in the ranch and couldn't stay in the ranch for more than 30 minutes. Looking carefully at the eagles, Zhao and the others were stunned. The eagles were actually injured, and one of them was even pecked out of an eye. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai and Green couldn't help but feel a little scared. They didn't think that the birds would be so fierce that they could peck the hawks into such a state. Zhao Hai took the hawks back to the warehouse and replaced them with 5 hawks with the ghost staff. They flew forward and returned to the living room of the ranch villa. After sitting down in the living room, Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, it seems that the carrion swamp really can't be underestimated. Those birds were able to force the hawk's virtuous phantasms into such a state. I really didn't think that we can't leave the space." Green nodded his head and said, "It seems that we have underestimated the swamp." Buffy also mentioned that he had encountered several attacks, but he didn't say anything. I think he is a rank 9 expert, so he didn't care about those attacks. However, the strength of a rank 9 expert is still there, so we can't take it lightly. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the colorful fog on the screen and the constantly changing shadows. He sighed and said, "Right now, the map that Buffy gave us is completely useless. We don't know how far we are from the Flower City. This fog is strange. The carrion swamp is also very strange." Green nodded and sighed. There isn't much information about the carrion swamp on the continent. Even if we want to know more about the situation, it's impossible. However, I think that the carrion swamp must have something left behind by an ancient magician. Not to mention anything else, we don't know how long the city has existed. After so many years, I've never heard anyone say that there was a city in the carrion swamp. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems that the Flower City has a lot of stories. The carrion swamp has existed for so many years, yet no one knew that there was a city there. This in itself explains the problem." Green sighed and said, "It's not that no one knew about the carrion swamp in the past. Back then, the carrion swamp wasn't as ferocious as it is now. Even rank 9 experts didn't dare to enter. I heard that the carrion swamp used to be a paradise for adventurers. A lot of people were willing to come here to hunt magic for money. However, about a few thousand years ago, a great calamity occurred on the continent. It was said that the devils from hell suddenly rushed out of the ground and massacred all the major races on the surface. This was the continent's biggest calamity. A lot of books and documents were lost or destroyed in this calamity. Since then, the carrion swamp has become more and more ferocious. Until now, no one dares to enter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "No matter what, we must go to the Flower City. What happened to the Flower City in the past has nothing to do with us. Right now, the most important thing is to solve the problem of the carrion swamp." Green nodded and looked at the situation on the screen. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, I don't think we should fly around randomly. I think that for so many years, the reason why there hasn't been a city in the carrion swamp is because the documents have been destroyed. The second reason is that they haven't found the city. Buffy might have accidentally entered the city last time. We should follow his map. Even if we are slow, we can still reach the Flower City. Otherwise, we don't know how long it would take to find the Flower City." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the screen and gave the eagle an order. He told it not to fly forward, but to fly horizontally instead. It was to find the terrain on the map, and then fly forward according to the markings on the map. Zhao Hai also discovered another feature of the screen. Now, the screen was like a map in a game. Where the eagle didn't fly, it would be black. Where it flew, the map would show the terrain in the corner of the screen. Moreover, the map could also show the magic beasts. However, the terrain shown on the screen wouldn't be a message and would remain in the corner of the screen. Now, in addition to observing the situation in the swamp, Zhao Hai was drawing the terrain shown on the screen onto the map. Zhao Hai intended to slowly create a complete map of the Carrion Swamp. To be honest, just staring at the screen was really boring. However, in order to prevent the eagles from being attacked, and since they couldn't leave, Zhao Hai and the others stayed inside the space and chatted. Green and the others also liked to stay inside the space. The air inside the space was very good. Every time they entered the space, they would feel a burst of refreshment, making them feel refreshed. Staying inside the space for a long time wasn't only good for cultivation, it was also good for the body. Zhao Hai felt that his body was much better than when he woke up. When he woke up, he always wanted to sleep. Moreover, after running 2 steps, he would gasp for breath. Now, he was much stronger than before. His body was almost the same as a normal person's. Marine was also the same. Although she was a magician, she wasn't young. She was very busy every day and felt very tired. In addition, old people didn't sleep well and didn't rest well. Therefore, when Zhao Hai woke up, her complexion wasn't very good. Now, she had completely changed. Her complexion was ruddy. She was busy every day and didn't say that she was tired. In addition, the space was very quiet. At night, she could sleep until dawn. Her body was much better than before. The space was like a tranquil land. All the people who lived in the space weren't used to the outside world. The same was true for the slaves. If they didn't have their own room and property outside, then they wouldn't want to live outside. Now that Laura was in trouble, Zhao Hai didn't want to contact her at this time. Therefore, they could only stay inside the space. In any case, Laura wouldn't have any problems. At this time, a knocking sound was suddenly heard from the space. Zhao Hai was surprised. He turned the scene to Fort Iron Mountain. Blockhead and Rockhead were there looking at the slaves. This knocking sound was probably them looking for Zhao Hai. This knocking sound wasn't a real knock. It was a way for Zhao Hai to contact the slaves. After the 2 transmission points were set, if people outside wanted to find Zhao Hai, then they could just go to the transmission point and knock on the ground. This knocking sound could be heard inside the space. Therefore, when he heard the knocking sound, Zhao Hai knew that it was Blockhead and the others looking for him. Only Blockhead and Rockhead, who were left in Fort Iron Mountain, would use this method to find Zhao Hai. Those who were left in Stony Mountain were undead. If these undead wanted to find Zhao Hai, then they could directly contact Zhao Hai without knocking on the transmission point. Sure enough, when the scene changed, they saw Blockhead standing in front of the transmission point. Zhao Hai thought that something had happened, so he stood up. Zhao Hai's mind moved and the group appeared in Fort Iron Mountain. Blockhead was standing there. When he saw the group come out, he quickly greeted them and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Blockhead smiled and said, "Young master, it's a good thing. Today, 2 slaves suddenly came to find me and said that they wanted to get married." "Young master, didn't you say that the slaves would tell you everything? What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, then he said with interest, "Oh? There's such a thing? Getting married is a good thing. Let's go and take a look." Green complied and led Zhao Hai outside the fort. End of chapter 178. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.